encouraged me to take the train out there where the trains don't usually go, and whose character as both a publisher and a man has restored my lost faith in the publishing industry, or business, or folly, or whatever else it might accurately be called. And to Tracy Devine, my editor, who never panics when, far past my deadline, I want to take yet more time to do draft number 40 before turning in the script, whose editorial eye has 2010 vision, who is graciousness personified, who makes every phase of the work a delight, and who will think that this dedication is too effusive and in need of cutting. Well, this time, she's wrong. 1. The world is full of broken people. Splints, casts, miracle drugs, and time can't mend fractured hearts, wounded minds, torn spirits. Currently, Sunshine was Mickey Bellsong's medication of choice, and Southern California in late August was an apothecary with a deep supply of this prescription. Tuesday afternoon, wearing a bikini and oiled for broiling, Mickey reclined in a lounge chair in her Aunt Geneva's backyard. The nylon webbing was a nausea-inducing shade of green, and it sagged, too, and the aluminum joints creaked, as though the lawn furniture were far older than Mickey, who was only 28, but who sometimes felt ancient. Her aunt, from whom fate had stolen everything except a reliable sense of humor, referred to the yard as the garden. That would be the rosebush. The property was wider than it was deep, to allow the full length of the house trailer to face the street. Instead of a lawn with trees, a narrow covered patio shaded the front entrance. Here in the back, a strip of grass extended from one side of the lot to the other, but it provided a scant 12 feet of turf between the door and the rear fence. The grass flourished because Geneva watered it regularly with a hose. The rosebush, however, responded perversely to tender care. In spite of ample sunshine, water, and plant food, in spite of the regular aeration of its roots and periodic treatment with measured doses of insecticide, the bush remained as scraggly and as blighted as any specimen watered with venom and fed pure sulfur in the satanic gardens of hell. Face to the sun, eyes closed, striving to empty her mind of all thought yet troubled by insistent memories, Mickey had been cooking for half an hour when a small, sweet voice asked,
"Are you suicidal?"
She turned her head toward the speaker and saw a girl of 9 or 10 standing at the low, sagging picket fence that separated this trailer space from the one to the west. Sun glare veiled the kid's features.
"Skin cancer kills,"
the girl explained. So does vitamin D deficiency.
"Not likely."
Your bones get soft.
"Rickets, I know. But you can get vitamin D in tuna, eggs, and dairy products. That's better than too much sun."
Closing her eyes again, turning her face to the deadly blazing heavens, Mickey said, "Well, I don't intend to live forever."
"Why not?"
"Maybe you haven't noticed, but nobody does."
"I probably will,"
the girl declared. "How's that work?"
"A little extraterrestrial DNA."
"Yeah, right. You're part alien."
"Not yet. I have to make contact first."
Mickey opened her eyes again and squinted at the E.T. wannabe. "You've been watching too many reruns of the X-Files, kid."
"I've only got until my next birthday. And then all bets are off."
The girl moved along the swooning fence to a point where it had entirely collapsed. She clattered across the flattened section of pickets and approached Mickey.
"Do you believe in life after death?"
"I'm not sure I believe in life before death," Mickey said.
"I knew you were suicidal."
"I'm not suicidal. I'm just a wise-ass." Even after stepping off the splintered fence staves onto the grass, the girl moved awkwardly.
"We're renting next door. We just moved in. My name's Leilani."
As Leilani drew closer, Mickey saw that she wore a complicated steel brace on her left leg, from the ankle to above the knee. "Isn't that a Hawaiian name?" Mickey asked.
"My mother's a little nuts about all things Hawaiian."
Leilani wore khaki shorts. Her right leg was fine, but in the cradle of steel and padding, her left leg appeared to be malformed.
"In fact,
Leilani continued.
Old Senseia, that's my mother, is a little nuts, period.
Senseia? That's a
Type of marijuana. Maybe she was Cindy Sue or Barbara way back in the Jurassic period, but she's called herself Senseia as long as I've known her.
Leilani settled into a hideous orange and blue chair as decrepit as Mickey's bile green lounge.
This lawn furniture sucks.
Someone gave it to Aunt Geneva for nothing.
She ought to have been paid to take it. Anyway, they put old Senseia in an institution once and shot like 50 or 100,000 volts of electricity through her brain, but it didn't help.
You shouldn't make up stuff like that about your own mother. Leilani shrugged.
It's the truth. I couldn't make up anything as weird as what is. In fact, they blasted her brain several times. Probably if they'd done it just once more, old Senseia would have developed a taste for electricity. Now she'd be sticking her finger in a socket about 10 times a day. She's an addictive personality, but she means well.
Although the sky was a furnace grate, although Mickey was slick with coconut-scented lotion and sweat, she'd grown all but oblivious of the sun. How old are you, kid?
9, but I'm precocious. What's your name?
Mickey.
That's a name for a boy or a mouse. So it's probably Michelle. Most women your age are named Michelle or Heather or Courtney.
My age?
No offense intended.
It's Michalina. Leilani wrinkled her nose.
Too precious.
Michalina Bellsong.
No wonder you're suicidal.
Therefore, Mickey.
I'm Clunk.
You're what?
Leilani Clunk.
Mickey cocked her head and frowned skeptically. I'm not sure I should believe anything you tell me.
Sometimes names are destiny. Look at you. 2 pretty names and you're as gorgeous as a model. Except for all the sweat and your face puffy with a hangover.
Thanks, I guess.
Me, on the other hand, I've got 1 pretty name followed by a clinker like Clunk. Half of me is sort of pretty.
You're very pretty, Mickey assured her. This was true. Golden hair, eyes as blue as gentian petals. The clarity of Leilani's features promised that hers was not the transient beauty of childhood, but an enduring quality.
Half of me, Leilani conceded, might turn heads one day. But that's balanced by the fact that I'm a mutant.
You're not a mutant. The girl stamped her left foot on the ground, causing the leg brace to rattle softly. She raised her left hand, which proved to be deformed. The little finger and the ring finger were fused into a single, misshapen digit that was connected by a thick web of tissue to a gnarled and stubby middle finger. Until now, Mickey hadn't noticed this deformity. Everyone's got imperfections, she said.
This isn't like having a big schnoz. I'm either a mutant or a cripple, and I refuse to be a cripple. People pity cripples, but they're afraid of mutants.
You want people to be afraid of you?
Fear implies respect,
Leilani said. So far, you're not registering high on my terror meter.
Give me time. You've got a great body.
Disconcerted to hear such a thing from a child, Mickey covered her discomfort with self-deprecation. Yeah, well, by nature, I'm a huge pudding. I've got to work hard to stay like this.
No, you don't. You were born perfect, and you've got one of those metabolisms tuned like a space shuttle gyroscope. You could eat half a cow and drink a keg of beer every day, and your butt would actually tighten up a notch.
Mickey couldn't remember the last time that she'd been rendered speechless by anyone. But with this girl, she was nearly befuddled into silence. How would you know?
I can tell,
Leilani assured her.
You don't run. You don't power walk.
I work out.
Oh? When was your last workout?
Yesterday, Mickey lied.
Yeah,
said Leilani.
And I was out waltzing all night.
She stamped her left foot again, rattling her leg brace.
Having a great metabolism is nothing to be ashamed about. It's not like laziness or anything.
Thanks for your approval.
Your boobs are real, aren't they?
Girl, you are an amazing piece of work.
Thanks. They must be real. Even the best implants don't look that natural. Unless there's major improvement in implant technology, my best hope is to develop good boobs. You can be a mutant and still attract men if you've got great boobs. That's been my observation anyway. Men can be lovely creatures, but in some ways they're pathetically predictable.
You're 9, huh?
My birthday was February 28th. That was Ash Wednesday this year. Do you believe in fasting and penitence?
With a sigh and a laugh, Mickey said, "Why don't we save time, and you just tell me what I believe?"
Probably not much of anything,
Leilani said without a pause.
Except in having fun and getting through the day.
Mickey was left speechless, not by the child's acute perception, but by hearing the truth put so bluntly, especially as this was a truth that she had long avoided contemplating.
Nothing wrong with having fun,
said Leilani.
One of the things I believe, if you want to know, is that we're here to enjoy life.
She shook her head.
Amazing. Men must be all over you.
Not anymore, Mickey said, surprised to hear herself reply at all, let alone so revealingly. A lopsided smile tugged at the right corner of the girl's mouth. An unmistakable merriment enlivened her blue eyes.
Now don't you wish you could see me as a mutant?
What?
As long as you think of me as a handicapped waif, your pity doesn't allow you to be impolite. On the other hand, if you could see me as a weird and possibly dangerous mutant, you'd tell me none of this is my business, and you'd hustle me back to my own yard.
You're looking more like a mutant all the time. Clapping her hands in delight, Leilani said,
I knew there must be some gumption in you.
She rose from her chair with a hitch and pointed across the backyard.
What's that thing?
A rose bush.
No, really.
Really, it's a rose bush.
No roses.
The potential's there.
Hardly any leaves.
Lots of thorns, though, Mickey noted. Squinching her face, Leilani said,
I bet it pulls up its roots late at night and creeps around the neighborhood eating stray cats.
Lock your doors.
We don't have cats.
Leilani blinked.
Oh,
she grinned.
Good one.
She hooked her right hand into an imitation of a claw, raked the air, and hissed. What did you mean when you said all bets are off?
When did I say that?
Leilani asked disingenuously. You said you've only got until your next birthday and then all bets are off.
Oh, the alien contact thing.
Although that wasn't an answer, she turned away from Mickey and crossed the lawn in a steel-stiffened gait. Mickey leaned forward from the angled back of the lounge chair. Leilani?
I say a lot of stuff. Not all of it means anything.
At the gap in the broken fence, the girl stopped and turned.
Say, Michelina Bell Song, did I ask whether you believe in life after death?
And I was a wise ass.
Yeah, I remember now.
So, do you? Mickey asked.
Do I what?
Believe in life after death? Gazing at Mickey with a solemnity that she hadn't exhibited before, the girl at last said,
I better.
As she negotiated the fallen pickets and crossed the neglected sun-browned lawn next door, the faint click and squeak of her leg brace faded until it could have been mistaken for the language of industrious insects hard at work in the hot, dry air. For a while after the girl had gone into the neighboring house trailer, Mickey sat forward in the lounge chair, staring at the door through which she had disappeared. Leilani was a pretty package of charm, intelligence, and cocky attitude that masked an aching vulnerability. But while remembered moments of their encounter now brought a smile to Mickey, she was also left with a vague uneasiness. Like a quick, dark fish, some disturbing, half-glimpsed truth had seemed to dart beneath the surface of their conversation, though it eluded her net. The liquid thick heat of the late August sun pooled around Mickey. She felt as though she were floating in a hot bath. The scent of recently mown grass saturated the still air, the intoxicating essence of summer. In the distance rose the lulling rumble hum of freeway traffic, a not unpleasant drone that might be mistaken for the rhythmic susurration of the sea. She should have grown drowsy, at least lethargic, but her mind hummed more busily than the traffic, and her body grew stiff with a tension that the sun couldn't cook from her. Although it seemed unrelated to Leilani Clonk, Mickey recalled something that her Aunt Geneva had said only the previous evening, over dinner. Change isn't easy, Mickey. Changing the way you live means changing how you think. Changing how you think means changing what you believe about life. That's hard, sweetie. When we make our own misery, we sometimes cling to it even when we want so bad to change, because the misery is something we know. The misery is comfortable. To her surprise, sitting across the dinette table from Geneva, Mickey began to weep. No racking sobs. Discreet, this weeping. The plate of homemade lasagna blurred in front of her, and hot tears slid down her cheeks. She kept her fork in motion throughout this silent, salty storm, loath to acknowledge what was happening to her. She hadn't cried since childhood. She'd thought that she was beyond tears, too tough for self-pity, and too hardened to be moved by the plight of anyone else. With grim determination, angry with herself for this weakness, she continued eating, even though her throat grew so thick with emotion that she had difficulty swallowing. Geneva, who knew her niece's stoic nature, nevertheless didn't seem surprised by the tears. She didn't comment on them, because she surely knew that consolation wouldn't be welcome. By the time Mickey's vision cleared and her plate was clean, she was able to say, "I can do what I need to do. I can get where I want to go, no matter how hard it is." Geneva added one thought before changing the subject. "It's also true that sometimes, not often, but once in a great while, your life can change for the better in one moment of grace, almost a sort of miracle. Something so powerful can happen, someone so special come along, some precious understanding descend on you so unexpectedly that it just pivots you in a new direction, changes you forever. Girl, I'd give everything I have if that could happen for you." To stave off more tears, Mickey said, "That's sweet, Aunt Jen, but everything you have doesn't amount to squat." Geneva laughed, reached across the table, and gave Mickey's left hand an affectionate squeeze. "That's true enough, honey. But I've still got about half a squat more than you do." Strangely, here in the sunshine, less than a day later, Mickey couldn't stop thinking about the transforming moment of grace that Geneva had wished for her. She didn't believe in miracles, neither the supernatural sort that involved guardian angels and the radiant hand of God revealed, nor the merely statistical variety that might present her with a winning lottery ticket. Yet she had the curious and unsettling sensation of movement within, of a turning in her heart and mind toward a new point on the compass. "Just indigestion," she murmured with self-derision, because she knew that she was the same shiftless, screwed-up woman who had come to Geneva a week ago with 2 suitcases full of clothes, an '81 Chevrolet Camaro that whiffered and wheezed worse than a pneumonic horse, and a past that wound like chains around her. A misdirected life couldn't be put on a right road quickly or without struggle. For all of Geneva's appealing talk of a miraculous moment of transformation, nothing had happened to pivot Mickey toward grace. Nevertheless, for reasons that she could not understand, every aspect of this day, the spangled sunshine, the heat, the rumble of the distant freeway traffic, the fragrances of cut grass and sweat-soured coconut oil, 3 yellow butterflies as bright as gift box bows, suddenly seemed full of meaning, mystery, and moment. 2. In a faint and inconstant breeze, waves stir through the lush meadow. At this lonely hour, in this strange place, a boy can easily imagine that monsters swim ceaselessly through the moon-silvered sea of grass that shimmers out there beyond the trees. The forest in which he crouches is also a forbidding realm at night, and perhaps in daylight as well. Fear has been his companion for the past hour, as he's traveled twisting trails through exotic underbrush, beneath interlaced boughs that have provided only an occasional brief glimpse of the night sky. Predators on the wooden highways overhead might be stalking him, leaping gracefully limb to limb, as silent and as merciless as the cold stars beneath which they prowl. Or perhaps without warning, a hideous, tunneling something, all teeth and appetite, will explode out of the forest floor under his feet, biting him in half or swallowing him whole. A vivid imagination has always been his refuge. Tonight, it is his curse. Before him, past this final line of trees, the meadow waits. Waits. Too bright under the fat moon. Deceptively peaceful. He suspects this is a killing ground. He doubts that he will reach the next stand of trees alive. Sheltering against a weathered outcropping of rock, he wishes desperately that his mother were with him. But she will never be at his side again in this life. An hour ago, he witnessed her murder. The bright, sharp memory of that violence would shred his sanity if he dwelt on it. For the sake of survival, he must forget, at least for now, that particular terror, that unbearable loss. Huddled in the hostile night, he hears himself making miserable sounds. His mother always told him that he was a brave boy. But no brave boy surrenders this easily to his misery. Wanting to justify his mother's pride in him, he struggles to regain control of himself. Later, if he lives, he'll have a lifetime for anguish, loss, and loneliness. Gradually, he finds strength not in the memory of her murder, not in a thirst for vengeance or justice, but in the memory of her love, her toughness, her steely resolution. His wretched sobbing subsides. Silence. The darkness of the woods. The meadow waiting under the moon. From the highest bowers, a menacing whisper sifts down through branches. Maybe it is nothing more than a breeze that has found an open door in the attic of the forest. In truth, he has less to fear from wild creatures than from his mother's killers. He has no doubt that they still pursue him. They should have caught him long ago. This territory, however, is as unknown to them as it is to him. And perhaps his mother's spirit watches over him. Even if she's here in the night, unseen at his side, he can't rely on her. He has no guardian but himself, no hope other than his wits and courage. Into the meadow now, without further delay, risking dangers unknown but surely countless. A ripe, grassy scent overlays the more subtle smell of rich, raw soil. The land slopes down to the west. The earth is soft, and the grass is easily trampled. When he pauses to look back, even the pale moon lamp is bright enough to reveal the route he followed. He has no choice but to forge on. If he ever dreamed, he could convince himself that he's in a dream now, that this landscape seems strange because it exists only in his mind, that regardless of how long or how fast he runs, he'll never arrive at a destination, but will race perpetually through alternating stretches of moon-dazzled meadow and bristling, blind-dark forest. In fact, he has no idea where he's going. He's not familiar with this land. Civilization might lie within reach, but more likely than not, he's plunging deeper into a vast wilderness. In his peripheral vision, he repeatedly glimpses movement, ghostly stalkers flanking him. Each time that he looks more directly, he sees only tall grass trembling in the breeze. Yet these phantom outrunners frighten him, and breath by ragged breath, he becomes increasingly convinced that he won't live to reach the next growth of trees. At the mere thought of survival, guilt churns a bitter butter in his blood. He has no right to live when everyone else perished. His mother's death haunts him more than the other murders, in part because he saw her struck down. He heard the screams of the others, but by the time he found them, they were dead, and their steaming remains were so grisly that he could not make an emotional connection between the loved ones he had known and those hideous cadavers. Now from moonlight into darkling forest once more. The meadow behind him. The tangled maze of brush and bramble ahead. Against all odds, he's still alive. But he's only 10 years old, without family and friends, alone and afraid and lost. 3. Noah Farrell was sitting in his parked Chevy, minding someone else's business, when the windshield imploded. Noshing on a cream-filled snack cake, contentedly plastering a fresh coat of fat on his artery walls, he suddenly found himself holding a half-eaten treat rendered crunchier but inedible by sprinkles of gummy prickly safety glass. Even as Noah dropped the ruined cake, the front passenger's side window shattered under the impact of a tire iron. He bolted from the car through the driver's door, looked across the roof, and confronted a man-mountain with a shaved head and a nose ring. The Chevy stood in an open space midway between massive Indian laurels, and though it wasn't shaded by the trees, it was 60 or 80 feet from the nearest street lamp and thus in gloom. However, the glow of the Chevy's interior lights allowed Noah to see the window basher. The guy grinned and winked. Movement to Noah's left drew his attention. A few feet away, another demolition expert swung a sledgehammer at a headlight. This steroid-inflated gentleman wore sneakers, pink workout pants with a drawstring waist, and a black t-shirt. The impressive mass of bone in his brow surely weighed more than the 5-pound sledge that he swung, and his upper lip was nearly as long as his ponytail. Even as the last of the cracked plastic and the shattered glass from the headlamp rang and rattled against the pavement, the human good-and-plenty slammed the hammer against the hood of the car. Simultaneously, the guy with the polished head and the decorated nostril used the lug wrench end of the tire iron to break out the rear window on the passenger's side, perhaps because he'd been offended by his reflection. The noise grew hellish. Prone to headaches these days, Noah wanted nothing more than quiet and a pair of aspirin. "Excuse me," he said to the bargain basement Thor, as the hammer arced high over the hood again, and he leaned into the car through the open door to pluck the key from the ignition. His house key was on the same ring. When he finally got home, by whatever means, he didn't want to discover that these behemoths were hosting a World Wrestling Federation beer party in his bungalow. On the passenger's seat lay the digital camera that contained photos of the philandering husband entering the house across the street and being greeted at the door by his lover. If Noah reached for the camera, he'd no doubt be left with a handful of bones as shattered as the windshield. Pocketing his keys, he walked away, past modest ranch-style houses with neatly trimmed lawns and shrubs, where moon-silvered trees stood whisperless in the warm, still air. Behind him, underlying the steady rhythmic crash of the hammer, the tire iron took up a syncopated beat, tattooing the Chevy fenders and trunk lid. Here, on the perimeter of a respectable residential neighborhood in Anaheim, the home of Disneyland, scenes from A Clockwork Orange weren't reenacted every day. Nevertheless, made fearful by too much television news, the residents proved more cautious than curious. No one ventured outside to discover the reason for the fracas. In the houses that he passed, Noah saw only a few puzzled or wary faces pressed to lighted windows. None of them was Mickey, Minnie, Donald, or Goofy. When he glanced back, he noticed a Lincoln Navigator pulling away from the curb across the street, no doubt containing associates of the creative pair who were making modern art out of his car. Every 10 or 12 steps he checked on the SUV, and always it drifted slowly along in his wake, pacing him. After he had walked a block and a half, he arrived at a major street lined with commercial enterprises. Many businesses were closed now, at 9:20 on a Tuesday night. The Chevy-smashing chivalry continued unabated, but distance and intervening layers of laurel branches filtered cacophony into a muted clump and crackle. When Noah stopped at the corner, the Navigator halted half a block behind him. The driver waited to see which way he would go. In the small of his back, holstered under his Hawaiian shirt, Noah carried a revolver. He didn't think he would need the weapon. Nevertheless, he had no plans to remake it into a plowshare. He turned right and within another block and a half arrived at a tavern. Here, he might not be able to obtain aspirin, but ice-cold Dos Equis would be available. When it came to healthcare, he wasn't a fanatic about specific remedies. The long bar lay to the right of the door. In a row down the center of the room, each of 8 plank-top tables bore a candle in an amber glass holder. Fewer than half the stools and chairs were occupied. Several guys and one woman wore cowboy hats. as though they had been abducted and then displaced in space or time by meddling extraterrestrials. The concrete floor, painted ruby red, appeared to have been mopped at least a couple times since Christmas, and underlying the stale beer smell was a faint scent of disinfectant. If the place had cockroaches, they would probably be small enough that Noah might just be able to wrestle them into submission. Along the left wall were high-backed wooden booths, with seats padded in red leatherette, a few unoccupied. He settled into the booth farthest from the door. He ordered a beer from a waitress who had evidently sewn herself into her faded, peg-legged blue jeans and red checkered shirt. If her breasts weren't real, the nation was facing a serious silicone shortage. "You want a glass?" she asked. "The bottle's probably cleaner." "Has to be," she agreed as she headed for the bar. While Alan Jackson filled the jukebox with a melancholy lament about loneliness, Noah fished the Automobile Club card out of his wallet. He unclipped the phone from his belt and called the 24-hour helpline number. The woman who assisted him sounded like his Aunt Lily, his old man's sister, whom he hadn't seen in 15 years, but her voice had no sentimental effect on him. Lily had shot Noah's dad in the head, killing him, and had wounded Noah himself, once in the left shoulder, once in the right thigh, when he was 16, thereby squelching any affection he might have felt toward her. "The tires will probably be slashed," he told the auto club woman, "so send a flatbed instead of a standard tow truck." He gave her the address where the car could be found, and also the name of the dealership to which it should be delivered. "Tomorrow morning's soon enough. Better not send anyone out there until the Beagle Boys have hammered themselves into exhaustion." "Who?" "If you've never read Scrooge McDuck comic books, my literary illusion will be lost on you." Arriving just then with a Dos Equis, the cowgirl waitress said, "When I was 17, I applied for a character job at Disneyland, but they turned me down." Pressing end on his phone, Noah frowned. "Character job?" "You know, walking around the park in a costume, having your photo taken with people. I wanted to be Minnie Mouse, or at least maybe Snow White, but I was too busty." "Minnie's pretty flat-chested." "Yeah, well, she's a mouse." "Good point," Noah said. "And their idea was that Snow White, she ought to look virginal. I don't know why." "Maybe because if Snow was as sexy as you, people would start to wonder what she might have been up to with those 7 dwarfs, which isn't a Disney sort of thought." She brightened. "Hey, you probably got something there." Then her sigh vented volumes of disappointment. "I sure did want to be Minnie." "Dreams die hard." "They really do." "You'd have made a fine Minnie." "You think so?" He smiled. "Lucky Mickey." "You're sweet." "My Aunt Lily didn't think so. She shot me." "Ah, gee, I wouldn't take it personal," said the waitress. "Everybody's family's screwed up these days." She continued on her rounds. From the jukebox, a mournful Garth Brooks followed Alan Jackson, and the brims of all the Stetsons at the bar dipped as though in sad commiseration. When the Dixie Chicks followed Brooks, the Stetsons bobbed happily. Noah had finished half the beer straight from the bottle when a slab of beef, marinated in hair oil and spicy cologne, wearing black jeans and a "Love is the Answer" t-shirt, slipped into the booth across the table from him. "Do you have a death wish?" "Are you planning to grant it?" Noah asked. "Not me. I'm a pacifist." A meticulously detailed tattoo of a rattlesnake twined around the pacifist's right arm, its fangs bared on the back of his hand, its eyes bright with hatred. "But you ought to realize that running surveillance on a man as powerful as Congressman Sharmer is substantially stupid. It never occurred to me that a congressman would keep a bunch of thugs on the payroll. Who else would he keep on the payroll? I guess I'm not in Kansas anymore. Hell, Dorothy, where you are, they shoot little dogs like Toto for sport. And girls like you are stomped flat if you don't stay out of the way. The country's founding fathers would be so proud." The stranger's eyes, previously as empty as a sociopath's heart, filled with suspicion. "What are you, some political nut? I thought you were just a sad-ass gumshoe grubbing a few bucks by peeping in people's bedrooms."
I need more than a few right now. How much did your navigator cost?
Noah asked.
You couldn't afford one. I've got good credit.
The pacifist laughed knowingly. When the waitress approached, he waved her away. Then he produced a small, waxy bag and dropped it on the table. Noah drew comfort from the beer. Repeatedly clenching and relaxing his right hand, as though he were troubled by joint stiffness after long hours of punching babies and nuns, the pacifist said,
"The congressman isn't unreasonable. By taking his wife as a client, you declared that you were his enemy. But he's such a good man, he wants to make you his friend. What a Christian. Let's not start name-calling."
Each time the politician's man flexed his fist, the fanged mouth widened on the tattoo snake.
"At least take a look at his peace offering."
The bag was folded and sealed. Noah peeled back the tape, opened the flap, and half extracted a wad of $100 bills.
"What you've got there is at least 3 times the value of your rust bucket Chevy, plus the cost of the camera you left on the front seat. Still not the price of a navigator,"
Noah observed.
"We're not negotiating, Sherlock. I don't see the strings. There's only one. You wait a few days, then you tell the wife you followed the congressman all over, but the only time he ever slung his willy out of his pants was when he needed to take a leak." "What about when he was screwing the country?" "You don't sound like a guy who wants to be friends." "I've never been much good at relationships, but I'm willing to try." "I'm sure glad to hear that. Frankly, I've been worried about you. In the movies, private eyes are always so incorruptible, they'd rather have their teeth kicked out than betray a client." "I never go to the movies."
Pointing to the small bag as Noah tucked the cash into it once more, the pacifist said,
"Don't you realize what that is? A payoff. I mean the bag. It's an air sickness bag."
His grin faded.
"What? You never saw one before?" "I never travel. The congressman has a nice sense of humor. He's hysterical."
Noah shoved the bag into a pants pocket.
"He's saying money's nothing but vomit to him." "He's quite the philosopher." "You know what he's got that's better than money?" "Certainly not wit." "Power. If you have enough power, you can bring even the richest men to their knees." "Who said that originally? Thomas Jefferson? Abe Lincoln?"
The bagman cocked his head and wagged one finger at Noah.
"You have an anger problem, don't you?" "Absolutely. I don't have enough of it anymore." "What you need is to join the Circle of Friends." "Sounds like Quakers." "It's an organization the congressman founded. That's where he made a name for himself before politics, helping troubled youth, turning their lives around." "I'm 33, Noah said. "The Circle serves all age groups now. It really works. You learn there may be a million questions in life, but only one answer." "Which you're wearing,"
Noah guessed, pointing at the guy's "Love is the Answer" t-shirt.
"Love yourself, love your brothers and sisters, love nature." This kind of thing always starts with love yourself. It has to. You can't love others until you love yourself. I was 16 when I joined the Circle 7 years ago. A wickedly messed up kid, selling drugs, doing drugs, violent just for the thrill of it, mixed up in a dead-end gang. But I got turned around. Now you're in a gang with a future."
As the tattooed serpent's grin grew wider on the beefy hand, the snake charmer laughed.
"I like you, Farrell." "Everybody does." "You might not approve of the congressman's methods, but he's got a vision for this country that could bring us all together." "The ends justify the means, huh?" "See, there's that anger again."
Noah finished his beer.
"Guys like you and the congressman used to hide behind Jesus. Now it's psychology and self-esteem. Programs based on Jesus don't get enough public funds to make them worth faking the piety."
He slid out of the booth and rose to his feet.
"You wouldn't do something stupid like take the money and then not deliver, would you? You're really going to shaft his wife?"
Noah shrugged.
"I never liked her anyway. She's a juiceless bitch, isn't she? Dry as a cracker. But she sure does give the man major class and respectability. Now you go out there and do the right thing, okay?"
Noah raised his eyebrows.
"What? You mean you want me to give this bag of money to the cops and press charges against the congressman?"
This time the pacifist didn't smile.
"Guess I should have said do the smart thing." "Just clarifying,"
Noah assured him.
You could clarify yourself right into a casket.
With the coils of his soul exposed for all to see, the bagman, sans bag, swaggered toward the front of the tavern. On their bar stools and chairs, the cowboys turned, and with their glares they herded him toward the door. If they had been genuine riders of the Purple Sage instead of computer networking specialists or real estate salesmen, one of them might have whooped his ass just as a matter of principle. After the door swung shut behind the pacifist, Noah ordered another beer from the Never-Was Mini. When she returned with a dew-beaded bottle of Dos Equis, the waitress said,
Was that guy a stoolie or something?
Something.
And you're a cop?
Used to be. Is it that obvious?
Yeah. And you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt. Plainclothes cops like Hawaiian shirts because you can hide a gun under them.
Well, he lied. I'm not hiding anything under this one except a yellowed undershirt I should have thrown away 5 years ago.
My dad liked Hawaiian shirts.
Your dad's a cop?
Till they killed him.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm Francine, named after the ZZ Top song.
Why do a lot of cops from back then like ZZ Top?
He wondered.
Maybe it was an antidote to all that crap the Eagles sang.
He smiled.
I think you've got something there, Francine.
My shift's over at 11.
You're a temptation,
he admitted.
But I'm married.
Glancing at his hands, seeing no rings, she said,
Married to what?
Now that's a hard question.
Maybe not so hard if you're honest with yourself.
Noah had been so taken with her body and her beauty that until now, he hadn't seen the kindness in her eyes.
Could be self-pity,
he said, naming his bride.
Not you,
she disagreed as though she knew him well.
Anger's more like it.
What's the name of this bar? Firewater and Philosophy?
After you listen to country music all day, every day, you start seeing everyone as a 3-minute story.
Sincerely, he said,
Damn, you would have been a funny Minnie.
You're probably just like my dad. You have this kind of pride. Honor, he called it. But these days, honor is for suckers, and that makes you angry.
He stared up at her, searching for a reply and finding none. In addition to her kindness, he had become aware of a melancholy in her that he couldn't bear to see.
That guy over there is signaling for a waitress.
She continued to hold Noah's gaze as she said,
Well, if you ever get divorced, you know where I work.
He watched her walk away. Then, between long swallows, he studied his beer as though it meant something. Later, when he had only an empty bottle to study, Noah left Francine a tip larger than the total of his 2-beer check. Outside, an upwash of urban glow overlaid a yellow stain on the blackness of the lower sky. High above, unsullied, hung a polished silver moon. In the deep, pure black above the lunar curve, a few stars looked clean, so far from Earth. He walked eastward, through the warm gusts of wind stirred by traffic, alert for any indication that he was under surveillance. No one followed him, not even at a distance. Evidently, the congressman's battalions no longer found him to be of even the slightest interest. His apparent cowardice and the alacrity with which he had betrayed his client confirmed for them that he was, by the current definition, a good citizen. He unclipped the phone from his belt, called Bobby Zune, and arranged for a ride home. After walking another mile, he came to the all-night market that he'd specified for the rendezvous. Bobby's Honda was parked next to a collection bin for Salvation Army thrift shops. When Noah got into the front passenger's seat, Bobby, 20, skinny, with a scraggly chin beard and the slightly vacant look of a long-term ecstasy user, was behind the steering wheel, picking his nose. Noah grimaced.
You're disgusting. What?
Bobby asked, genuinely surprised by the insult, even though his index finger was still wedged in his right nostril.
At least I didn't catch you playing with yourself. Let's get out of here. That was cool back there,
Bobby said as he started the engine.
Absolutely Arctic. Cool? You idiot. I liked that car. Your Chevy? It was a piece of crap. Yeah, but it was my piece of crap. Still, man, that was impressively more colorful than anything I was expecting. We got more than we needed. Yeah,
Noah acknowledged without enthusiasm. As he drove out of the market parking lot, Bobby said,
"The congressman is Sweeback." "He's what?" "Toast done twice." "Where do you get this stuff?" "What stuff?" Bobby asked. "This Sweeback crap. I'm always working on a screenplay in my head. In film school, they teach you everything's material, and this sure is. Hell is spending eternity as the hero in a Bobby Zune flick."
With an earnestness that could be achieved only by a boy man with a wispy goatee and the conviction that movies are life, Bobby said, "You're not the hero. My part's the male lead. You're in the Sandra Bullock role." 4. Down through the high forest to lower terrain, from night-kissed ridges into night-smothered valleys, out of the trees into a broad, planted field, the motherless boy hurries. He follows the crop rows to a rail fence. He is amazed to be alive. He doesn't dare to hope that he has lost his pursuers. They are out there, still searching, cunning, and indefatigable. The fence, old and in need of repair, clatters as he climbs across it. When he drops to the lane beyond, he crouches motionless until he is sure that the noise has drawn no one's attention. Previously scattered clouds, as woolly as sheep, have been herded together around the shepherd moon. In this darker night, several structures loom, all humble and yet mysterious. A barn, a stable, outbuildings. With haste, he passes among them. The lowing of cows and the soft whickering of horses aren't responses to his intrusion. These sounds are as natural a part of the night as the musky smell of animals and the not altogether unpleasant scent of straw-riddled manure. Beyond the hard-packed barnyard earth lies a recently mown lawn, a concrete bird bath, beds of roses, an abandoned bicycle on its side. A grape arbor is entwined with vines, clothed with leaves, hung with fruit. Through the tunnel of the arbor and then across more grass, he approaches the farmhouse. At the back porch, brick steps lead up to a weathered plank floor. He creaks and scrapes to the door, which opens for him. He hesitates on the threshold, troubled by both the risk that he's taking and the crime he's intending to commit. His mother has raised him with strong values, but if he's to survive this night, he will have to steal. Furthermore, he is reluctant to put these people, whoever they may be, at risk. If the killers track him to this place while he's still inside, they won't spare anyone. They have no mercy, and they dare not leave witnesses. Yet if he doesn't seek help here, he'll have to visit the next farmhouse or the one after the next. He is exhausted, afraid, still lost, and in need of a plan. He's got to stop running long enough to think. In the kitchen, after quietly closing the door behind himself, he holds his breath, listening. The house is silent. Evidently, his small noises haven't awakened anyone. Cupboard to cupboard, drawer to drawer, he searches until he discovers candles and matches, which he considers but discards. At last, a flashlight. He needs several items, and a quick but cautious tour of the lower floor convinces him that he will have to go upstairs to find those necessities. At the foot of the steps, he's paralyzed by dread. Perhaps the killers are already here, upstairs, waiting in the dark, waiting for him to find them. Surprise. Ridiculous. They aren't the type to play games. They're vicious and efficient. If they were here now, he'd already be dead. He feels small, weak, alone, doomed. He feels foolish, too, for continuing to hesitate, even when reason tells him that he has nothing to fear other than getting caught by the people who live here. Finally, he starts up toward the second floor. The stairs softly protest. As he ascends, he stays close to the wall, where the treads are less noisy. At the top is a short hallway. 4 doors. The first door opens on a bathroom. The second leads to a bedroom. Putting the flashlight to dim and more tightly focus the beam, he enters. A man and a woman lie in the bed, sleeping soundly. They snore in counterpoint. He an oboe with a split reed, she a whistling flute. On a dresser in a small decorative tray, coins and a man's wallet. In the wallet, the boy finds one $10 bill, 2 5s, 4 1s. These are not rich people, and he feels guilty about taking their money. One day, if he lives long enough, he will return to this house and repay his debt. He wants the coins, too, but he doesn't touch them. In his nervousness, he's likely to jingle or drop them, rousing the farmer and his wife. The man grumbles, turns on his side, but doesn't wake. Retreating quickly and silently from the bedroom, the boy sees movement in the hall, a pair of shining eyes, a flash of teeth in the hooded beam of light. He almost cries out in alarm. A dog. Black and white. Shaggy. He has a way with dogs, and this one is no exception. It nuzzles him and then, panting happily, leads him along the hallway to another door that stands ajar. Perhaps the dog came from this room. Now it glances back at its new friend, grins, wags its tail, and slips across the threshold as fluidly as a supernatural familiar ready to assist with some magical enterprise. Affixed to the door is a stainless steel plaque with laser-cut letters. Starship Command Center, Captain Curtis Hammond. Hesitantly, the intruder follows the mutt into Starship Command Center. This is a boy's room, papered with large monster movie posters. Display shelves are cluttered with collections of science fiction action figures and models of ornate but improbable spaceships. In one corner, a life-size plastic model of a human skeleton hangs from a metal stand, grinning as if death is great fun. Perhaps signifying the beginning of a shift in the obsessions of the resident, a single poster of Britney Spears also adorns one wall. With her deep cleavage, bared belly, and aggressive, sparkling smile, she's powerfully intriguing, but also nearly as scary as any of the snarling, carnivorous antagonists of the horror films. The young intruder looks away from the pop star, confused by his feelings, surprised that he possesses the capacity for any emotions other than fear and grief, considering the ordeal he has so recently endured. Under the Britney Spears poster, in a tangle of sheets, sprawled face down in bed, his head turned to one side, lies Curtis Hammond, commander of this vessel, who sleeps on, unaware that the sanctity of his starship bridge has been violated. He might be 11, or even 12, but he's somewhat small for his age, about the size of the night visitor who stands over him. Curtis Hammond is a source of bitter envy, not because he has found peace in sleep, but because he is not orphaned, is not alone. For a moment, the young intruder's envy curdles into a hatred so thick and poisonous that he feels compelled to lash out, to hammer the dreaming boy and diminish this intolerable pain by sharing it. Although trembling with the pressure of his misplaced rage, he doesn't vent it, but leaves Curtis untouched. The hatred subsides as quickly as it flourished, and the grief that was briefly drowned by this fierce animosity now reappears like a gray winter beach from beneath an ebbing tide. On the nightstand, in front of a clock radio, lie several coins and a used Band-Aid with a blot of dried blood on the gauze pad. This isn't much blood, but the intruder has recently seen so much violence that he shudders. He does not touch the coins. Accompanied by dog snuffles and a flurry of fur, the motherless boy moves stealthily to the closet. The door is ajar. He opens it wider. With the flashlight beam, he shops for clothes. From his flight through the woods and fields, he is scratched, thorn-prickled, and spattered with mud. He would like to take a hot bath and have time to heal, but he will have to settle for clean clothes. The dog watches, head cocked, looking every bit as puzzled as it ought to be. Throughout the theft of shirt, jeans, socks, and shoes, Curtis Hammond sleeps as soundly as though a spell has been cast upon him. Were he a genuine starship captain, his crew might fall prey to brain-eating aliens, or his vessel might spiral into the gravitational vortex of a black hole while he dreamed of Britney Spears. Not a brain-eating alien, but feeling as though he himself is in the thrall of black hole gravity, the intruder returns quietly to the open bedroom door, the dog remaining by his side. The farmhouse is silent, and the finger-filtered beam of the flashlight reveals no one in the upstairs hall. Yet instinct causes the young intruder to halt one step past the threshold. Something isn't right. The silence too deep. Perhaps Curtis's parents have awakened. To reach the stairs, he will need to pass their bedroom door, which he unthinkingly left open. If the farmer and his wife have been roused from sleep, they will probably remember that their door was closed when they retired for the night. He retreats into the bedroom where Brittany and monsters watch from the walls, all ravenous. Switches off the flashlight. Holds his breath. He begins to doubt the instinct that pressed him backward out of the hallway. Then he realizes that the dog's swishing tail, which had been softly lashing his legs, has suddenly gone still. The animal has also stopped panting. Dim gray rectangles float in the dark. Curtained windows. He crosses the room toward them, struggling to recall the placement of furniture, hoping to avoid raising a clatter. After he puts down the extinguished flashlight, as he pulls the curtains aside, plastic rings scrape and click softly along a brass rod, as though the hanging skeleton, animated by sorcery, is flexing its bony fingers in the gloom. Curtis Hammond mutters, wrestles briefly with his sheets, but doesn't wake. A thumb-turn lock frees the window. Gingerly, the intruder raises the lower sash. He slips out of the house, onto the front porch roof, and glances back. The dog looms at the open window, forepaws on the sill, as if it will abandon its master in favor of this new friend and a night of adventure. "Stay," whispers the motherless boy. In a crouch, he crosses the roof to the brink. When he looks back again, the mutt whines beseechingly but doesn't follow. The boy is athletic, agile. The leap from the porch roof is a challenge easily met. He lands on the lawn with bent knees, drops, rolls through cold dew, through the sweet, crisp scent of grass that bursts from the crushed blades under him, and scrambles at once to his feet. A dirt lane, flanked by fenced meadows and oiled to control dust, leads to a public road about 200 yards to the west. Hurrying, he has covered less than half that distance when he hears the dog bark far behind him. Lights blaze, blink, and blaze again behind the windows of the Hammond place, a strobing chaos, as though the farmhouse has become a carnival funhouse, a whirl with bright, flickering spooks. With the lights come screams, soul-searing even at a distance. Not just shouts of alarm, but shrieks of terror, wails of anguish. The most piercing squeals seem less like human sounds than like the panicked cries of pigs catching sight of the abattoir master's gleaming blade, although these also are surely human, the wretched plaints of the tortured Hammonds in their last moments on this earth. The killers had been even closer on his trail than he'd feared. What he sensed, stepping into that upstairs hallway, hadn't been the farmer and wife, awakened and suspicious. These are the same hunters who brutally murdered his family, come down through the mountains to the back door of the Hammond house. Racing away into the night, trying to outrun the screams and the guilt that they drill into him, the boy gasps for breath, and the cool air is rough in his raw throat. His heart, like a horse's hooves, kicks against the stable of his ribs. The prisoner moon escapes the dungeon clouds, and the oiled lane under the boy's swift feet glistens with the reflected glow. By the time he nears the public road, he can no longer hear the terrible cries, only his explosive breathing. Turning, he sees lights steady in every window of the house, and he knows that the killers are searching for him in attic, closets, cellar. More black than white, its coat a perfect camouflage against the moon-dappled oil, the dog sprints out of the night. It takes refuge at the boy's side, pressing against his legs as it looks back toward the Hammond place. The dog's flanks shudder, striking sympathetic shivers in the boy. Punctuating its panting are pitiful whimpers of fear, but the boy dares not surrender to his desire to sit in the lane beside the dog and cry in chorus with it. Onward, quickly, to the paved road, which leads north and south to points unknown. Either direction will most likely bring him to the same hard death. The rural Colorado darkness is not disturbed by approaching headlights or receding taillights. When he holds his breath, He hears only stillness and the panting dog, not the growl of an approaching engine. He tries to shoo away the dog, but it will not be shooed. It has cast its fortune with his. Reluctant to be responsible even for this animal, but resigned to and even somewhat grateful for its companionship, he turns left, south, because a hill lies to the north. He doesn't think he has the stamina to take that long incline at a run. On his right, a meadowbank grows, then looms as the 2-lane blacktop descends, while on his left, tall sentinel pines rise at the verge of the road, saluting the moon with their higher branches. The slap, slap, slap of his sneakers echoes between the bank and the trees. Slap, 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 a spore of sound that sooner or later will draw his pursuers. Once more he glances back, but only once, because he sees the pulse of flames in the east throbbing in the dark, and he knows that the Hammond place has been set ablaze. Reduced to blackened bones and ashes, the bodies of the dead will offer fewer clues to the true identity of the killers. A curve in the road and more trees screen him from sight of the fire, and when he entirely rounds the bend, he sees a truck stopped on the shoulder of the highway. Headlights doused in favor of the parking lights, this vehicle stands with engine idling, grumbling softly like some hulking beast that has been ridden hard and is half asleep on its feet. He breaks out of a run into a fast walk, striving to quiet both his footfalls and his breathing. Taking its cue from him, the dog slows to a trot, then lowers its head and slinks forward at his side, more like a cat than like a canine. The cargo bed of the truck has a canvas roof and walls. It's open at the back, except for a low tailgate. As he reaches the rear bumper, feeling dangerously exposed in the ruddy glow of the parking lights, the boy hears voices. Men in easy conversation. Cautiously, he looks forward along the driver's side of the truck, sees no one, and moves to the passenger's side. 2 men stand toward the front of the vehicle, their backs to the highway, facing the woods. Lambent moonlight spangles an arc of urine. He doesn't want to endanger these people. If he stays here, they might be dead even before they empty their bladders. A longer rest stop than they had planned. Yet he'll never elude his pursuers if he remains on foot. The tailgate is hinged at the bottom. 2 latch bolts fix it at the top. He quietly slips the bolt on the right, holds the gate with one hand as he moves to the left, slips that bolt too, and lowers the barrier, which is well oiled and rattle-free. He could have stepped onto the bumper and swung over the gate, but his 4-legged friend wouldn't have been able to climb after him. Understanding his new master's intent, the dog springs into the cargo bed of the truck, landing so lightly among its contents that even the low, rhythmic wheeze of the idling engine provides sufficient screening sound. The boy follows his spry companion into this tented blackness. Pulling the tailgate up from the inside is an awkward job, but with determination he succeeds. He slides one bolt into its hasp, then engages the other, as outside the 2 men break into laughter. Behind the truck, the highway remains deserted. The parallel median lines, yellow in daylight, appear white under the influence of the frost-pale moon, and the boy can't help but think of them as twin fuses along which terror will come, hissing and smoking, to a sudden detonation. Hurry, he urges the men, as if by willpower alone he can move them. Hurry. Groping blindly, he discovers that the truck is loaded in part with a great many blankets, some rolled and strapped singly, others bundled in bales and tied with sisal twine. His right hand finds smooth leather, the distinctive curve of a cantle, the slope of a seat, pommel, fork, and horn. A saddle. The driver and his partner return to the cab of the truck. One door slams, then the other. More saddles are braced among the blankets, some as smooth as the first, but others enhanced with ornate hand-tooled designs that, to the boy's questioning fingertips, speak of parades, horse shows, and rodeos. Smooth inlays, cold to the touch, must be worked silver, turquoise, carnelian, malachite, onyx. The driver pops the handbrake. As the vehicle angles off the shoulder and onto the pavement, the tires cast loose stones that rattle like dice into the darkness. The truck rolls southwest into the night, with the twin fuses on the blacktop raveling longer in its wake, and utility poles carrying electric and telephone wires seemed to march like soldiers toward a battleground beyond the horizon. Among mounds of blankets and saddlery, swathed in the cozy odors of felt and sheepskin and fine leather and saddle soap, and not least of all in the curiously comforting second-hand scent of horses, the motherless boy and the ragtag dog huddle together. They are bonded by grievous loss and by a sharp instinct for survival, traveling into an unknown land toward an unknowable future. 5. Wednesday, after a fruitless day of job-seeking, Mickey Belsong returned to the trailer park, where much of the meager landscaping drooped wearily under the scorching sun, and the rest appeared to be withered beyond recovery. The raging tornadoes that routinely sought vulnerable trailer parks across the Plains states were unknown here in Southern California, but summer heat made these blighted streets miserable enough until the next earthquake could do a tornado's work. Aunt Geneva's aged house trailer looked like a giant oven built for the roasting of whole cows in multiples. Perhaps a malevolent sun god lived in the metal walls, for the air immediately around the place shimmered as if with the spirits of attending demons. Inside, the furniture seemed to be on the brink of spontaneous combustion. The sliding windows were open to admit a draft, but the August day declined the invitation to provide a breeze. In her tiny bedroom, Mickey kicked off her toe-pinching high heels. She stripped out of her cheap cotton suit and pantyhose. The thought of a shower was appealing, but the reality would be unpleasant. The cramped bathroom had only a small window, and in this heat, the roiling steam wouldn't properly vent. She slipped into white shorts and a sleeveless Chinese red blouse. In the mirror on the back of the bedroom door, she looked better than she felt. At one time, she'd been proud of her beauty. Now she wondered why she had taken so much pride in something that required no effort, no slightest sacrifice. Over the past year, with as much mulish resistance as the most obstinate creature ever to pull a plow, Mickey had drawn herself to the unpleasant conclusion that her life to date had been wasted, and that she was solely to blame for what she had become. The anger that she'd once directed at others had been turned upon herself. Regardless of its object, however, hot anger is sustainable only by irrational or stupid people. Mickey was neither. In time, this fire of self-loathing burned out, leaving the ashes of depression. Depression passed, too. Lately, she had made her way from day to day in a curious and fragile state of expectancy. After giving her good looks, fate had never again been generous. Consequently, Mickey wasn't able to identify a reason for this almost sweet anticipation. Defensively, she tempered it with wariness. Nevertheless, during the week that she'd been staying with Aunt Jen, she awakened each morning with the conviction that change was coming, and that it would be a change for the better. Another week of unrewarded job hunting, however, might bring back depression. Also, more than once during the day, she'd been troubled by a new version of her former rage. This sullen resentment wasn't as hot as her anger had been in the past, but it had the potential to quicken. The long day of rejection left her weary in body, mind, and spirit, and her emotional unsteadiness scared her. Barefoot, she went into the kitchen, where Geneva was preparing dinner. A small electric fan set on the kitchen floor churned the hot air with less cooling effect than might be produced by a wooden spoon stirring the contents of a bubbling soup pot. Because of the criminal stupidity and stupid criminality of California's elected officials, the state had suffered electricity shortages early in the summer, and in an overreaction to the crisis had piled up surpluses of power at grossly high prices. Utility rates had soared. Geneva couldn't afford to use the air conditioning. As Aunt Jen sprinkled Parmesan cheese over a bowl of cold pasta salad, she served up a smile that could have charmed the snake of Eden into a mood of benign companionship. Jen's once golden hair was pale blonde now, streaked with gray. Yet because she'd grown plump with age, her face was smooth. Coppery freckles and lively green eyes testified to the abiding presence of the young girl thriving in the 60-year-old woman. "Mickey, sweetie, did you have a good day?" "Sucky day, Aunt Jen." "That's a word I never know whether to be embarrassed about." I didn't realize anyone got embarrassed about anything anymore. In this case, it just means as bad as a sucking chest wound. Ah, then I'm not embarrassed, just slightly sickened. Why don't you get a glass of cold lemonade, honey? I made fresh. What I really need is a beer. There's also beer. Your Uncle Vernon liked 2 icy beers more evenings than not. Aunt Jen didn't drink beer. Vernon had been dead for 18 years. Still, Geneva kept his favorite brand in the refrigerator, and if no one drank it, she periodically replaced it with new stock when its freshness date had passed. Although conceding the game to death, she remained determined not to let death also take sweet memories and long-kept traditions in addition to his prize of flesh. Mickey popped open a can of Budweiser. They think the economy's going down the drain. Who does, dear? Everyone I talk to about a job. Having set the pasta salad on the dinette table, Geneva began slicing roasted chicken breasts for sandwiches. Those people are just pessimists. The economy's always going down the drain for some folks, but it's a warm bath for others. You'll find work, sweetie. The beer provided icy solace. How do you stay so upbeat? Focused on the chicken, Geneva said, Easy. I just look around. Mickey looked around. Sorry, Aunt Jen, but all I see is a poky little trailer kitchen so old the gloss has worn off the formica. Then you don't know how to look yet, honey. There's a dish of pickles, some olives, a bowl of potato salad, a tray of cheese, and other stuff in the fridge. Would you put everything on the table? Extracting the cheese tray from the refrigerator, Mickey said, Are you cooking for a cell block full of condemned men or something? Geneva set a platter of sliced chicken on the table. Didn't you notice? We have 3 place settings this evening? A dinner guest? A knock answered the question. The back door stood open to facilitate air circulation, so Leilani Clonk rapped on the jamb. Come in, get out of that awful heat, Geneva said, as if the sweltering trailer were a cool oasis. Backlit by the westering sun, wearing khaki shorts and a white t-shirt with a small green heart embroidered on the left breast, Leilani entered in a rattle and clatter of steely leg brace, though she had climbed the 3 back steps with no noise. This had been worse than a sucky day. The language necessary to describe Mickey's job search in its full dreadfulness would not merely have embarrassed Aunt Geneva, it would have shocked and appalled her. Therefore, at the arrival of the disabled girl, Mickey was surprised to feel the same buoying expectation that had kept her from drowning in self-pity since she'd moved in here.
Mrs. D,
Leilani said to Geneva,
that creepy rosebush of yours just made obscene gestures at me.
Geneva smiled. If there was an altercation, dear, I'm sure you started it. With the thumb on her deformed hand, Leilani gestured toward Geneva and said to Mickey,
She's an original. Where did you find her?
She's my father's sister, so she was part of the deal.
Bonus points,
said Leilani.
Your dad must be great.
Why would you think so?
His sister's cool,
Mickey said. He abandoned my mother and me when I was 3.
That's tough. But my useless dad skipped the day I was born.
I didn't know we were in a rotten dad contest.
At least my real dad isn't a murderer like my current pseudo-father. Or as far as I know, he isn't. Is your dad a murderer?
I lose again. He's just a selfish pig.
Mrs. D, you don't mind she calls your brother a selfish pig?
Sadly, dear, it's true.
So you aren't just bonus points, Mrs. D. You're like this terrific prize that turned up in a box of rancid old Cracker Jack.
Geneva beamed. That's so sweet, Leilani. Would you like some fresh lemonade? Indicating the can of Budweiser on the table, the girl said,
If beer's good enough for Mickey, it's good enough for me.
Geneva poured lemonade. Pretend it's Budweiser. To Mickey, Leilani said,
She thinks I'm a child.
You are a child.
Depends on your definition of child.
Anyone 12 or younger.
Oh, that's sad. You resorted to an arbitrary number. That reveals a shallow capacity for independent thought and analysis.
Okay, said Mickey. Then try this one on for size. You're a child because you don't yet have boobs. Leilani winced.
Unfair. You know that's one of my sore points.
No sore points. No points at all, Mickey observed. Flat as a slice of the Swiss cheese on that platter.
Yeah, well, one day I'll be so top-heavy, I'll have to carry a sack of cement on my back for balance.
To Mickey, Aunt Jen said, "Isn't she something? She's an absolute, no doubt about it, fine young mutant." "Dinner's ready," Geneva announced. "Cold salads and sandwich fixings. Not very fancy, but right for the weather."
Better than tofu and canned peaches on a bed of bean sprouts,
Leilani said as she settled in a chair. What wouldn't be? Geneva wondered.
Oh, lots of things. Old Senseia may be a lousy mother, but she can take pride in being an equally lousy cook.
Switching off the overhead lights to save money and to avoid adding heat to the kitchen, Geneva said, "We'll use candles later." Now, at 7 o'clock, the summer evening sun was red gold and still so fierce at the open window that the shadows, which draped but didn't cool the kitchen, were no darker than lavender and umber. Seated, bowing her head, Geneva offered a succinct but heartfelt prayer. "Thank you, God, for providing us with all we need and for giving us the grace to be satisfied with what we have."
I've got trouble with the satisfied part,
Leilani said. Mickey reached across the dinette table, and the girl responded without hesitation. They slapped palms in a modified high five. "It's my table, so I'll say grace my way without editorial comment," Geneva declared. "And when I'm drinking pina coladas on a palm-shaded terrace in heaven, what will they be serving in hell?"
Probably this lemonade,
said Leilani. Spooning pasta salad onto her plate, Mickey said, "So, Leilani, you and Aunt Jen have been hanging out?"
Most of the day, yeah. Mrs. D is teaching me all about sex.
"Girl, don't say such things," Geneva admonished. "Someone will believe you. We were playing 500 rummy."
I would have let her win,
said Leilani,
out of courtesy and respect for her advanced age, but before I had a chance, she won by cheating.
"Aunt Jen always cheats," Mickey confirmed.
"Good thing we weren't playing Russian roulette,"
Leilani said.
"My brains would be all over the kitchen."
"I don't cheat." Jen's sly look was worthy of a mafia accountant testifying before a congressional committee. "I just employ advanced and complex techniques." "When you notice those pina coladas are garnished with live, poisonous centipedes," Mickey warned, "maybe you'll realize your palm-shaded terrace isn't in heaven." Aunt Jen used a paper napkin to blot her brow. "Don't flatter yourself that I'm sweating with guilt. It's the heat." Leilani said,
"This is great potato salad, Mrs. D."
"Thank you. Are you sure your mother wouldn't like to join us?"
"No. She's wasted on crack cocaine and hallucinogenic mushrooms. The only way old Senseia could get here is crawl, and if she tried to eat anything in her condition, she'd just puke it up."
Geneva frowned at Mickey, and Mickey shrugged. She didn't know whether these tales of Senseia's debauchery were truth or fantasy, although she suspected wild exaggeration. Tough talk and wisecracks could be a cover for low self-esteem. From childhood at least through adolescence, Mickey herself had been familiar with that strategy.
"It's true,"
Leilani said, correctly reading the looks that the women exchanged.
"We've only lived beside you 3 days. Give old Senseia a little time, and you'll see."
"Drugs do terrible damage," Aunt Jen said with sudden solemnity. "I was in love with this man in Chicago once." "Aunt Jen," Mickey cautioned. Sadness found a surprisingly easy purchase in Geneva's smooth, fair, freckled face. "He was so handsome, so sensitive." Sighing, Mickey got up to retrieve a second beer from the refrigerator. "But he was on the needle," Geneva said. "Heroin. A loser in everyone's eyes but mine. I just knew he could be redeemed."
"That's monumentally romantic, Mrs. D. But as my mother's proved with numerous doper boyfriends, it always ends badly with junkies."
"Not in this case," said Geneva. "I saved him."
"You did? How?"
"Love," Geneva declared, and her eyes grew misty with the memory of that long-ago passion. Popping open a Budweiser, Mickey returned to her chair. "Aunt Jen, this sensitive junkie from Chicago, wasn't he Frank Sinatra?"
"Seriously?"
Leilani's eyes widened. Her hand paused with a forkful of pasta halfway between plate and mouth.
"The dead singer?"
"He wasn't dead then," Geneva assured the girl. He hadn't even begun to lose his hair yet. The compassionate young woman who saved him from the needle, Mickey pressed. Was she you, Aunt Jen? Or was she Kim Novak? Geneva's face puckered in puzzlement. I was attractive in my day, but I was never in Kim Novak's league. Aunt Jen, you're thinking of The Man with the Golden Arm. Frank Sinatra, Kim Novak? It hit theaters sometime in the 1950s. Geneva's puzzlement dissolved into a smile. You're absolutely right, dear. I never had a romantic relationship with Sinatra, though if he'd ever come around, I'm not sure I could have resisted him. Returning the untouched forkful of pasta salad to her plate, Leilani looked to Mickey for an explanation. Enjoying the girl's perplexity, Mickey shrugged. I'm not sure I could have resisted him either. Oh, for goodness sake, stop teasing the child, Geneva said. You'll have to forgive me, Leilani. I've had these memory problems now and then ever since I was shot in the head. A few wires got scrambled up here, she tapped her right temple, and sometimes old movies seem as real to me as my own past.
Could I have more lemonade?
Leilani asked. Of course, dear. Geneva poured from a glass pitcher that dripped icy condensation. Mickey watched their guest take a long drink. Don't try to fool me, mutant girl. You're not so cool that you can roll with that one. Putting down the lemonade, Leilani relented.
Oh, all right. I'll bite. When were you shot in the head, Mrs. D?
This July 3rd, just past, made 18 years. Aunt Jen and Uncle Vernon owned a little corner grocery, Mickey explained, which is like being targets in a shooting gallery if it's on the wrong corner. The day before the July 4th holiday, Geneva said, you sell lots of lunch meats and beer. It's mostly a cash business.
And someone wanted the cash,
Leilani guessed. He was a perfect gentleman about it, Geneva recalled.
Except for the shooting.
Well, yes, except for that, Geneva agreed. But he came up to the cash register with this lovely smile. Well-dressed, soft-spoken. He says, I'd be really grateful if you'd give me the money in the register, and please don't forget the large bills under the drawer. Leilani squinted with righteous indignation.
So you refused to give it to him?
Heavens no, dear. We emptied the register and all but thanked him for sparing us the trouble of paying income tax on it.
And he shot you anyway?
He shot my Vernon twice, and apparently then he shot me.
Apparently?
I remember him shooting Vernon. I wish I didn't, but I do. Earlier, sadness had cast a gray shadow across Geneva's face at the counterfeit memory of her anguish-filled love affair with a heroin junkie. But now a flush of happiness pinked her features, and she smiled. Vernon was a wonderful man, as sweet as honey in the comb. Mickey reached for her aunt's hand. I loved him too, Aunt Jen. To Leilani, Geneva said, I miss him so much, even after all these years. But I can't cry over him anymore because every memory, even that awful day, reminds me of how sweet he was, how loving.
My brother, Luki Pela, he was like that.
In spite of this tribute to her brother, Leilani was not inspired to match Geneva's smile. Instead, the girl's cocky cheerfulness melted into melancholy. Her clear eyes clouded toward a more troubled shade of blue. For a moment, Mickey perceived in their young visitor a quality that chilled her, because it was like a view of the darker ravines of her own interior landscape. A glimpse of reckless anger, despair, a brief revelation of a sense of worthlessness that the girl would deny, but that from personal experience Mickey recognized too well. No sooner had Leilani's defenses cracked than they mended. Her eyes glazed with emotion at the mention of her brother, but now they focused. Her gaze rose from her deformed hand to smiling Geneva, and she smiled too.
Mrs. D, you said apparently the gunman shot you.
Well, I know he shot me, of course, but I have no memory of it. I remember him shooting Vernon, and then the next thing I knew I was waking up in the hospital, disoriented, more than 4 days later. The bullet didn't actually penetrate her head, Mickey said. Too hard, Geneva declared proudly. Luck, Mickey clarified. The angle of the shot was severe. The slug literally ricocheted off her skull, fracturing it and furrowed through her scalp.
So, Mrs. D, How did your wires get scrambled?
Leilani asked, tapping her head. It was a depressed fracture, said Geneva. Bone chips in the brain. A blood clot. They opened Aunt Jen's head as though it were a can of beans. Mickey, honey, I don't think this is really proper dinner table conversation, Geneva gently admonished.
Oh, I've heard much worse at our house,
Leilani assured them.
Old Senseia fancies herself an artist with a camera, and she has this artistic compulsion to take pictures of roadkill when we're traveling. At dinner, sometimes, she likes to talk about what she saw squashed on the highway that day. And my pseudo-father—
That would be the murderer, Mickey interrupted without a wink or a smirk, as though she'd never think to question the outrageous family portrait that the girl was painting for them.
Yeah, Dr. Doom,
Leilani confirmed. Never let him adopt you, Mickey said. Even Leilani Clonk is preferable to Leilani Doom. With cheerful sincerity, Aunt Jen said, Oh, I don't know, Mickey. I rather like Leilani Doom. As though it were the most natural thing to do, the girl picked up Mickey's fresh can of Budweiser and, instead of drinking from it, rolled it back and forth across her brow, cooling her forehead.
Dr. Doom isn't his real name, of course. It's what I call him behind his back. Sometimes at dinner he likes to talk about people he's killed, the way they looked when they died, their last words, if they cried, whether they peed themselves, all sorts of kinky stuff.
The girl put down the beer, on the far side of her plate, out of Mickey's reach. Her manner was casual, but her motive was nonetheless clear. She had appointed herself guardian of Mickey's sobriety.
Maybe,
Leilani continued,
you think that would be interesting conversation, even if sort of gross, but let me tell you, it loses its charm pretty quick.
What's your pseudo-father's real name? Geneva asked. Before Leilani could reply, Mickey suggested, Hannibal Lecter.
To some people, his name's scarier than Lecter's. I'm sure you've heard of him. Preston Maddock.
What an impressive name, Geneva said. Like a Supreme Court justice or a senator or someone grand. Leilani said,
He comes from a family of Ivy League academic snots. Nobody in that crowd has a regular first name. They're worse about names than old Senseia. They're all Hudson, Lombard, Trevor, or Kingsley, Wycliffe, Crispin. You'd grow old and die trying to find a Jim or Bob among them. Dr. Doom's parents were professors, history, literature, so his middle name is Claudius. Preston Claudius Maddock.
I've never heard of him, Mickey said. Leilani appeared to be surprised.
Don't you read newspapers?
I stopped reading them when they stopped carrying news, said Geneva. They're all opinion now, front page to last.
He's been all over television,
Leilani said. Geneva shook her miswired head. I don't watch anything on TV except old movies. I just don't like news, Mickey explained. It's mostly bad, and when it isn't bad, it's mostly lies.
Ah.
Leilani's eyes widened.
You're the 12%ers.
The what?
Every time the newspaper or TV people take a poll, no matter what the question, 12% of the public has no opinion. You could ask them if a group of mad scientists ought to be allowed to create a new species of human beings crossed with crocodiles, and 12% would have no opinion.
I'd be opposed, said Geneva, brandishing a carrot stick. Me too, Mickey agreed. Some human beings are mean enough without crocodile blood in their veins, Geneva said. What about alligators? Mickey asked her aunt. Opposed, Geneva responded with firm resolve. What about human beings crossed with wildly poisonous vipers? Mickey proposed. Not if I have anything to say about it, Geneva promised. Okay, then what about human beings crossed with puppy dogs? Geneva brightened. Now you're talking. To Leilani, Mickey said, So I guess we're not 12%ers after all. We have lots of opinions, and we're proud of them. Grinning, Leilani bit into a crisp dill pickle.
I really like you, Mickey B. You too, Mrs. D.
And we like you, sweetheart, Geneva assured her.
Only one of you was shot in the head,
Leilani said.
But you've both got scrambled wiring, for the most part in a nice way.
You're a master of the gracious compliment, Mickey said. And so smart, Aunt Jen said proudly, as if the girl were her daughter. Mickey, did you know she's got an IQ of 186? I thought it would be at least 190, Mickey replied.
The day of the test, Leilani said, I had chocolate ice cream for breakfast. If I'd had oatmeal, I might have scored 6 or 8 points higher. Senseia's not a boffo mom when it comes to keeping the fridge stocked. So I took the test through a sugar rush and a major post-sugar crash. Not that I'm making excuses or complaining. I'm lucky there was ice cream and not just marijuana brownies. Heck, I'm lucky I'm not dead and buried in some unmarked grave with worms making passionate worm love inside my empty skull. Or taken away in an extraterrestrial starship like Lukipela and hauled off to some godforsaken alien planet where there's nothing worth watching on TV and the only flavor of ice cream is chunky cockroach with crushed glass sprinkles.
So now, said Mickey, in addition to your perpetually wasted Tofu Peaches Beansprouts mother and your murderous stepfather, we're to believe you had a brother who was abducted by aliens.
That's the current story, Leilani said, and we're sticking to it. Strange lights in the sky, pale green levitation beams that suck you right out of your shoes and up into the mothership, little gray men with big heads and enormous eyes, the whole package. Mrs. D, may I have one of those radishes that looks like a rose?
Of course, dear. Geneva slid the dish of garnishes across the table. Laughing softly, shaking her head, Mickey said, Kiddo, you've pushed this Addams Family routine one step too far. I don't buy the alien abduction for a second.
Frankly,
Leilani said,
neither do I. But the alternative is too hideous to consider, so I just suspend my disbelief.
What alternative?
If Lukipela isn't on an alien planet, then he's somewhere else. And wherever that somewhere might be, you can bet it's not warm, clean, with good potato salad and great chicken sandwiches.
For an instant, in the girl's lustrous blue eyes, behind the twin mirror images of the window and its burden of smoldering summer evening light, behind the smoky reflections of the layered kitchen shadows, something seemed to turn with horrid laziness, like a body twisting slowly, slowly back and forth at the end of a hangman's noose. Leilani looked away almost at once, and yet on the strength of a single Budweiser, Mickey imagined that she had glimpsed a soul suspended over an abyss. 6. Like the supernatural sylph of folklore who inhabited the air, she approached along the hallway as though not quite touching the floor, tall and slim, wearing a platinum-gray silk suit as graceful as a quiver of light. Constance Veronica Tavenall-Sharmer, wife of the media-revered congressman who dispersed payoffs in air sickness bags, had been born from the headwaters of the human gene pool, before the river flowed out of Eden and became polluted with the tributaries of a fallen world. Her hair wasn't merely blonde, but the rich shade of pure gold coins, fitting for a descendant of an old-money family that earned its fortune in banking and brokerage. Matte satin skin. Features that would, if carved in stone, earn their sculptor the highest accolades, and also immortality, if you measure immortality by mere centuries and expect to find it in museums. Her willow-leaf eyes were as green as spring, and as cool as the layered shade deep in a grove of trees. When he'd met her 2 weeks ago, Noah Farrell had disliked this woman on first sight, strictly as a matter of principle. Born to wealth and blessed with great beauty, she would skate through life with a smile, warm in even the most bitter wind, describing graceful arabesques upon her flashing blades, while all around her people perished in the cold and fell through the ice that, though solid under her, was treacherously thin for them. By the time Mrs. Sharmer had left his office at the end of that first meeting, Noah's determination to dislike her had given way to admiration. She wore her beauty with humility. But more impressively, she kept her pedigree in her purse and never flashed it, as did so many others of her economic station. At 40, she was only 7 years older than Noah. Another woman this beautiful would inspire his sexual interest, even an octogenarian kept youthful by a vile diet of monkey glands. By this third meeting, however, he regarded her as he might have regarded a sister, with the desire only to protect her and earn her approval. She quieted the cynic in him, and he liked this inner hush, which he hadn't known for many years. When she arrived at the open door of the presidential suite where Noah stood, she offered her hand. If younger and more foolish, she might have kissed it. Instead, they shook. Her grip was firm. Her voice wasn't full of money, no disdain or evidence of Tudor-shaped enunciation, but rich with quiet self-possession and faraway music. "How are you this evening, Mr. Farrell?"
Just wondering how I ever took pleasure in this line of work.
"The cloak and dagger aspect ought to be fun. And the sleuthing. I've always loved the Rex Stout mysteries."
Yeah, but it never quite makes up for always being the bearer of bad news.
He stepped back from the door to let her enter. The presidential suite was hers, not because she had booked the use of it, but because she owned the hotel. She was directly engaged in all her business enterprises. If her husband were having her followed, this early evening visit wouldn't raise his suspicions. "Is bad news what you always bring?" she asked, as Noah closed the door and followed her into the suite.
Often enough that it seems like always.
The living room alone could have housed a third-world family of 12, complete with livestock. "Then why not do something else?" she asked.
They'll never let me be a cop again. But my mind doesn't have a reset button. If I can't be a cop, I'll be a make-believe cop, like what I am now. And if someday I can't do this, well then...
When he trailed off, she finished for him. "Then screw it." Noah smiled. This was one reason he liked her. Class and style without pretension.
Exactly.
The suite featured contemporary decor. The honey-toned, bird's-eye maple entertainment center with ebony accents was a modified obelisk, not gracefully tapered like a standard obelisk, but of chunky proportions. The open doors revealed a large TV screen. Instead of seeking chairs, they remained standing for the show. A single lamp glowed. Like a jury of ghosts, ranks of shadows gathered in the room. Earlier, Noah had loaded the tape in the VCR. Now he pushed play on the remote control. On screen, the residential street in Anaheim. The camera tilted down from a height, focusing on the house of the congressman's lover. "That's a severe angle," Mrs. Sharmer said. "Where were you?"
I'm not shooting this. My associate is at an attic window of the place across the street. We made financial arrangements with the owner. It's item number 7 on your final bill.
The camera pulled back and angled down even more severely to reveal Noah's Chevrolet parked at the curb. Battered but beloved steed, still ready to race when this had been shot, subsequently rendered into spare parts by a machine knacker.
That's my car,
he explained.
I'm behind the wheel.
The camera tilted up, panned right. A silver Jaguar approached through the early twilight. The car stopped at the Paramore's house. A tall man got out of the passenger's door, and the Jaguar drove away. Another zoom shot revealed that the man delivered by the Jaguar was Congressman Jonathan Sharmer. His handsome profile was ideal for stone monuments in a heroic age, though by his actions he had proved that he possessed neither the heart nor the soul to match his face. Arrogance issued from him as holy light might radiate from the apparition of a saint, and he stood facing the street, head raised as though he were admiring the pallor of the twilight sky.
Because he keeps tabs on you, he's been on to me from the start, but he doesn't know that I know that he knows. He's confident I'll never leave the neighborhood with my camera or the film, playing with me. He isn't aware of my associate in the attic.
Finally, the congressman went to the door of the 2-story craftsman-style house and rang the bell. A maximum zoom shot captured the young brunette who answered the bell. In skin-tight shorts and a tube top stretched so extravagantly that it might kill bystanders if it snapped, she was temptation packaged for easy access.
Her name's Carla Rhimes, Noah reported. When she worked as a dancer, she called herself Tiffany Tush.
Not a ballerina, I assume.
She performed at a club called Planet Pussycat.
On the threshold, Carla and the politician embraced. Even in the fading light of dusk, and further obscured by the shade of the porch roof, their long kiss could not be mistaken for platonic affection.
She's on the payroll of your husband's charitable foundation.
The circle of friends. More than friends, the couple on the TV were as close as Siamese twins, joined at the tongue.
She gets $86,000 a year,
Noah said. The video had been silent. When the kiss ended, sound was added. Jonathan Sharmer and his charity-funded squeeze engaged in something less than sparkling romantic conversation.
Did this feral asshole really show up, Johnny?
Don't look directly. The old Chevy across the street.
The scabby little pervert can't even afford a real car.
My guys will junk it. He better have a bus pass for backup.
I bet he's giving himself a hand job right now watching us.
I love your nasty mouth.
Carla giggled, said something indecipherable, and pulled Sharmer inside, closing the door behind them. Constance Tavenel, no doubt soon to cleanse herself of the name Sharmer, stared at the TV. She had married the congressman 5 years ago, before the first of his 3 successful political campaigns. By creating the circle of friends, he wove an image as a compassionate thinker with innovative approaches to social problems, while marriage to this woman lent him class, respectability. For a husband utterly lacking in character, such a spouse was the moral equivalent of arm candy, meant to dazzle the cognoscenti, not with her beauty, but with her sterling reputation, making it less likely that Sharmer would be the object of suspicion or the subject of close scrutiny. Considering that all this had just now become incontestably clear to Constance, her composure was remarkable. The crudeness of what she heard failed to fire a blush in her. If she harbored anger, she hid it well. Instead, a barely perceptible yet awful sadness manifested as a faint glister in her eyes.
A highly efficient directional microphone was synchronized with the camera,
Noah explained.
We've added a soundtrack only where we've got conversation that'll ruin him.
A stripper. Such a cliché. Even in the thread of quiet sorrow that this tape spun around her, she found a thin filament of humor, the irony that is the mother of all in human relationships. Jonathan cultivates an image of hip sophistication. The press see themselves in him. They'd forgive him anything, even murder, but they'll turn savage now, because the cliché of this will embarrass them. The tape went silent again as a perfectly executed time dissolve brought the viewer from twilight to full night on the same street.
We're using a camera and special film with exceptional ability to record clear images in a minimum of light.
Noah half expected to hear ominous music building toward the assault on the Chevy. Once in a while, Bobby Zune couldn't resist indulging in the techniques that he was learning in film school. The first time that he'd worked for Noah, the kid had delivered a handsomely shot and effectively edited 10-minute piece, showing a software designer trading diskettes containing his employer's most precious product secrets in return for a suitcase full of cash. The tape began with a title card that announced a film by Robert Zune, and Bobby was crushed when Noah insisted that he remove his credit. In the Sharmer case, Bobby didn't catch the jolly approach of the Beagle Boys with their sledgehammer and tire iron. He focused on Carla's house, on the lighted window of an upstairs bedroom, where the gap between the half-closed drapes tantalized with the prospect of an image suitable for the front page of the sleaziest tabloid. Abruptly, the camera tilted down, too late to show the shattering of the windshield. Documented, however, were the bashing of the side window, Noah's eruption from the Chevy, and the gleeful capering of the 2 brightly costumed behemoths who obviously had learned all the wrong lessons from the morning cartoon programs that had been the sole source of moral education during their formative years.
No doubt,
Noah said.
They were once troubled youths, rescued from a life of mischief, and rehabilitated by the circle of friends. I expected to be spotted and warned off, but I thought the approach, however it came, would be a lot more discreet than this.
Jonathan likes walking the edge. Risk excites him. As proof of what Constance Tavenel had just said, the videotape cut from the Chevy to the soft light at the bedroom window across the street. The drapes had been pulled aside. Carla Rhimes stood at the pane as though showcased, visible above the waist, nude. Jonathan Sharmer, also nude, loomed behind her, hands on her bare shoulders. Sound returned to the tape. Over a background crash and clatter of Chevy bashing, the directional microphone captured the laughter and most of the running commentary between Carla and the congressman as they enjoyed the spectacle in the street below. The violence aroused them. Jonathan's hands slid from Carla's shoulders to her breasts. Soon he was joined with her from behind. Earlier, the congressman had admired Carla's nasty mouth. Now he proved that he himself could not have had a dirtier mouth if he'd spent the past few years licking the streets of Washington, D.C. He called the woman obscene names, heaped verbal abuse on her, and she seemed to thrill to every vicious and demeaning thing he said. Noah pressed stop on the remote control.
There's only more of the same.
He took the videotape from the VCR and put it in a Neiman Marcus shopping bag that he'd brought.
I've given you 2 more copies, plus cassettes of all the raw footage before we edited it.
What a perfectly appropriate word. Raw.
I've kept copies in case anything happens to yours.
I'm not afraid of him.
I never imagined you were. More news. Carla's house was bought with Circle of Friends money. $500,000 disguised as a research grant. Her own nonprofit corporation holds title to the property.
They're all such selfless do-gooders. Constance Tavenall's voice was crisp with sarcasm, but remarkably free of bitterness.
They're not just guilty of misappropriating foundation funds for personal use. Circle of Friends receives millions in government grants, so they're in violation of numerous other federal statutes.
You have the corroborating evidence? He nodded.
It's all in the Neiman Marcus bag.
He hesitated, but then decided that this woman's exceptional strength matched the congressman's weakness. She didn't have to be coddled.
Carla Rhimes isn't his only mistress. There's one in New York, one in Washington. Circle of Friends indirectly purchased their residences too.
That's in the bag? Then you've completely destroyed him, Mr. Farrell.
My pleasure.
He underestimated you. And I regret to admit when I came to you, my expectations weren't terribly high either. In their initial meeting, she acknowledged that she would have preferred a large detective agency or private security firm with nationwide reach. She suspected, however, that all those operations did business from time to time with individual politicians and with the major political parties. She was concerned that the one she chose would have an existing relationship with her husband or with a friend of his in Congress, and that they might see more long-term profit in betraying her than in serving her honestly and well.
No offense taken,
Noah said.
No sane person ought to have confidence in a guy whose business address is also his apartment, and the whole shebang in 3 rooms above a palm reader's office.
She had settled in a chair at a nearby writing desk. Opening her small purse, extracting a checkbook, she asked, "So why are you there? And why isn't your operation bigger?"
Have you ever seen a really good dog act, Ms. Tavenall?
Tweaked by puzzlement, her classic features had a pixie charm. Excuse me?
When I was a little kid, I saw a fantastic performing dog act. This golden retriever did all these astonishingly clever tricks. When I saw what potential dogs possess, how smart they can be, wondered why they're mostly happy to hang out doing dumb dog stuff. It's the silly kind of thing a little kid can get to wondering about. 20 years later, I saw another dog act, and I realized that in the meantime, life had taught me the answer to the mystery. Dogs have talent, but no ambition.
Her puzzlement passed to pained compassion, and Noah knew that she had read the text and subtext of his remark. Not more than was true about him, but more than he intended to reveal. "You're no dog, Mr. Farrell."
Maybe I'm not,
he said, although the word maybe issued from him without conscious intention.
But my level of ambition is about that of an old basset hound on a hot summer afternoon.
Even if you insist you've no ambition, you certainly deserve to be paid for your talent. May I see that final bill you mentioned? He retrieved the invoice from the Neiman Marcus tote, and with it the air sickness bag still packed full of $100 bills. "What's this?" she asked.
A payoff from your husband. $10,000 offered by one of his flunkies.
Payoff for what?
Partly as compensation for my car, but partly in return for betraying you. Along with the videotapes, I've included a notarized affidavit describing the man who gave me the money and recounting our conversation in detail.
I've got more than enough to destroy Jonathan without this. Keep his bribe as a bonus. There's a nice irony in that.
I wouldn't feel clean with his money in my pocket. I'll be satisfied with payment of that invoice.
Her pen paused on the downswing of the L in Farrell, and when she raised her head to look at Noah, her smile was as subtly expressive as an underlining flourish by a master of restrained calligraphy. "Mr. Farrell, you're the first basset hound I've ever known with such strong principles."
Well, Maybe I've padded your bill to make up for not keeping that 10,000, he said, though he had done nothing of the sort, and though he knew that she was not for an instant disposed to take seriously his suggestion of dishonesty. He was dismayed by his inability to accept her compliment with grace, and he wondered, though not with any analytic passion, why he felt obliged to slander himself. Shaking her head, gentle amusement still written on her face, she returned her attention to the checkbook. From the woman's demeanor and a quality of mystery in her smile, Noah suspected that she understood him better than he knew himself. This suspicion didn't inspire contemplation, and he busied himself switching off the TV and closing the doors on the entertainment center while she finished writing the check. While Noah watched her from the doorway, Constance Tavenall left the presidential suite, carrying the congressman's doom in the Neiman Marcus bag. The weight of her husband's betrayals didn't pull the lady's plumb bob spine even 1 millimeter out of true. Like a sylph she had come, and after she turned the corner at the far end of the hallway, disappearing into the elevator alcove, the path that she had followed seemed to be charged with some supernatural energy, as the aura of an elemental spirit might linger after its visitation. While the red and then the purple dust of twilight settled, Noah remained in the 3-bedroom suite, roaming room to room, gazing out of a series of windows at the millions of points of light that blossomed across the peopled plains and hills, the shimmering dazzle of an electric garden. Although some loved this place as though it were Eden recreated, everything here was inferior to the original garden in all ways but one. If you counted snakes an asset, then not merely a single serpent lurked within this foliage, but a wealth of vipers, all schooled in the knowledge of darkness, well practiced in deception. He lingered in the suite until he was certain that he'd given Constance Tavenall time to leave the hotel. In case one of the congressman's minions coiled in a car outside waiting to follow the woman, Noah must avoid being seen. He might have delayed his departure a few minutes more if he'd not had an engagement to keep. Visiting hours at the haven of the lonesome and the long-forgotten were drawing toward a close, and a damaged angel waited there for him. 7. So her brother was on Mars, her hapless mother was on dope, and her stepfather was on a murderous rampage. Leilani's eccentric tales were acceptable conversation over dinner in an asylum, but in spite of how loony life could sometimes be here in Casa Geneva, and though the relentless August heat withered common sense and wilted reason, Mickey decided that they were setting a new standard for irrationality in this trailer where genteel daffiness and screwball self-delusion had heretofore been the closest they had come to madness. "So who did your stepfather kill?" she asked, nevertheless, playing Leilani's curious game, if for no reason other than it was more amusing than talking about a miserable day of job hunting. "Yes, dear, who did he whack?" Aunt Jen asked with bright-eyed interest. Perhaps her occasional confusion of real-life experiences with the fantasies of the cinema had prepared her to relate to the girl's Hitchcockian, Spielbergian biography with less skepticism than the narrative aroused in Mickey. Without hesitation, Leilani said,
4 elderly women, 3 elderly men, a 30-year-old mother of 2, a rich gay nightclub owner in San Francisco, a 17-year-old high school football star in Iowa, and a 6-year-old boy in a wheelchair not far from here, in a town called Tustin."
The specificity of the answer was disconcerting. Leilani's words struck a bell in Mickey's mind, and she recognized the sound as the ring of truth. Yesterday, in the backyard, when Mickey admonished the girl not to invent unkind stories about her mother, Leilani had said, "I couldn't make up anything as weird as what is." But a stepfather who had committed 11 murders? Who killed elderly women? And a little boy in a wheelchair? Even as instinct argued that she was hearing the clear ring of truth, reason insisted it was the reverberant gong of sheer fantasy. "So if he killed all those people," Mickey asked, "why is he still walking around loose?"
"It's a wonderment, isn't it?"
the girl said. "More than a wonderment, it's impossible."
"Dr. Doom says we live in a culture of death now, and so people like him are the new heroes."
"What does that mean?"
"I don't explain the doctor,"
Leilani said.
"I just quote him."
"He sounds like a perfectly dreadful man," Aunt Jen said, as though Leilani had accused Maddock of nothing worse than habitually breaking wind and being rude to nuns.
If I were you, I wouldn't invite him to dinner. By the way, he doesn't know I'm here. He wouldn't allow this. But he's out tonight.
I'd rather invite Satan than him, said Geneva. You're welcome here any time, Leilani, but he better stay on his side of the fence.
He will. He doesn't like people much unless they're dead. He isn't likely to chat you up across the backyard fence. But if you do run into him, don't call him Preston or Maddock. These days, he looks a lot different, and he travels under the name Jordan. Call me Jory Banks. If you use his real name, he'll know I've ratted on him.
I won't be talking to him, said Geneva. After what I've just heard, I'd as soon smack him as look at him. Before Mickey could press for more details, Leilani changed the subject.
Mrs. D, did the cops catch the guy who robbed your store?
Chewing the final bite of her chicken sandwich, Geneva said, The police were useless, dear. I had to track him down myself.
That's so completely radical.
In the gathering shadows that darkened but didn't cool the kitchen, in the scarlet light of the retiring sun, Leilani's face shone as much with enchantment as with a patina of perspiration. In spite of her genius IQ, her street smarts, and her well-polished wise-ass attitude, the girl retained some of the gullibility of a child.
But how do you do what the cops couldn't?
As Mickey struck a match to light the 3 candles in the center of the table, Aunt Jen said, Trained detectives can't compete with a wronged woman if she's determined, spunky, and has a hard edge. Spunky though you are, Mickey said as the second candle cloned the flame on her match, I suspect you're thinking about Ashley Judd or Sharon Stone, or maybe Pam Grier. Leaning across the dinette table, whispering dramatically to Leilani, Geneva said, I located the bastard in New Orleans. You've never been to New Orleans, Mickey affectionately reminded her. Frowning, Geneva said, Maybe it was Las Vegas. Having lit 3 candles on one match, Mickey shook out the flame before it could singe her fingers. This isn't real memory, Aunt Jen. It's movie memory again. Is it? Geneva still leaned forward. The slow, unsynchronized throbbing of the candle flames cast an undulant glow across her face, brightening her eyes but failing to dispel the shadow of confusion in which she sat. But, sweetie, I remember so clearly. The wonderful satisfaction of shooting him. You don't own a gun, Aunt Jen. That's right. I don't own a gun. Geneva's sudden smile was more radiant than the candlelight. Now that I think about it, the man who was shot in New Orleans, he was Alec Baldwin. And Alec Baldwin, Mickey assured Leilani, wasn't the man who held up Aunt Jen's store. Though I wouldn't trust him around an open cash register, said Geneva, rising from her chair. Alec Baldwin is a more believable villain than hero. Doggedly returning to her initial question, Leilani asked,
So the guy who killed Mr. D, was he caught?
No, Mickey said. Cops haven't had one lead in 18 years.
That reeks.
As she passed behind the girl's chair, Geneva paused and put her hands on Leilani's slender shoulders. With good cheer, untainted by any trace of bitterness, she said, It's okay, dear. If the man who shot my Vernon isn't already roasting in hell, he will be soon.
I'm not sure I believe hell exists,
the girl replied, with the gravity of one who has given the matter considerable thought during the lonely hours of the night. Well, of course it does, sweetheart. What would the world be like without toilets? Perplexed by this odd question, Leilani looked to Mickey for clarification. Mickey shrugged. An afterlife without hell, Aunt Jen explained, would be as polluted and unendurable as a world without toilets. She kissed the top of the girl's head. And now I myself am off to have a nice sit-down with nature. As Geneva left the kitchen, disappeared into the short, dark hallway, and closed the bathroom door behind her, Leilani and Mickey stared at each other across the dinette table. For languid seconds in the time-distorting August heat, they were as silent as the trinity of flames bright upon the smokeless wicks between them. Finally, Mickey said, If you want to establish yourself as an eccentric around this place, you've got your work cut out for you.
The competition is pretty stiff,
Leilani acknowledged. So your stepfather's a murderer.
It could be worse, I guess,
the girl said with a calculated jauntiness.
He could be a bad dresser. A weaselly enough attorney can find a justification for virtually any murder, but there's no excuse for a tacky wardrobe.
Does he dress well?
He has a certain style. At least one isn't mortified to be seen in his company.
Even though he kills old ladies and boys in wheelchairs?
Only one boy in a wheelchair, as far as I know.
Beyond the window, the wounded day left an arterial stain across the western sky, pulling over itself a shroud of gold and of purple. When Mickey rose to clear away the dinner dishes, Leilani pushed her chair back from the table and started to get up. Relax. Mickey switched on the light above the sink. I can handle it.
I'm not a cripple.
Don't be so sensitive. You are a guest, and we don't charge guests for dinner or make them work it off. Ignoring her, the girl plucked a roll of plastic wrap from a counter and began to cover the serving bowls, which were half full. Rinsing the dishes and the flatware, stacking them in the sink to be washed later, Mickey said, "The logical assumption is that all this talk of the killer's stepfather is just a vivid imagination at work. Merely an attempt to add some dark glamour to the image of Ms. Leilani Clonk, flamboyant young mutant eccentric."
That would be a wrong assumption.
Just a bunch of hooey.
I live in a hooey-free zone.
But a bunch of hooey that maybe has a second and more serious purpose, Mickey suggested. Returning the potato salad to the refrigerator, Leilani said,
What? You think I'm talking in riddles?
Mickey had evolved a disturbing theory about these wild tales of Senseia and Dr. Doom. If she stated her suspicions directly, however, she would risk driving Leilani to further evasion. For reasons that she hadn't yet found time to analyze, she wanted to provide the girl with whatever help was needed, if indeed help was being sought. Instead of making eye contact, avoiding any approach that might seem like an inquisition, Mickey continued rinsing dishes as she said, "Not riddles exactly. Sometimes there are things we can't easily talk about, so we talk around them." Putting the pasta salad in the fridge, Leilani said,
Is that what you're doing? Talking around what you really want to talk about? And I'm what? Supposed to guess the true subject?
No. Mickey hesitated. Well, yes, that is what I'm doing. But I meant maybe you're talking around something when you tell these tall tales about Dr. Doom murdering boys in wheelchairs. From the corner of her eye, Mickey was aware that the girl had stopped working and had turned to face her.
Help me here, Michelina Bellsong. This little chat of ours is making me dizzy. What is it you think I'm talking around?
I don't have any idea what you're talking around, Mickey lied. That's for you to tell me, when you're ready.
How long have you been living with Mrs. D?
What's that matter? A week.
1 week. And already you're a master of hugely befuddling conversation. Oh, I'd love to hear what a chin-fest between the two of you is like when I'm not here to provide some rationality.
You provide rationality? Mickey rinsed the last of the dishes. Just when was the last time you actually ate tofu and canned peaches on a bed of bean sprouts?
I never ate it,
Leilani said.
The last time old Senseia served it was Monday. So come on, tell me. What do you think I'm talking around? You brought it up, so you must suspect something.
Mickey was flummoxed that her amateur psychology was proving to be no more successful than would have been a little amateur nuclear reactor engineering or a session of brain surgery with kitchen utensils. Drying her hands on a dish towel, she turned to the girl. I don't have any suspicions. I'm just saying if you want to talk about anything instead of just around it, I'm here.
Oh, Lord.
Although the sparkle in Leilani's eyes might have been read as something other than merriment, the mirth in her voice was unmistakable.
You think I'm making up stories about Dr. Doom killing people because I'm too fearful or too ashamed to bring myself to talk about what he really does? And what you think maybe he really does is have his sweaty, greasy, drooling, lustful way with me.
Perhaps the girl was genuinely astonished by the concept of Preston Maddock as a child molester. Or perhaps this was nothing more than a pretense of amusement to cover her discomfort at how close Mickey had come to the truth. The only thing trickier than an amateur using a psychologist's techniques was an amateur trying to interpret a patient's responses. If this had been nuclear reactor engineering, Mickey would already have been reduced to a cloud of radioactive dust. Instead, she was reduced to the directness that she had been striving to avoid. Does he? She asked Leilani. Picking up Mickey's second can of Budweiser from the table, the girl said,
There's at least 1,000,000 reasons why that's an absurd idea.
Give me one.
Preston Claudius Maddock is virtually an asexual creature,
Leilani assured her. There's no such thing.
What about the amoeba?
Mickey understood this special girl well enough to know that the mysteries of her heart were many, that the answers to them could be learned only by earning her complete trust, and that her trust could be gained only by respecting her, by accepting her highly ornamental eccentricities, which included playing her Baroque conversational games. In that spirit, Mickey said, I'm not sure amoebas are asexual.
Okay, then the lowly paramecium,
Leilani said, shouldering past Mickey to the sink. I don't even know what a paramecium is.
Good grief, didn't you go to school?
I went, but I didn't listen much. Besides, you aren't studying amoebas and parameciums in 4th grade.
I'm not in 4th grade,
Leilani said, pouring the warm beer into the sink.
We're 21st century gypsies, searching for the stairway to the stars, never staying in one place long enough to put down a single rootlet. I'm homeschooled, currently learning at a 12th grade level.
The beer foaming in the drain basket produced a malty perfume that at once masked the faint smell of the hot wax from the candles on the table.
Dr. Doom is my teacher on paper, but the fact is I'm self-taught. The word for it is autodidact. I'm an autodidact, and a good one, because I'll kick my own ass if I don't learn, which is a sight to see with this leg brace.
As though to prove how tough she was, Leilani crumpled the empty beer can in her good hand.
Anyway, Dr. Doom might have been an okay professor when he worked at the university, but I can't rely on him to educate me now because it's impossible to concentrate on your lessons when your teacher has his hand up your skirt.
This time, Mickey resisted being charmed. That's not funny, Leilani. Staring at the partially crushed can in her small fist, avoiding eye contact, the girl said,
Well, I'll admit it's not as amusing as a good dumb blonde joke, which I enjoy even though I'm a blonde myself. And it isn't a fraction as hilarious as a highly convincing puddle of plastic vomit. And there's no chance whatsoever I'd be making light of the subject if I were actually being molested.
She opened the cabinet door under the sink and tossed the can into the trash receptacle.
But the fact is that Dr. Doom would never touch me even if he were that kind of pervert. Because he pities me the way you would pity a truck-smashed dog all mangled but still alive on the highway. And he finds my deformities so disgusting that if he dared to kiss me on the cheek, he'd probably puke up his guts.
In spite of the girl's jocular tone, her words were wasps, and the truth in them appeared to sting her, sharp as venom. Sympathy cinched Mickey's heart, but for a moment she was unable to think of something to say that wouldn't be the wrong thing. Even more loquacious than usual, talking faster, as though the briefest interruption in the flow of words might dam the stream forever, leaving her parched and mute and defenseless, Leilani filled the narrow silence left by Mickey's hesitation.
As long back as I can remember, old Preston has touched me only twice, and I don't mean dirty old man going to jail touching, just ordinary touching. Both times, so much blood drained out of the poor dear's face, he looked like one of the walking dead. Though I've got to admit, he smelled better than your average corpse.
Stop, Mickey said, dismayed to hear the word come out with a harsh edge. Then, more softly, just stop. Leilani looked up at last, her lovely face unreadable, as free of all emotional tension as the countenance of the most serene bronze Buddha. Perhaps the girl mistakenly believed that every secret of her soul was written on her features, or perhaps she saw more in Mickey's face than she cared to see. She switched off the light above the sink, returning them to the silken gloom and the suety glow of the candle flames. Are you never serious? Mickey asked. Are you always making with the wisecracks, the patter?
I'm always serious, but I'm always laughing inside, too.
Laughing at what?
Haven't you ever stopped and looked around, Michelina Bellsong? Life! It's one long comedy.
They stood but 3 feet apart, face to face. And in spite of Mickey's compassionate intentions, a peculiar quality of confrontation had crept into their exchange. I don't get your attitude.
Oh, Mickey B., you get it all right. You're a smarty just like me. There's always too much going on in your head just like in mine. You sort of hide it, but I can see.
You know what I think? Mickey asked.
I know what you think and why. You think Dr. Doom diddles little girls because that's what experience has taught you to think. I feel bad about that, Mickey B. About whatever you went through.
Word by word, the girl quieted almost to a whisper. Yet her soft voice had the power to hammer open a door in Mickey's heart. A door that had for a long time been kept locked, barred, and bolted. Beyond lay feelings tumultuous and unresolved. Emotions so powerful that the mere recognition of them, after long denial, knocked the breath out of her.
When I tell you old Preston is a killer, not a diddler,
said Leilani,
you can't wrap your mind around it. I know why you can't, too. And that's all right.
Slam the door. Throw shut the locks, the bars, the bolts. Before the girl could say more, Mickey turned away from the threshold of those unwanted memories, found her breath and voice. That's not what I was going to say. What I think is you're afraid to stop laughing.
Scared shitless,
Leilani agreed. Unprepared for the girl's admission, Mickey stumbled a few words further. Because if...
I know all the becauses. No need to list them.
Sometime during the 2 days she'd known Leilani, Mickey arrived as though by whirlwind in a strange territory. She'd been journeying through a land of mirrors that initially appeared to be as baffling and as unreal as a funhouse, and yet repeatedly she had encountered reflections of herself so excruciatingly precise in their details and of such explicit depth that she turned away from them in revulsion or in anger or in fear. The clear-eyed, steel-supported girl, larky and lurching, seemed at first to be a fabulist whose flamboyant fantasies rivaled Dorothy's dreams of Oz. However, Mickey could get no glimpse of yellow bricks on this road. And here, now, in the lingering, sour scent of warm beer, in this small kitchen where only a trinity of candle flames held back the insistent, sinuous shadows, with the sudden sound of a toilet flushing elsewhere in the trailer, she was stricken by the terrible perception that under Leilani's mismatched feet had never been anything other than the rough track of reality. As though privy to Mickey's thoughts, the girl said,
Everything I've ever told you is the truth.
Outside, a shriek. Mickey looked to the open window, where the last murky glow of the drowning twilight radiated weak purple beams through black tides of incoming night. The shriek again. Longer this time, tortured, shot through with fear and jagged with misery.
Old Senseia,
said Leilani. 8. Less than 24 hours after the close call in Colorado, with the house fire and the hideous screams still vivid in memory, the motherless boy relaxes behind the steering wheel of a new Ford Explorer, while the Harlequin dog sits erect beside him in the passenger's seat, listening to a radio program of classic Western tunes. At the moment, Ghost Riders in the Sky, as they sail through the Utah night, 4 feet above the highway. Sometimes, from the side windows, depending on the encroaching landscape, they are able to see the starry sky, low near the horizon, but nothing of the greater vault above, where Ghost Riders would be likely to gallop. The windshield provides a view only of another and unoccupied Explorer ahead, plus the underside of the vehicles on the upper platform of this double-deck automobile carrier. In the late afternoon, they had boarded the auto transport in the immense parking lot of a busy truck stop near Provo, while the driver lingered over a slice of pie in the diner. The door of one of the Explorers opened for the boy, and he quickly slipped inside. The dog had continued to be an instinctive conspirator, huddling quietly with his master below the windows until the pie-powered trucker returned and they ventured out upon the road again. Even then, in daylight, they had slouched low, to avoid being seen by passing motorists who might signal the driver about his stowaways. With some of the money taken from the Hammond farmhouse, the famished boy had purchased 2 cheeseburgers at the truck stop. Soon after the truck began to roll, he'd eaten 1 sandwich and fed the other in pieces to the mutt. He had been less generous with the small bag of potato chips. They were crisp and so delicious that he groaned with pleasure while eating them. This apparently had been an exotic treat to the dog as well. When first given a chip, he turned the morsel on his tongue, as though puzzled by the texture or the taste, warily tested the edibility of the offering, then crunched the salty delicacy with exaggerated movements of his jaws. The hound likewise had savored each of 3 additional tidbits that his young master was conned into sharing, instead of wolfing them down. The boy had drunk bottled water from the container, but this had proved more difficult for the dog, resulting in splashed upholstery and wet fur. In the console between the seats were molded plastic cup holders, and when the boy filled one of these with water, his companion lapped it up efficiently. Since decamping from the Colorado mountains, they had journeyed wherever a series of convenient rides had taken them. For now, they travel without a destination, vagabonds, but not carefree. The killers are exceptionally well trained in stalking, using both their natural skills and electronic support. So resourceful and cunning that they are likely to track down their quarry, no matter how successful the boy might be at quickly putting miles between himself and them. Although distance won't foil his enemies, time is his ally. The longer he eludes that savage crew, the fainter his trail becomes, or at least this is what he believes. Every hour of survival will bring him closer to ultimate freedom, and each new sunrise will allow a slight diminishment of his fear. Now, in the Utah night, he sits boldly in the Explorer and sings along with the catchy music on the radio, having pretty much learned the repeating chorus and also each verse as he first heard it. Ghost riders in the sky. Can there be such things? Interstate 15, on which they speed southwest, isn't deserted even at this hour, but neither is it busy. Beyond the wide median strip, traffic races northeast towards Salt Lake City, with what seems like angry energy, as knights might thunder toward a joust, lances of light piercing the high desert darkness. In these nearer southbound lanes, cars overtake the auto transport, and from time to time, large trucks pass as well. The digital readout on the radio, powered by the car's battery, emits a glow, but the faint radiance is insufficient to illuminate the boy, or to draw the attention of any motorist rocketing by at 70 or 80 miles per hour. He's not concerned about being seen, only about losing the comforting music when the battery eventually dies. Cozy in the dark SUV, in the embracing scent of new leather and the comforting smell of the damp but drying dog, he isn't much interested in those passing travelers. He's peripherally aware of them only because of their roaring engines and their wind wakes, which buffet the transport. Ghost Riders in the Sky is followed by Cool Water, a song about a thirst-plagued cowboy and his horse as they cross burning desert sands. After Cool Water comes a spate of advertisements, nothing to sing along with. When the boy looks out the window in the driver's door, he sees a familiar vehicle streaking past, faster than ever it had gone when he and the dog had ridden in the back of it, among horse blankets and saddles. The white cab features a spotlight rack on the roof. Black canvas walls enclose the cargo bed. This appears to be the truck that had been parked along the lonely country road near the Hammond place, less than 24 hours ago. Of course, that vehicle hadn't been unique. Hundreds like it must be in use on ranches across the West. Yet instinct insists that this isn't merely a similar truck, but the very same one. He and the dog had abandoned that wheeled sanctuary shortly after dawn, west of Grand Junction, when the driver and his associate stopped to refuel and grab breakfast. This auto carrier is their third rolling refuge since dawn. 3 rides during a day in which they have ricocheted across Utah with the unpredictability of a pinball. After all this time, and considering the haphazard nature of their journey, the likelihood of a chance encounter with the saddle-laden truck is small, though it isn't beyond the realm of possibility. A coincidence, however, is frequently a glimpse of a pattern otherwise hidden. His heart tells him indisputably what his mind resists. This is no random event, but part of the elaborate design in a tapestry, and at the center of the design is he himself, caught and murdered. The brow of the cab gleams as white as skull bone. One loose corner of black canvas flaps like the reaper's robe. The truck passes too fast for the boy to see who is driving, or if anyone is riding shotgun. Supposing he had glimpsed 2 men wearing cowboy hats, he still couldn't have been sure that they were the same people who had driven him out of the mountains and west through Grand Junction. He has never seen their faces clearly. Even if he could have identified them, they might no longer be innocent horsemen transporting ornate saddles to a rodeo or a show arena. They might have become part of the net that is closing around him, straining the dry sea of the desert for the sole survivor of the massacre in Colorado. Now they are gone into the night, either unaware that they have passed within feet of him, or alert to his presence and planning to capture him at a roadblock ahead. The dog curls on the passenger's seat and lies with his chin on the console, eyes glimmering with the reflected light of the radio readout. Stroking the mutt's head, rubbing behind one of the floppy ears and then behind the other, the frightened boy takes comfort from the silken coat and the warmth of his friend, successfully repressing a fit of the shivers, though unable entirely to banish an inner chill. He is the most wanted fugitive in the fabled West, surely the most desperately sought runaway in the entire country, from sea to shining sea. A mighty power is set hard against him, and ruthless hunters swarm the night. A melodic voice arises from the radio, recounting the story of a lonesome cowpoke and his girlfriend in faraway Texas. But the boy is no longer in the mood to sing along. 9. Banshees, shrikes tearing at their impaled prey, coyote packs in the heat of the hunt, werewolves in the misery of the moon could not have produced more chilling cries than those that caused Leilani to say, "Old Senseia," and that drew Mickey to the open back door of the trailer. To the door and through it, down 3 concrete block steps, onto the lawn in the last magenta murk of twilight, Mickey proceeded with caution. Her wariness didn't halt her altogether, because she was certain that someone in terrible pain needed immediate help. In the yard next door, beyond the sagging picket fence, a white-robed figure thrashed in the gloaming, as though ablaze and frantic to douse the flames. Not a single tongue of fire could be seen. Mickey crazily thought of killer bees, which might also have caused the shrieking figure to perform these frenzied gyrations. With the sun down, however, this was not an hour for bees, not even though the baked earth still radiated stored heat. Besides, the air wasn't vibrating with the hum of an angry swarm. Mickey glanced back at the trailer, where Leilani stood in the open doorway, silhouetted against faint candle glow.
"I haven't had dessert yet,"
the girl said, and she retreated out of sight. The apparition in the dark yard next door stopped squealing, but in a silence as disconcerting as the cries had been, it continued to turn, to writhe, to flail at the air. Its diaphanous white robe billowed and whirled as though this were a manic ghost that had no patience for the eerie but tedious pace of a traditional haunting. When she reached the swagging fence, Mickey could see that the tormented spirit was of this earth, not visiting from beyond. Pale and willowy, the woman spun and swooned and jerked erect and spun again, barefoot in the crisp dead grass. She didn't seem to be in physical pain after all. She might have been working off excess energy in a frenetic freestyle dance, but she might just as likely have been suffering some type of spasmodic fit. She wore a silk or nainsook full-length slip with elaborate embroidery and ribbon lace on the wide shoulder straps and bodice, as well as on the deep flounce that hemmed the skirt. The garment appeared not merely old-fashioned, but antique, not feminine in a liberated contemporary let's-have-hot-sex style, but feminine in a frilly post-Victorian sense, and Mickey imagined that it had been packed away in someone's attic trunk for decades. Exhaling explosively, inhaling in great ragged gasps, the woman flung herself toward exhaustion, whether by fit or fandango. "Are you all right?" Mickey asked, moving along the fence toward the collapsed section of pickets. Apparently neither as a reply nor as an expression of physical pain, the dancing woman let out a pathetic whimper, the fearful sound that a miserable dog might make in a cage at the animal pound. The fallen fence pales clicked and rattled under Mickey's feet as she entered the adjoining property. Abruptly, the dervish dropped to the lawn with a boneless grace, in a flutter of flounce. Mickey hurried to her, knelt at her side. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" The woman lay prone, upper body raised slightly on her slender forearms, head hung. Her face was an inch or two from the ground, and hidden by glossy cascades of hair that appeared to be white in the cross-light of the moon and the fading purple dusk, but that probably matched Leilani's shade of blonde. Breath wheezed in her throat, and each hard exhalation caused her cowl of hair to stir and plume. After a hesitation, Mickey put a consoling hand on her shoulder, but Mrs. Maddock didn't respond to the touch any more than she had reacted to her name or to a question. Tremors quaked through her. Remaining at the stricken woman's side, Mickey looked across the fence and saw Geneva at the back door of the trailer, standing on the top step, watching. Leilani remained inside. Reliably off-center, Aunt Jen waved gaily, as though the trailer were an ocean liner about to steam out of port on a long holiday. Mickey wasn't surprised to find herself returning the wave. After a week with Geneva, she'd already absorbed a measure of her aunt's attitude toward the bad news and the sorrier turns of life that fate delivered. Jen met misfortune not simply with stoic resignation, but with a sort of amused embrace. She refused to dwell on or even to lament adversities, and she remained determined instead to receive them as though they were disguised blessings from which unexpected benefits would arise in time. Part of Mickey figured this approach to hardship and calamity worked best if you'd been shot in the head and if you confused sentimental cinema with reality. But another part of her, the newly evolving Mickey, found not only solace but inspiration in this Gen Zen. This evolving Mickey returned her aunt's wave. Geneva waved again, more exuberantly, but before Mickey could become involved in an Abbott and Costello routine involving gestures instead of banter, the fallen woman at her side whimpered pitiably, more than once this time. Her thin, cold plaints melted into a moan of abject misery, and the moan quickly dissolved into weeping. Not the genteel tears of a melancholy maiden, but wretched, racking sobs. "What's wrong? What can I do?" Mickey worried, although she no longer expected a coherent reply, or even any response whatsoever. At the Maddox rented mobile home, drapery-filtered lamplight glowed dark, sour orange, less welcoming than the baleful fire in a menacing jack-o'-lantern. The draperies were shut tight, and no one watched from any window. Beyond the open back door lay a deserted kitchen dimly revealed by the face of an illuminated wall clock. If Preston Maddock, alias Dr. Doom, was at home, his disinterest in his wife's extreme distress couldn't have been more complete. Mickey squeezed the woman's shoulder reassuringly. Although she believed it was the fabrication of Leilani's pyrotechnic imagination, she used the only name that she knew. Senseia? Whip quick, the woman snapped her head up, blonde tresses lashing the air. Her face, half revealed in the gloom, drew taut with shock. The startled eyes flared so wide that white shone around the full circumference of each iris. She threw off Mickey's hand and scooted backward in the grass. A last sob clogged her throat, and when she tried to swallow it, the thick cry resurged, although not as a sob anymore, but as a snarl. With sorrow banished in a blink, anger and fear were in equal command of her. "You don't own me!" "Easy. Easy now," Mickey counseled, still on her knees, making placating gestures with her hands. "You can't control me with a name!" "I was only trying to—" Fury fired her rant, which grew hotter by the word. "Witch with a broomstick up your ass! Witch, bitch, diabolist, hag! Flying down out of the moon with my name on your tongue! Think you can spellcast me with a shrewd guess of a name, but that's not going to happen! No one's the boss of me or ever will be, not by magic or money, not with force or doctors or laws or sweet talk! Nobody ever the boss of me!" In response to this wild irrationality, with the potential for violence implicit in this woman's nuclear-hot anger, Mickey realized that only silence and retreat made sense. Rocking knee to knee in the prickly grass, she edged backward. Evidently inflamed by this movement, even though it represented a clear concession, Senseia spun to her feet with such agitation that she seemed to flail herself erect. Skirt flounce churning around her legs, hair tossing like the deadly locks of an enraged Medusa. In her furious ascension, she stirred up an acrid cloud of dust and a powder of dead grass pulverized by a summer of hammering sun. Through clenched teeth that squeezed each sibilant into a hiss, she said, "Hag of a witch bitch, sorcerer's seed, you don't scare me!" Having risen from her knees as Senseia whirled upright, Mickey sidled toward the fence, reluctant to turn her back on this neighbor from the wrong side of hell. A thieving cloud pocketed the silver coin moon. At the western horizon, as the last livid blister of light drained off the heel of night, Mickey glimpsed enough of a resemblance between this crazed woman and Leilani to be convinced against her will that they were mother and daughter. When brittle wood cracked and she felt a picket underfoot, she knew that she'd found the passage in the fence. She wanted to glance down, afraid the pickets might trip her, but she kept her attention on her unpredictable neighbor. Senseia seemed to shed her anger as suddenly as she'd grown it. She adjusted the shoulder straps on her full-length slip, and then seized the roomy skirt in both hands and shook it as if casting off bits of dry grass. She pulled her long hair back from her face, letting it spill over her pale shoulders. Arching her spine, rolling her head, spreading her arms, the woman stretched as languorously as a sleeper waking from a delicious dream. At what she judged to be a safe distance, perhaps 10 feet past the fence, Mickey stopped to watch Leilani's mother, half mesmerized by her bizarre performance. From her back door, Aunt Jen said, "Mickey, dear, we're putting dessert on the table, so don't be long," and she went inside. Repenting its larceny, the cloud surrendered the stolen moon, and Senseia raised her slender arms toward the sky as though the lunar light inspired joy. Face tilted to bask in the silvery rays, she turned slowly in place, and then sidestepped in a circle. Soon she began to dance light-footedly, in a graceful, swooping manner, as though keeping time to a slow waltz that only she could hear, with her face raised to the moon as if it were an admiring prince who held her in his arms. Brief trills of laughter escaped Senseia. Not brittle and mad laughter, as Mickey might have expected. This was a girlish merriment, sweet and musical, almost shy. In a minute, the laughter trailed away, and the waltz spun to a conclusion. The woman allowed her invisible partner to escort her to the back door steps, upon which she sat in a swirl of ruffled embroidery, as a schoolgirl in another age might have been returned to one of the chairs around the dance floor at a cotillion. Oblivious of Mickey, Senseia sat, elbows propped on her knees, chin cupped in the heels of her hands, gazing at the starry sky. She seemed to be a young girl dreamily fantasizing about true romance, or filled with wonder as she contemplated the immensity of creation. Then her fingers fanned across her face. She hung her head. The new round of weeping was subdued, inexpressibly melancholy, so quiet that the lament drifted to Mickey as might the voice of a real ghost, the faint sound of a soul trapped in the narrow emptiness between the surface membranes of this world and the next. Clutching the handrail, Senseia shakily pulled herself up from the steps. She went inside, into the clock light and shadows of her kitchen, and the jack-o'-lantern glow beyond. Mickey scrubbed at her knees with the palms of her hands, rubbing off the prickly blades of dead grass that had stuck to her skin. The pooled heat of August, like broth in a cannibal's pot, still cooked a thin perspiration from her, and the calm night had no breath to cool the summer soup. Although the flesh might simmer, the mind had a thermostat of its own. The chill that shivered through Mickey seemed cold enough to freeze droplets of sweat into beads of ice upon her brow. Leilani is as good as dead. She rejected that unnerving thought as soon as it pierced her. She, too, had grown up in a wretched family, abandoned by her father, left to the care of a cruel mother incapable of love, abused both psychologically and physically. And yet she had survived. Leilani's situation was no better but no worse than Mickey's had been. Only different. Hardship strengthens those it doesn't break, and already at 9, Leilani was clearly unbreakable. Nevertheless, Mickey dreaded returning to Geneva's kitchen, where the girl waited. If Senseia, in all her Baroque detail, was not a fabrication, then what of the murderous stepfather, Dr. Doom, and his 11 victims? Yesterday, in this yard, as Mickey had broiled on the lounge chair, amused and a little disoriented by her first encounter with the self-proclaimed dangerous mutant, Leilani had said several peculiar things. Now one of them echoed in memory. The girl had asked if Mickey believed in life after death, and when Mickey returned the question, the girl's simple reply had been, "I better." At the time, the answer seemed odd, although not particularly dark with meaning. In retrospect, those 2 words carried a heavier load than any of the freight trains that Mickey had imagined escaping on when, as she lay sleepless in another time and place, they had rolled past in the night with a rhythmic clatter and a fine, mournful whistle. Here, now, the hot August darkness. the moon, the stars, and the mysteries beyond. No getaway train for Leilani, and perhaps none for Mickey herself. Do you believe in life after death? I better. 4 elderly women, 3 elderly men, a 30-year-old mother of 2, a 6-year-old boy in a wheelchair. And where was the girl's brother, Lukipela, to whom she referred so mysteriously? Was he Preston Maddox's 12th victim? Do you believe in life after death? I better. Dear God, Mickey whispered. What am I going to do? 10. 18-wheelers loaded with everything from spools of ab to zymometers. Reefer semis hauling ice cream or meat, cheese or frozen dinners, flatbeds laden with concrete pipe and construction steel and railroad ties, automobile transports, slat-sided trailers carrying livestock, tankers full of gasoline, chemicals, scores of mammoth rigs, headlights doused but cab roof lights and marker lights colorfully aglow, encircle the pump islands in much the way that nibbling stegosaurs and grazing brontosauruses and packs of hunting theropods had eons ago circled too close to the treacherous bogs that swallowed them by the thousands, by the millions. Rumbling, growling, wheezing, panting, each big truck waits for its communion with the nozzle, feeding on 200 million years of bog distillations. This is how the motherless boy understands the current theory of bitumen deposits in general, and petroleum deposits in particular, as put forth locally in everything from textbooks to the internet. Yet even though he finds the idea of dinosaurs to diesel fuel silly enough to have first been expounded by Daffy Duck or another Looney Tunes star, he is excited by the spectacle of all these cool trucks congregating at rank upon rank of pumps, in a great dazzle and rumble and fumy reek, here in the middle of an otherwise dark, silent, and nearly scent-free desert. From his hiding place in the Explorer on the lower deck of the car transport, he watches as purposeful men and women busily tend to their rigs, some of them colorful figures in hand-tooled boots and Stetsons, in studded and embroidered denim jackets, many in T-shirts emblazoned with the names of automotive products, snack foods, beers, and country and western bars from Omaha to Santa Fe, to Abilene, to Houston, to Reno, to Denver. Disinterested in the bustle, not stirred, as the boy is, by the romance of travel and the mystery of exotic places embodied in these superhighway gypsies, the dog is curled compactly on the passenger's seat, lightly dozing. Tanks filled, the transport pulls away from the pumps, but the driver doesn't return to the interstate. Instead, he steers his rig into an immense parking lot, apparently intending to stop either for dinner or a rest. This is the largest truck stop the boy has seen, complete with a sprawling motel, motorhome park, diner, gift shop, and according to one highway sign glimpsed earlier, a full range of services, whatever that might encompass. He has never been to a carnival, but he imagines that the excitement he feels about this place must be akin to the thrill of being on an attraction-packed midway. Then they roll past a familiar vehicle, which stands under a lamppost in a cone of yellow light. It's smaller than the giant rigs parked side by side on the blacktop. White cab, black canvas walls. The saddlery truck from Colorado. A moment ago, he'd been eager to investigate this place. Now he wants only to move on, and quickly. The transport swings into a wide space between 2 huge trucks. Air brakes squeal and sigh. The rumbling engine stops. After the twin teams of explorers stir slightly in their traces, like sleeping horses briefly roused from dreams of sweet pastures, the silence that settles is deeper than any the boy has heard since the high meadows of Colorado. As the puddle of black and white fur on the passenger's seat becomes unmistakably a dog once more, rising to check out their new circumstances, the boy says worriedly, "We've got to keep moving." In one sense, the nearness of those searching for him doesn't matter. The likelihood of his being apprehended within the next few minutes would be just as great if he were 1,000 miles from here. His mother has often told him that if you're clever, cunning, and bold, you can hide in plain sight as confidently as in the most remote and well-disguised bolt hole. Neither geography nor distance is the key to survival. Only time matters. The longer he stays free and hidden, the less likely that he will ever be found. Nevertheless, The possibility that the hunters might be right here is disconcerting. Their nearness makes him nervous, and when he's nervous, he's less likely to be clever or cunning or bold. And they will find him, know him, whether he's in plain sight or hiding in a cave 1,000 feet from sunlight. Hesitantly, he eases open the driver's door and slips out of the SUV onto the bed of the transport. He listens. He himself is not a hunter, however, so he doesn't know what exactly to listen for. The action at the Pump Islands is a faraway grumble. Muffled country music, oscillating between faint and fainter, seasons the night with enchantment, the landlocked western equivalent of a siren's irresistible song, drifting across a night-shrouded sea with a promise of wonder and companionship. The ramped bed of the autotransport isn't much wider than the Explorer, too narrow to allow the dog to land safely in a leap from the driver's seat, which he now occupies. If in fact he had jumped from the porch roof at the Hammond farmhouse, surely the mutt can clear the truck entirely, avoiding the vertical supports between the decks of the open cargo trailer, and spring directly to the parking lot. However, if he possesses the agility to accomplish this feat, he doesn't possess the confidence. Peering down from his perch, the dog cocks his head left, then right, makes a pathetic sound of anxiety, stifles the whine as though he recognizes the need for stealth, and stares beseechingly at his master. The boy lifts the dog out of the Explorer, as earlier he had lifted him up and in, not without considerable contortion. He teeters, but keeps his balance, and puts his shaggy burden down on the floor of the transport. As the boy eases shut the door of the Explorer, the mongrel pads toward the back of the auto carrier, following the ramped bed. He is waiting immediately behind the truck when his master arrives. The ears are pricked, the head lifted, the nose twitching. The fluffy tail, usually a proud plume, is held low. Although domesticated, this animal nevertheless remains to some degree a hunter, as the boy is not, and he has the instincts of a survivor. His wariness must be taken seriously. Evidently something in the night smells threatening, or at least suspicious. Currently, no vehicles are either entering or leaving the lot. No truckers are in sight across the acres of blacktop. Although a couple hundred people are nearby, this place, in this moment of time, seems as lonely as any crater on the moon. From the west, out of the desert, arises a light breeze, warm but not hot, carrying the silicate scent of sand and the faint alkaline fragrance of the hardy plants that grow in parched lands. The boy is reminded of home, which he will most likely never see again. A pleasant nostalgia wells within him, too quickly swells into a gush of homesickness, inevitably reminding him of the terrible loss of his family, and suddenly he sways as though physically battered by the flood of grief that storms through his heart. Later. Tears are for later. Survival comes first. He can almost hear his mother's spirit urging him to control himself and to leave the grieving for safer times. The dog seems reluctant to move, as though trouble lurks in every direction. His tail lowers further, wrapping partly around his right hind leg. The motel and the diner lay out of sight to the east, beyond the ranks of parked vehicles, marked by the fiery glow of red neon. The boy sets off in that direction. The mutt is gradually becoming his master's psychic brother, as well as his only friend. He shakes off his hesitancy and trots at the boy's side. "Good pup," the boy whispers. They pass behind 8 semis and are at the back of a 9th, when a low growl from the dog halts the boy. Even if the animal's sudden anxiety hadn't been strong enough to feel, the nearest of the tall pole lamps provides sufficient sour yellow light to reveal the animal's raised hackles. The dog peers at something in the oily black gloom under the big truck. Instead of growling again, he glances up at the boy and mewls entreatingly. Trusting the wisdom of his brother becoming, the boy drops to his knees, braces one hand against the trailer, and squints into the pooled darkness. He can see nothing in the murk between the parallel sets of tires. Then movement catches his eye, not immediately under the rig, but along the side of it, in the lamp-lit passageway between this vehicle and the next. A pair of cowboy boots, blue jeans tucked in the tops. Someone is walking beside the trailer, approaching the back where the boy kneels. Most likely this is an ordinary driver, unaware of the boy hunt that is being conducted discreetly but with great resources and urgency across the West. He's probably returning from a late dinner with a thermos full of fresh coffee, ready to hit the road again. Another pair of boots follows the first. 2 men, not just one. Neither talks. Both move purposefully. Maybe ordinary drivers, maybe not. The young fugitive drops flat to the pavement and slips under the trailer, and the dog crawls beside him into hiding. They huddle together, turning their heads to watch the passing boots, and the boy is oddly excited because this is a situation encountered in all the adventure stories that he loves. Admittedly, the character of his excitement is different from what he feels when he experiences such exploits vicariously through the pages of books. Young heroes of adventure stories from Treasure Island to the Amber Spyglass are never eviscerated, decapitated, torn limb from limb, and immolated, which is a possible fate that he envisions for himself too clearly to embrace fully the traditional boys' book spirit of daring do. His excitement has a nervous edge, sharper than anything Huckleberry Finn was required to feel, a darker quality. He's a boy nonetheless, and he's virtually programmed by nature to be thrilled by events that test his pluck, his fortitude, and his wits. The 2 men reach the back of the trailer where they pause, evidently surveying the parking lot, perhaps not quite able to recall where they left their rig. They remain silent, as though listening for the telltale sounds that only born hunters can perceive and properly interpret. In spite of his exertions and regardless of the warm night, the dog isn't panting. He lies motionless against his master's side. Good pup. Instrument of nostalgia, scented with desert fragrances that remind the boy of home, the breeze is also a broom to the blacktop, sweeping along puffs of dust, spidery twists of dry desert grass, and scraps of litter. With a soft rustle, a loosely crumpled wad of paper twirls lazily across the pavement and comes to rest against the toe of one of the boots. The parking lot light is bright enough that, from a distance of a few feet, the boy can see this is debris with value, a $5 bill. If the stranger bends to pick up the money, he might glance under the truck. No. Even if the man drops to one knee instead of simply bending down, his head will be well above the bottom of the trailer. He won't inadvertently get a glimpse of a boy-shaped, dog-shape cowering in the shadows cast by the rig. After trembling against the boot toe, the $5 bill blows free and twirls under the truck. In the gloom, the boy loses track of the money. He's focused intently on the cowboy boots. Surely one of the men will make at least a half-hearted attempt to search for the $5. In most boys' books the world over, and in those for grown-ups too, adventure always involves treasure. This globe rotates on a spindle of gold. A peg-legged, parrot-petting pirate said exactly that in one tale or another. Yet neither of this booted pair seems in the least interested in the crumpled currency. Still without speaking a word to each other, they move on, away from the truck. The possibility that neither of them noticed the money is slim. By their disinterest in the $5, they have revealed their true nature. They are engaged in an urgent search for something more important than treasure, and they won't be distracted. The 2 men walk westward from the back of the semi, in the general direction of the automobile transport. The boy and his companion crawl forward, farther under the trailer toward the cab, and then they slip out of shelter into the open space between this rig and the next, where they had first glimpsed the cowboy boots. Evidently having snatched a small treasure from the teeth of the desert breeze, the dog holds the $5 bill in his mouth. Good pup. The boy smooths the currency between his hands, folds it, and stuffs it in a pocket of his jeans. Their meager financial resources won't carry them far, and they can't expect to find money in the wind whenever they need it. For the time being, however, they are spared the humiliation of committing another larceny. Maybe dogs aren't capable of feeling humiliated. The boy's never had a dog before. He knows their nature only from movies, books, and a few casual encounters. This particular pooch, panting now that panting is safe, still basks in the 2 words of praise. He is a scamp, a rascally, fun-loving creature that lives by the simple rules of wild things. In becoming brothers, they will change each other. The dog might become as easily humiliated and as fearfully aware of ever-looming death as his master is, which would be sad. And the boy figures that during their desperate, lonely, and probably long flight for freedom, he himself will have to guard against becoming too much like a dog, wild and given to rash action. Without shame, the mutt squats and urinates on the blacktop. The boy promises himself that public toileting is a behavior he will never adopt, regardless of how wild the dog might otherwise inspire him to be. Better move. The two silent men who had headed toward the auto transport won't be the only searchers prowling the night. Skulking among the trucks, staying as much as possible out of the open lanes of the parking lot, the alert dog ever at his side, he chooses an indirect route, as if making his way through a maze, toward the promise of the red neon. Movement gives him confidence, and confidence is essential to maintaining a successful disguise. Besides, motion is commotion, which has value as camouflage. More of his mother's wisdom. Being among people is helpful, too. A crowd distracts the enemy, not much, but sometimes enough to matter, and provides a screening effect behind which a fugitive can, with luck, pass undetected. The truck lot adjoins a separate parking area for cars. Here the boy is more exposed than he was among the big rigs. He moves faster and more boldly, striking out directly toward the full range of services which are provided in a complex of structures farther back from the highway than the service islands and fuel pumps. Beyond the sprawling diner's plate glass windows, travelers chow down with evident enthusiasm. The sight of them reminds the boy how much time has passed since he ate a cold cheeseburger in the Explorer. The dog whines with hunger. Out of the warm night into the pleasantly cool restaurant, into eddying tides of appetizing aromas that instantly render him ravenous, the boy realizes he is grinning as widely as the dog. The dog, not the grin, draws the attention of a uniformed woman standing at a lectern labeled hostess. She's petite, pretty, speaks with a comic drawl, but is as formidable as a prison camp guard when she assumes a blocking stance directly in his path.
Honey lamb, I'll admit this here's not a 5-star establishment, but we still say no to barefoot bozos and all 4-legged kind, regardless of how cute they are.
The boy is neither barefoot nor a clown, and so after a brief confusion he realizes she's talking about the dog. By bursting into the restaurant with the animal at his side, he's drawn attention to himself when he can least afford to do so.
Sorry, ma'am,
he apologizes. Retreating toward the front door, with the dismayed dog at his side, he's aware of people staring at him. A smiling waitress. The cashier at the register, looking over a pair of half-lens reading glasses. A customer paying his check. None of these people appears to be suspicious of him, and none seems likely to be one of the relentless trackers on his trail. Fortunately, this blunder will not be the death of him. Outside once more, he tells the dog to sit. The pooch settles obediently beside the diner door. The boy hunkers in front of the mutt, pets him, scratches behind his ears, and says,
"You wait right here. I'll be back. With food."
A man looms over them, tall with a glossy black beard, wearing a green cap with the words "driving machine" in yellow letters above the bill. Not the customer who is at the cash register, but another who's on his way into the restaurant.
"That's sure a fine tail wagger you have there,"
the driving machine says, and the dog obligingly swishes his tail, sweeping the pavement on which he sits.
"Got a name?"
"Curtis Hammond,"
he replies without hesitation, using the name of the boy whose clothes he wears, but at once wonders if this is a wise choice. Curtis Hammond and his parents were killed less than 24 hours ago. If by now the Colorado authorities have realized that the fire at the farmhouse was arson, and if autopsies have revealed that the 3 victims were savagely assaulted, perhaps tortured, all dead before the fire was set, then the names of the murdered have surely been heard widely on news broadcasts. With no apparent recognition of the name, the bearded trucker, who may be only what he appears to be, but who may also be death with facial hair, says,
"Curtis Hammond. That's a powerfully peculiar name for a dog."
"Oh, yeah, my dog,"
the boy says, feeling stupid and dismally incompetent at this passing for nobody's special business. He hasn't given a thought to naming his 4-legged companion, because he's known that eventually, when he bonds better with the animal, he'll arrive at not just any name, but at the exactly right one. With no time to wait for better bonding, scratching the dog under the chin, he takes inspiration from a movie.
The name's Old Yeller.
Amused, the trucker cocks his head and says,
"You yanking my chain, young fella."
No, sir. Why would I?
"And what's the logic, calling this beauty Old Yeller when there's not one yellow hair from nose to tail tip?"
Abashed at his nervous bumbling in the face of this man's easy and non-threatening conversation, the boy tries to recover from his foolish gaffe.
Well, sir, color doesn't have anything to do with it. We like the name just because this here is the best old dog in the world, just exactly like Old Yeller in the movie.
"Not exactly like,"
the driving machine disagrees.
"Old Yeller was a male. This lovely black and white lady here must get a mite confused from time to time, being called a male name and a color she isn't."
The boy hasn't previously given much thought to the gender of the dog. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He remembers his mother's counsel that in order to pass for someone you're not, you must have confidence. Confidence above all else, because self-consciousness and self-doubt fade the disguise. He must not allow himself to be rattled by the trucker's latest observation.
Oh, we don't think of it as just a male name or a female name,
the boy explains, still nervous but pleased by his growing fluency, which improves when he keeps his attention on the pooch instead of looking up at the trucker.
Any dog could be a Yeller.
"Evidently so. I think I'll buy me a girl cat and call her Mr. Rover."
No meanness is evident in this tall, somewhat portly man. No suspicion or calculation in his twinkling blue eyes. He looks like Santa Claus with a dye job. Nevertheless, standing erect, the boy wishes the trucker would go away, but he can't think of a thing to say to make him leave.
"Where's your folks, son?"
the man asks.
I'm with my dad. He's inside getting takeout so we can eat on the road. They won't let our dog in, you know.
Frowning, surveying the activity at the service islands and the contrasting quiet of the acres of parked vehicles, the trucker says,
"You shouldn't stray from right here, son. There's all kinds of people in the world, and some you don't want to meet at night in a lonely corner of a parking lot."
Sure. I know about their kind.
The dog sits up straighter and pricks her ears, as if to say that she too is well informed about such fiends. Smiling, reaching down to stroke the lovely lady's head, the trucker says,
"I guess you'll be all right with Old Yeller here to take a chunk of meat out of anyone who might try to do you wrong."
She's real protective,
the boy assures him.
"Just don't you stray from here,"
the driving machine warns. He tugs on the bill of his green cap, the way a polite cowboy in the movies will sometimes tug on the brim of his Stetson, an abbreviated tipping of the hat, meant as a sign of respect to ladies and other upstanding citizens, and at last he goes inside. The boy watches through the glass door and the windows as the hostess greets the trucker and escorts him to a table. Fortunately, he is seated with his back toward the entrance. With his cap still on, he appears to be at once enthralled by the offerings on the tall, twofold menu. To the faithful canine, the boy says,
"Stay here, girl. I'll be back soon."
She chuffs softly, as though she understands. Out in the vast parking area, where cones of dirty yellow light alternate with funnels of shadow, there's no sign of the two silent men who wouldn't stoop to pick up $5. Sooner or later they'll come back here, run a search through the diner, around the motel, and wherever else their suspicion draws them, even if they've searched those places before. And if not those same two men, then two others, or 4, or 10, or legions. Better move. 11. Generous slices of homemade apple pie. Simple white plates bought at Sears. Yellow plastic placemats from Walmart. The homey glow of 3 unscented candles that had been acquired with 21 others in an economy pack at a discount hardware store. This humble scene at Geneva's kitchen table was a fresh breeze of reality, clearing away the lingering mists of unreason that the chaotic encounter with Senseia had left in Mickey's head. Indeed, the contrast between Geneva polishing each already clean dessert fork on a dish towel before placing it on the table, and Senseia waltzing with the moon, was less like a mere refreshing breeze than like sudden immersion in an Arctic sea. How peculiar the world had grown, if now life with Aunt Jen had become the sterling standard of normalcy. coffee?" Geneva inquired. Yeah. Hot or iced?" "Hot. But spike it," Mickey said. "Spike it with what, dear?" "Brandy and milk," Mickey said, and at once Leilani, who was not drinking coffee, suggested
Milk.
speaking in her capacity as self-appointed temperance enforcer on assignment to Michelina Bell's song. "Brandy and milk, Aunt Jen noted, taking the order for Mickey's complex spike as she poured the coffee. "Oh, just make it a shot of amaretto," Mickey relented, and on the Edo, Leilani quietly said,
Milk.
Ordinarily, nothing made Mickey bristle with anger or triggered her stubbornness more quickly than being told she couldn't have what she wanted. Unless it was being told that her choices in life hadn't been the best. Unless it was being told that she would screw up the rest of her life if she wasn't careful. Unless it was being told that she had an alcohol problem or an attitude problem, or a problem with motivation, or with men. In the recent past, Leilani's well-meaning murmured insistence on milk would have jammed down the detonation plunger. Not on all these issues, but on enough of them to have assured an explosion of respectable magnitude. During the past year, however, Mickey had spent a great many hours in late-night self-analysis, if only because her circumstances had given her so much time for contemplation that she couldn't avoid shining a light into a few of the rooms in her heart. Until then, she had long resisted such explorations, perhaps out of fear that she'd find a haunted house within herself, occupied by everything from mere ghosts to hobgoblins, with monsters of a singular nature crouched behind doors from the attic to the subcellar. She'd found a few monsters, all right, but she'd been more disturbed by the discovery that in the mansion of her soul, a greater number of rooms than not were unfurnished spaces, dusty and unheated. Since childhood, her defenses against a cruel life had been anger and stubbornness. She'd seen herself as the lone defender of the castle, ceaselessly prowling the ramparts, at war with the world. But a constant state of battle readiness had held off friends as well as enemies, and in fact it had prevented her from experiencing the fullness of life, which might have filled those vacant rooms with good memories to balance the bad that cluttered other chambers. As a matter of emotional survival, she had recently been making an effort to keep her anger sheathed, and to let her stubbornness rest in its scabbard. Now, she said, "Just milk, Aunt Jen." This evening wasn't about Mickey Bell's song anyway, not about what she wanted, or whether she was self-destructive, or whether she would be able to pull her life out of the fire into which she herself had cast it. This evening had become all about Leilani Clonk, if it had not actually been about the girl from the start, and Mickey had never in her memory been less focused on her own interests or needs or resentments. The request for brandy had been a reflex reaction to the stress of the encounter with Senseia. Over the years, alcohol had become a reliable part of her arsenal, as useful for keeping life at bay as were anger and pig-headedness. Too useful. Returning to her chair, Geneva said, "So, Mickey, will we all be getting together for a neighborly barbecue anytime soon?" The woman is either nuts or higher than a Navajo shaman with a 1-pound-a-day peyote habit. Poking her pie with a fork, Leilani said,
It's both, actually. Though not peyote. Like I told you, tonight it's crack cocaine and hallucinogenic mushrooms, much enhanced by old Senseia's patented brand of lunatic charm.
Mickey had no appetite. She left the pie untouched. She really was in an institution once, wasn't she?
I told you yesterday. They shot like 600,000 volts of electricity through her head.
You said 50 or 100,000.
Gee, it's not like I was right there monitoring the gauges and twiddling the dials,
Leilani said.
You've got to allow me a little literary license.
Where was she institutionalized?
We lived in San Francisco then.
When?
Over 2 years ago. I was 7 going on 8.
Who did you live with while she was hospitalized?
Dr. Doom. They've been together 4.5 years now. See? There's even kismet for crackpots. Anyway, the head shrinkers shot like 900,000 volts through old Senseia's noggin, unless you want to nitpick my figures, and it didn't help her any way whatsoever, though the feedback of lunacy from her brain probably blew out power company transformers all over the Bay Area. Great pie, Mrs. D.
Thank you, dear. It's a Martha Stewart recipe. Not that she gave it to me personally. I took it down from her TV show. Mickey said, Leilani, for God's sake, is your mother always like that? The way I just saw her?
No, sometimes she's simply impossible.
This isn't funny, Leilani.
You're wrong. It's hilarious.
The woman is a menace.
To be fair,
Leilani said, forking pie into her mouth as she talked.
My dear Mater isn't always drugged out of her mind the way you just saw her. She saves that for special evenings, birthdays, anniversaries, when the moon is in the 7th house, when Jupiter is aligned with Mars, that kind of thing. Most of the time, she's satisfied with toking on a joint, keeping a nice light buzz, maybe floating on a quaalude. She even goes clean and straight some days, though that's when the depression sets in.
Pleadingly, Mickey said, "Will you stop stuffing your face with pie and talk to me?"
I can talk around the pie, even if it isn't polite. I haven't belched all evening, so I ought to have some etiquette points to my credit. I'm not going to miss out on one bite of this. Old Senseia couldn't bake up anything this good if her life depended on it. Not that she's ever likely to face a pie or die threat.
What sort of baking does your mother do? Geneva asked.
She made an earthworm pie once,
Leilani said.
That was when she was deep in a passionate natural foods phase that stretched the definition of natural to include things like chocolate-covered ants, pickled slugs, and crushed insect protein. The earthworm pie sort of put an end to all that. I'm absolutely sure it wasn't a Martha Stewart recipe.
Mickey finished her coffee in long swallows, as though she had forgotten it wasn't spiked, and though she most definitely didn't need a caffeine jolt. Her hands were shaking. The cup rattled against the saucer when she put it down. Leilani, you can't go on living with her.
With who?
Old Senseia. Who else? She's psychotic. As they say, when they commit people to the psychiatric ward against their will, she's a danger to herself and others.
To herself, for sure,
Leilani agreed.
Not really to others.
She was a danger to me in the yard. All that screaming about hag of a witch bitch and spell casting and not being the boss of her. Geneva had risen from her chair to fetch the pot from the Mr. Coffee machine. She poured a refill for Mickey. Maybe it'll settle your nerves, dear. With no pie left on her plate, Leilani put down her fork.
Old Senseia scared you, that's all. She can be as scary as Bela Lugosi and Boris Karloff and Big Bird all rolled into one, but she's not dangerous. At least as long as my pseudo-father keeps her supplied with drugs. She might be a terror if she ever went into withdrawal.
Freshening her own coffee, Geneva said, I don't find Big Bird scary, dear. Just unnerving.
Oh, Mrs. D, I disagree. People dressing up in big, weird animal suits where you can't see their faces? That's scarier than sleeping with a nuclear bomb under your bed. You have to figure people like that have real issues to resolve.
Stop it, Mickey said, harshly though not angrily, her voice roughened by exasperation. Just please, stop it. Leilani pretended puzzlement.
Stop what?
You know very well what I mean. Stop all this avoidance. Talk to me. Deal with this situation. With her deformed hand, Leilani pointed at Mickey's untouched serving of pie.
Are you going to eat that?
Mickey pulled the plate closer to herself. I'll trade pie for a serious discussion.
We've been having a serious discussion.
There's half a pie left, Geneva offered cheerily.
I'd love a piece, thanks,
Leilani said. The half that's left is off limits, Mickey declared. The only pie in play is my piece. Nonsense, Mickey, Geneva said. Tomorrow I can bake another apple pie all for you. As Geneva rose from the table, Mickey said, Aunt Jen, sit down. This isn't about pie.
It is from my perspective, said
Leilani. Listen, kid, you can't come around here doing your dangerous young mutant act, worming your way... Grimacing, Leilani said,
Worming?
Worming your way into... Mickey fell silent, surprised by what she had been about to say.
Into your spleen?
Leilani suggested. For longer than she could remember, Mickey hadn't allowed herself to be emotionally affected by anyone to any significant degree. Leaning across the table as though earnestly determined to help Mickey find the elusive word, Leilani said,
Into your gallbladder?
Caring was dangerous. Caring made you vulnerable. Stay up on the high ramparts, safe behind the battlements. Geneva said, Kidneys? Worming your way into our hearts, Mickey continued, because saying our instead of my seemed to share the risk and to leave her less exposed. and then expect us not to care when we see the danger you're in." Still armored in drollery, with a full bandolier of cheerful banter, Leilani said,
"I never thought of myself as a heartworm, but I guess it's a perfectly respectable parasite. Anyway, I assure you with all seriousness, if that's what it takes to get the pie, that my mother isn't a danger to me. I've lived with her ever since she popped me out of the oven, and I've still got all my limbs, or at least the same odd arrangement I was born with. She's pathetic, old Senseia, not fearsome. Anyway, she is my mother, and when you're a 9-year-old girl, even an unusually smart one with a gift for gab, you can't just pack your bags, walk out, find a good apartment, get a high-paying job in software design, and be tooling around in your new Corvette by Thursday. I'm sort of stuck with her, if you see what I mean. And I know how to cope with that."
"Child Protective Services,"
"Well-meaning, but useless,"
Leilani interrupted. She seemed to be speaking from experience.
"Anyway, the last thing I want is for old Senseia to be put back in the nut house for a refresher course in ear-to-ear electrocution, because that'll leave me alone with my pseudo-father."
Mickey shook her head. "They wouldn't leave you in the care of your mother's boyfriend."
When I call him my pseudo-father, I'm indulging in wishful thinking. He's my legal stepfather. He married old Senseia 4 years ago when I was 5, going on 6. I wasn't reading anywhere near at a college level then, but I understood the implications anyway. It was an amazing wedding, let me tell you, though there wasn't a carved ice swan. Do you like carved ice swans, Mrs. D?
Geneva said, "I've never seen one, dear."
Neither have I, but the idea appeals to me. And so right after he married Senseia, he said that even though he hadn't actually adopted me and Lukipela, we should start using his last name. But I still use the clonk I was born with. You've got to be mad to be Matic. That's what Luki and I used to say.
Here came that unsettling shift in the girl's eyes, like a sudden muddy tide washing through clean water, an uncharacteristic despair that even candlelight was sufficiently bright to reveal. In spite of the news about the marriage, Mickey clung to the hope that her newfound desire to act as, so to speak, her sister's keeper could be fulfilled at least to some small extent. Whether he's your legal stepfather or not, the proper authorities will—
"The proper authorities didn't nail the guy who killed Mrs. D's husband,"
Leilani said.
"She had to track Alec Baldwin to New Orleans and blow him away herself."
"With great satisfaction," Geneva noted, raising her coffee cup as if in a toast to the liberating power of vengeance. For once, no sparkle of humor enlivened Leilani's blue eyes. No thinnest paring of a wry smile curled either corner of her mouth. And no sportive note informed her voice, as she met Mickey's stare with a piercing directness and said almost in a whisper,
"When you were such a pretty little girl, and bad people took things from you that you never ever wanted to give, the proper authorities weren't there for you even once, were they, Michelina?"
Leilani's intuitive understanding of the hell that Mickey had long ago endured was uncanny. The empathy in those blue eyes rocked her and left her with a certain sense that the most closely guarded truths about herself had been exposed, ugly secrets around which she had constructed impregnable vaults of shame. And though she had never expected to speak to another human being about those years of ordeal and humiliation, although until this moment she would have angrily denied ever being anyone's victim, she didn't feel wounded by this exposure as she would have expected, didn't feel mortified or in the least diminished, but felt instead as if a painfully constricting knot had at last come loose inside her, and realized that sympathy, as this girl had shown it to her, did not have to contain any element of condescension.
"Were they ever there?"
Leilani asked again. Not trusting herself to speak, Mickey shook her head, which was the first admission she had ever made of the painful past on which her life was built. She slid her guarded dessert, untouched, in front of Leilani. Geneva was the only one to bring tears to the table, and she blew her nose noisily in a Kleenex. Of course, she might be flashing back to some tender moment she believed that she'd shared with Clark Gable or Jimmy Stewart or William Holden, but Mickey sensed that her aunt was fully in the thrall of this moment and in the firm grip of the real. Mickey said, "It's hard to make up anything as weird as what is."
"Yeah, I heard that somewhere,"
Leilani replied, picking up her fork. "He is a murderer, isn't he? Just as your mother turned out to be the way you said she was." Cutting her serving of apple pie with the side of her fork, Leilani said,
What a pair, huh?
But 11 people? How could he?
No offense, Mickey, but the story of Dr. Doom and his multiple homicides is a dreary tale, more tedious than titillating, and it can only bring this lovely evening to a new low. It's already been dragged pretty low thanks to old Senseia's performance. If you really want to know about Preston Claudius Maddock, kissing cousin to the Grim Reaper, try reading the news. He hasn't been on the front pages for a while, but the whole strange story is out there if you want to look it up. As for me, I'd rather eat pie, talk about pie, philosophize about pie, and just in general spend the rest of the evening in a pie kind of mood.
Yeah, I can see why you'd want to do that. But you've got to know one question I can't avoid asking.
Sure. I know,
the girl said, lowering her gaze to her plate, but hesitating with her fork poised over the pie. In a miserable voice, Aunt Jen said, "It's never this bad in the movies." And Mickey said to Leilani, "Did he kill your brother, Lukipela?"
Yes.
12. Inside the restaurant, which must have the capacity to seat at least 300, the boy, without dog, glides past the distracted hostess. Quickly glancing around as he moves, he notices only a few children here and there, all with their families. He'd been hoping for more kids, lots of kids, so he won't be so easy to spot if the wrong people come looking. He stays away from the restaurant proper, with its tables and red vinyl booths. Instead, he goes directly to the lunch counter, where customers occupy fewer than half the stools. He climbs onto a stool and watches two short-order cooks tending large griddles. They're frying bacon, hamburger patties, eggs, and mounds of crispy hash browns glistening with oil. As if there's already something of the dog's heart twined with his own, the boy finds his mouth filled with saliva, and he swallows hard to keep from drooling. "What can I do you for, big guy?" a counter waitress inquires. She's a fantastically large person, nearly as round as she is tall. Bosoms the size of goose-down pillows, fine hulking shoulders, a neck made to burst restraining collars, and the proud chins of a fattened bull. Her uniform features short sleeves, and her exposed arms are as big as those of a bodybuilder, although without muscle definition, immense, smooth, pink. As if to provide the illusion of height and to balance her spherical body, she boasts a colossal mass of lustrous auburn hair, twisted and braided and flared and folded into an amazing work of architecture, high at the top of which is pinned a little yellow and white uniform cap that could be easily mistaken for a resting butterfly. The boy marvels, wondering what being this woman would be like. Whether she always feels as great and powerful as she looks, rhino powerful, or whether sometimes she feels as weak and frightened as any lesser person. Surely not. She is majestic. She is magnificent, beautiful. She can live by her own rules, do as she wishes, and the world will treat her with awe, with the respect that she deserves. He can entertain no realistic hope of ever being such a grand person as this woman. With his weak will and unreliable wits, he's barely able to be poor Curtis Hammond. And yet he tries. He says,
"My name's Curtis, and my dad sent me in for some grub to go."
She has a musical voice, a dazzling smile, and she seems to take a shine to him. "Well, Curtis, my name's Danella, 'cause my dad was Don and my mom was Ella. And I think what we serve here is a few notches above plain grub."
"It sure smells fantastic."
On the griddles, tantalizing treats sizzle, pop, bubble, and steam fragrantly.
"Boy, I've never seen a place like this."
"Really? You don't look like you've been raised in a box." He blinks, thinking furiously, striving to comprehend what she has suggested. But he can't avoid the question.
"Were you?"
"Were I what?"
"Raised in a box?"
Donella wrinkles her nose. This is virtually the only part of her face that she can wrinkle because everything else is gloriously full, round, smooth, and too firmly packed even to dimple. "Curtis, you disappoint me. I thought you were a good boy, a nice boy, not a smart aleck." Oh, Lord, he's put his foot wrong again. stepped in a pile of doo-doo, figuratively speaking, but he can't understand what he's done to offend, and can't imagine how to get himself admitted to her good graces once more. He dare not call undue attention to himself, not with so many murderous hunters looking for someone his size, and he absolutely must obtain food for himself and for Old Yeller, who is depending on him. But Donella controls his access to the grub, or to whatever you call it when it's a few notches above plain grub.
I am a nice boy,
he assures her.
My mother was always proud of me.
Donella's stern expression softens slightly, though she still won't give the enchanting smile with which she first greeted him. Speaking his heart seems the best way to make amends.
You're so fabulous, so beautiful, so magnificent, Ms. Donella.
Even his compliment fails to pump the air back into her deflated smile. In fact, her soft pink features suddenly appear stone-hard and cold enough to bring an early end to summer across the entire North American continent.
Don't you mock me, Curtis.
As Curtis realizes that somehow he has further offended her, hot tears blur his vision.
I only want you to like me,
he pleads. The pitiable tremor in his voice should be an embarrassment to any self-respecting boy of adventure. Of course, he isn't adventuring at the moment. He's socializing, which is immeasurably more difficult than engaging in dangerous exploits and heroic deeds. He's rapidly losing confidence. Lacking adequate self-assurance, no fugitive can maintain a credible deception. Perfect poise is the key to survival. Mom always said so, and Mom knew her stuff. 2 stools away from Curtis, a grizzled trucker looks up from a plate piled with chicken and waffles.
Donella, don't be too hard on the kid. He didn't mean nothing by what he said. Nothing like you think. Can't you see he's not quite right?
A fly line of panic casts a hook into the boy's heart, and he clutches the edge of the counter to avoid reeling off the stool. He thinks for a moment that they see through him, recognize him as the most wanted fish for which so many nets have been cast.
You hush your mouth, Bert Hooper,
says the majestic Donella.
A man who wears bib overalls and long johns instead of proper pants and a shirt isn't a reliable judge of who's not quite right.
Bert Hooper takes this upbraiding without offense, cackles with amusement, and says,
If I got to choose between comfort and being a sex object, I'll choose comfort every time. Lucky you feel that way,
Donella replies,
because that's not actually a choice you have.
Through a blur of tears, the boy sees the glorious smile once more, a smile as radiant as that of a goddess. Donella says,
Curtis, I'm sorry I snapped at you.
Trying to regain control of his emotions, but still blubbering a little, he says,
I don't know why I offended you, ma'am. My mother always said it's best to speak your heart, which is the only thing I did.
I realize that now, sugar. I didn't first see you're one of those rare folks with a pure soul.
So then, do you think I'm not quite right?
He asks, fiercely gripping the edge of the counter, still half afraid that they are beginning to recognize him for the fugitive he is.
No, Curtis. I just think you're too sweet for this world.
Her statement both reassures and strangely disconcerts the boy, so he makes another effort at a compliment, speaking with sincerity and emotion that cannot be misconstrued as anything else.
You really are beautiful, Ms. Donella. So stupendous, awesome. You can live by your own rules like a rhino.
2 stools away, Bert Hooper chokes violently on his waffles and chicken. His fork clatters against his plate as he grabs his glass of Pepsi. Sputtering, with cola foaming from his nostrils, face turning as red and mottled as a boiled lobster, he at last clears his throat of food only to fill it with laughter, making such a spectacle of himself that it's evident he would be a lousy fugitive. Perhaps the trucker has just now remembered a particularly funny joke. His unrestrained hilarity is nonetheless rude, distracting Curtis and Donella from their mutual apologies. The divine Donella glares at Bert with the expression of a perturbed rhino, lacking only the threat of a large pointed horn to make the comparison perfect. In the same way that a clatter of laughter had knocked its way through the last of Bert's choking, so now a rattle of words raps out of him between guffaws.
Oh, damn! I'm splat in the middle of Forrest Gump!
The boy is puzzled.
I know that movie.
Never you mind, Curtis, Donella says. We're no more splat in the middle of Forrest Gump than we are in the middle of Godzilla.
I sure hope not, ma'am. That was one mean lizard.
Bert is spluttering again, half choking, even though his throat was clear a moment ago, and his deteriorating condition causes the boy concern. The trucker seems on the brink of a medical emergency. Donella declares,
If anyone around here has a box of chocolates for a brain, then he's sitting in front of a plate of chicken and waffles.
That's you, Mr. Hooper,
Curtis observes. Then he understands.
Oh.
The trucker's tears of laughter are this poor afflicted man's way of dealing with his loneliness, his disability, his pain.
I'm sorry, sir.
The boy feels deep sympathy for this truck-driving gump, and he regrets being so insensitive as to have thought that Bert Hooper was simply rude.
I'd help you if I could.
Although the trucker looks vastly amused, this is, of course, purely sham amusement to cover his embarrassment at his own shortcomings.
You? Help me? How?
If I could, I'd make you normal, just like Ms. Donella and me.
The intellectually disadvantaged trucker is so deeply touched by this expression of concern that he swivels on his stool, putting his back to Curtis, and struggles to master his emotions. Although to all appearances Bert Hooper is striving to quell a fit of giddiness, the boy now knows that this is like the laughter of a secretly forlorn clown. Genuine if you listen with just your ears, but sadly fraudulent if you listen with your heart. Exhibiting rhinocerosian contempt for Mr. Hooper, Donella turns away from him.
Don't you pay any mind to him, Curtis. He's had every opportunity to be normal his whole life, but he's always chosen to be just the sorry soul he is.
This baffles the boy because he's been under the impression that a gump has no choice but to be a gump, as nature made him.
Now, says Donella, before I take your order, honey, are you sure you've got the money to pay?
From a pocket of his jeans, he extracts a crumpled wad of currency, including the remaining proceeds from the Hammond larceny and the $5 that the dog snatched from the breeze in the parking lot.
Why, you are indeed a gentleman of means, says Donella. You just put it away for now and pay the cashier when you leave.
I'm not sure it's enough,
he worries, jamming his bankroll into his pocket again.
I need 2 bottles of water, a cheeseburger for my dad, a cheeseburger for me, potato chips, and probably 2 cheeseburgers for Old Yeller.
Old Yeller would be your dog?
He beams, for he and the waitress are clearly connecting now.
That's exactly right.
No sense paying big bucks for cheeseburgers when your dog will like something else better, Donella advises.
What's that?
I'll have the cook grill up a couple meat patties, rare, and mix them with some plain cooked rice and a little gravy. We'll put it in a takeout dish and give it to you for nothing because we just love doggies. Your pooch will think he's died and gone to heaven.
The boy almost corrects her on 2 counts. First, Old Yeller in this case is a she, not a he. Second, the dog surely knows what heaven's like and won't confuse paradise with a good dinner. He raises neither issue. Bad guys are looking for him. He's been too long in this one spot. Motion is commotion.
Thank you, Ms. Donella. You're as wonderful as I just knew you were when I first saw you.
Surprising the boy, she affectionately squeezes his right hand.
Whenever people think they're smarter than you, Curtis, just you remember what I'm going to tell you.
She leans across the counter as far as her fabulous bulk will allow, bringing her face closer to his, and she whispers these tea-berry-scented words.
You're a better person than any of them.
Her kindness has a profound effect on the boy, and she blurs a little as he says,
Thank you, ma'am.
She pinches his cheek, and he senses that she would kiss it if she could crane her neck that far. As a desperate but relatively unseasoned fugitive, he has been largely successful at adventuring, and now he's hopeful that he'll learn to be good at socializing too, which is vitally important if he is to pass as an ordinary boy under the name Curtis Hammond or any other. His confidence is restored. The loud drumming of fear with which he has lived for the past 24 hours has subsided to a faint rataplan of less exhausting anxiety. He has found hope. Hope that he will survive. hope that he will discover a place where he belongs and where he feels at home. Now, if he can find a toilet, all will be right with the world. He asks Donella if there's a toilet nearby, and as she writes up his takeout order on a small notepad, she explains that it's more polite to say restroom. When Curtis clarifies that he doesn't need to rest, but rather that he urgently needs to relieve himself, this explanation touches off another emotional reaction from Bert Hooper, which appears to be laughter, but which is probably something more psychologically complex, as before. Anyway, the toilet, the restroom, is within sight from the lunch counter, at the end of a long hallway. Even poor Mr. Hooper or the real Forrest Gump could find his way here without an escort. The facilities are extensive and fascinating, featuring 7 stalls, a bank of 5 urinals from which arises the cedar scent of disinfectant cakes, 6 sinks with a built-in liquid soap dispenser at each, and 2 paper towel dispensers. A pair of wall-mounted hot air dryers activate when you hold your hands under them, although these machines aren't smart enough to withhold their heat when your hands are dry. The vending machine is smarter than the hand dryers. It offers pocket combs, nail clippers, disposable lighters, and more exotic items that the boy can't identify, but it knows whether or not you've fed coins to it. When he pulls a lever without paying, the machine won't give him a packet of Trojans, whatever they might be. When he realizes that he's the only occupant of the restroom, he seizes the opportunity and runs from stall to stall, pushing all the flush levers in quick succession. The overlapping swish and glug of 7 toilets strikes him as hilarious, and the combined flow demand causes plumbing to rattle in the walls. Cool. After he relieves himself, as he's washing his hands with enough liquid soap to fill the sink with glittering, foamy masses of suds, he looks in the streaked mirror and sees a boy who will be all right, given enough time. A boy who will find his way and come to terms with his losses. A boy who will not only live, but also flourish. He decides to continue being Curtis Hammond. Thus far, no one has connected the name to the murdered family in Colorado. And since he's grown comfortable with this identity, why change? He dries his hands thoroughly on paper towels, but then holds them under one of the hot air blowers, just for the kick of tricking the machine. Refreshed, hurrying along the corridor between the restrooms and the restaurant, Curtis comes to a sudden halt when he spots 2 men standing out there at the lunch counter, talking to Bert Hooper. They are tall, made taller by their Stetsons. Both wear their blue jeans tucked into their cowboy boots. Donella appears to be arguing with Mr. Hooper, probably trying to get him to shut his trap, but poor Mr. Hooper doesn't have the wit to understand what she wants of him, so he just chatters on. When the trucker points toward the restrooms, the cowboys look up and see Curtis a little past the midpoint of the hall. They stare at him, and he returns their stares. Maybe they aren't sure if he's his mother's son or some other woman's child. Maybe he could fake them out, pass for an ordinary baseball-loving, school-hating 10-year-old boy whose interests are limited entirely to down-to-earth stuff like TV wrestling, video games, dinosaurs, and cereal-flushing public toilets. These 2 are the enemy, not the clean-cut ordinary citizens whom they appear to be. No doubt about it. They radiate the telltale intensity, in their stance, in their demeanor, in their eyes. They will see through him, perhaps not immediately, but soon, and if they get their hands on him, he will be dead for sure. As one, the 2 cowboys start toward Curtis. 13.
Intergalactic spacecraft, alien abductions, an extraterrestrial base hidden on the dark side of the moon, super-secret human and alien crossbreeding programs, saucer-eyed gray aliens who can walk through walls and levitate and play concert-quality clarinet with their butts. Preston Maddock believes in all of it and more,
Leilani reported. The power failed. They were conversing by candlelight, but the clock on the oven blinked off, and at the far end of the adjacent living room, a ginger jar lamp with a rose damask shade went dark with a pink wink. The aged refrigerator choked like a terminal patient on life support machinery, denied a desperately needed mechanical respirator. The compressor motor rattled and expired. The kitchen had seemed quiet before, but the fridge had been making more noise than Mickey realized. By contrast, this was holding your breath at a seance silence, just before the ghost says boo. Mickey found herself staring up expectantly at the ceiling, and she realized that the timing of the power outage, just as Leilani was talking about UFOs, had given her the crazy notion that they had suffered a blackout not because of California's ongoing crisis, but because a pulsing, whirling disk craft from a far nebula was hovering over Geneva's motorhome, casting a power pall, just like alien ships always did in the movies. When she lowered her gaze, she saw Aunt Jen and Leilani also studying the ceiling. In this deep quiet, Mickey gradually became aware of the whispery, sputter-sizzle of burning candle wicks, a sound as faint as the memory of a long-ago serpent's hiss. Jen sighed. Rolling blackout. Third world inconvenience with the warm regards of the governor. Not supposed to have them at night, only in high-demand hours. Maybe it's just an ordinary screw-up.
I can live without power, as long as I've got pie,
Leilani said, but she still hadn't forked up a mouthful of her second piece. So Dr. Doom is a UFO nut, Mickey pressed.
He's a broad-spectrum, 360-degree, inside-out, all the way around, perfect, true, and complete nut. UFOs are only one of his interests. But since marrying old Senseia, he's pretty much dedicated his life to the saucer circuit. He has this honking big motorhome, and we travel all around the country, to the sites of famous close encounters, from Roswell, New Mexico, to Phlegm Falls, Iowa. Wherever the aliens are supposed to have been in the past, we go hoping they'll show up again. And when there's a new sighting or a new abduction story, we haul ass for the place, wherever it is. So maybe we'll get there while the action is still hot. The only reason we're renting next door for a week is because the motorhome is in the shop for an overhaul, and Dr. Doom won't stay in a hotel or motel because he thinks they're all just breeding grounds for Legionnaire's disease and that gross flesh-eating bacteria, whatever it's called.
You mean you'll be gone in a week? Aunt Jen asked. A web of worry strung spokes and spirals at the corners of her eyes.
More like a few days,
Leilani said.
We just spent July in Roswell, actually, because it was July 1947 when an alien starship pilot, evidently drunk or asleep at the joystick, crashed his saucer into the desert. Dr. Doom thinks ETs are more likely to visit a site at the same time of year they visited it before. I guess sort of the way college students go to Fort Lauderdale every spring break. And isn't it amazing, really, how often these weird little gray guys are supposed to have totaled one of their gazillion-dollar galaxy-crossing SUVs? If they ever decide to conquer Earth, I don't think we've got much to worry about. What we're dealing with here is Darth Vader with lots of Larry Curly and Moe blood in his veins.
Mickey had figured to let the girl wind down, but the longer that Leilani circled the subject of her brother's fate, the more tightly wound she seemed to become. Okay, what's the point? What's all this UFO stuff have to do with Lukipela? After a hesitation, Leilani said,
Dr. Doom says he's had this vision that we'll both be healed by extraterrestrials.
Healed? Mickey didn't consider this girl's deformities to be a disease or a sickness. In fact, Leilani's self-assurance, her wit, and her indomitable spirit made it hard to think of her as disabled, even now when her left hand rested on the table, obviously misshapen in the otherwise forgiving glow of the 3 candles.
Lukey was born with a wickedly malformed pelvis, tinker toy hip joints built with monkey logic, a right femur shorter than the left, and some bone fusion in his right foot. Senseia has this theory that hallucinogens during pregnancy give the baby psychic powers.
The night heat couldn't bake the chill from Mickey's bones. In memory, she saw the fury-tightened face of the woman in the frilly slip, and moonlight painting points on the teeth in her snarl.
What do you think of that theory, Mrs. D?
Leilani asked, with little of her usual humor, but with a quiet note of long-throttled anger in her voice. Sucky, Aunt Jen said. Leilani smiled wanly.
Sucky. We're still waiting for the day when I'm able to foretell next week's winning lottery numbers, start fires with the power of my mind, and teleport to Paris for lunch.
Mickey said, Some of your brother's problems. It sounds like surgery could have helped at least a little.
Oh, Mother's far too terribly smart to put any faith in Western medicine. She relied on crystal harmonics, chanting, herbal remedies, and a lot of poultices that would give any urine-soaked, puke-covered wino competition for the worst smell outside of a Calcutta sewer.
Mickey had finished her second cup of coffee. She couldn't recall drinking it. She got up to pour a refill. She felt helpless, and she needed to keep her hands busy because if her hands weren't occupied, her anger might overwhelm her. She wanted to lash out at someone on Leilani's behalf, take a hard, satisfying swing, but there was no one here to punch. Yet if she went next door to knock some sense into Senseia, and even if the psychotic moon dancer didn't kill her, she wouldn't improve the girl's situation, only make it worse. Standing at the counter in the near dark, pouring coffee with the care of a blind woman, Mickey said, "So this nutball is driving you and Lukey around looking for aliens with healing hands?"
Healing technology,
Leilani corrected.
An alien species, having mastered interstellar travel and the problem of toileting neatly at faster-than-light speeds, is sure to be able to take the wrinkles out of this body or pop me into a brand new body identical to this one but with no imperfections. Anyway, that's the plan we've been operating on for about 4 years now.
"Leilani, honey, you're not going back there," Geneva declared. "We're not going to let you go back to them. Are we, Mickey?" Perhaps the only good thing about the unextinguishable anger that had charred Mickey's life was that it also burned from her all illusions. She didn't entertain fantasies derived from the movies or from any other source. Aunt Jen might for a moment see herself as Ingrid Bergman or Doris Day, capable of rescuing an imperiled waif with just a dazzling smile and a righteous speech, and stirring music in the background. But Mickey saw clearly the hopelessness of this situation. On the other hand, if only hopelessness was the result, perhaps the burning away of illusions wasn't so desirable after all. Mickey sat at the table again. Where did Lukey Pela disappear? Leilani looked toward the kitchen window, but seemed to be gazing at something far away in time, and at a considerable distance beyond the California darkness.
Montana? This place in the mountains?
How long ago?
9 months. The 19th of November. Lukey's birthday was the 20th. He would have been 10 years old. In the vision that the old Doom Doctor had, the one where he claimed he saw us being healed by ETs, it was supposed to happen before we were 10. Each of us would be made whole, he promised Senseia, before we were 10.
"Strange lights in the sky," Mickey quoted. "Pale green levitation beams that suck you right out of your shoes and up into the mothership."
I didn't see any of that myself. It's what I was told happened to Lukey.
"Told?" Aunt Jen asked. "Who told you, dear?"
My pseudo-father. Late that afternoon, he parked the motorhome in a roadside lay-by, not a campground. Not even a real rest stop with bathrooms or a picnic table or anything. Just this lonely, wide area along the shoulder of the road. Forest all around. He said we'd go on to a motorhome park later. First, he wanted to visit this special site a couple miles away, where some guy named Carver or Carter claimed to have been abducted by purple squids from Jupiter or something 3 years before. I figured he'd drag us all along as usual, but once he unhitched the SUV that we tow behind the motorhome, he only wanted to take Lukey.
The girl grew silent. Mickey didn't press for further details. She needed to know what came next, but she didn't entirely want to hear it. After a while, Leilani shifted her gaze from November in Montana and met Mickey's stare.
I knew then what was happening. I tried to go along with them, but Preston wouldn't let me. And Senseia, she held me back.
A ghost drifted along the corridors of the girl's memory, a small spirit with tinker toy hips and one leg shorter than the other, and Mickey could almost see the shape of this apparition haunting those blue eyes.
I remember Lukey Pela walking to the SUV, clomping along with his one built-up shoe, his leg stiff, rolling his hips in that funny way he did. And then, as they drove away, Lukey looked back at me. His face was blurred a little because the window was dirty. I think he waved.
14. Perched happily on his stool at the lunch counter, Poor dumb Bert Hooper knows that he himself is a truck driver and knows that he himself is eating chicken and waffles, but he doesn't know that he himself is a total Forrest Gump. Good-hearted, but a Gump nonetheless. Well-meaning, Mr. Hooper points toward the hallway that leads to the restrooms. As one, the two cowboys start toward Curtis. Donella calls to them, but even she, in her majestic immensity, can't restrain them by word alone. To Curtis's right lies a pivot-hinged door with an inset oval of glass. The porthole is too high to provide a view to him, so he pushes through the door without knowing what lies beyond. He's in a large commercial kitchen with a white ceramic tile floor. Banks of large ovens, cooktops, refrigerators, sinks, and preparation tables, all stainless steel, gleaming and lustrous, provide him with a maze of work aisles along which a stooping, crouching, scuttling boy might be able to escape. Not every delicacy is prepared by the two short-order cooks out front. The kitchen staff is large and busy. No one appears interested in Curtis when he enters. Oven to oven, past a 10-foot-long cooktop, past an array of deep fryers full of roiling hot oil, around the end of a long prep table, Curtis hurries into a narrow work aisle with loosely thatched rubber mats on the floor. He stays low, hoping to get out of sight before the two cowboys arrive. He avoids collisions with the staff, squeezing around them, dodging left, right, but they're no longer disinterested in him.
"Hey, kid. What are you doing here, boy? Tener cuidado, muchacho. Watch it! Watch it! Loco mocoso!"
He's just entering the next aisle, one layer deeper into the huge kitchen, when he hears the two cowboys arrive. There's no mistaking their entrance for anything else. With the arrogance and the blood hunger of Gestapos, they slam through the swinging door, their boot heels clopping hard against the tile floor. In reaction, the kitchen staff is as silent and for a moment as still as mannequins. No one demands to know who these brash intruders are, or makes a clatter of pots that might draw attention, probably because everyone fears that these two are federal immigration agents, rousting illegal aliens, of which there's no doubt one present, and that they will hassle even properly documented workers if they're in a belligerent mood. By their very presence, however, the cowboys have won allies for Curtis. As the crouching boy progresses by hitch and twitch through the kitchen, cooks and bakers and salad makers and dishwashers ease out of his way, facilitate his passage, use their bodies to further block the cowboy's view of him, and direct him with subtle gestures toward what he assumes will be a rear exit. He's scared, mouth suddenly bitter with the taste of what might be his mortality, lungs cinched tight enough to make each breath a labor, heart rapping with woodpecker frenzy. And yet he is acutely aware of the delicious aromas of roasting chicken, baking ham, frying potatoes. Fear doesn't entirely trump hunger, and though the flood of saliva is bitter, it fails to diminish his appetite. Noises in his wake suggest that the killers are trying to track him. Contentious voices quickly arise as the kitchen staff, realizing that these two cowboys have no law enforcement credentials, object to their intrusion. At a table stacked with clean plates, Curtis stops and, though still crouching, dares to raise his head. He peers between two towers of dishes and sees one of his pursuers about 15 feet away. The hunter has a handsome, potentially genial face. If he were to smile instead of glower, put on a mask of kindness, the kitchen staff might warm at once to him and point him toward his quarry. But although Curtis is sometimes fooled by appearances, he's perceptive enough to see that this is a man whose face gives out at every pore the homicidal toxins in which his brain now marinates. Pressing sweet peach juice from a handful of dried pits would be easier than squeezing one drop of pity from this hunter's heart, and mercy would more likely be wrung from any stone. As he moves along the salad prep aisle, the grim cowboy looks left and right, shoving aside the men and women in his way as if they are mere furniture. His partner isn't immediately behind him, and might be approaching by a different route. The restaurant employees are protesting less, maybe because the hunter's steely indifference to every objection and their cold-eyed persistence is too intimidating to resist. You see guys like this on the TV news, shooting up shopping centers or office buildings because of a wife's decision to file for divorce, because they've lost a job, or just because. Yet with discreet nods and gestures, the workers continue to shepherd Curtis toward escape. In a half squat, Shambling side to side and using his swinging arms for counterbalance, just as a frightened monkey might scamper, the boy turns a corner at a long butcher block and encounters a cook who's gazing out across the enormous kitchen, wide-eyed, watching the hunters. The white-uniformed cook might be an angel, considering that he holds a plastic-wrapped bundle of hot dogs, which he has just taken from the open cooler behind him. A crash rocks the room, rattles cookware. Someone slamming through the swinging door from the restroom hallway, following the cowboys. More hard and hurried footfalls on the tile floor. Voices, then shouting, "FBI! FBI! Freeze! Freeze! Freeze!" Curtis clutches at the hot dogs. Startled, the man lets go of the bundle. Having claimed the meaty treasure, Curtis scuttles past the cook, bound for freedom and a makeshift dinner, surprised by the arrival of the FBI, but not in the least heartened by this unexpected development. "When it rains, it pours," his mother had said. She never claimed that the thought was original with her. Universal truths often find expression in universal cliches. When it rains, it pours, and when it pours, the river runs wild, and suddenly we're caught up in a flood. But when we're in a flood, we don't panic, do we, baby boy? And he always knew the answer to that one. No, we never panic. And she would say, "Why don't we panic in the flood?" And he would say, "Because we're too busy swimming." Behind him, elsewhere in the kitchen, dishes clatter-shatter on the floor, and a soup pot or some such bounces bong, bong, bong across the tiles. Spoons or forks or butter knives spill in quantity, ringing off stainless steel and ceramic surfaces with a sound like the bells that might announce a demonic holiday. Then gunfire. 15. The coffee had simmered long enough to turn slightly bitter. By the time she sampled her third cup, Mickey didn't mind the edge that the brew acquired. In fact, Leilani's story stirred in Mickey a long, simmering bitterness, to which the coffee was a perfect accompaniment. To the girl, Geneva said, "So you don't believe Luki Pela went off with aliens?"
I pretend to,
Leilani said quietly.
Around Dr. Doom, I play along with his story, all agog over Luki coming back to us one day, a year from now, 2 years, in a new body. It's safer that way.
Mickey almost asked whether Senseia believed ETs had spirited Luki away. Then she realized that the woman she'd encountered earlier would not only accept such a story, but might as easily be convinced that Luki and the compassionate spacemen were sending her subliminal messages in reruns of Seinfeld, in the advertising copy on boxes of cornflakes, or in the patterns made by flocks of birds in flight. Leilani took the first bite from her second serving of pie. She chewed longer than cooked apples warranted, gazing at her plate, as though puzzling over a change in the texture of the dessert. "Why would he kill a helpless child?" Geneva asked.
It's what he does. Like the postman delivers the mail. Like a baker makes bread.
Leilani shrugged.
Read about him. You'll see.
"You haven't gone to the police," Mickey said.
I'm just a kid.
"They listen to kids," Geneva advised. Mickey knew from experience that this was not reliably the case. "Anyway," she said, "whether they believe you or not, they sure won't swallow your stepfather's story about extraterrestrial healers."
It's not a story they'll hear from him. He says the ETs don't want publicity. This isn't just alien modesty. They're dead serious about it. He says if we tell anyone about them, they'll never bring Luki back. They have big plans for elevating human civilization to a level that merits Earth's inclusion in a galactic congress. Sometimes he calls it the Parliament of Planets. And those plans will take time to carry out. While they're busy doing lots of mysterious good works behind the scenes, saving us from nuclear war and the embarrassment of chronic dandruff, they don't want a bunch of ignorant rubes poking around, searching for them in certain mountains in Montana and other places they like to hang out. So we're supposed to talk about the ETs only among ourselves. Senseia totally buys into this.
"When he has to explain where Luki's gone, what'll he say?" Geneva wondered.
First of all, there's nobody who'd notice or think to ask. We're always on the move, rambling around the country. No permanent neighbors, no friends, just people we meet on the road, like at a campground for an evening, and we never see them again. Senseia long ago chopped loose her family, before I was born. I haven't met any of them, don't know where they are. She never speaks about them, except once in a while she says what an intolerant and uptight bunch of poop vents they were, though, as you might expect, she uses more colorful language. One of my pacts with God is that I won't be as foul-mouthed as my mother, and in return for all my self-discipline, he'll give her as long as she needs to explain her moral choices when she dies and finds herself standing at judgment. I'm not sure that God, even though he's God with all his resources, realizes what he's gotten himself into by agreeing to those terms.
The girl forked up another mouthful of pie, and again she chewed with a stoic expression that suggested she was eating broccoli, not with clear distaste, but with the indifference of nutritional duty. Geneva said, "Well, if it's the police asking after Lukey,
they'll say he never existed, that I'm just disturbed and invented him, like an imaginary playmate."
They can't get away with that, dear.
Sure they can. Even before Dr. Doom, Senseia was footloose. She says we lived in Santa Fe, San Francisco, Monterey, Telluride, Taos, Las Vegas, Lake Tahoe, Tucson, and Coeur d'Alene before Dr. Doom. I remember some places, but I was too little to have memories of them all. A few months here, a few there. She was with different men, too. Some doing drugs, selling, all looking for a big, easy score of one kind or another. All the move-along type, because if they didn't move along, the local cops would have provided each of them with a room and a boyfriend. Anyway, who knows where any of those guys are now, or whether they'd remember Lukey, or admit to remembering him.
Birth certificates, Mickey suggested. That would be proof. Where were you born? Where was Lukey born? Another bite of pie. More joyless chewing.
I don't know.
You don't know where you were born?
Senseia says the fates can't find you to snip your thread and end your life if they don't know where you were born. And they won't know if you can never speak of the place. So then you'll live forever. And she doesn't believe in doctors, hospitals. She says we were born at home, wherever home was then. At best, maybe a midwife. I'd be beyond amazed if our births were ever registered anywhere.
The bitter coffee had grown cool. Mickey sipped it anyway. She was afraid that if she didn't drink it, she'd fetch the brandy and drink that instead, regardless of Leilani's objections. Alcohol never soothed her rage. She'd become a drinker because booze inflamed the anger, and for so long she'd cherished her anger. Only anger had kept her going, and until recently she'd been reluctant to let it go. "You've got your father's name," Geneva said hopefully. "If he could be found."
I'm not sure Lukey-Pela's dad and mine are the same. Senseia's never said. She might not know herself. Lukey and I have the same last name, but that doesn't mean anything. It's not actually our father's name. She's never told us his name. She's got this thing about names. She says they're magical. Knowing someone's name gives you power over him, and keeping your own name secret gives you more power still. "Witch with a broomstick up your ass, witch bitch. Diabolist hag, flying down out of the moon with my name on your tongue, think you can spellcast me with a shrewd guess of a name?" Senseia's fury-widened eyes, white all around, rose like two alien moons in Mickey's memory. She shuddered. Leilani said, "She just calls him Clonk because she claims that was the noise he made if you rapped him on the head. She hates him a lot. Which is maybe why she hates me and Lukey a little too. And Lukey more than me for some reason." In spite of all that she knew about Senseia Maddock, Geneva cringed from this charge against the woman. "Leilani, sweetie, even though she's a deeply disturbed person, she's still your mother, and in her own way, she loves you very much." Aunt Jen was childless, not by choice. The love she'd never been able to spend on a daughter or a son hadn't diminished in value over time, but had grown into a wealth of feeling that she now paid out to everyone she knew. No mother can ever truly hate her child, dear. No mother anywhere. Mickey wished, not for the first time, that she had been Geneva's daughter. How different her life would have been.
so free of anger and self-destructive impulses. Meeting Mickey's eyes, Geneva read the love in them and smiled, but then seemed to read something else as well, something that helped her to understand the depth of her naivete on this matter. Her smile faltered, faded, vanished. "No mother anywhere," she repeated softly, but to Mickey this time. "That's what I've always thought. If I'd ever realized differently, I wouldn't have just stood by." Mickey looked away from Geneva, because she didn't want to talk about her past. Not here, not now. This was about Leilani Clonk, not about Michelina Bellsong. Leilani was only 9, and in spite of what she'd been through, she wasn't screwed up yet. She was tough, smart. She had a chance, a future, even if at the moment it seemed to hang by a gossamer thread. She didn't have 1,000 stupid choices to live down. In this girl, Mickey saw the hope of a good, clean life full of purpose, which she couldn't quite yet see clearly in herself. Leilani said,
"One reason I know she hates Lukey more than me is the name she gave him. She says she calls me Leilani, which means heavenly flower, because maybe people will think of me as more than just a pathetic cripple. That's old Senseia at the peak of her motherly concern. But she says she knew Lukey for what he was even before he popped out of her. Lukey Pela is Hawaiian for Lucifer."
Appalled, Geneva looked as though she might bring to the table the brandy that Mickey had thus far resisted, though strictly for her own fortification. "Photographs," Mickey said. "Pictures of you and Lukey. That would be proof he wasn't just your imaginary brother."
They destroyed all the pictures of him. Because when he comes back with the aliens, he'll be completely fit. If anybody ever saw pictures of him with deformities, they'd know it had to be aliens who made him right. Then the jig would be up for our friends the ETs. They'd be so busy dodging alien hunters that they wouldn't be able to lift up human civilization and get us into the Parliament of Planets with all the cool welcome wagon gifts and valuable discount coupons that come with membership. Senseia also buys that one. Probably because she wants to. Anyway, I hid 2 snapshots of Lukey, but they found them. Now the only place I can see his face is in my mind. But I take time every day to concentrate on his face, on remembering it, keeping the details sharp, especially his smile. I'm never going to let his face fade away. I'm never going to forget the way he looked.
The girl's voice grew softer but also more penetrating, as air finds its way into places from which water is kept out.
He can't have been here 10 years and suffered like he did, and then just be gone, as if he never lived. That's not right. Hell if it is. Hell if it is. Someone's got to remember, you know? Someone.
Realizing the full horror of the girl's situation, Aunt Jen was reduced to stunned silence and to at least a temporary emotional paralysis. All her life, until now, Geneva Davis had always found exactly the right consoling words for any situation, had known when she could smooth your hackled heart just by lovingly smoothing your hair, quell your fear with a cuddle and a kiss on the brow. Mickey was scared as she hadn't been scared in 15 years or longer. She felt enslaved once more to fate, to chance, to dangerous men, as helpless as she had been throughout a childhood lived under the threat of those same forces. She could think of no way to rescue Leilani, just as she had never been able to save herself, and this impotence suggested that she might never find the wit, the courage, and the determination to accomplish the far more difficult task of redeeming her own screwed-up life. Solemnly, Leilani finished the second piece of pie. Solemnly, as though she were eating it not to satisfy her own need or desire, but as though she were eating it on behalf of he who could not share this table with them, eating it in the name of a boy with a wickedly malformed pelvis and tinker toy hips, a boy who clomped along bravely in one built-up shoe, a brother who had probably liked apple pie, and whose memory must be fed in his enduring absence. A butterfly flutter of light, a sibilant sputter, a serpent of smoke rising lazily from the black stump of a dead wick. One of the 3 candles burned out, and darkness eagerly pulled its chair a little closer to the table. 16. Gunfire, but also frankfurters. Hunters loom, but the chaos provides cover. Hostility is all around, but hope of escape lies ahead. Even in the darkest moments, light exists if you have the faith to see it. Fear is a poison produced by the mind, and courage is the antidote stored always ready in the soul. In misfortune lies the seed of future triumph. They have no hope who have no belief in the intelligent design of all things, but those who see meaning in every day will live in joy. Confronted in battle by a superior foe, you will find that a kick to the sex organs is generally effective. Those sagacities and uncounted others are from Mother's Big Book of Street-Smart Advice for the Hunted and the Would-Be Chameleon. This isn't a published work, of course, although in the boy's mind he can see those pages as clearly as the pages of any real book that he's ever read, chapter after chapter of hard-won wisdom. His mom had been, first of all, his mom, but she'd also been a universally admired symbol of resistance to oppression, an advocate of freedom, whose teachings, both her philosophy and her practical survival advice, had been passed from believer to believer, much the way that folk tales were preserved through centuries by being told and retold in the glow of campfire and hearthlight. Curtis hopes that he won't have to kick anyone in the sex organs, but he's prepared to do whatever is required to survive. By nature, he's more of a dreamer than he is a schemer, more poet than warrior, though he's admittedly hard-pressed to see anything either poetic or warrior-like about clutching a package of frankfurters to his chest, scampering like a monkey, and retreating pell-mell from the battle that has broken out behind him. Around and under more prep tables, past tall cabinets with open shelves full of stacked dishes, taking cover behind hulking culinary equipment of unknown purpose, Curtis moves indirectly but steadily into the end of the kitchen toward which the workers had initially seemed to be directing him. None of the employees any longer offers guidance. They're too busy diving for cover, belly-crawling like soldiers seeking shelter in an unexpected firefight, and saying their prayers, each of them determined to protect the precious bottom that his mama once talcumed so lovingly. In addition to the sharp crack of gunfire, Curtis hears lead slugs ricocheting with a whistle or with a cymbal-like ping off range hoods and off other metal surfaces, slamming thwack into wood or plaster, puncturing full soup pots with a flat bonk, and drilling empty pots with a hollow, reverberant pong. Shot dinnerware explodes in noisy, disharmonious chords. Bullet-plucked metal racks produce jarring arpeggios. From a severed refrigeration line, a toxic mist of rapidly evaporating coolant hisses like a displeased audience at a symphony of talentless musicians. And perhaps he's able to call forth his poetic side in the midst of warfare after all. The FBI doesn't, as a matter of habit, open negotiations with gunplay, which means the cowboys must have initiated hostilities. And the two men wouldn't resort to violence so immediately if they weren't certain that these bureau agents know them for who they really are. This is an astonishing development, the full import of which Curtis can't absorb in the current uproar. If federal authorities have become aware of the dark forces that pursue this motherless boy, then they are aware of the boy himself. And if they can recognize the hunters, they must be able to recognize the boy as well. Curtis had thought he was being pursued by a platoon. Perhaps it is instead an army. And the enemies of his enemies are not always his friends, certainly not in this case. He rounds the end of another work aisle and finds an employee sitting on the floor, wedged into the corner formed by banks of tall cabinets. The kitchen worker is apparently paralyzed by panic. With his knees drawn up to his chest, the guy's trying to make himself as small as possible to avoid ricochets and stray bullets. He's wearing a large stainless steel colander as though it's a hat, holding it in place with both hands, his face entirely concealed, evidently because he thinks this will provide some protection against a headshot. Elsewhere in the kitchen, a man screams. Maybe he's been shot. Curtis has never heard the cry made by a gunshot victim. This is a hideous squeal of agony. He has heard cries like this before, too often. It's difficult to believe that a mere bullet wound could be the cause of such horrendous, tortured shrieks. The terror-polished eyes of the man in the colander can be seen through the pattern of small drain holes, and when he speaks fluent Vietnamese, he can be heard in spite of his metal hood. "We're all going to die." Responding in Vietnamese, Curtis passes along some of his mom's wisdom, which he hopes will give comfort.
In misfortune lies the seed of future triumph.
This isn't the smoothest socializing the boy has done to date, but the terrified worker overreacts to this well-meant, if less than completely appropriate advice. Maniac! Crazy boy! Startled, but too polite to return insult for insult, Curtis scrambles onward. The anguished screams are to the boy's blood as vinegar to milk, and although a thunderous fusillade halts the screaming, it doesn't as quickly halt the curdling. He's losing his appetite for the hot dogs, but he holds fiercely to them anyway, because he knows from long experience that hunger can quickly return in the wake of even nauseating fear. The heart may heal slowly, but the mind is resilient and the body ever needy. Besides, he's got old Yeller to think about. Good pup. I'm coming, pup. The roar of the long barrage has left his ears ringing. Yet in the aftermath, Curtis is able to hear people shouting, a couple men cursing, a woman shakily reciting the Hail Mary prayer over and over. The character of all their voices suggests that the battle isn't over, and perhaps isn't going to be brief. There's no relief in even one voice among them, only stark anxiety, urgency, wariness. Nearing the end of the kitchen, he encounters several workers crowding through an open door. He considers following them before he realizes that they're entering a walk-in cooler, apparently with the intention of pulling shut the insulated steel door. This might be a bulletproof refuge, or the next best thing. Curtis doesn't want a refuge. He wants to find an escape hatch, and quickly. Another door. Beyond it lies a small storeroom, approximately 8 feet wide and 10 feet long, with a door at the farther end. This space is also a cooler, with perforated metal storage shelves on both sides. The shelves hold half-gallon plastic containers of orange juice, grapefruit juice, apple juice, milk, also cartons of eggs, blocks of cheese. He grabs the handle on a container of orange juice, making a mental note to return to Utah someday, assuming he ever gets out of the state alive, to make restitution for this and for the hot dogs. He's sincere in his intention to pay for what he takes, but nevertheless he feels like a criminal. Putting all his hopes on the door at the end of this cooler, Curtis discovers that it opens into a larger and warmer receiving room, stacked with those supplies that don't need refrigeration. Cartons of napkins, toilet tissue, cleaning fluids, floor wax. Logically, a receiving room should open to the outdoors, to a loading dock or to a parking lot, and beyond the next door, he finds logic rewarded. A warm breeze, free of kitchen odors and the smell of gunfire, leaps at him like a playful dog and tosses his hair. He turns right on the dimly lit dock and sprints to the end. 4 concrete steps lead down to another blacktop parking lot, which is only half as well lighted as those he's seen previously. Most of the vehicles back here probably belong to employees of the restaurant, the service station, the motel, and the associated enterprises. Pickup trucks are favored over cars, and the few SUVs have a desert-scorched, sand-abraded, brush-scratched look, acquired by more arduous use than trips to the supermarket. With the container of Florida's finest in one hand, the package of hot dogs firmly in the other, Curtis dashes between 2 SUVs, frantic to get out of sight before the FBI agents, the hunters in cowboy disguise, possibly the juice police, and maybe Frankfurter enforcement officers all descend on him at once, blasting away. Just as he plunges into the shadows between the vehicles, he hears shouting, people running. Suddenly so close. He wheels around, facing the way that he came, ready to brain the first of them with a juice container. The hot dogs are useless as a weapon. His mother's self-defense instructions never involved sausages of any kind. After the juice, all he can count on is kicking their sex organs. 2, 3, 5 men burst past the front of the parallel SUVs, a formidable pack of husky specimens, all wearing either black vests or black windbreakers, with the letters FBI blazing in white across their chests and backs. 2 carry shotguns, the others have handguns. They are prepared, pumped, pissed, and so intently focused on the rear entrance to the restaurant that not one of them catches sight of Curtis as they race past. They leave him untouched, and still in possession of his dangerous jug of orange juice and his pathetic wieners. Sucking in great lungfuls of the astringent desert air, giving it back hotter than he receives it, The boy weaves westward, using the employees' vehicles for cover. He's not sure where he should go, but he's eager to put some distance between himself and this complex of buildings. He rounds the tailgate of a Dodge pickup, hurrying into a new aisle, and here the loyal dog is waiting, a black shape splashed with a few whorls of white, like tossed-off scarves of moonlight floating on the night-stained surface of a pond. She is alert, ears pricked, drawn not by the Frankfurters, but by an awareness of her master's predicament.
Good pup. Let's get out of here.
She whips around, no older than she is yellow, and trots away, not at a full run, but at a pace that the boy can match. Trusting her sharper senses, assuming she won't lead them straight into any associates of the cowboys who might be, surely are, in the vicinity, or into another posse of FBI agents bristling with weapons, Curtis follows her. 17. To everyone but Noah Farrell, the haven of the lonesome and the long-forgotten was known as Cielo Vista Care Home. The real name of the establishment promised a view of heaven, but provided something more like a glimpse of purgatory. He wasn't entirely sure why he had given the place another, and so maudlin, name by which he usually thought of it. Life otherwise had entirely purged him of sentimentality, although he would admit to an ever-dwindling but not yet eradicated capacity for romanticism. Not that anything about the care home was romantic, other than its Spanish architecture and lattice-shaded sidewalks draped with yellow and purple bougainvillea. In spite of those inviting arbors, no one would come here in search of love or chivalrous adventure. Throughout the institution, the floors, gray vinyls speckled with peach and turquoise, were immaculate. Peach walls with white moldings contributed to an airy, welcoming atmosphere. Cleanliness and cheery colors, however, proved insufficient to con Noah into a holiday mood. This was a private establishment with a dedicated, friendly staff. Noah appreciated their professionalism, but their smiles and greetings seemed false, not because he doubted their sincerity, but because he himself found it hard to raise a genuine smile in this place, and because he arrived under such a weight of guilt that his heart was too compressed to contain the more expansive emotions. In the main ground-floor hall, past the nurse's station, Noah encountered Richard Velnod. Richard preferred to be called Rickster, the affectionate nickname that his dad had given him. Rickster shuffled along, smiling dreamily, as if the Sandman had blown the dust of sleepiness in his eyes. With his thick neck, heavy rounded shoulders, and short arms and legs, he brought to mind characters of fantasy and fairy lore, though always a benign version, a kindly troll or perhaps a good-hearted kobold on his way to watch over, rather than torment, coal miners in deep, dangerous tunnels. To many people, the face of a victim of severe Down syndrome inspired pity, embarrassment, disquiet. Instead, each time Noah saw this boy, 26, but to some degree a boy forever, he was pierced by an awareness of the bond of imperfection that all the sons and daughters of this world share without exception, and by gratitude that the worst of his own imperfections were within his ability to make right, if he could find the willpower to deal with them.
Does the little orange lady like the dock out?
Rickster asked.
What little orange lady would that be?
Noah asked. Rickster's hands were cupped together as though they concealed a treasure that he was bearing as a gift to throne or altar. When Noah leaned close to have a look, Rickster's hands parted hesitantly. A wary oyster, jealous of its precious pearl, might have opened its shell to feed in this guarded fashion. In the palm of the lower hand crawled a ladybug, orange carapace like a polished bead.
She sort of flies a little.
Rickster quickly closed his hands.
I'll put her loose.
He glanced at the new fallen night beyond a nearby window.
Maybe she's scared. Out in the dark, I mean. I know ladybugs,
Noah said.
They all love the night. You sure? The sky goes away in the dark, and everything gets so big. I don't want her scared.
In Rickster's soft features, as well as in his earnest eyes, were a profound natural kindness that he hadn't needed to learn by example, and an innocence that could not be corrupted. which required that his concern for the insect be addressed seriously.
Birds are something ladybugs worry about, you know. 'Cause birds eat bugs. Exactly right. But a lot of birds go to roost at night and stay there till morning. Your little orange lady is safer in the dark.
Rickster's sloped brow, his flat nose, and the heavy lines of his face seemed best suited for morose expressions. Yet his smile was broad and winning.
I put a lot of things loose, you know? I know.
Flies, ants, moths weary from battling window glass or fat from feasting on wool, wriggling spiders, tiny pillbugs curled as tightly as threatened armadillos. All these and more had been rescued by this child man, taken out of Cielo Vista, and set free. Once, when an outlaw mouse scurried from room to room and along hallways, eluding a comic posse of janitors and nurses, Rickster knelt and extended a hand to it. As though sensing the spirit of St. Francis reborn, the frightened fugitive scampered directly to him, onto his palm, up his arm, finally to a stop on his slumped shoulder. To the delight and applause of the staff and residents, he walked outside and released the trembling creature on the rear lawn, where it dashed out of sight into a bed of red and coral pink impatiens. As it was no doubt a domestic mouse, favoring hearth over field, the beastie had most likely hidden among the flowers only until its terror passed. By nightfall, it would have found a way back into the heated and cat-free sanctuary of the care home. From these rescues, Noah inferred that Rickster considered residence in Cielo Vista, in spite of its caring staff and comforts, to be an unnatural condition for any form of life. During the boy's first 16 years, he had lived in the bigger world, with his mother and father. They had been killed by a drunk driver on the Pacific Coast Highway. Only 10 minutes from home, they suddenly found themselves even closer than 10 minutes to paradise. Rickster's uncle, executor of the estate, was also guardian of the boy. An embarrassment to his relatives, Rickster was dispatched to Cielo Vista. He arrived shy, scared, without protest. A week later, he became the benefactor to bugs, emancipator of mice. I put loose a lady like this once before, twice maybe, but those were daylight. Suspecting that Rickster might be a little afraid of the night, Noah said, Do you want me to take her outside and turn her free? No, thanks. I want to see her go. I'll put her on the roses. She likes them. With hands cupped protectively and held near his heart, he shuffled toward the lobby and the front entrance. Noah's feet felt as heavily iron-shod as Rickster's appeared to be, but he tried not to shuffle the rest of the way to Laura's room. In afterthought, the Ladybug Liberator called to him. Laura's not here a lot today. Gone off in one of those places she goes. Noah stopped, dismayed. Which one? Without looking back, the boy said, The one that's sad. At the end of the hall, her room was small but not cramped, and nothing about it cried hospital or whispered sanitarium. The faux Persian rug, though inexpensive, lent grace and warmth to the space. Jewel-sharp, jewel-dark colors, like a pirate's treasure of sapphires spilled among emeralds, scattered with rubies. The furnishings were not typical institutional formica and case steel items, but maple stained and finished to the color and glimmer of Cabernet. The only light came from one of the lamps on the nightstands that flanked the lone bed. Laura didn't share quarters because she didn't possess the capacity to socialize to the extent that the care home required of a roommate. Barefoot, wearing white cotton pants and a pink blouse, she lay on the bed, atop the rumpled chenille spread, head upon a pillow, her back to the door and to the lamp, her face in shadow. She didn't stir when he entered or acknowledge his presence when he rounded the bed and stood gazing down at her. His only sister, 29 now, she would remain forever a child in his heart. When she was 12, he'd lost her. Until then, she'd been a radiance, the one brightness in a family that otherwise lived in shadow and fed on darkness. Beautiful at 12, still half beautiful, She lay on her left side, presenting only her right profile, which was unmarked by the violence that had changed her life. The unrevealed half of her face, pressed into the pillow, was the Phantom of the Opera hemisphere, its battered bone structure held together by cords of scar tissue. Although the finest restorative surgeon couldn't have rebuilt her beauty, the worst of the horror might have been smoothed out of her crushed features and a plain profile constructed from the ruins. Insurance companies, however, decline to pay for expensive plastic surgery when the patient also suffers serious brain damage that allows little self-awareness and no hope of a normal life. As Rickster had warned, Laura was in one of her private places. Oblivious of everything around her, she stared raptly into some other world of memory or fantasy, as though watching a drama unfold for an audience of one. Other days she might lie here smiling, eyes shining with amusement, occasionally issuing a soft murmur of delight. But now she had gone to the sad place, the second worst of the unknown lands in which her roaming spirit seemed to travel. Dampness darkened the pillowcase under her head. Her cheek was wet. Pendant salty jewels quivered on her lashes, and fresh tears shimmered in her brown eyes. Noah spoke her name, but as he expected, Laura didn't respond. He touched her brow. She didn't twitch, or even so much as blink in response. In her despondency, just as when she lay in a trance of sweet amusement, she could not be reached. She might remain in this state for 5 or 6 hours, in rare cases even as long as 8 or 10. When not cataleptic, she could dress and feed herself, though she appeared mildly bemused, as if not entirely sure what she was doing or why she was doing it. In that more common condition, Laura now and then answered to her name, although usually she appeared not to know who she was, or to care. She seldom spoke, and never recognized Noah. If she possessed any memory whatsoever of the days when she'd been whole, her shattered recollections were scattered across the dark scape of her mind in fragments so minuscule that she could no more easily piece them together than she could gather from the beach all the tiny chips of broken seashells, worn to polished flakes by ages of relentless tides, and reassemble them into their original architectures. Noah settled into the armchair, from which he was able to see her dreamlit gaze, the periodic blink of her eyelids, and the slow, steady flow of tears. As difficult as it was to watch over her when she lay in this trance of despair, Noah was grateful that she hadn't descended into the more disturbing realm where she sometimes became lost. In that even less hospitable place, her tearless eyes filled with horror, and sharp fear carved ugly lines in the lovely half of her face.
Profit from this case will buy another 6 months here,
Noah told her.
So now we have the first half of next year covered.
Providing for Laura was the reason that he worked, the reason that he lived in a low-rent apartment, drove a rust bucket, never traveled, and bought his clothes at warehouse clubs. Providing for Laura was, in fact, the reason that he lived at all. If he had acted responsibly all those years ago, when she was 12 and he was 16, if he'd had the courage to turn against his contemptible family and to do the right thing, his sister would not have been beaten and left for dead. Her life wouldn't now be a long series of waking dreams and nightmares, punctuated by spells of bewildered placidity.
You'd like Constance Tavenall,
he said.
If you'd had a chance to grow up, I think you'd have been a lot like her.
When he visited Laura, he talked to her at length. Whether in a trance like this or more alert, she never responded, never appeared to comprehend a sentence of his monologue. And yet he held forth until drained of words, often until his throat grew dry and hot. He remained convinced that on a deep, mysterious level, against all evidence to the contrary, he was making a connection with her. His stubborn persistence through the years had been motivated by something more desperate than hope, by a faith that sometimes seemed foolish to him but that he never abandoned. He needed to believe that God existed, that he cherished Laura, that he would not allow her to suffer in the misery of absolute isolation, that he permitted Noah's voice and the meaning of his words to reach Laura's cloistered heart, thus providing her comfort. To carry the burden of each day, and to keep breathing under the weight of every night, Noah Farrell held fast to the idea that this service to Laura might eventually redeem him. The hope of atonement was the only nourishment that his soul received, and the possibility of redemption watered the desert of his heart. Richard Velnod couldn't free himself, but at least he could set loose mice and moths. Noah could free neither himself nor his sister, and could take satisfaction only from the possibility that his voice, like a rag rubbing soot from a window, might facilitate the passage of a thin but precious light into the darkness where she dwelt. 18. Hurrying out of the employee parking lot, dangerously exposed on an open field of blacktop, circling the truck stop complex and into the civilian car park where no big rigs are allowed, the boy thinks he hears sporadic gunfire. He can't be sure. His explosive breathing and the slap of his sneakers on the pavement mask other noises. The desert breeze breaks over him, and in the shells of his ears, this stir of air fosters the dry sound of a long-dead sea. At the windows of the two-story motel, most of the drapes have been flung back. Curious, worried lodgers peer out in search of the source of the tumult. Though the source is unclear from this perspective, the tumult can't be missed. Fleeing customers are jammed in the bottleneck at the restaurant's front door, not in danger of trampling one another like agitated fans at a soccer match or like music-mad celebrity-besotted attendees at a rock concert, but surely suffering tromped toes and elbow-poked ribs aplenty. The tangled escapees ravel out of the restaurant like a spring-loaded joke snake erupting from a trick can labeled peanuts. Released, they run alone or in pairs, or in families, toward their vehicles, some glancing back in fear as more gunfire, Curtis hears it for sure this time, erupts, muffled but unmistakable from the depths of the building. Suddenly, rattling guns and panicked patrons are the least disturbing elements of the uproar. Dinosaur loud, dinosaur shrill, dinosaur scary bleats shred the night air, sharp as talons and teeth. With repeated blasts of its air horn to clear the way, a semi roars down the exit ramp from the interstate, straight toward the service area. The driver is flashing his headlights, too, signaling that he's got a runaway 18-wheeler under his butt. Some of the station's huge storage tanks hold diesel fuel, which is combustible but not highly explosive, although other tanks contain gasoline, which is without doubt a valid ticket to an apocalypse. If the hurtling truck slams into the pumps and shears them off as though they were fence pickets, the explosions should convince locals in a 10-mile radius that Almighty God, in his more easily disappointed Old Testament persona, has finally seen too much of human sin and is angrily stomping out his creations with giant, fiery boots. Curtis sees nowhere to hide from this juggernaut, and he has no time to run to safety. He's not at serious risk of being flattened by the speeding truck, because it would have to plow through too many service station pumps and barricades of parked vehicles to reach him. Billowing balls of fire, arcing jets of burning gasoline, airborne flaming debris, and a bullet-fast barrage of shrapnel are more likely to be what the coroner will certify as the cause of his death. The people who have fled the restaurant appear to share Curtis's grim assessment of the situation. All but a few of them freeze at the sight of the runaway semi, riveted by the impending disaster. Engines screaming, klaxons shrieking, lights flashing as though with the fury of dragon eyes, the Peterbilt roars through an empty service bay between islands of pumps. Station attendants, truckers, and on-foot motorists scatter before it. For them, certain death is instantly transformed into a terrific story to tell the grandkids someday, because the big truck doesn't clip even one pump, doesn't barrel into any of the vehicles hooked to the hoses and guzzling from the nozzles, but flies out from under the long service bay canopy and angles toward the buildings, downshifting with a hack and grind of protesting gear teeth. The plosive squeal of air brakes, recklessly applied so late, reveals the driver not as a man at the mercy of an out-of-control machine after all, but as a drunk or a lunatic. The tires suddenly churn up clouds of pale blue smoke and appear to stutter on the pavement. The Peterbilt sways, seems certain to jackknife and roll. Bursts of noise erupt from the brakes, and a series of hard yelps issues from the abused tires as the driver judiciously pumps the pedal instead of standing on it. An alligator of tread strips away from one wheel and lashes across the pavement, snapping like a whipping tail. The dog whimpers. So does Curtis. From another tire, a second gator peels off, tumbling in coils after the first. A tire blows, the trailer bounces, the stacks bark as loud as a mortar lobbing 100-millimeter rounds toward enemy positions. Another tire blows. An airline ruptures, and pressure falls and the brakes automatically lock, so the truck skates like a pig on ice, with a lot more squeal than grace. Though the biggest prize hog ever judged couldn't have weighed a fraction of the tonnage at which this behemoth tips the scales. In a reek of scorched rubber, with one last attenuated grunt of protesting gears, it shudders to a halt in front of the motel, next to the restaurant, still upright, hissing and rumbling, smoking and steaming. With a whimper, the dog squats and pees. Curtis successfully resists the urge to water the pavement too, but he counts himself fortunate to have used the restroom only a short while ago. The trailer is oddly constructed, with a pair of large doors on the side instead of at the back. An instant after the semi comes to a full stop, these doors slide open, and men in riot gear jump out of the rig, not staggering and bewildered as they ought to be, but instantly balanced and oriented, as though they have been delivered with all the gentle consideration that might have been accorded a truckload of eggs. At least 30 men, dressed in black, debark from the trailer. Not merely a SWAT team, not even a SWAT squad, but more accurately, a SWAT platoon. Shiny black riot helmets. Shatterproof acrylic face shields feature built-in microphones to allow continuous strategic coordination of every man in the force. Kevlar vests. Utility belts festooned with spare magazines of ammunition, dump pouches, cans of mace, tasers, stun grenades, handcuffs. Automatic pistols are holstered at their hips, but they arrive with more powerful weapons in hand. They are here to kick ass. Perhaps Curtis's ass, among others. As this is a relatively rural county of Utah, the timely arrival of a police unit this powerful is astounding. Not even a major city with a fat budget and crime-busting mayor could turn out a force of this size and sophistication on just a 5-minute notice. And Curtis doubts that even 5 minutes have passed since the first shots were fired in the kitchen. Even as the troops are pouring out of the trailer, a helmetless man throws open the passenger's side door on the truck cab and jumps to the pavement. Although he was riding shotgun position beside the driver, he's the only member of this contingent who's not carrying either a pistol-grip 12-gauge or an Uzi. He's wearing a headset with an extension arm that puts the penny-size microphone 2 inches in front of his lips. And though the other platoon members bear no identifying legends or insignia, this man is wearing a dark blue or black windbreaker with white letters that don't stand for free beer on ice. From at least a score of movies, Curtis has learned that the Bureau possesses the resources to mount an operation like this in the Utah boondocks as easily as in Manhattan, although not with a mere 5-minute warning. They've obviously been tracking the hunters who have been tracking Curtis and his family. Consequently, they must know the entire story. And although it must seem improbable to them, they clearly have developed sufficient evidence to overcome all their doubts. If the Bureau knows what those 2 cowboys are up to, and if it understands how many others are combing this part of the West in close coordination with the cowboys, then these FBI agents must also know the identity of their quarry, which is one small boy, Curtis, standing here in plain sight, perhaps 10 yards from them, under a parking lot arc lamp. Can you say sitting duck? Rooted to the blacktop by terror, temporarily as immovable as an oak tree knotted to the earth, Curtis expects to be immediately riddled with bullets, or alternately to be maced, tasered, clubbed, handcuffed for interrogation, and at some later date at his captor's leisure, riddled extensively. Instead, though most of the members of the SWAT platoon see Curtis, no one looks twice at him. Scant seconds after storming out of the semi, they're forming up and hurrying toward the restaurant and the front of the motel. So they don't know everything after all. Even the Bureau can make mistakes. The ghost of J. Edgar Hoover must be throwing fits somewhere in the night nearby, struggling to work up enough ectoplasm to produce a credible apparition and point at least a few of the SWAT agents toward Curtis. As one, the customers exiting the building had been paralyzed in mid-flight by the arrival of this scowling strike force. Now, also as one, they spin into motion, scattering toward their vehicles, eager to clear out of the battle zone. On all sides of Curtis, remote-released locks electronically disengage with sharp double beep signals, like a pack of miniature dachshunds whose tails have been trod upon in rapid succession. Old Yeller either reacts to this serenade of bleats or to an instinctive realization that time to escape is fast ticking away. The truck stop is a hot zone. They need a ride out to a more comfortable place where the heat isn't blistering. She turns in a four-legged pirouette, with enough grace to qualify her for the New York City Ballet, considering her options as she rotates. Then she sprints around the front of a nearby Honda and out of sight. Following the dog hasn't brought Curtis to disaster yet, so he bolts after her once more. As he races down an aisle of parked cars and other civilian vehicles, he catches up with Old Yeller and comes upon a wind chaser motorhome at the very moment when two loud beeps blare from it. The headlights flash again, as though a vehicle this enormous could not be located at night without identifying pyrotechnics. At once, the mutt skids to a stop, and so does Curtis. They look at each other, at the door, at each other again, executing as fast a double-take as ever did Asta the dog and his master, the detective Nick Charles, in those old Thin Man movies. The owners of the wind chaser aren't in sight, but they must be nearby to be able to trigger the lock by remote control. They're most likely fast approaching from the other side of the vehicle. This isn't the ideal ride, but Curtis isn't likely to luck into a cushy berth on another automobile transport any more than he's likely to escape on a flying carpet with a magic lamp and a helpful genie. Besides, there's no time to pick and choose. As those SWAT agents help their more conventional brethren deal with the cowboys and secure the restaurant, they will hear about the kid who was the object of the chase, and they will remember the boy standing in the parking lot, clutching a half-gallon container of orange juice and a package of frankfurters, with a dog at his side. Then, big trouble. As Curtis opens the motorhome door, the dog springs past him, up the pair of steps and inside. He follows, pulling the door shut behind them, staying low to avoid being seen through the windshield. The cockpit, with two large seats, is to his right, a lounge area to the left. All lies in shadow, but through windows along the sides of the vehicle and through a series of small skylights, enough yellow light from the parking lot penetrates to allow Curtis to move quickly toward the back of the motorhome, although he feels his way with outstretched hands to guard against surprises. Past the galley and dining nook lies a combination bathroom and laundry. The dog's panting acquires a hollow note in this confined space. Hiding in the tiny toilet enclosure is out of the question. The owners just came from the restaurant, and maybe they finished their dinner before the hullabaloo. One of them is likely to hit the johns soon after they hit the road. Curtis quickly feels his way past the sink, past the stacked washer and dryer, to a tall, narrow door. A shallow closet. It's apparently packed as full and chaotically as a maniac's mind. And as he senses and then feels unseen masses of road life paraphernalia beginning slowly to slide toward him, he jams the door shut again to hold back the avalanche before it gains unstoppable momentum. At the front of the vehicle, the door opens, and the first things through it are the excited voices of a man and a woman. Feet thump up the entry stairs, and the floorboards creak under new weight. Lamps come on in the forward lounge, and a gray wash of second-hand light spills all the way to Curtis. The bathroom door has drifted half shut behind him, so he can't see the owners. They can't see him either. Yet. Before one of them comes back here to take a leak, Curtis opens the last door and steps into more gloom untouched by the feeble light in the bathroom. To his left, two rectangular windows glimmer dimly, like switched-off TV screens with a lingering phosphorescence, though the tint is faintly yellow. Up front, the two voices are louder, more excited. The engine starts. Before either of the owners takes a bathroom break, they are intent on getting away from flying bullets. No longer panting, the dog slips past Curtis, brushing his leg. Evidently, the dark room holds nothing threatening that her keener senses can detect. He crosses the threshold and eases the door shut behind him. Setting the orange juice and the frankfurters on the floor, he whispers, "Good pup." He hopes that Old Yeller will understand this to be an admonition against eating the sausages. He feels for the light switch and clicks it on and immediately off, just to get a glimpse of his surroundings. The room is small. One queen-size bed with a minimum of walk-around space. Built-in nightstands, a corner TV cabinet. A pair of sliding, mirrored doors probably conceal a wardrobe jammed full of too many clothes to allow a boy and a dog to shelter among the shirts and shoes. Of course, this is a little cottage on wheels, not a castle. It doesn't afford as many hiding places as a titled lord's domain. No receiving rooms or studies, no secret passageways, no dungeons deep or towers high. Coming in, he'd known the risks. What he hadn't realized until now was that the motorhome has no back door. He must leave the same way he entered, or go out of a window. Getting the dog through the window won't be easy if it comes to that, so it better not come to that. Escape with Canine isn't a feat that can be accomplished in a flash, while the startled owners stand gaping in the bedroom doorway. Old Yeller isn't a Great Dane, thank God, but she's not a Chihuahua either, and Curtis can't simply tuck her inside his shirt and scramble through one of these less-than-generous windows with the agility of a caped superhero. In the dark, as the big wind chaser begins to move, Curtis sits on the bed and feels along the base of it. Instead of a standard frame, he discovers a solid wooden platform anchored to the floor. The box springs and the mattress rest upon the platform, and even the thinnest slip of a boogeyman couldn't hide under this bed. The motorhome horn blares. In fact, the noisy night sounds like a honk-if-you-love-Jesus moment at a convention of Christian road warriors. Curtis goes to the window where the drapes have already been drawn aside and peers out at the truck stop parking lot. Cars and pickups and SUVs and a few RVs nearly as big as this one careen across the blacktop, moving recklessly and fast, in total disregard of marked lanes, as if the drivers never heard about the courtesy of the road. Everyone's hell-bent on getting to the interstate, racing around and between the service islands, terrorizing the same hapless folks who only moments ago escaped death under the wheels of the runaway SWAT transport. Over bleeding horns, screeching tires, and squealing brakes, another sound flicks at the boy's ears. Rhythmic and crisp. Faint at first, then suddenly rhythmic and solid, like the whoosh of a sword cutting air. And then even more solid, a whoosh and a thump combined, as a blade might sound if it could slice off slabs of the night and if the slabs could fall heavily to the blacktop. Blades indeed, but not knives. Helicopter rotors. Curtis finds the window latch and slides one pane aside. He thrusts his head out of the window, cranes his neck, looking for the source of the sound, as a slipstream of warm desert air cuffs his face and tosses his hair. Big sky, black and wide. The brassy glare from sodium arc lamps under inverted walk shades. Stars burning eternal. The motion of the wind chaser makes the moon appear to roll like a wheel. Curtis can't see any lights in the sky that nature didn't put there. But the helicopter is growing louder by the second, no longer slicing the air, but chopping it with hard blows that sound like an axe splitting cordwood. He can feel the rhythmic compression waves hammering first against his eardrums, then against the sensitive surfaces of his upturned eyes. And, chada-boom! The chopper is right here, passing across the wind chaser so low, maybe 15 feet above Curtis, maybe less. This isn't a traffic monitoring craft like the highway patrol would use. Not a news chopper or even a corporate executive egg beater with comfortable seating for 8, but huge and black and fully armored. Bristling, fierce in every line, turbines screaming, this seems to be a military gunship, surely armed with machine guns, possibly with rockets. The shriek of the engines vibrates through the boy's skull and makes his teeth ring like an array of tuning forks. The battering downdraft slams him, rich with the stink of hot metal and motor oil. The chopper roars past them, toward the complex of buildings, and in its tumultuous wake, the wind chaser accelerates. The driver is suddenly as reckless as all the others who are making a break for the interstate. "Go, go, go!" Curtis urges, because the night has grown strange, and is now a great black beast with a million searching eyes. Motion is commotion, and distraction buys time, and time, not mere distance, is the key to escape, to freedom, and to being Curtis Hammond. Go, go, go! 19. By the time that Leilani rose from the kitchen table to leave Geneva's trailer, she was ashamed of herself, and honest enough to admit to the shame, though dishonest enough to try to avoid facing up to the true cause of it. She had talked with her mouth full of pie. She had hogged down a second piece. All right, okay, bad table manners and a little gluttony were cause for embarrassment, but neither was sufficient reason for shame, unless you were a hopeless self-dramatizer who believed every head cold was the bubonic plague and who wrote lousy, weepy epic poems about hangnails and bad hair days. Leilani herself had written lousy, weepy epic poems about lost puppies and kittens nobody wanted, but she had been 6 years old then, 7 at most, and wretchedly jejune. Jejune was a word she liked a lot because it meant dull, insipid, juvenile, immature, and yet it sounded as though it ought to mean something sophisticated and classy and smart. She liked things that weren't what they seemed to be because too much in life was exactly what it seemed to be. Dull, insipid, juvenile, and immature. Like her mother, for instance. Like most TV shows and movies and half the actors in them. Although not, of course, Haley Joel Osment, who was cute, sensitive, intelligent, charming, radiant, divine. Mickey and Mrs. D tried to delay Leilani's departure. They were afraid for her. They worried that her mother would hack her to pieces in the middle of the night or stuff cloves up her butt and stick an apple in her mouth and bake her for tomorrow's dinner, although they didn't express their concern in terms quite that graphic. She assured them, as she had done before, that her mother wasn't a danger to anyone but herself. Sure, once they were on the road again, old Senseia might set the motorhome on fire while cooking up rock cocaine for an evening of good smoking. But she didn't have the capacity for violence. Violence required not merely a passing madness or an enduring insanity, but also passion. If looniness could be converted into bricks of gold, old Senseia would provide paving for a 6-lane highway from here to Oz. But she didn't have any real passion left. Drugs of infinite variety had scorched away all her passion, leaving her with nothing but dreary need. Mrs. D and Mickey were also worried about Dr. Doom. Of course, he was a more serious case than old Senseia because he had reservoirs of passion, and every drop of it was used to water his fascination with death. He lived in a flourishing garden of death, in love with the beauty of his black roses, with the fragrance of decay. He also had rules that he lived by, standards that he wouldn't compromise, and procedures that must be strictly followed in all life and death matters. Because he had committed himself to healing Leilani one way or another by her 10th birthday, she wouldn't be in danger until the eve of that anniversary. By then, however, if she hadn't ascended in the sparkling rapture of a starship's levitation beam, Preston would cure her more speedily, and with a lot fewer dazzling special effects than extraterrestrials, a theatrical bunch, traditionally employed. Smothering her with a pillow or administering a lethal injection prior to the eve of her birthday would violate Preston's code of ethics, and he was as serious about his ethics as the most devout priest was serious about his faith. As she descended the back steps from Geneva's kitchen, Leilani regretted leaving Mickey and Mrs. D so anxious about her welfare. She enjoyed making people smile. She always hoped to leave them thinking, what a crackerjack that girl is, what a sassy piece of work. By sassy, of course, she wanted them to mean pert, smart, jaunty, rather than insolent, rude, impudent. Walking the line between the right kind of sassy and the wrong kind was tricky, but if you pulled it off, you would never leave them thinking, what a sad little crippled girl she is, with her little twisted leg and her little gnarled hand. This evening, she suspected that she'd crossed the line between the wrong and the right kinds of sassy, and in fact walked out of sassy altogether, leaving them feeling more pity than delight. The failure to achieve sassy status still wasn't the reason she was ashamed of herself, but she was getting closer to the truth, so as she crossed the dark backyard, she distracted herself with a silly joke. Pretending that the thorny tentacles of the bloomless rosebush had threatened her, she turned to confront it, formed a cross with her arms.
Back! Back!
and warded it off as if it were a vampire. Leilani glanced toward Geneva's place to determine whether this performance had been well received, but scoping the audience was a mistake. Mickey stood at the bottom of the steps, and Mrs. D stood above her in the open doorway, and even in this poor light, Leilani could see that they both still looked deeply concerned. Worse than concerned. Grim. Maybe even bleak. Another spectacular, memorable social triumph by Ms. Heavenly Flower Clonk. Invite this charmer to dinner, and she'll repay you with emotional devastation. Serve her chicken sandwiches, and she'll give you a tale of woe that might wring pity even from the chicken she's eating were the poor fowl still alive. Extend your invitations now. Her social calendar is nearly full. Remember, only a statistically insignificant number of her dinner companions commit suicide. Leilani didn't glance back again. She made a point of crossing the rest of the yard and negotiating the fallen fence with as little hitching of her braced leg as possible. When she concentrated on physical performance, she could move with a degree of gracefulness and even with surprising speed for short distances. She continued to feel ashamed of herself, not because of the dumb joke with the rosebush, but because she had rudely presumed to monitor and restrict Mickey's use of alcohol. Such meddling required remorse, even though she'd been motivated by genuine concern. Mickey wasn't Senseia, after all. Mickey could have a brandy or two and not wind up, 1 year later, face down in a puddle of vomit, her nasal cartilage rotted away by cocaine, with a lush crop of hallucinogenic mushrooms growing on the surface of her brain. Mickey was better than that. Yeah, sure, all right, Mickey did indeed harbor the tendency to self-destruct through addiction. Leilani could detect that dangerous inclination more reliably than the most talented, fungi-hunting pig could locate buried truffles, which wasn't a flattering comparison, although true. But Mickey's tendency wouldn't cause her to wander off forever into the spooky woods where Senseia lived, because Mickey also owned a moral compass, which Senseia either never possessed or long ago lost. So any 9-year-old smartass who was judgmental enough to tell Michelina Bellsong that she'd had enough to drink ought to be ashamed. As she crossed the next backyard, where earlier her mother danced with the moon, Leilani admitted that her shame hadn't arisen from her rudeness regarding Mickey's drinking any more than it had been caused by eating 2 pieces of pie. The truth, which she had promised God always to honor, but which sometimes she sidled up to when she didn't have the nerve to approach it directly. The truth was that her shame arose from the fact that she had spilled her guts this evening. Spilled, gushed, spewed. She'd told them everything about Senseia, about Preston and the aliens, about Lucky Pela murdered and probably buried in the woods of Montana. Mickey and Mrs. D were nice people, caring people, and when Leilani shared the details of her situation with them, she couldn't have done them a greater disservice if she had driven a dump truck through the front wall of their house and unloaded a few tons of fresh manure in their living room. Not only was it a hideous and distressing story, but they could do nothing to help her. Leilani knew better than anyone that she was caught in a trap nobody could pry open for her, that to have any hope of escape, she must chew off her foot and leave the trap behind. Figuratively speaking, of course, before her birthday. Spilling her guts this evening had gained her nothing, but she'd left Mickey and sweet Mrs. D under a big, stinky pile of bad news from which they should have been spared. Reaching the steps on which Senseia perched after the moon dance, Leilani felt tempted to glance toward Geneva's. She resisted the urge. She knew they were still watching her, but a cheery wave wouldn't buck up their spirits and send them to bed with a smile. Senseia had left the kitchen door open. Leilani went inside. During her short walk, the electrical service had come on again. The wall clock glowed, but it displayed the wrong time. In spite of the slender red hand sweeping 60 moments per minute from the clock face, the flow of time seemed to have been dammed into a still pool. Saturated by silence, the house brimmed also with an unnerving expectancy, as though some bulwark were about to crack, permitting a violent flood to sweep everything away. Dr. Doom had gone out to a movie, or to dinner, or to kill someone. One day, a would-be victim, impervious to Preston's dry charm and oily sympathy, would have a surprise ready for the doctor. Not much physical strength was required to pull a trigger. Luck never favored Leilani, however, so she didn't assume that this would be the night when he received a heart-stopping dose of his own poison. He would return home sooner or later, smelling of one kind of death or another. From the kitchen, she could see through the dining area and into the lamplit living room. Her mother wasn't in view, but that didn't mean she wasn't present. By this hour, old Senseia would have been dragged so low by her demons and her drugs that she was less likely to be found in an armchair than hiding behind a sofa or curled in the fetal position on the floor of a closet. As might be expected in an ancient and fully furnished mobile home available for by-the-week rental, the decor didn't rank with that in Windsor Castle. Acoustic ceiling tiles crawled with water stains from a long-ago leak, all vaguely resembling large insects. Sunlight had bleached the drapes into shades no doubt familiar to chronic depressives from their dreams. The rotting fabric sagged in greasy folds, reeking of years of cigarette smoke. Scraped, gouged, stained, patched furniture stood on an orange shag carpet that could no longer manage to be shaggy. The knotted nap was flat, all springiness crushed out of it, as if by the weight of all the hopes and dreams that people had allowed to die here over the years. Senseia wasn't in the living room. The closet just inside the front door provided a perfect haven from the goblins that were sometimes unleashed by a double dose of blotter acid, peyote buttons, or angel dust. If Senseia had taken refuge here, imaginary goblins had eaten her as neatly as a duchess might eat pudding with a spoon. Currently, the closet contained only a cluster of unused wire coat hangers that jangled in the influx of air when Leilani pulled open the door. She hated searching for her mother like this. She never knew in what condition Senseia would be found. Sometimes dear Mater came complete with a mess to clean up. Leilani could handle messes. She didn't want to make a life's work out of swabbing up puke and urine, but she could do what needed to be done without adding 2 half-used pieces of apple pie to the mix. The blood was worse. There were never oceans of it, but a little blood can appear to be a lot before you've assessed the situation. Old Senseia would never intentionally kill herself. She ate no red meat, restricted her smoking solely to dope, drank 10 glasses of bottled water a day to cleanse herself of toxins, took 27 tablets and capsules of vitamin supplements, and spent a lot of time worrying about global warming. She had been alive for 36 years, she said, and she intended to hang around for 50 more, or until human pollution and the sheer weight of human population caused Earth's axis to shift violently and wipe out 99% of all life on the planet, whichever came first. Shunning suicide, old Senseia nevertheless embraced self-mutilation, though in moderation. She worked on herself no more than once a month. She always sterilized the scalpel with a candle flame and her skin with alcohol, and she made each cut only after much judicious consideration. Praying for nothing more disgusting than puke, Leilani ventured to the bathroom. This cramped, mildew-scented space was deserted, and no worse of a mess than it had been when they moved in here. A short hall lined with imitation wood paneling featured 3 doors, 2 bedrooms and a closet. In the closet, no mom, no puke, no blood, no hidden passageway leading to a magical kingdom where everyone was beautiful and rich and happy. Leilani didn't actually search for the passageway, but based on past experience, she made the logical assumption that it wasn't here. As a much younger girl, she had often expected to find a secret door to fantastic other lands, but she had been routinely disappointed, so she had decided that if any such door existed, it would have to find her. Besides, if this closet were the equivalent of a bus station between California and a glorious domain of fun-loving wizards, surely there would be crumpled wrappers from weird and unknown brands of candy discarded by traveling trolls, or at least a pile of elf droppings. But the closet held nothing more exotic than 1 dead cockroach. 2 doors remained, both closed. On the right lay the small bedroom assigned to Leilani. Directly ahead was the room that her mother shared with Preston. Senseia was as likely to be in her daughter's room as she was anywhere else. She had no respect for other people's personal space, and never demanded respect for her own, perhaps because with drugs she created a vast wilderness in her mind, where she enjoyed blissful solitude whenever she required it. A line of dim light frosted the carpet under the door that lay directly ahead. No light, however, was visible under the door to the right. This didn't mean anything either. Senseia liked to sit alone in the dark, sometimes trying to communicate with the spirit world, sometimes just talking to herself. Leilani listened intently. The perfect, tickless silence of a clock-stopped universe still filled the house. Bleeding, of course, is a quiet process. In spite of a free-spirited tendency to be unrestrained in all things, Senseia had thus far restricted her artistic scalpel work to her left arm. A 6-inch-long, 2-inch-wide snowflake pattern of carefully connected scars, as intricate as lacework, decorated or disfigured her forearm, depending on your taste in these matters. The smooth, almost shiny scar tissue glowed whiter than the surrounding skin, an impressive tone-on-tone design, although the contrast became more pronounced when she tanned. Leave the house. Sleep in the yard. Let Dr. Doom deal with the mess if there is one. If she retreated to the yard, however, she would be shirking her responsibilities, which was exactly what old Senseia would do in a similar situation. In any predicament whatsoever, if Leilani wondered which among many courses of action was the right one and the wisest, she ultimately made her decision based on the same guiding principle. Do the opposite of what Senseia would do, and there is a better chance that you'll come through all right, as well as an immeasurably higher likelihood that you'll be able to look in the mirror again without cringing. Leilani opened the door to her room and switched on the light. Her bed was as neatly made as the ratty spread would allow, just as she'd left it. Her few personal items hadn't been disturbed. The Senseia circus had not played an engagement here. One door remained. Her palms were damp. She blotted them on her t-shirt. She remembered an old short story that she'd read, The Lady or the Tiger, in which a man was forced to choose between 2 doors, with deadly consequences if he opened the wrong one. Behind this door waited neither a lady nor a tiger, but an altogether unique specimen. Leilani would have preferred the tiger. Not out of morbid interest, but with some degree of alarm, she'd researched self-mutilation soon after her mother became interested in it. According to psychologists, most self-mutilators were teenage girls and young women in their 20s. Senseia was too old for this game. Self-mutilators frequently suffered from low self-esteem, even self-loathing. By contrast, Senseia seemed to like herself enormously most of the time, or at least when medicated, which was, in fact, most of the time. Of course, you had to suppose that she had originally gotten into heavy drugs not merely because they taste so good, as she put it, but because of a self-destructive impulse. Leilani's palms were still damp. She blotted them again. In spite of the August heat, her hands were cold. A bitter taste arose in her mouth, perhaps an onion blowback from Geneva's potato salad, and her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. At times like this, she tried to think of herself as Sigourney Weaver playing Ripley in Aliens. Your hands were damp, sure, and your hands were cold, all right, and your mouth was dry, but nevertheless you had to stiffen your spine, work up some spit, open the damn door, and go in there where the beast was, and you had to do what needed to be done. She blotted her hands on her shorts. Most self-mutilators were deeply self-involved. A small number could be confidently diagnosed as narcissists, which was where old Senseia and the psychologists definitely could shake hands. Mother, in a merry mood, often sang an ebullient mantra that she'd composed herself. I am a sly cat, I am a summer wind, I am birds in flight, I am the sun, I am the sea, I am me. Depending on the mix of illegal substances that she consumed, when she was balancing just so on the tightrope between hyperactivity and drooling unconsciousness, she would sometimes repeat this mantra in a sing-song voice 100 times, 200, until she either fell asleep or broke down sobbing and then fell asleep. In 3 clinkless, steel-assisted steps, Leilani reached the door. Ear to the jamb. Not a sound from the other side. Ripley usually had a big gun and a flamethrower. Here was where Mrs. D's occasional confusion of reality and cinema would come in handy. Recalling her previous triumph over the egg-laying alien queen, Geneva would smash through the door without hesitation and kick butt. One more blot. You didn't want slippery hands in a slippery situation. Senseia said she cried because she was a flower in a world of thorns, because no one here could see the full, beautiful spectrum of her radiance. Sometimes Leilani thought this might indeed be the reason that her mother dissolved so often in tears, which was scary because it implied a degree of delusion that made this woman more alien than the ETs that Preston eagerly pursued. Narcissistic seemed inadequate to describe someone who, even when caked in her own vomit and reeking of urine and babbling incoherently, believed herself to be a more delicate and exquisite flower than any hothouse orchid. Leilani knocked on the bedroom door. Unlike her mother, she had a respect for other people's personal spaces. Senseia didn't respond to the knock. Maybe dear Mater was fine, in spite of her performance in the backyard. Maybe she was sleeping peacefully and ought to be left to enjoy her dreams of better worlds. Yeah, but maybe she was in trouble. Maybe this was one of those times when knowing CPR proved useful, or when you wanted paramedics. If you were on the road in unknown territory, you could pull down directions to the nearest hospital from a satellite. This high-tech age was the safest time in history for perpetually wrecked freaks with a yen to travel. She knocked again. She wasn't sure whether she should be relieved or anxious when her mother called out to her in a fruity, theatrical voice, "Pray ye, say, who knocketh upon my chamber door?" On a few occasions, when Senseia had been in one of these play-acting moods, Leilani had played along with her, speaking with the fake Old English dialect, using stage gestures and exaggerated expressions, hoping that a minimum of mother-daughter bonding might occur. This always proved to be a bad idea. Old Senseia didn't want you to become a member of the cast. You were expected only to admire and be charmed by her performance, for this was a one-woman show. If you persisted in sharing the spotlight, the larky dialogue took a nasty turn, whereupon you found yourself the target of mean criticism and vicious obscenities delivered in the stupid, phony voice of whatever Shakespearean character or figure from Arthurian legend that Senseia imagined herself to be. So instead of saying, "'Tis I, Princess Leilani, inquiring after Milady's welfare," she said,
It's me. You okay?
"Enter, enter, maiden Leilani, and come thou quickly to thy queen's side." Yuck. This was going to be worse than blood and mutilation. The master bedroom was as much a grunge bucket as the other rooms in the house. Senseia sat in bed, atop the toad-green polyester spread, reclining regally against a pile of pillows. She wore the full-length embroidered slip with flounce-trimmed skirt that she had bought last month at a flea market near Albuquerque, New Mexico, on their way to explore the alien enigmas of Roswell. If whorehouse decor favored red light, as reputed, then this atmosphere was better suited to a prostitute than to a queen. Though both nightstand lamps were aglow, a scarlet silk blouse draped one lampshade and a scarlet cotton blouse covered the other. This quality of light flattered Senseia. Bindles, kilos, bales, ounces, pints, and gallons of illegal substances had stolen less of her beauty than seemed either probable or fair, and as good as she looked in daylight, she was even prettier here. Although her bare feet were grass-stained and filthy, though her fine slip was rumpled and streaked with dirt, though her hair had been tossed and tangled by the moon dance, she might pass for a queen. "What saith thee, young maiden, in the presence of Cleopatra?" Stopping 2 steps inside the door, Leilani didn't suggest that an Egyptian queen who had reigned more than 2,000 years ago probably had not spoken in a phony accent out of a bad production of Camelot.
I was going to bed, and I just thought I'd see if you were all right.
Waving Leilani toward her, Senseia said, "Come hither, dour peasant girl, and let thy queen acquaint thee with a work of art fair suitable for the galleries of Eden." Leilani had no clue to the meaning of her mother's words. From experience, she knew that purposefully remaining clueless might be the wisest policy. She advanced one more step, not out of a sense of obligation or curiosity, but because by turning away too quickly she might invite accusations of rudeness. Her mother imposed no rules or standards on her children, gave them the freedom of her indifference. Yet she was sensitive to any indication that her indifference might be repaid in kind, and she wouldn't tolerate a thankless child. Regardless of the inconsequential nature or the questionable validity of the triggering offense, an upbraiding from old Senseia could escalate into a long bout of vicious hectoring. Although Mother might not be capable of physical violence, she could do serious damage with words. Because she'd follow you anywhere, push through any door, and insist on your attention, you could find no sanctuary, and had to endure her verbal battering, sometimes for hours, until she wound down or went away to get high. During the worst of these harangues, Leilani often wished that her mother would dispense with all the hateful words and throw a few punches instead. Leaning forward from the pillows, old Senseia Cleopatra spoke with a smiling insistence that Leilani knew to be a cold command.
"Come, glowering girl, come, come! Looketh upon this little beauty, and wish that thou were as well made as she."
A round container, rather like a hat box, stood on the bed. Its red lid lay to one side. Senseia had been shopping earlier in the afternoon. With her, Preston was generous, providing money for drugs and baubles. Maybe she had in fact bought a hat, for in her more seductive moods, she liked the glamour of berets and billycocks, panamas and turbans, cloches and calashes.
"Don't tarry, child," the Queen commanded. "Come hither at once, and lay thine eyes upon this treasure out of Eden."
Obviously, this audience with Her Highness wouldn't end until the new hat, or whatever, had been properly admired. With a mental sigh that she dared not voice, Leilani approached the bed. As she drew closer, she noticed that the hat box was perforated by 2 parallel and circling lines of small holes. For a moment, this seemed like mere decoration, and Leilani didn't deduce the function of the holes until she saw what had come in the container. On the bedspread between the box and Senseia, the artwork out of Eden coiled. Emerald green, burnt umber, with a filigree of chrome yellow. Sinuous body, flat head, glittering black eyes, and a flickering tongue designed for deception. The snake turned its head to inspect its new admirer, and with no warning, it struck at Leilani as quick as an electrical current would leap across an arc between 2 charged poles. 20. On the highway, bound southwest Nevada, Curtis and Old Yeller sit on the bed in the dark, sharing letters. Their bonding has progressed sufficiently that even in the gloom, the dog doesn't once mistake boy fingers for a permission. This mutt isn't, as Curtis first thought, his brother becoming. She is instead his sister becoming, and that's okay too. He rations her sausages because he knows that if all but incapable of being overfed, he consumes the remaining hot dogs once he senses that Old Yeller is just one further from an unpleasant flowback. The sausages are cold but delicious. He would eat more if he had them. Being Curtis Hammond requires energy. He can only imagine the daunting quantity of energy required to be Donella, the waitress whose magnificent dimensions are matched by the size of her good heart. Reminded of Donella, he worries about her welfare. What might have happened to her among all the flying bullets? On the other hand, although she provides a convenient target, her fantastic bulk no doubt makes her more difficult than our ordinary mortals. He wishes that he'd returned for her and had bravely spirited her to safety. This is a ridiculous and perhaps irrational notion. He's just a boy of comparatively little experience, and she's a grand person of great age and immeasurable wisdom. Nevertheless, he wishes he had been brave for her. Helicopter rotors rattle the night again. Curtis tenses, half expecting gunfire to riddle the motorhome, to hear the booted feet of winch-lowered SWAT officers thumping on the roof, and demands for his surrender blasted on a loudspeaker. The chutta-chutta-chutta of air-slicing steel grows thunderous, but then diminishes and fades entirely away. Judging by the sound of it, the chopper is following the interstate. This is not good. Finished with the hot dogs, Curtis drinks and realizes that Old Yeller is thirsty too. Drawing upon the messy experience of giving the dog a drink from a bottle of water in the Explorer, he decides to search for a bowl or for something that can serve as one. The motorhome is rolling along at the speed limit or faster, and he assumes that the owners, the man and woman whose voice here, are still in the cockpit, hashing over the excitement at the truck stop. If they're sitting at the far end of the vehicle, facing away from the bedroom, they aren't in a position to see any light that might leak under or around the door. Curtis eases off the bed. He feels the wall beside the jamb. His dark-adapted eyes sting briefly from the glare. Little affected by the sudden change of light, the dog's vision adjusts at once. Previously lying on the bed, she now stands upon it, following Curtis's movements with curiosity, her tail wagging in expectation of either adventure or a share of the juice. Small and too utilitarian for decorative bowls or for knickknacks that might be of use. Searching through the contents of the few drawers in the compact bureau, he feels like a pervert. He's not exactly sure what perverts do or why they do whatever it is, but he knows that secretly poking through other people's underwear is a sign that you are a pervert, and there seems to be as much underwear in this bureau as anything else. Flushed with embarrassment, unable to look at Old Yeller, the boy turns from the bureau and tries the top drawer on the nearest nightstand. Inside, among articles of no use, are a pair of white plastic jars, each 4 inches in diameter and 3 inches tall. Either of these will be suitable as a dish for the dog. He will simply refill it with juice as desires. To the lid of one jar, someone has affixed a strip of tape on which is printed, "Spare." Curtis interprets this to mean that of the 2 jars, this is the one of left owners of the motorhome, and so he decides to appropriate this spare in order to cause them as little inconvenience as possible. The jar features a screw top. When he twists off the lid, he is horrified to discover a full set of teeth inside. They grin at him, complete with pink gums, but purged of blood. Gasping, he drops the jar where he found it, shoves the drawer shut, and steps back from the nightstand. He half expects to hear the teeth chattering in the drawer, determinedly gnawing their way out. He has seen movies about serial killers. These human monsters collect souvenirs of their kills. Some keep severed heads in the refrigerator or preserve their victims' eyes in hide. Others make garments from the skin of those they murder, or they create mobiles with weird arrangements of dangling bones. None of those movies or books has introduced him to a homicidal psychopath who collects teeth still firmly fixed in carved-out chunks of jawbone. Nevertheless, though just a boy, he is sufficiently well informed about the darker side of human nature to understand what he saw in that jar. "Serial killers," he whispers to Old Yeller. Serial killers. Complex for the dog to grasp. She lacks the cultural references to make sense of it. Her tail stops wagging, but only because she feels her brother becoming's distress. Curtis still must find a bowl for the orange juice, but he's not going to look in any more nightstand drawers. No way. Otherwise, only the closet remains unexplored. Learn that closets are problematical. The worst thing that you could dream up in a nightmare, no matter how hideous and fantastic and unlikely, might be waiting for you in a closet. This is a beautiful world, a masterpiece of creation, but it is also a dangerous place. Villains, human and inhuman and supernatural, lurk in basements and in cobweb-festooned attics, in graveyards at night, in abandoned houses, in castles inhabited by people with surnames of Germanic or Slavic origin, in funeral homes, in ancient pyramids, in lonely woods, under the surface of a large body of water, even also on occasion under the soap-obscured surface of a full bathtub, and of course in spaceships, whether they are here on Earth or cruising distant avenues of the universe. Right now, he'd rather explore a graveyard or a scarab-infested pyramid with mummies on the march, or the chambers of any spaceship, instead of the closet in these serial killers' motorhome. He's not in an Egyptian desert, however. A faster-than-light vessel beyond the Horsehead Nebula in the constellation of Orion. He's here, like it or not, and if ever he has needed to draw strength from his mother's courageous example, this is the moment. He stares at his reflection in one of the mirrored doors and he sees. Pale face, eyes wide and shining with fear, the posture of a fright-buckled child, tensed body, hunched shoulders, head tucked down as if he expects someone to strike him. Old Yeller turns her attention from Curtis to the closet. She issues a low growl. Maybe something hideous does lurk in there. Perhaps awaiting Curtis is a discovery far more disgusting and terrible. Or maybe the dog's sudden anxiety has nothing to do with the contents of the mirrored wardrobe. She might simply have absorbed Curtis's mood. The closet door rattles. Probably just road vibration. Resolved to live up to his mother's expectation, himself of his remorse over failing to rescue Donella, determined to locate a suitable juice bowl for his thirsty dog, he grips the handle on one of the sliding doors, draws a deep breath, clenches his teeth, and opens. As his reflection slides away from him and as the interior of the wardrobe is revealed, Curtis sighs with relief when he fails to find jars of pickled eyeballs arrayed on the one long shelf. None of the garments hanging from the rod appears to be made of human skin. But with growing confidence, he drops to his knees to search the closet floor for anything that might be used as a bowl. He finds only men's and women's shoes, and he's grateful that they don't contain severed feet. A pair of men's walking shoes appear new. He takes one of these from the closet, puts it on the floor near the bed, and fills it with orange juice from the plastic jug. Ordinarily, he would be reluctant to damage the property of another in this fashion, but serial killers don't deserve the same respect as law-abiding citizens. Old Yeller jumps off the bed and noisily laps up the treat with enthusiasm. She doesn't have to consider the taste, as though she has drunk orange juice before. Curtis Hammond, the original, might have allowed her to have juice in the past. The current Curtis Hammond suspects, however, that he and the mutt are continuing to bond, and that she recognizes the taste from his recent experience of it. This dog can form astonishing, profound connections. He knows this to be true not entirely from movies and books, but from experience with animals in the past. Curtis is not quite right, as Bert Hooper put it, and Old Yeller is neither yellow nor male, nor particularly old, but they are going to be a great team. After refilling the shoe, he puts down the juice container and sits on the edge of the bed to watch the dog drink. "I'll take good care of you," he promises. He is pleased by his ability to function in spite of his fear. He's also pleased by his resourcefulness. Although they're riding the Hannibal Lecter band bus and running from a pack of Terminators who have more attitude than Schwarzenegger with a bee up his ass, although they're wanted by the FBI and surely by other government agencies that have more ominous initials and less honorable intentions, Curtis remains optimistic about his chances of escape. The sight of his canine companion happily drinking draws a smile from him. A moment to thank God for keeping him alive, and he thanks his mother for the survival training that so far has been an invaluable assist to God in this matter. A siren arises in the distance. 21. Jaws cracked wide as if unhinged, backward hooked fangs exposed to their full wicked arc, split tongue fluttering, the serpent swam through the air with the wriggle of an eel through water, but faster than any eel, as bottle rocket fast as a fireworks snake, launched straight at Leilani. Although she juked, the viper must also have misaimed, because her reaction alone wouldn't have been quick enough to She might have imagined the thin hiss as the thwarted snake sailed past her left ear, but the lash of smooth, dry scales across her cheek was real. This caressing flick, cold or not, sent chills chasing chills along her spine, with such palpable shivers that she could almost believe the hateful serpent had slipped under the collar of her t-shirt and along the... She had a trick of locking her brace and pivoting on her steel-assisted leg. Even as she heard the hiss or dreamed it, she twisted around in time to see the treasure out of Eden as it raveled in a long arc to the floor, the brighter fraction of its scales glinting like slate. The snake wasn't huge, between 2 and 3 feet long, about as thick as a man's index finger, but when it struck the floor and tumbled, lashing angrily as though mistaking its own coils for those of a predator, it couldn't have been scarier if it had been a massive python or own rattlesnake. After that brief moment of frenzy, the viper slithered loose of its own tangles and flowed swiftly across the squashed shag carpet, as if it were a quickness of water following the course of a rillet. Encountering the baseboard under the window, it reeled itself into a coiled pile once more and raised its head to assess the situation to strike again. Leading with her good leg, dragging her left, long-practiced grace abandoned, hard-won dignity lost, Leilani clumped in a panicked stagger toward the hallway. Though off balance with every step, she managed to remain upright, lurching all the way to the door, where she clutched at the knob for support. She had to escape from the snake, get to her bedroom, try to barricade that door against her mother's intrusion. Senseia was highly amused. Words whooped from her on peals of laughter.
It's not poisonous, you ninny. It's a pet shop snake. You should have seen the look on your face.
Leilani's heart pumped the bellows of her lungs, and breath blew from her in quick, hard gusts. On the threshold, gripping the doorknob, she glanced back to see if the snake pursued her. It remained coiled under the window. Kneeling on the mattress, her mother bounced like a schoolgirl, making the springs sing and the bed rails rattle, laughing, shiny-eyed with delight over a prank well played.
Don't be such a... It's just a furry thingy, not a monster.
Here's the deal. If she fled to her room and barricaded the door, she still wouldn't be safe, because sooner or later she'd have to come out, to get food, to use the bathroom. They were going to be here a few more days, and if the creature was loose in the house, it could be anywhere. And once she came out of her room to go to the toilet or to get something to eat, then it could slip in her room, too, through the 1-inch gap under the poorly hung door, or because Senseia let it into her room, and then it could be waiting under Leilani's bed, in her bed. She'll have no sanctuary, no peace. Every place will belong to the snake. No place will belong to Leilani, no smallest place. Usually she had only a corner, a nook, a precious retreat. Though Senseia might invade any room without warning, Leilani could at least pretend her nook was a private place. But the snake won't allow even a pretense of privacy. She'll have no respite from torment, no relief from the expectation, not even when Senseia is asleep, because the snake is essentially sleepless. This wasn't a way Leilani could live, not could endure. This was too much, intolerable. Bouncing on the bed, giggling prettily, old Senseia relived the comic moment.
Snake goes boing, straight in the air, and Leilani goes yikes, just about straight in the air herself, and then she's making for the door like 2 drunk kangaroos in a 3-legged sack race.
Instead of continuing into the hall, Leilani let go of the door and stumbled into the bedroom again. Fear kept her from regaining her usual ease of movement, but also anger. She remained unbalanced by a sense of injustice that quaked through her with 1906 San Francisco intensity, rocking her from good leg to bad, rolling through her in nauseating waves.
Cute little slippery kill you, Leilani. Little thingy just wants what we all want, baby. Little thingy just wants love,
Senseia said, drawing out longer than a 12-syllable word, and she laughed with strange delight. Poisonous or not, the snake had struck at Leilani's face. Her face, which was the best thing she had going for her, the best thing she might ever have going for her, because in truth she'd probably never develop great bouncing bosoms, regardless of what she had told Mickey. When she was sitting in a restaurant or somewhere, with her clatter-clank leg under a table, with her poster-child hand tucked out of sight in her lap, people looked at her face and often smiled, any other kid, with no sorrow in their eyes, no pity, because nothing in her face said cripple. The snake had struck at her face, and she didn't give a rat's ass whether it was poisonous or not, because it could have changed her life if it had gotten those fangs in her cheek or her nose. Then people would never think of her as sassy, but would always think, what a sad little crippled girl she is, with her little twisted leg and her little gnarled hand and her snake-gnawed face and her snake-chomped nose. So much to lose. She must deal with this, and fast. But nothing on the bed would be of help to her in a snake chase, snake fight. The chest of drawers contained but a few articles of clothing, nothing else, because they were living out of suitcases for the short time they were here. In fact, suitcases were open on a bench at the foot of the bed and on a straight-backed chair. Neither the luggage nor the furniture suggested a strategy for this battle. The snake still coiled under the window. Luminous eyes. Head weaving as if to the music of a charmer's flute.
Boing! Yikes!
Senseia had compressed the anecdote into 2 words. Even to this abridged version, abusing the bed more than might have any gaggle of giddy girls at a pajama party. Forgetting to use the brace's mechanical knee joint, swinging her caged leg from the hip, Leilani hitched and clumped toward the closet, which regrettably put the bed between her and the snake. She was convinced that the moment the slippery little reptile was out of her sight, it slithered toward her, coming at her from under the bed.
Baby,
Senseia said.
look at that. See, look.
She extended her hand, offering something.
Baby, it's okay. See, baby, look.
Leilani dared not be distracted by her mother, not with a snake possibly on the move. Be ignored any more than you could ignore an of Texas hurtling at Earth with impact predicted for noon Friday. Senseia's left hand was clenched. She opened it to reveal a wad of bloody Kleenex that Leilani hadn't been able to see before. The crimson tissues dropped out of her grip. In the meaty part of her palm were 2 small wounds.
Poor scared thingy bit me when the lights went out.
Dark with clotted blood, the holes no longer oozed.
Held it very tight, Senseia continued, even though it squirmed something fierce. Took a lot of time to work its fangs out of me. Didn't want to tear up my hand, but I didn't want to hurt thingy either.
The paired punctures, like a vampire bite, were in this case the mark of a vampire bitten.
Then I held poor scared thingy a long time in the dark, the 2 of us here on the bed, and after a while thingy stopped squirming. We communed, baby, me and thingy. Oh, so totally while we waited for the lights to come on. It was the coolest thing ever.
Hard-pounding heart seemed to clunk as arrhythmically and as awkwardly as a panicked girl with one shackled leg might run. Warped masonite, cracked plastic glides, and a corroded track conspired to prevent her from sliding the closet door with ease. Grunting, she shoved and shook it.
No venom, baby. Thingy has fangs, but no poison. Don't wet your panties, girl. We're doing less laundry to conserve electricity.
As in Leilani's own closet, a tubular steel pole, approximately 2 inches in diameter, spanned the 7-foot width. Only a few women's blouses and men's shirts hung from it. She glanced down at her feet. No snake. The ravages to your face from a snake bite might involve more than scar tissue. Maybe nerve damage. Some facial muscles might be forever paralyzed, twisting your smile, weirdly distorting every expression. The pole rested in U-shaped brackets. She lifted it up and out of the fixtures. The hangers slid off the rod, taking the clothes to the closet floor. The sight of this shiny cudgel knocked fresh laughter out of Senseia. She clapped her hands, oblivious of the bite, excited by the prospect. Leilani would have preferred a shovel, a garden hoe, but this length of tubular steel was better than bare hands, something to keep the serpent away from her face. Gripping the pole in her right hand as if it were a shepherd's staff, she used it to help maintain her balance as she stumped toward the foot of the bed. Waving her hands in the air as a gospel singer waved to the heavens while shouting hallelujahs. Senseia said,
"Oh, Lonnie, baby, you should see yourself. You look so completely St. Patrick, in a total snake-driving mood."
hitching clumsily but warily alongside the bed, telling herself, calm, telling herself, get a grip. Leilani wasn't her own good advice. Fear and anger prevented mind and body from being properly coordinated. If the snake had struck her face, it might have bitten her eye. It might have left her half blind. She cracked her hip against the chunky post at the corner of the footboard, fell against the bed, but at once levered herself upright, feeling stupid, feeling clumsy, feeling as though she were the girl from Castle Frankenstein, lacking only bolts in the neck, an early experiment that hadn't gone half as well as the creature that Karloff played. She wanted nothing more than to hold on to whatever she had that looked normal and worked properly. This wasn't so much to want. The twisted leg, the deformed hand, the brain too smart for her own good, she couldn't trade those in parts. She hoped only to keep the strong right leg, the good right hand, the pleasing face. Pride had nothing to do with it either. Considering all her other problems, about looking good, it was about survival. When she rounded the end of the bed, she saw the pet shop terror where she had left it, stacked in scaly ringlets under the window. Evil-looking head raised, alert.
"Oh, baby, Lonnie, I should have been getting this on the camcorder,"
groaned Senseia.
"We'd win big bucks on TV, that show America's Funniest Home Videos."
Face, eyes, so much to lose. Get out, leave. But they'd bring her back. Where would the snake be by then? Somewhere, anywhere, And what if her mother took it with them when they hit the road in the motorhome? In that tin can on wheels, already trapped with Preston and Senseia, she'd have this third snake to worry about. There's no way to flee outside when you're cruising at 60 miles per hour. Holding the pole in front of herself with both hands, Leilani wondered what maximum distance a snake could travel through the air when it flung itself out of a tight coil. She thought maybe she'd read that it could in this case 5 to 6 feet, which might leave her unbitten. But if this particular specimen happened to be ambitious, if it always gave that extra 10% like the hero of some demented children's book, the little snake that could, then she was screwed. Leilani didn't have a fearsome capacity for violence. Maybe not any. She never fantasized about being a whole-of-limb, hard-bodied martial arts wonderkind. The Clonk way wasn't the way of the ninja. To ingratiate, to amuse, to charm. But while you could expect a high degree of success with this approach when you were dealing with school teachers and ministers and sweetly daffy pie-baking neighbors, all you would get for trying to charm a snake was your eye on the end of a fang.
"Better go, thingy, better squiggle,"
Senseia advised gleefully.
"Here come badass Lonnie, and dis here girl mean business."
Because any lead to the complete collapse of Leilani's will, she had to act while desperate with fear and fierce with anger. She surprised herself when she choked out a strangled cry, part misery and part fury, as she jabbed the lance hard at the coiled target. She pinned the thrashing serpent to the baseboard, but only for 2 seconds, maybe 3, and then her sinuous whipping adversary flailed loose.
"Go, thingy, go, go!"
Jabbing, jabbing, Leilani poked the villain once more, crushed it against the baseboard, bearing strength, trying to hurt it, cut it in half, but again it writhed free, no easier to kill than a serpent of smoke, as hard to nail down as your father's identity, as what happened to your brother, as just about anything in this screwy life, but all you could do was keep jabbing, keep trying. As the snake slithered along the wall and under the tall chest of drawers, Senseia bounced on the bed.
"Oh, trouble now. Trouble with a capital SNAKE. Thingy's pissed. Hiding under the high boy. Him bruised and bitter. Him having a hissy fit. Him brooding up bad snaky revenge."
To see bloodstains on the baseboard. Or if a snake didn't have exactly blood in it, then a smear of something else that said mortal wounds as clearly as a lot of good red gore would have said it. But she saw no blood. No ichor, no snake syrup of any kind. The saw end of the hollow, tubular pole wouldn't be as effective as a sharp knife, but it would cut even tough scales and muscled coils if driven hard enough, if a lot of insistent pressure was put behind it. Her sweaty hands had slipped on the polished. Some damage had been done to the snake. The chest of drawers stood against the wall on 4 stubby legs, more than 5 feet high, 4 feet wide, maybe 20 inches deep. The bottom rail cleared the floor by 3 inches. Snake under there somewhere. When Leilani held her breath, she could hear. The reverberant bottom of the lowest drawer amplified the sound in that confined space. She'd better get a fix on the creature while it was stunned. She backed away, dropped awkwardly to her knees. Lying prone, head turned to one side, she peeked to the greasy shag. If death had pockets in his robe, they smelled like this filthy carpet. Nauseating waves of righteous anger still churned Leilani, and the rotten sour sludge of scent that pooled on the wall-to-wall gave her another reason for her apple pie.
Oh, listen to that snaky brain a-hummin'. Listen to old Thingy scheming up a scheme. Like I'm a tasty mouse.
The silk-textured light, as red as Senseia's favorite party blouse, barely brightened the nest of shadows under the chest of drawers. Leilani was gasping. She hadn't exerted herself that much, but because she was worried, scared, in a state. As she lay squinting for a glimpse of the beast, her face only 6 or 7 feet from the reptile's crawl space, she breathed rapidly, noisily through her mouth, and her tongue translated the stink of the carpet into a taste that made her gag. Under the chest of drawers, shadows appeared to throb and turn, as shadows always do when you stare hard enough at them, but the lipstick light kissed only one form among all the shifting phantom shapes. Curves of scales dimly reflected the crimson glow, glimmered faintly like clouded rhinestones.
Thingy scheming up a scheme to get his Leilani mouse, licking his snaky lips. Thingy, him be dreaming what Lonnie girl gonna taste like.
The serpent huddled all the way back against the wall, and about as far from one side of the chest as the other. Leilani rose to her knees again. She seized the pole with both hands and rammed it hard under the furniture, dead on for the snake. She struck again, furiously, burning her knuckles from friction with the shag, and she could hear the critter thrashing, its body slapping loudly against the bottom of the lowest drawer. On the bed, Senseia romped, cheering one of the combatants, cursing the other, and though Leilani wasn't any longer able to make sense of her mother's words, she figured the woman's sympathies were with the thingy. She couldn't clearly hear Senseia's ranting because of the snake lashing a crazy drumbeat on the underside of the chest, because of the pole punching into the snarled coils and knocking on the baseboard and rattling against the legs of the furniture, but also because she herself was grunting like a wild beast. Her throat felt. Her raw voice didn't sound like her own, wordless, thick, hideous with a primitive need that she didn't dare contemplate. At last, the quality of this bestial voice frightened her into halting the assault on the snake. It was dead, anyway. She had killed it some time ago. Under the tall chest of drawers, nothing flopped. Nothing hissed. Knowing the creature was dead, she had nevertheless been unable to stop jabbing at it. Out of control. And who did those 3 words bring to mind? Out of control. Like mother, like daughter. Leilani's accelerator had been pressed to the floorboard by fear rather than by drugs, also by anger. But this distinction didn't matter as much to her as did the discovery that she, like Senseia, could lose control of herself under the right circumstances. Brow dripping, body clammy, Leilani reeked of sour sweat, no heavenly flower now. On her knees, shoulders hunched, head cocked, wild damp hair hanging in tangles over her face, hands still clenched with such rage that she couldn't release the pole, she made her bid for being Quasimodo reborn. Only 9, and a return to Notre Dame still years away. She felt diminished, humiliated, shaken, No less afraid than she'd been a moment ago, but now for different reasons. Some serpents were more frightening than others. The specimens that didn't come in boxes, that never slithered through any field or forest, serpents invisible that inhabited the deeper regions of your mind. Until now, she hadn't been aware that she herself provided a nest for such potent snakes of fear and anger, or flamed and set racing by their sudden bite, so quickly reducing her to these spasms, these half-mad, headlong frenzies, out of control. Like a gargoyle above, Senseia leaned over the footboard of the bed, her face haloed by red lamplight, glittery-eyed with excitement.
Thingy! Him a hard-ass, stubborn little crawly boy!
Leilani didn't actually make sense of those. She was saved only because she met her mother's eyes and saw where they were focused. Not on her daughter. On the nearest end of the makeshift cudgel, just behind Leilani's two-hand grip. The tubular steel rod was hollow, 2 inches in diameter. The snake, seeking refuge when the battering stopped, had squirmed inside the pole. By this pipeline, it traveled unseen from beneath the chest of drawers to Leilani's exposed back, where now it slowly extruded on the floor behind her, like the finished product of a snake-making machine. Whether the serpent moved slowly because it was hurt, or because it was being cautious to deceive, Leilani didn't know, didn't care. Just as the full length of it oozed from the hollow cudgel, she seized it by the tail. Snake handlers always gripped immediately under the head to immobilize the jaws, but fear for her one good hand caused her to choose the nether end. Slick it was, wet slick and therefore injured, but still lively enough to wriggle fiercely in a quest for freedom. Before the snake could wind back on itself and bite her hand, Leilani shot to her feet faster than her braced leg had ever, playing cowgirl with lariat as she rose from the floor. Swung like a rope, stretched long by centrifugal force that thwarted its inward coiling efforts, the reptile parted the air with a swoosh louder than its hiss. She swung it twice as she stumbled 2 steps toward the chest of drawers, the bared fangs missing her mother's face by inches on the first revolution, and then, during the 3rd swing, the serpent met the furniture with a crack of skull that took all the wriggle out of it forever. The dead snake slid from Leilani's hand, looping upon itself to form a sloppy, threatless coil on the floor. Mute by either the unexpected outcome or the spectacle. Although she could let go of the broken serpent and use the pivoting trick with her braced leg to turn her back on the scaly mess, Leilani couldn't turn away as easily from the mental image of herself in a fit of grunting, gasping, snake-killing rage and terror. Like a foxtail bramble, this hate deep into the flesh of her memory, beyond the hope of excision, and prickle as long as she lived. Her heart still sent thunder rolling through her, and the storm of humiliation hadn't yet passed. She refused to cry. Not here. Not now. Neither fear nor anger nor even this unwanted new knowledge of herself her in front of her mother. The world didn't have enough misery in her to reveal her vulnerability before Senseia. Her usual ease of movement still eluded Leilani. However, when she thought through the movement of each step before taking it, like a patient learning to walk again after spinal injury, she was able to proceed to the open bedroom door with a measure of dignity. In the hall, a violent fit of the shakes overcame her, rattling teeth to teeth, knocking elbows against ribs, but she her good knee and kept moving. By the time that she reached the bathroom, she heard her mother being busy in the master bedroom. She looked back just as a pulse of icy light filled that open doorway. The flash from a camera. The snake wasn't roadkill, but apparently the artist, she wept. 22. As tasty as fresh orange juice is when lapped out of a shoe, Old Yeller nevertheless loses interest in her drink when the siren grows as loud as an air raid warning in the immediate wake of the motorhome. Curtis's concern becomes her concern, too, and she watches him, ears pricked, body follow his lead. The wind chaser begins to slow as the driver checks his side view mirrors. Even serial killers who keep collections of victims' teeth at bedside for nostalgic examination will evidently pull for the highway patrol. When the police cruiser sweeps past and rockets away into the night, the motorhome gains speed once more, but Old Yeller doesn't return to her juice. As easy, the dog will stay on guard as well. First the helicopter tracking the highway toward Nevada, and now this patrol car following. These are signs and portents of trouble ahead. Though he may be dead, J. Edgar Hoover is no fool, and if his restless spirit guides the organization from which he so reluctantly departed, then 2 squads of FBI agents and probably various other authorities are already establishing roadblocks on the interstate both northeast and southwest of the truck stop. Sitting on the edge of the bed once more, Curtis extracts the wadded currency from the pockets of his jeans. He smooths the bills and sorts them. Not much to sort. He counts his treasury. Not much to count. He certainly doesn't have enough money to bribe an FBI agent, and by far the most of them can't be bribed anyway. They aren't politicians, after all. If the National Security Agency also has operatives in the field here, which now seems likely, and possibly the CIA as well, those guys won't sell out their country and their honor for a few wrinkled $5 bills. Not if movies, suspense novels, and history books can be believed. Maybe the history texts are written with political bias, and maybe some of those not very licensed, but you could trust most of what you saw in movies for sure. With his meager resources, Curtis has little hope of being able to bribe his state or local authorities. He shoves the currency into his pockets once more. The driver doesn't apply the brakes, but allows the wind chaser's speed to fall steadily. Not good. Not good. After fleeing the truck stop, these 2 people wouldn't already be pulling over to rest again. Traffic must be clotting ahead of them. Good pup, he tells Old. Encourage her and prepare her for what might be coming. Good pup. Stay close. As their speed continues to fall precipitously to 50, then below 40, under 30, time or two, Curtis goes to the bedroom window. The dog follows at his heels. Curtis slides a pane open. Wind blusters like restless bears at the bars of a cage, but this is a mildly warm and toothless zephyr. He boosts himself against the sill. Leaning out, he squints into the wind, toward the front of the motorhome. In the night, brake lights on scores of vehicles flash across lanes. More than half a mile ahead, at the top of a rise, traffic has come to a complete stop. As the wind chaser slows steadily, Curtis slides shut the window and takes up a position at the bedroom door. The faithful dog stays at his side. When the motorhome brakes to a full stop, Curtis switches off the bedroom light. He waits in darkness. More likely than not, both sociopathic owners of the wind chaser will remain in their cockpit seats for a while. They'll be studying the roadblock with acute interest, planning strategy in the event of a vehicle inspection. At any moment, however, one of them might retreat here to the bedroom. If a search by authorities seems imminent, these tooth fetishists will try to gather up and dispose of their incriminating collection of grisly souvenirs. The advantage of surprise will belong to Curtis, but he's not confident that surprise alone will carry the day. Either of the murderous pair up front will enjoy the greater advantages of size, strength, and psychotic disregard for his or her personal safety. In addition to surprise, however, the boy has Old Yeller, and the dog has teeth. Curtis has teeth too, though his aren't as big and sharp as those of the dog, and unlike his 4-legged companion, he doesn't have the heart to use them. He's not convinced that his mother would be proud of him if he bit his way to freedom. Fighting men have never, to his knowledge, been decorated for bravery after gnawing their way through their adversaries. Odd, then, for his sister becoming. Good pup. After the wind chaser has been stopped for a couple minutes, it eases forward a few car lengths, and Curtis uses this distraction to open the bedroom door a crack. The lever-action handle squeaks softly, as do the hinges. door swings outward. He puts one eye to the inch-wide gap and studies the bathroom beyond, which separates the bedroom from the galley, lounge, and cockpit. The door at the opposite end of the bath stands less than halfway open, admitting light from the forward part of the vehicle, but he can't see what lies beyond it. Staying closer than Curtis intended, the dog presses against his legs and pushes her nose to the gap between jambs. He hears her sniffing. Her exceptional sense of smell brings to her more information than all 5 human senses combined, so he doesn't nudge her out of the way. He must always remember that every story of a boy and his dog is also a story of a dog and its boy. No such relationship can be a success without respect. The dog's tail wags, brushing Curtis's legs, either because she catches an appealing scent or because assessment of the fundamental requirement of a boy-dog friendship. Suddenly, a man enters the motorhome. In the dark bedroom, Curtis almost shuts the door in shock. He realizes in time that the 1-inch gap won't draw the man's attention as much as will the movement of the door closing. He expects the guy to come directly to the bedroom, and he's ready to use the door as a battering ram to knock this killer off his feet. Then he and the dog will dash for freedom. Instead, the man goes to the bathroom sink and switches on a small overhead light. To Curtis, he examines his face in the mirror. Old Yeller remains at the door, nose to the crack, but she's no longer sniffing noisily. She's in stealth mode, though her tail continues to wag gently. Although scared, Curtis is also intrigued. There's something fascinating about secretly watching strangers in their own home, even if their home is on wheels. The man squints at the mirror. He rubs one finger over the right corner of his mouth, squints again, and seems satisfied. With 2 fingers, he pulls down both lower eyelids and examines his eyes. Knows for what. Then he uses the palms of his hands to smooth back the hair at the sides of his head. Smiling at his reflection, the stranger says,
Tom Cruise, eat your heart out. Vern Tuttle rules.
Curtis doesn't know who Vern Tuttle may be, but Tom Cruise is, of course, an actor, a movie star, a worldwide icon. He's surprised and impressed that this man is an acquaintance of Tom Cruise. He's heard people say that it's a small world, and this Cruise connection sure does support that contention. Next, the man grins at his reflection. This is not an amusing grin. Even viewed in profile, it's a ferocious grin. He leans over the sink closer to the mirror and studies his bared teeth with unnervingly intense interest. Curtis is disturbed but not surprised by this development. He already knows that one or both of these people are homicidal tooth fetishists. More disturbing even than the grinning man's obsession with his teeth is the fact that otherwise he appears entirely normal. Pudgy, about 60, with a full head of thick white hair, he might play a grandfather if he were ever in a major motion picture, but he would never be cast as a chainsaw-wielding maniac. Many of the same folks who say that it's a small world have also said you can't judge a book by its cover, meaning people as well as books, and now they are proved right again. Continuing to snarl soundlessly at the mirror, the stranger employs a fingernail to pick between 2 teeth. Examines whatever is now on his finger, frowns, looks closer, and finally flicks the bit of stuff into the... Curtis shudders. His fevered imagination supplies numerous chilling possibilities for what was dislodged from those teeth, all related to the well-known fact that most are also cannibals. Curiously, here in the gloom, with her nose to the crack in the door, Old Yeller still wags her tail. She hasn't acquired Curtis's dread of this human monster. She seems to have an opinion of her own to which she stubbornly clings. The boy worries about the reliability of her animal instincts. The likely cannibal clicks off the sink light, turns, and crosses the bathroom to the small cubicle that contains the toilet. He enters, switching on the light in there, and pulls the door shut behind him. The boy's mother used to say that a wasted opportunity wasn't just a missed chance, but was a wound to your future. Miss too many opportunities, thus sustaining too many wounds, and you wouldn't have a future at all. With one killer attending to his body, the other in the driver's seat of the wind chaser, this is an opportunity that only a disobedient, mother-ignoring boy would fail to take. Curtis pushes open the bedroom door. You first, girl. Tail wagging, the pooch pads into the bathroom, and straight toward the toilet cubicle. No, Pup, no, out, Pup, out! Maybe the power of Curtis's panic is transmitted to Old Yeller along the psychic wire that links every boy to his dog, but that's unlikely because they met, and therefore are still in the process of becoming a fully simpatico boy-dog unit. More likely, she's gotten a better smell of the cunningly deceptive grandfatherly cubicle and now recognizes him for the monster that he is. Whether the psychic wire or a good nose is responsible, she changes direction and pads out of the bathroom into the galley. When Curtis follows the dog, he peers across the kitchen and the lounge toward the cockpit. The woman occupies the driver's seat, her attention devoted to the stalled traffic blocking the highway. Curtis is relieved to see that this co-killer is encumbered by a safety harness that secures her to the command chair. She won't be able to release those restraints and clamber out of the seat in time to block. Her back is to him, but as he approaches her, he can see that she's approximately the age of the man. Her short-cropped hair glows supernaturally white. Chastened by her near-disastrous misreading of the grandfatherly man's character, Old Yeller proceeds waglessly and with caution, past the dining nook, paw by stealthy paw, pussyfooting as silently as any creeping cat. As the dog arrives at the exit, and as Curtis reaches over the dog toward the door handle, the woman senses them. She's snacking on something, and she looks up, chewing, expecting the man, startled to discover a boy and his dog. Surprise freezes her in mid-chew, with her hand halfway to her mouth, and in that hand is a human ear. Curtis screams, and even when he realizes that the snack in her hand isn't a human ear after all, large potato chip, he isn't able to stop screaming. For all he knows, she eats potato chips with human ears, the way other people eat them with pretzels on the side, or with peanuts, or with sour cream dip. Door won't open. Handle won't move. He presses harder. No good. Locked. It must be locked. He rattles it up and down, insistently, to no effect. In the driver's seat, the startled woman comes unstartled enough to speak, but the boy can't make out what she's saying because the loud rapping of his jackhammer is meaningless, those few words that penetrate his screaming. Curtis and the door. Willpower against matter, on the micro scale where will should win. Yet the lock holds, and still the door doesn't open for him. Magic lock. Bolt, fused to the striker plate by a sorcerer's spell, it resists his muscle and his mind. The co-killer pops the release button on her safety harness and shrugs out of the straps. Oh, Lord. There's just one door, the sucker's magically locked, all his tricks are thwarted, and he's trapped in this claustrophobic rolling slaughterhouse with psychotic retirees who'll eat him with chips and keep his teeth in their nightstand drawer. Fierce as she has never been before, Old Yeller lunges toward the woman. Snarling, snapping, foaming, spitting, the dog seems to be saying, "Teeth? You want teeth? Take a look at these teeth! Go fang to fang with me, you psychotic bitch, and see how much you still like teeth when I'm done with you!" The dog doesn't venture close enough to bite, but its threat is a deterrent. The woman at once abandons the idea of getting up from the driver's seat. She shrinks away from them, and terror twists her face into an is no doubt the same expression she has seen on the faces of the many victims to whom she herself has shown no mercy. Jerked up and jammed down, the lever handle doesn't release the latch, but pulled inward, it works, revealing that it wasn't locked. No spell had been cast on the mechanism after all. Curtis's failure to open it sooner wasn't a failure of mind or muscle, but a collapse of reason, the result of runaway fear. Although the boy is mortified by this discovery, he's also still unable to get a grip on the tossing reins of his panic. He throws the door open, plunges down the steps, and stumbles recklessly onto the blacktop with such momentum that he crashes into the side of a Lexus stopped in the lane adjacent to the motorhome. Face to glass, nose flattened a millimeter short of fracture, he peers into the car as if into an aquarium stocked with strange fish. The fish, a man with a buzz cut behind the wheel, a brunette with spiky hair in the passenger's seat, stare back at him with the lidless eyes and the puckered O mouths that he would have encountered from the finny residents of a real aquarium. Curtis pushes away just as Old Yeller, no longer barking savagely, leaps out of the motorhome. Grinning, wagging her tail, aware that she's the hero of the hour, she turns left and trots away with a spring of pride. The dog follows the broken white line that defines this lane of stopped traffic from the next, and the boy hurries after the dog. He's no longer screaming, but he's still sufficiently addled by fear to concede leadership temporarily to his brave companion. He glances back into a blaze of headlights and sees the white-haired woman gazing out and down at him from behind the windshield of the window. She's half out of her seat, pulling herself up with the steering wheel, the better to see him. From here, she might be mistaken for an innocent and kindly woman, perhaps a librarian, considering that a librarian would know how easily a book of monsters could be disguised as a sweet romance novel with just a switch of the dust jackets. The city has come to this high desert. The warm air is bitter with the stink of exhaust fumes from the idling engines of the vehicles that are backed up from the roadblock. Some motorists, recognizing the length of the delay ahead of them, have switched off their engines and gotten out of their cars to stretch their legs. Not all have fled the showdown at the truck stop, and as they rub the backs of their necks, roll their shoulders, arch their spines, and crack their knuckles, they ask one another, "What's happening? What's up?" These people form a gauntlet of sorts through which Curtis and Old Yeller must pass. Twisting, dodging, the boy shows courtesy, although he knows that they may be either ministers or murderers, or murdering ministers, either saints or sinners, bank clerks or bank robbers, humble or arrogant, generous or envious, sane or quite mad.
Excuse me, sir. Ma'am, sorry, sir. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, sir.
Eventually, Curtis is halted by a tall man with the gray, pinched face and permanently engraved wince lines of a long-term sufferer of constipation. Between a Ford van and a red Cadillac, he steps in the boy's way and places a hand on his chest.
"Whoa there, son. What's the matter? Where you going?"
Serial killers,
Curtis gasps, pointing toward the motorhome which is behind him.
in that wind chaser, they keep body parts in the bedroom.
Disconcerted, the stranger drops his restraining hand, and his wince lines cut deeper into his lean face as he squints toward the 16-ton house of horrors. Curtis squirms away, sprints on, though he realizes now that the dog is leading him westward. The roadblock is still a considerable distance ahead, beyond the top of the hill and not yet in sight, but this isn't the direction that they ought to be taking. Between a Chevy pickup and a Volkswagen, a jolly-looking man with a freckled face and a clown's crop of fiery red hair snares Curtis by the shirt, nearly causing him to skid off his feet.
Hey, hey, hey! Who are you running from, boy?"
Sensing that this guy won't be rattled by the serial killer alert, or by much else for that matter, Curtis resorts to the excuse that Bert Hooper, the waffle-eating trucker in Donnella's restaurant, made for him earlier. He isn't sure what it means, but it got him out of trouble before, so he says,
Sir, I'm not quite right.
"Hell, that's no surprise to me,"
the red-haired man declares, but the tail of Curtis's shirt remains twisted tightly in his fist.
"You steal something, boy?"
No rational person would suppose that a 10-year-old boy would roam the interstate, waiting for a police roadblock to stop traffic and provide an opportunity to steal from motorists. Therefore, Curtis assumes that this freckled interrogator intuits his larcenies dating all the way back to the Hammond house in Colorado. Perhaps this man is psychic. He received clairvoyant visions of $5 bills and frankfurters filched during Curtis's long flight for freedom. Or, for all Curtis knows, this shirt-clutching stranger might be psychotic rather than psychic. Loony, mad, insane. There's a lot of that going around. Dressed in sandals and baggy plaid shorts and a T-shirt that proclaims "Love is the answer," with his jolly, freckled face, this man doesn't appear to be a lunatic, but so many things in this world aren't what they appear to be, including Curtis himself. The dog goes straight for the shorts. No bark, no growl, no warning, in fact, no evident animosity. Almost playful, she bounds forward, snatches and jerks the stranger off his feet. The man cries out and lets go of Curtis, but Old Yeller isn't as quick to release the shorts. She pulls them down his legs, bearing. He kicks at her, but the shorts trammel him. He fails to land a foot in fur, though unintentionally he flings off one of his sandals. The dog lets go of the man's shorts and seizes the cast-off footwear. Grinning around a mouthful of sandal, she sprints westward along the broken white line, flanked by frustrated motorists in their overheating vehicles. She's still headed in the dead-wrong direction, but Curtis races after Old Yeller because they can't turn back toward the wind chaser, not with so many altercations likely to be rejoined if they do. They can't cross the median strip and attempt east either, because the traffic whizzing past in that direction will be halted by another roadblock somewhere beyond the truck stop. Their only hope lies in the vastness of the high desert to the north of the interstate, out there where the black sky and the black land, where the sharper facets of quartz-rich rocks reflect the glitter of stars. Rattlesnakes, scorpions, and tarantulas will be more hospitable than the merciless pack of hunters to which the two cowboys had belonged, to which they still belong if they survive the firefight in the restaurant kitchen. The National Security Agency and other legitimate authorities won't kill Curtis immediately upon identifying him, as will the cowboy. Once he's in custody, however, he won't be allowed to. Not ever. Worse, if he's in custody, those vicious hunters who killed his family, and the Hammond family too, will sooner or later learn his whereabouts. Eventually they will get to him. Bunker or high redoubt he's kept, regardless of how many heavily armed bodyguards are assigned to protect him. Ahead, Old Yeller drops the sandal and turns right, between two stopped vehicles. Curtis follows. The dog lingers on the shoulder of the highway until the boy catches up with her. Then, untroubled by the possibility of capture or snakebite, frisky with the prospect of new terrain and greater excitement, tail raised like a flag, she leads the charge down the gently sloped embankment from the elevated interstate. If Curtis could trade this particular swell adventure for a raft and a river, he would, without hesitation, make the swap. Instead, he lights out for the territory, chasing the clever mutt, hurrying away from the carnival blaze of blockaded traffic and across a gradually rising wasteland of sand, scrub, shale. Weathered stone sentinels loom, like the Injuns who probably stood here to watch wagon trains full of nervous settlers wending westward when the interstate had been defined. 23. In the armchair, Noah Farrell talked past the point where he bothered to listen to himself anymore, and he kept talking until he was wrung dry. On the bed, so still that the chenille spread was undisturbed, Laura remained cataleptic, curled in the fetal position. Wordless throughout her brother's monologue, she remained. This exhausted silence was the closest thing that Noah knew to peace. A few times in the past, he had in fact dozed. The only dreamless sleep he ever experienced was the silken repose that overcame him after words had failed, after he could do nothing but share the silence. Perhaps peace came only with acceptance. Acceptance, however, seemed too much like resignation. Even on those evenings when he napped in the armchair, he woke with guilt reborn, his sense of injustice not worn away by dreamless rest, but sharpened on the whetstone of sleep. He had a bone to chew with fate, and he gnawed at it even though he knew that of the two of them, fate possessed the sharper teeth, stronger jaws. This evening he didn't doze, and after a while his mind began to brim once more with unwanted thoughts. Words threatened to spill from him again, but this time they were likely to come in the form of rants of anger, self-loathing, self-pity. If these words filtered through the prison of the damaged brain in which Laura served her life sentence, that inner darkness wouldn't be brightened by them. He went to the bed, leaned down to his sister, and kissed her damp cheek. If he had asked for water and had been given vinegar, it couldn't have tasted slow, steady tears. In the hallway, he encountered a nurse pushing a stainless steel serving cart. A petite, raven-haired brunette with the pink complexion and the twinkling blue eyes of a Nordic blonde. In her crisp, white and peach uniform, perky as a parakeet on dexedrine. Her infectious smile might have cultured one in Noah if the dispiriting visit with Laura hadn't inoculated him against smiling for a while. Her name was Wendy Quayle, new to the staff. He'd only met her once before, but he had a cop's memory for names. "Bad?" she asked, glancing toward Laura's room.
"Bad enough,"
he admitted. "Blue all day," said Wendy Quayle. The word blue was so absurdly inadequate to describe the depths of Laura's misery that Noah almost managed to laugh, even though a smile had eluded him. Oh, but it would have been a humorless bark of a laugh that might make this earnest jump off a bridge, so he held it back and simply nodded. Wendy sighed. "We all have our plights and pickles."
"Our what?"
"Plights and pickles. Troubles. Some of us get 'em served one at a time on a little plate, and some of us get full servings of 'em on bigger plates. But your poor sweet sister, she got hers heaped high on a platter." Thinking about plates and platters of plights and pickles, Noah risked an even more inappropriate laugh than the one he'd suppressed. "But all the troubles in the world," said Wendy, "have the same one answer." Although he could never again wear a badge, Noah carried in his mind a cop's rope of suspicion, which he now tied in a hangman's knot.
"What answer?"
he asked, recalling the Circle of Friends tattoo on his arm and the platitude on his t-shirt. "Ice cream, of course." She plucked the lid off the insulated rectangular serving pan that stood on the cart. Inside the server were vanilla ice cream sundaes with chocolate sauce, toasted coconut, and cherries. Wendy was bringing a bedtime treat to her trouble-plagued wards. Recognizing the sudden hardness in Noah's demeanor, she said, "What did you think I was going to say?"
"Love. I thought you would say love is the answer."
Her sweet, gamine face wasn't designed for ironic smiles, but she tricked one out of it anyway. "Judging by the men I've fallen for, ice cream beats love every time." Finally, he smiled. "Will Laura want a sundae?" she asked.
"She's not in any condition to feed herself right now. Maybe if I helped her into a chair and fed her myself."
No, Mr. Farrell. I'll distribute the rest of these and then see if she wants the last one. I'll feed her if I love taking care of her. Taking care of all these special people. That's my ice cream." Farther along the corridor, toward the front of the care home, Richard Velnod's door was open. Rickster, liberator of ladybugs and mice, stood in the middle of his room, in bright yellow pajamas, savoring his ice cream while gazing out the window.
"Eating that stuff right before bed,"
Noah told him.
"You're sure to have sweet dreams."
Rickster's slightly slurred voice was further numbed by the cold treat.
"You know what's a really good thing? Sundays on Wednesday."
At first, Noah didn't get it.
"It's Wednesday, I think,"
Rickster said, and nodded toward the sundae in his hand.
"Oh, yeah. Nice things when you don't expect them. That makes them even better, you're right. Here's to Sundays on Wednesdays." "You turning yourself loose?"
Rickster asked.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm leaving."
With only a whisper, Rickster said that being able to turn yourself loose, whenever you wanted to go, was a really good thing, too. Better even than Sundays on Wednesday. Outside the haven of the lonesome and the long-forgotten, under trellises draped with bougainvillea, Noah took deep breaths of the warm night air. Car, another rust-bucket Chevy, he tried to settle his nerves. The suspicion he'd directed at Wendy Quayle had been misplaced. Laura was safe. In the days ahead, if any of Congressman Sharmer's circle of friends couldn't resist a little payback, they would come for Noah, not for his sister. Jonathan Sharmer was a thug wrapped in the robes of compassion and fairness that were the costume of preference among politicians, but he was still reliably a thug. And one of the few rules by which the criminal class lived, not street gangs, was the injunction against settling grudges by committing violence on family members who weren't in the business. Wives and children were untouchable. And sisters. The rattletrap engine turned over on the first try. The other car had always needed coaxing. The handbrake release worked smoothly. The gear shift didn't. 24. Brushing without toothpaste is poor dental maintenance, but the flavor of a bedtime cocktail isn't enhanced by a After a mintless scrubbing of her teeth, Mickey retreated to her tiny bedroom, which she'd already stocked with a plastic tumbler and an ice bucket. In the bottom drawer of her small dresser, she kept a supply of cheap, lemon-flavored vodka. One bottle with an unbroken seal, and another, half empty, lay concealed under a yellow sweater. Mickey wasn't hiding the booze from Geneva. Her aunt knew that she enjoyed a drink before bed, and that she usually had one whether or not she enjoyed it. Mickey kept the vodka under the sweater because she didn't want to see it each time that she opened the drawer in search of something else. The sight of this stash, when she wasn't immediately in need of it, had the power to dispirit her, and even to stir a heart-darkening of shame. Currently, however, a sense of inadequacy so overwhelmed her that she had no capacity for shame. In this chill of helplessness, familiar to her since childhood, icy resentment sometimes formed, and from it she often generated a blinding blizzard of anger that isolated her from other people, from all hope. To avoid brooding too much about her impotence in the matter of Leilani Clonk, Mickey loaded lots of anesthesia over ice. She promised herself at least a second round of the same gauge, with the hope that these double-barreled blasts would blow her into sleep before helplessness bred anger, because inevitably anger left her tossing sleepless in the sheets. She had been drunk only once since moving in with Geneva a week ago. In fact, she'd gotten through 2 of these 7 days without any alcohol whatsoever. She wouldn't get sloppy tonight, just numb enough to stop caring about helpless girls, the one that she herself had been not many years ago. After stripping down to panties and a tank top, she sat in bed atop the sheets, sipping cold lemon vodka in the warm darkness. At the open window, the night lay breathless. From the freeway arose the drone of traffic, ceaseless at any hour. This was a less rush and rumble of the trains to which she had listened on many other nights. Nonetheless, she could imagine that the people passing on the highway were in some cases traveling from one point of contentment to another, even from happiness to happiness, in lives with meaning, purpose, satisfaction. All of them, maybe not most of them, but some of them. For bleak periods of her life, she'd been unable to entertain enough optimism to believe anyone might be truly happy, anywhere, anytime. Geneva said this newfound fragile hopefulness represented progress, and Mickey wished this would prove true, but she might be setting herself up for disappointment. Faith in the basic rightness of the world, in the existence of meaning, required courage, because with it came the need to take responsibility for your actions, and because every act of caring exposed the heart to a potential. The soft knock wasn't opportunity, but Mickey said, "Come in." Geneva left the door half open behind her. She sat on the edge of the bed, sideways to her niece. The dim glow of the hallway ceiling fixture barely invaded the room. The shadows negotiated with the light instead of retreating from it. The blessed gloom provided emotional cover. Geneva didn't look at Mickey. She stared at the bottle on the dresser. That piece of furniture and all else upon it remained shadowy shapes, but the bottle had a strange attraction for light, and the vodka glimmered like quicksilver. Eventually, Geneva asked, "What are we going to do?" "I don't know." "Neither do I. But we can't just do nothing." "No, we can't. I've got to think." "I try," Geneva said, "but my mind spins around it till I feel like something inside my head's going to fly loose. She's so sweet." "She knows what she can handle." "Oh, little mouse, me that I let the child go back there." Geneva hadn't said little mouse in 15 years or longer. When Mickey heard this pet name, her throat tightened so much that a swallow of lemony vodka seemed to thicken as she drank it. Crisp in her mouth, it became an astringent syrup as it went down. She wasn't sure that she could speak, but after a hesitation, she found her voice. They'd have come for her, Aunt Jen. There's nothing we can do tonight. It's true, isn't it? All that crazy stuff she told us? It's not like me and Alec Baldwin in New Orleans. It's true, all right. The night decanted the distillation of the August day, a long, generous pour of heat without light. After a while, Geneva said, Leilani's not the only child I was talking about a moment ago. I know. Some things were said tonight, other things suggested. I wish you'd never heard them. I wish I'd heard them back when I could have helped you. That was all a long time ago, Aunt Jen. The drone of traffic now seemed like the muffled buzzing of insects, as though the interior of the earth were one great hive, crowded to capacity with a busy horde that at any moment would break through the surface and fill the air with angry wings. I've seen your mother go through a lot of men over the years. She's always been so restless. I knew it wasn't a good atmosphere. Let it go, Aunt Jen. I have. But you haven't. You haven't let it go at all. Okay, maybe not. A dry, sour laugh escaped her as she said, But I sure have done my best to wash it away. And with vodka, she tried but failed to rinse the taste of that admission from her mouth. Some of your mother's boyfriends. Only Aunt Jen, last of the innocents, would call them boyfriends, those predators, pariahs, proud of their rejection of all values and obligations, motivated by the pure self-interest of parasites to whom the blood of others was the staff of life. I knew they were faithless, shiftless, Geneva continued. Mama likes bad boys. But I never dreamed that one of them would... that you... Listening as though to the voice of another, Mickey was surprised to hear herself speaking of these things. Before Leilani, revelation had been impossible. Now it was merely excruciating. It wasn't just one bastard. Mom drew the type. Not all of them, but more than one. And they could always smell the opportunity. Geneva leaned forward on the edge of the bed, shoulders hunched as though she were on a pew, seeking a bench for her knees. They just looked at me and smelled the chance. If I saw this certain smile, then I knew they knew what the situation was. Me scared and Mama willing not to see. The smile, not a wicked smile either like you might expect, but a half-sad smile, as if it was going to be too easy and they preferred when it... She couldn't have known, Geneva said, but those 4 words were more of a question than they were a confident assessment. I told her more than once. She punished me, but she knew it was all true. Fingertips steepled toward the bridge of her nose, Geneva half hid her face in a prayer clasp, as if the shadows didn't provide enough concealment, as if she were whispering a confession into the private chapel of her cupped hands. Mickey put the sweating glass of vodka on a cork coaster that protected the nightstand. She valued her men more than she valued me. She always got tired of them sooner or later, and she always knew she would sooner or later. Yet, right up until the minute she decided she needed a change, until she threw each of the bastards out, she cared about me less than him, and me less than the new bastard who was coming in. When did it stop? Or did it ever? Asked. Her softly spoken question reverberated hollowly through the serried arches of her steepled fingers. When I wasn't scared anymore. When I was big enough and angry enough to make it stop. Mickey's hands were cold and moist from the condensation on the glass. She blotted her palms against the... I was almost 12 when it ended. I never realized, Geneva said miserably. Never. I never suspected. I know you didn't, Aunt Jen. I know. Geneva's voice wavered on God and broke on fool. Oh, God. What a blind, stupid, worthless fool! Mickey swung her legs over the side of the bed, slid next to her aunt, and put an arm around her shoulders. No, honey. Never you. None of that. You were just a good woman. Too good and far too kind to imagine such a thing. Being naive is no damn excuse, Geneva trembled. She lowered her hands from her face, wringing them so hard that in a spirit of repentance, she must have worn pain in her arthritic knuckles. Maybe I was stupid because I wanted to be stupid. Listen, Aunt Jen, one of the things that kept me from going nuts all those years was you. Just the way you are. Not me. Not bat-blind Geneva. Because of you, I knew there were decent people in the world, not just the garbage my mother hung with. She tried to keep her wetter emotions bottled in the cellar of her heart, safe storage that she'd successfully maintained until recently. But now the cork was pulled and apparently lost. Her vision blurred, and she heard vintage feeling wash through her words. I could hope. One day I might be decent, too. Decent like you. Looking down at her tortured hands, Geneva said, Why didn't you come to me back then, Mickey? Fear. Shame. I felt dirty. And all these years of silence since then. Not fear anymore, but most days I still don't feel clean. Sweetie, you're a victim. You've nothing to be ashamed about. Same. And I think maybe I was afraid if I ever talked about it, I might let go of the anger. Anger's kept me going all my life, Aunt Jen. What do I have then? Peace, said Geneva. She raised her head and at last made eye contact. Peace, and God knows you deserve it. Mickey closed her eyes against the sight of her aunt's perfect and unconditional love, which brought her to a high cliff of emotion so steep that it scared her, and a sea of long-forbidden sentiments breaking below. Geneva shifted position on the edge of the bed and took Mickey into her arms. The great warmth of her voice was even more consoling than her embrace. Little mouse. So quick, so bright, so sweet, so full of life. And you still are everything you were then. None of it's lost forever. All that promise, all that hope, that love and goodness, it's still inside you. No one can take the gifts God gave you. Only you can throw them away, little mouse. Only you. Later, after Aunt Jen had gone to her room, when Mickey sat back once more upon the pillows piled, everything had changed, and nothing had changed. The August heat, the breathless dark, the far-bound traffic on the freeway, Leilani under her mother's roof, and her brother in a lonely grave in some Montana forest. What had changed? The hope of change, which had seemed impossible to her only yesterday, but which seemed only impossibly difficult now. She had spoken to Geneva of things she'd never expected to speak of to anyone, and she'd found relief in revelation. For a while, in the grip of the thorny bramble that had for so long encircled it, her heart beat with less pain than usual, but the thorns still pierced her, each a terrible memory that she could never pluck free. Drinking the melted ice in the plastic tumbler, she swore off the second double shot of vodka that earlier she'd promised herself. She couldn't as easily swear off self-destructive anger and shame, but it seemed an achievable goal to give up booze with the program. She wasn't an alcoholic, after all. She didn't drink or feel the need to drink every day. Stress and self-loathing were the two bartenders who served her, and right now she felt freer of both than she'd been in years. Hope, however, isn't all that's needed to achieve change. Hope is a hand extended, but two hands are required to be pulled out of a deep hole. The second hand was faith, the faith that her hope would be borne out. And although her hope had grown stronger, perhaps her faith had. No job, no prospects, no money in the bank, an '81 Camaro that still somewhat resembled a thoroughbred but performed like a worn-out plow horse. Leilani in the house of Senseia. Leilani limping ever closer to a bomb clock birthday, ticking toward 10. One boy with tinker monkey logic, thrown down into a lonely grave, spadefuls of raw earth cast into his eternally surprise-filled eyes, into his small mouth open in a last cry for mercy, and his body by now reduced to deformed bones. Mickey didn't quite realize that she was getting out of bed to pour another double shot until she was at the dresser, dropping ice cubes in the glass. After uncapping the vodka, she hesitated before pouring. But then she poured. Required to stand up for Leilani, but Mickey didn't deceive herself into thinking that she would find courage in a bottle. To form a strategy and to follow through successfully with it, she would need to be shrewd, but she was not self-deluded enough to think that vodka would make her more astute. Instead, she told herself that now she needed her anger, because it was her fiery wrath that tempered her and made her tough, that ensured her survival, that motivated. Drink off her, and so she drank now in the service of Leilani. Later, when she poured a third portion of vodka, more generous than either of the previous rounds, she broke with the same lie once more. This wasn't for Mickey. This was anger for Leilani. 25. Some days, Senseia stank like cabbage stew. Other days, she drifted in clouds of attar of roses. Monday, she might smell like oranges. Tuesday, like St. John's wort and celery root. Wednesday, faintly like zinc and powdered copper. Thursday, like fruitcake, which seemed to Leilani to be the most appropriate. Old Senseia was a devoted practitioner of aromatherapy and a believer in purging toxins through reverse osmosis in a bath. She traveled with such a spectacular omnium gatherum of bath additives that any citizen of medieval times would have recognized her at once as an alchemist or sorcerer. Extracts, elixirs, spirits, oils, essences, quintessences, fluorescences, salts, concentrates, and distillations filled a glittery collection of vials and charming ornate bottles fitted in 2 custom-designed carrying cases, each as large as a Samsonite two-suiter, and both bags now stood bursting with potential in this rank bathroom. Leilani knew that many intelligent, well-balanced, responsible, and especially good-smelling people practiced aromatherapy and toxin purging. Yet she shied from using the bath seasonings for the same reason that she didn't participate in any of her mother's eccentric interests or activities, even when some of them appeared to be fun. She feared that a single indulgence in the pleasures of Senseia, for example, a luxurious bath infused with coconut oil and distilled essence of cocoa butter, would be the first step on a slippery slope of addiction and insanity. Regardless of who her father might have been, Clonk or not Clonk, she was undeniably her mother's daughter. Therefore her gene, if she wasn't careful. Besides, Leilani didn't want to purge herself of all her toxins. She was comfortable with her toxins. Her toxins, accumulated through more than 9 years of living, were an integral part of her, perhaps more important she was than medical science yet realized. What if she purged herself of every particle of toxic substances and then woke up one morning to discover that she wasn't Leilani anymore, that she was the Pope, or maybe some pure and saintly girl named Hortense? She didn't have anything against the Pope or saintly girls named Hortense, but more than not, she liked herself, warts and all, including grotesque appendages and strange nodules on the brain. So she would just have to remain saturated with toxins. Instead of a bath, she took a shower. Her soap of choice, a cake of ivory, worked well enough to scrub snake ichor from her hands, to sluice away the sweat of the day, and to remove every trace of the salty tears that offended her more than oozing serpent guts. Mutants do not cry. Dangerous mutants. She had an image to protect. Usually she avoided the shower and soaked in the tub, though with nothing more fragrant than ivory soap, sometimes with an imaginary sumo wrestler and professional assassin named Kato, with whom she devised elaborate acts of revenge on her mother and on Dr. Doom. This night, in spite of what Senseia had done, Leilani wasn't to conjure up Kato. The shower wasn't as safe as the tub. Whenever she took off her leg brace, she was hesitant to risk standing on a slippery surface. As now, however, she sometimes showered without removing the brace. Towel it well and use a hairdryer on the joints, but an occasional drenching wouldn't hurt it. The Grim device wasn't a standard brace. Those were mostly designed from formed plastic, leather straps, and elastic belts. Leilani liked to believe that this contraption had a nicely ominous, killer cyborg quality. Made of steel, hard black rubber, and foam padding, it provided to her some of the style and sexy allure of a robot hunter who had been constructed in a laboratory in the future and sent back in time with intelligence to track down and destroy the mother of its most effective human enemy. After blow-drying her hair and her leg brace, the young killer cyborg wiped the steam off the mirror and studied her torso. No boobs yet. Any dramatic change, just perhaps vague swellings, like an attractively aligned pair of mosquito bites. A month ago, she had read a magazine article about enlarging your breasts through the power of positive thinking. Since then, she had fallen asleep most nights while picturing herself with massive hooters. The author of the article was probably full of beans, but Leilani figured she'd sleep better if she dozed off while positively thinking herself into a secret, brooding about all the many problems in her life, which she could dwell on if she ever wanted to explore the power of negative thinking. Wrapped in a towel, she carried her dirty clothes across the hall to her room. All was quiet in the kingdom of Cleopatra. No throb of camera flash, no declaiming in a phony old English. Leilani dressed in a pair of summer-weight cotton pajamas, midnight blue shorts, and matching short-sleeved top. On the back of the shirt, a logo said Roswell, New Mexico. On the front, the word Star Child was emblazoned in 2-inch red letters. She'd seen the pajamas on the recent tour through the saucer sites of New Mexico, and it had seemed to her that a kid excited about them would help convince Dr. Doom that she continued to believe his cockamamie story about Lukey being levitated to the mothership.
The aliens sometimes abduct people right out of bed, Preston. You told us stories like that. Well, gee, then for sure if I'm wearing these jammies, I'm pumped. I'm psyched. Maybe they'll beam me up before my birthday. Bring me and Lukey back together with a new leg and new hand for the party.
To her own ears, she had sounded as false as George Washington's wooden teeth, but Dr. Sincerity. He didn't know squat about kids, didn't care to learn, and he expected them to be excitable and shallow and, in general, dorky to the max. He always bought her what she requested. The pajamas were no exception, probably because these gifts made him feel better about scheming to kill her. Leilani seldom asked for more than paperback books. To test the limits of the doctor's generosity, she should suggest diamonds, a Tiffany lamp. No matter how ingenuously she phrased the request, asking for a shotgun would probably allow. Now, boldly identified as a star child, virtually daring the evil, she picked up the first aid kit from her dresser and returned to her mother's room. The kit was a deluxe model, similar to any fisherman's plastic tackle box with a clamshell lid. Dr. Doom wasn't a medical doctor, but as a seasoned motorhome enthusiast, he understood the need to be injuries while on the road. And because Leilani understood her mother's penchant for mishap and calamity, she had added supplies to the basic kit. She kept it always near at hand. Red blouses, lamps. The scarlet light no longer fostered a brothel atmosphere. In view of recent events in this room, the feeling was now Palace of the Martian King, creepy and surreal. Looped like a tossed rope on the floor, as dead as Leilani had left it. Propped upon stacked pillows, face up, eyes closed, as motionless as the snake. Leilani had needed the shower, the change of clothes, and time to gather the raveled ends of herself before she had been able to return here. She hadn't been Leilani Clonk when she hurried from this room. She'd been a frightened, angry, and humiliated girl, panicked into flight. She would not ever be that person again. Never. The real Leilani was back, rested, refreshed, ready to take care of business. She placed the first aid kit on the bed, beside her mother's digital. Senseia snored softly. Having crashed from her chemical high, she was planted deeper than sleep, deep as coma. She'd probably lie limp and unresponsive until late morning. Leilani timed her mother's pulse. Regular, but fast. Metabolism rate drugs. Although the serpent hadn't been poisonous, the bite looked wicked. The punctures were small. No blood flowed now, but much of the surrounding soft tissue was blue-black. Just bruises. Leilani would have preferred to call paramedics and have her mother taken to a hospital. Senseia would then, of course, be mad-dog furious for having been subjected to university training in medicine, which she despised. When she returned home, she would launch a campaign of hectoring recriminations that would last hours, days, until you prayed to go deaf and considered cutting off your ears with an electric carving knife just to change the subject. Besides, if Senseia flipped out when she woke up and found herself in a hospital, her performance might earn a transfer to the psychiatric ward. Then Leilani would be alone with Dr. Doom. He wasn't a diddler. She'd told Mickey the truth about that. He did kill people, however, and though he wasn't a hot-headed homicidal maniac, though he was a comparatively genteel murderer, you nevertheless didn't want to be alone with him any more than you would want to be alone with Saw. Anyway, when the doctors learned Senseia was the wife of that Preston Claudius Maddock, the chances of their transferring her to a head case ward would diminish to 0. They might send her home in a stretch limousine, perhaps with a complimentary heroin lollipop. In most cases, these circumstances, drug-soaked psycho mother, dead snake, mutant girl, would mobilize government social work, placing Leilani temporarily in foster care. Already separated from Lukey forever, she would be willing to risk a foster home, but this wouldn't be handled like an ordinary case, and she wouldn't be given that up. Preston Claudius Maddock wasn't an ordinary mortal. If anyone attempted to take his stepdaughter from him, powerful forces would spring to his defense. District attorneys and police, coast to coast, local authorities would probably decline to do battle with him. Short of being caught on video in the act of blowing someone's brains out, Preston Maddock was untouchable. Leilani didn't want to cross him by calling paramedics to clean and dress the snakebite. If he began to think she was a troublemaker, he might decide to prepare a nice dirt bed for her like the one he'd made for Luki Pela, and put her to sleep in it immediately, instead of waiting any longer for the extraterrestrials to show up. Then, for Senseia's delight, the Doom Doctor would concoct a heartwarming story about a twinkly, cute spaceship, smartly tailored alien diplomats from the Parliament of Planets, and Leilani waving goodbye with an American flag in one hand and a 4th of July sparkler in the other, as she ascended the green levitation beam. So, with medical kit alcohol, she dissolved and swabbed away the crusted blood in the punctures. She applied hydrogen peroxide, too, which churned up a bloody foam. Then she worked sulfacetamide powder into the wounds with a small syringe-like applicator. A few times, Senseia whimpered or groaned, although she never woke or attempted to pull away from Leilani. If the fangs had reached the bone, infection would most likely develop regardless of these simple efforts to flush the wounds with antiseptics. Then Senseia might feel differently about seeing a university-trained doctor. Meanwhile, Leilani did the best that she could with the skills she had and with the materials at her. After using dabs of neosporin to seal the sulfacetamide in the punctures, she bandaged the wound to keep it clean. Slowly, methodically, taking satisfaction from the care that she provided. In spite of the Martian light and the dead snake, there was a peaceful quality to the moment that she savored for its rarity. Even disheveled, in the dirty, rumpled, full-length slip with its squashed and filthy flounce, Senseia was beautiful. She might indeed have been a princess once, in a previous incarnation, during another life when she'd not been so confused and sad. This was nice. Quiet. Placing a non-stick cotton pad over the punctures, opening a roll of 2-inch-wide gauze bandage, securing the pad with the gauze, winding it around and around the injured hand, finishing it with 2 strips of waterproof tape. Nice. 26. At the top of the slope, Dog and boy, one panting, one gasping, halt and turn to look back toward the highway, which lies a third of a mile to the south. If Curtis had just finished a plate of dirt for dinner, his tongue could not have felt grainier than it did now, and the plaque of dust gritting between his teeth could not have been more vile. He is unable to work up enough saliva to spit out a foul, alkaline taste. Having been raised for a time on the edge of a desert more forbidding than this one, he knows that sprinting flat out through such terrain in 20% humidity, even long after sundown, is extremely debilitating. They have hardly begun to run, and already he feels parched. On the bosom of the dark plain below, a half-mile necklace of stopped traffic, continually growing longer, twinkles diamond-bright and ruby-red. From this elevation he can see the interdiction point to the southwest. The westbound lanes are blocked by police vehicles that form a gate, and traffic is being funneled down from 3 lanes to 1. North of the highway, near the roadblock, the large, armored, and perhaps armed helicopter stands in open land. The rotors aren't turning, but evidently the engines are running, since the interior is softly illuminated. From the open double-bay doors in the chopper's fuselage, sufficient light escapes to reveal men gathered alongside the craft. At this distance, it's impossible to discern whether these are additional SWAT team units or uniformed troops. With a grrr, spoken and thought, Old Yeller draws Curtis's attention away from the chopper in the west to action in the east. 2 big SUVs, modified for police use, with racks of rotating red and blue emergency beacons on their roofs, sirens silent, are departing the interstate. They descend the gently sloped embankment and proceed westward across open terrain, paralleling but bypassing the halted traffic on the highway. Curtis assumes they will continue past him, all the way to the roadblock. Instead, they slow to a stop at a point where a group of people apparently waits for them on the embankment, approximately due south of him. He hadn't noticed this gathering of tiny figures before. 8 or 10 motorists have descended part of the slope from the highway. 3 have flashlights, which they've used to flag down the SUVs. Above this group, on the interstate, a larger crowd, 40 or 50 strong, has formed along the shoulder, watching the activity below. They have assembled just west of the wind chaser, owned by the psychotic teeth collectors. Alerted by Curtis's warning as he'd fled the motorhome, maybe other motorists investigated the wind chaser. Having found the grisly souvenirs, they have made a citizen's arrest of the geriatric serial killers and are holding them for justice. Or maybe not. From the roadblock, vehicle to vehicle, word might have filtered back to the effect that the authorities are searching for a young boy and a harlequin dog. A motorist, the jolly freckled man with the mop of red hair and 1 sandal, or perhaps the murderous retirees in the wind chaser, could then have used a cell phone or an in-car computer to report that the fugitive pair had only minutes ago created a scene on the interstate before fleeing north into the wildland. Below, the 3 flashlights swivel in unison and point due north, toward Curtis. He's at too great a distance for those beams to expose him. And in the absence of a moon, although he stands on the ridgeline, the sky is too dark to reveal him in silhouette. Nevertheless, instinctively, he crouches when the lights point toward him, making himself no taller than one of the scattered clumps of sagebrush that stipple the landscape. He puts 1 hand on the back of the dog's neck. Together they wait, alert. The scale of these events, and the rapidity with which they are unfolding, allow for no measurable effect of willpower. Yet Curtis wishes with all his might that what appears to be happening between the motorists and the law enforcement officers in those 2 SUVs is not happening. He wishes they would just continue westward, along the base of the highway embankment, until they reach the helicopter. He pictures this in his mind, and visions it vividly, and wishes, wishes, wishes. If wishes were fishes, no hooks would be needed, no line and no rod, no reel and no patience. But wishes are merely wishes, swimming only the waters of the mind. And now one of the SUVs guns its engine, swings north, drives maybe 20 feet deeper into the desert, and brakes to a halt, facing toward Curtis. The headlights probe considerably farther up the slope than do the flashlights, but they still reach far less than halfway toward Curtis and Old Yeller. On the roof of the SUV, a searchlight suddenly blazes, so powerful and so tightly focused that it appears to have the substance of a sword. Motorized, the lamp moves, and each time the slicing beam finds sagebrush or a gnarled spray of withered weeds, it cuts loose twisted shadows that leap into the night. Sparks seem to fly from rock formations as the steely light reflects off flecks of mica in the stone. The second SUV proceeds 100 yards farther west, and then turns north. A searchlight flares on the roof, stabbing out from the jeweled hilt of red and blue emergency beacons. Paralleling each other, these two vehicles move north, toward Curtis. They grind along slowly, sweeping the landscape ahead of them with light, hoping to spot an obviously trampled clump of weeds or deep footprints where tablestone gives way to a swale of soft sand. Sooner rather than later, they are likely to find the spoor they seek. Then they will pick up speed. The officers in the SUVs are operating under the aegis of one legitimate law enforcement agency or another, and they most likely are who they appear to be. There's always the chance, however, that they might instead be more of the ferocious killers who struck in Colorado, and who have pursued Curtis ever since. Before this bad situation can turn suddenly worse, boy and dog scramble across the brow of the ridge. Ahead, the land slopes down toward dark and arid realms. Relinquishing leadership to Old Yeller, he follows her, although not as fast as she would like to lead. He skids and nearly falls on a cascade of loose shale, thrashes through an unseen cluster of knee-high sage, is snared on a low cactus, crying out involuntarily as the sharp spines prickle through the sock on his right foot and tattoo a pattern of pain on his ankle, all because he doesn't always proceed exactly in the dog's wake, but at times ranges to the left and right of her. Trust. They are bonding. He has no doubt that their relationship is growing deeper by the day, better by the hour. Yet they are still becoming what they eventually will be to each other, not yet entirely synchronized spirit to spirit. Curtis is reluctant to commit blindly and headlong to his companion's lead until they have achieved total synergism. Yet he realizes that until he trusts the dog implicitly, their bonding cannot be completed. Until then, they will be a boy and his dog, a dog and her boy, which is a grand thing, beautiful and true, but not as fine a relationship as that of the cross-species siblings they could become, brother and sister of the heart. Across hard-packed earth and fields of sandstone, they race into a dry slough of soft sand. The sure-footed dog at once adapts to this abrupt change in the terrain, but because Curtis is not fully attuned to his sister becoming, he blunders after her into the waterless bog without adjusting his pace or step. He sinks to his ankles, is thrown off balance, and topples forward, imprinting his face in the sand, fortunately quick-thinking enough to close his eyes and his mouth before making a solid but graceless impact. Raising his face out of its concave image, snorting sand out of his nostrils, blowing a silicate frosting off his lips, blinking grains from his eyelashes, Curtis pushes up onto his knees. If his mother's spirit abides with him now, she is laughing, worried, and frustrated all at once. Old Yeller returns to him. He thinks she's offering the usual doggy commiseration, maybe laughing at him a little too, but then he realizes that her attention is elsewhere. The moonless darkness baffles, but the dog is close enough for Curtis to see that she's interested in the top of the hill that they recently crossed. Raising her snout, she seeks scents that he can't apprehend. She clenches her muzzle to stop panting, pricks her ears toward whatever sound engages her. A flux of light throbs through the air beyond the ridgeline, the moving searchlight beams reflecting off the pale stone and soil as the SUVs ascend the slope. Although Curtis can't prick his ears, one of the drawbacks of being Curtis Hammond instead of being Old Yeller, he follows the dog's example and holds his breath, the better to detect whatever noise caught her attention. At first, he hears only the grumble of the SUVs. Then, in the distance, a flutter of sound arises, faint but unmistakable. Helicopter rotors beating the thin desert air. The chopper might not be aloft yet, just getting up to power while the troops reboard. Whether already airborne or not, it will be coming. Soon. And if the craft itself doesn't possess the latest electronic search and locate gear, the troops will. Darkness won't thwart them. They have special ways of seeing that make the night as penetrable as daylight. Trust. Curtis has no choice now but to put his full faith in the dog. If they are to be free, They will be free only together. Whether they live or die, they will live or die as one. His destiny is hers, and her fate is inseparably twined with his. If she leads him out of this danger, or if she leads him off the edge of a high cliff, so be it. Even in his dying fall, he will love her, his sister becoming. A little moonlight, nevertheless, would be welcome. Rising out of the distant mountains, great wings of black clouds span the western sky and continue to unfurl in this direction, as though a vault deep in the earth has cracked open to release a terrible presence that is spreading its dominion over all the world. A generous seasoning of stars salts the clear part of the sky, but still the desert steadily darkles, minute by minute, deeper than mere night. He hears his mother's voice in his mind. In the quick, when it counts, you must have no doubt. Spit out all your doubt. Breathe it out. Pluck it from your heart. Tear it loose from your mind. Throw it away. Be rid of it. We weren't born into this universe to doubt. We were born to hope, to love, to live, to learn, to know joy, to have faith that our lives have meaning, and to find the way. Banishing doubt, seizing hope with a desperation grip, Curtis swallows hard and prepares himself for an exhilarating journey. Go, pup, he says, or only thinks. She goes. With no hesitation, determined to make his mother proud, to be daring and courageous, the boy sprints after the dog. Being Curtis Hammond, he isn't designed for speed as well as Old Yeller is, but she matches her pace to meet his fastest sprint, leading him north into the barrens. Through darkness he flees, all but blind, not without fear, but purged of doubt, across sandstone but also sand, across loose shale, between masses of sage and weather-sculpted thrusts of rock, zigging and zagging, legs reaching for the land ahead, sneakered feet landing with assurance on terrain that had previously been treacherous, arms pumping, like the connecting rods on the driving wheels of a locomotive, the dog often visible in front of him, but sometimes seen less than sensed, sometimes seen not at all, but always reappearing, the two of them bonding more intimately the farther they travel, spirit sewn to spirit with the strong thread of Curtis's reckless trust. Running with this strange blind exuberance, he loses all sense of distance and time, so he doesn't know how far they have gone when the quality of the night abruptly changes, one moment marked by a worrisome air of danger, and the next moment thick with a terrifying sense of peril. Curtis's heart, furiously drumming from the physical demands of flight, now booms also with fear. Into the night has entered a threat more ominous than that represented by the officers in the SUV and the troops in the helicopter. Dog, and therefore boy, together recognize that they are no longer merely the objects of a feverish search, but again the game in a hunt, the prey of predators. For in the August gloom arise new sense sounds, pressures, energies that raise the hackles on Old Yeller and pebble texture the nape of Curtis's neck. Death is in the desert, striding the sand and sage, stealthy under the stars. Drawing on reserves that he didn't know he possessed, the boy runs faster, and the dog in harmony. 27. Snake killed, mother patched, prayers said, Leilani retired to bed in the blessed dark. Since the age of 3 or 4, she hadn't wanted a nightlight. As a little girl, she'd thought that a luminous Donald Duck or a radiant plastic Tweety bird would ward off hungry demons and spare her from all sorts of supernatural unpleasantness. But she had soon learned that nightlights were more likely to draw the demon than repel it. Old Senseia sometimes rambled in the most wee of the wee hours, restless because she craved drugs, or because she had stuffed herself with too many drugs, or maybe just because she was a haunted woman. Though she had no respect for her children's need to sleep, she was inexplicably less inclined to wake them when the room was dark than when a plug-in cartoon character watched over them. Scooby-Doo, Buzz Lightyear, the Lion King, Mickey Mouse, they all drew Senseia into their light. She'd often awakened Lukey and Leilani from sound sleep to tell them bedtime stories, and she had seemed to deliver these narratives as much to Scooby or to Buzz as to her children, as though these were not molded plastic lamps made in Taiwan, but graven images of benign gods that listened and that were moved by her tears. Tears always punctuated the conclusions of her bedtime stories. When she told fairy tales, the classic yarns on which they were based could be recognized, although she fractured the narrative so badly that they made no sense. Snow White was likely to wind up dwarfless in a carriage that turned into a pumpkin pulled by dragons, and poor Cinderella might dance herself to death in a pair of red shoes while baking blackbirds in a pie for Rumpelstiltskin. Loss and calamity were the lessons of her stories. Senseia's versions of Mother Goose and the Brothers Grimm were deeply disturbing, but sometimes she recounted instead her true-life adventures before Lukipela and Leilani were born, which had more hair-raising effect than any tales ever written about ogres, trolls, and goblins. So goodbye to Scooby, goodbye to Buzz, to Donald in his sailor suit, and hello darkness, my old friend. The only light visible was the ambient suburban glow at the open window, but it didn't penetrate the bedroom. No slightest draft sifted through the screen either, and the hot night was nearly as quiet as it was windless. For a while no sound disturbed the trailer park, except for the steady hum of freeway traffic, but this white noise was so constant and so familiar that you heard it only if you listened for it. Even by the time the midnight hour had passed, the distant drone of cars and trucks had not lulled Leilani to sleep. Lying with her eyes open, staring at the ceiling, she heard the Dodge Durango pull up in front of the house. The engine had a distinctive timbre that she would never fail to recognize. In this Durango, Lukey had been taken away into the Montana mountains on that slate-gray November afternoon when she'd last seen him. Dr. Doom didn't slam the driver's door, but closed it with such care that Leilani could barely detect the discreet sound, even though her bedroom window faced the street. Wherever their travels led them, he treated their neighbors with utmost consideration. Animals elicited his kindness as well. Whenever he saw a stray dog, Preston always coaxed it to him, checked for a license, and then tracked down its owner if the address was on the collar, regardless of the time and effort involved. 2 weeks ago, on a highway in New Mexico, he'd spotted a car-struck cat lying on the shoulder of the road, both rear legs broken, still alive. He carried a veterinary kit for such emergencies, and he tenderly administered an overdose of tranquilizer to that suffering animal. As he'd knelt on the graveled verge, watching the cat slip into sleep and then into death, he'd wept quietly. He tipped generously in restaurants, too, and always stopped to assist a stranded motorist, and never raised his voice to anyone. Without fail, he would help an arthritic old lady across a busy street, unless he decided to kill her instead. Now Leilani rolled onto her right side, putting her back to the door. A single sheet covered her, and she pulled it under her chin. She had removed her leg brace for comfort, but as usual, she had kept the apparatus in bed with her. She reached out to touch it under the sheet. The metal felt cool beneath her exploring fingers. A few times over the years, when she'd left the brace on the floor beside her bed, she had awakened to discover that it had been moved during the night. More accurately, hidden. No game was less amusing than Find the Brace, though Senseia thought it entertaining, and also professed to believe that it taught Leilani self-reliance, sharpened her wits, and reminded her that life throws more stones at you than buttered cornbread, whatever that might mean. Leilani never rebuked her mother for this cruelty or for any other, because Senseia would not tolerate a thankless child. When forced into this hateful game, she proceeded with grim determination and without comment, aware that either a harsh word or refusal to play would bring down upon her the shrillest, most accusative, and most unrelenting of her mother's upbraidings. And in the end, she would have to find the brace anyway. Now her open window admitted the sound of Preston at the front door. The jingle of keys. The clack as the deadbolt lock disengaged. The quiet scrape of metal weather stripping against the threshold as he gently closed the door behind him. Perhaps he would visit the kitchen for a glass of water or a late-night snack. Drawn by the red light spilling into the hall, perhaps he would go directly to the master bedroom. What would he make of the dead snake, the discarded closet pole, and Senseia's bandaged hand? Most likely he wouldn't stop in Leilani's room. He would respect her privacy and her need for rest. On a daily basis, Preston treated her with the same kindness that always he exhibited toward neighbors and waitresses and animals. On the eve of her 10th birthday next February, if she had not yet escaped him or devised an effective defense, he would kill her with the self-same regret and sadness that he had shown when euthanizing the crippled cat. He might even weep for her. He traveled silently on the matted orange shag, and she didn't hear him coming through the house until he opened her door. No stop for water or a snack. No curiosity about the red glow in the master bedroom. Directly to Leilani. Because her back was to him, she hadn't closed her eyes. A pale rectangle of hall light projected on the wall opposite the entrance, and in that image of the door stood the effigy of Preston Maddock.
"Leilani,"
he whispered.
"are you awake?"
She remained dead cat still and didn't reply. As considerate as ever, lest the hallway lamp wake her, Preston entered. He soundlessly closed the door behind him. In addition to the bed, the room contained little furniture. One nightstand, a dresser, a cane chair. Leilani knew that Preston had moved the chair close to the bed when she heard him sit on it. The interlaced strips of cane protested when they received his weight. For a while he was mum. The cane, which would creak and rasp with the slightest shift of his body, produced no faintest noise. He remained perfectly motionless for a minute, 2 minutes, 3. He must be meditating, for it was too much to hope that he had been turned to stone by one of the gods in whom he didn't believe. Although Leilani could see nothing in the darkness, and though Preston was behind her, she kept her eyes open. She hoped he couldn't hear her thudding heart, which seemed to clump up and down and up the staircase of her ribs.
"We did a fine thing tonight,"
he said at last. Preston Maddox's voice, an instrument of smoke and steel, could ring with conviction or express steadfast belief equally well in a murmur. Like the finest actor, he was able to project a whisper to the back wall of a theater. His voice flowed as molten and as rich as hot caramel, but not as sweet. And Leilani was reminded of one of those caramel-dipped tart green apples that you could sometimes buy at a carnival. In his university classes, students had surely sat in rapt attention, and if he had ever been inclined to prey upon naive coeds, his soft yet reverberant voice would have been one of his principal tools of seduction. He spoke now in a hushed tone, although not exactly a whisper.
"Her name was Tetsi, an unfortunate variant of Elizabeth. Her parents were well-meaning, but I can't imagine what they were thinking. Not that they seemed to think all that much. Both are somewhat dense, if you ask me. Tetsi wasn't a diminutive, but her legal name, Tetsi, it sounds more like a little lapdog or a cat. She must have been teased mercilessly. Oh, perhaps the name might have worked if she'd been sprightly, cute, and elfin. But of course, she wasn't any of that. Poor girl."
In Leilani's vital coils, a chill arose. She prayed that she wouldn't shiver, and by shivering, alert Preston to the fact that she was awake.
"Tetsi was 24, and she'd had some good years. The world is full of people who've never known a good year."
Starvation, disease, Leilani thought grimly.
"Starvation, disease,"
Preston said.
"desperate poverty."
War and oppression, Leilani thought.
"War and oppression,"
Preston continued.
"This world is the only hell we need. The only hell there is."
Leilani much preferred Senseia's screwed-up fairy tales to Preston's familiar soft-spoken rant. Even if, when Beauty and the Beast came to the rescue of Goldilocks, Beauty was torn to pieces by the bears, and the Beast's dark side was thrilled by the bear's savagery, motivating him to slaughter Goldilocks and to eat her kidneys. And even if the bears and the maddened Beast then joined forces with the big bad wolf and launched a brutal attack on the home of 3 very unfortunate little pigs. The silken voice of Preston Maddox slipped through the darkness, as supple as a strangler's scarf.
"Leilani, are you awake?"
The chill at the core of her grew colder, spreading loop to loop through her bowels. She closed her eyes and concentrated on remaining still. She thought that she heard him move on the thatched seat of the chair. Her eyes snapped open. The cane was quiet.
Leilani.
Under the sheets, her good hand still rested on the detached brace. Earlier, the steel had felt cool to the touch. Now, it was icy.
Are you awake?
She clutched the brace. Still speaking quietly, he said,
Tetsi had more than her share of good years, so it would have been greedy for the poor girl to want still more.
As Preston rose from the chair, the stretched cane flexed with considerable noise, as though he had been more difficult to support than would have been any man of equal size.
Tetsi collected miniatures. Only penguins. Ceramic penguins, glass penguins, carved wood, cast metal, all kinds.
He eased closer to the bed. Leilani sensed him hulking over her.
I brought one of her penguins for you.
If she threw back the sheet, rolled off her side and up, all in one motion, she could swing the brace like a club toward that darker place in the darkness where she imagined his face to be. She wouldn't strike at him unless he touched her. Looming, Preston said nothing. He must be gazing down at her, though he couldn't possibly see anything but the vaguest shape in the gloom. He always avoided touching Leilani, as though her deformities might be contagious. Contact with her at least disturbed him, and she believed filled him with disgust that he struggled to conceal. When the aliens failed to come, when the time finally arrived for baking a birthday cake and for buying party hats, when he had to touch her to kill her, he would surely wear gloves.
I brought you one little penguin in particular because it reminds me of Lukey. It's very sweet. I'll put it on your nightstand.
A faint click. Penguin deposited. She didn't want his souvenir, stolen from a dead girl. As if this house had been built to defeat the laws of gravity, Preston seemed not to be standing by the bed, but to hang from the floor like a bat adapted to strange rules, wings furled and silently watchful, a suspensefully suspended presence. Perhaps he was already wearing gloves. She tightened her grip on the steel bludgeon. After what seemed an interminable time, he broke this latest silence in a voice hushed by the importance of the news that he delivered.
We burst her heart.
Leilani knew that he was speaking of the stranger named Tetsi, who had loved and been loved, who laughed and cried, who collected miniature animals to brighten her life, and who never expected to die at 24.
We did it without fanfare, just family. No one will know. We burst her heart, but I'm confident she felt no pain.
How satisfying it must be to live with unshakable confidence, to know beyond doubt that your intentions are honorable, that your reasoning is always correct, that therefore the consequences of your actions, no matter how extreme, are beyond judgment. God, take her home, Leilani thought, referring to the dead woman who had been a stranger moments ago, but to whom she herself was now forever linked through the heartless mercy of Preston Maddock. Take her home now, where she belongs. With supreme confidence even in the darkness, he returned the cane chair to the spot from which he'd moved it. Sure-footed, he went to the door. If earlier the snake had spoken to Leilani, while coiled upon her mother's bed or from its refuge under the chest of drawers, this would have been its voice. Not wickedly sibilant, but a honeyed croon.
I would never have caused her pain, Leilani. I'm the enemy of pain. I've devoted my life to relieving it.
When Preston opened the bedroom door, a ghostly portal of light appeared on the wall opposite him as before, and his phantom form hesitated on that threshold, looking back at her. Then his shadow appeared to cross into another reality, distorting as it went, and a slab of blackness swung shut upon the exit he had taken. Leilani wished that the shadow show represented reality, and that Preston had indeed stepped out of this world and forever into another place better suited to him, perhaps a world in which everyone would be born dead, and therefore could never be subjected to pain. He was but a wall or two away, however, still sharing the breath of life with her, still abiding under the same vault of stars that were, to her, filled with wonder and mystery, but that were to him nothing more than distant balls of fire and cataclysm. 28. Curtis hears or smells or senses tarantulas springing out of sand tunnels, swarming away from his feet, and he hears or smells or senses rattlesnakes wriggling out of his path or coiling to shake a warning at him in Maraca code. Frightened rodents scampering away from him and from the feeding snakes, prairie dogs bolting into their burrows, startled birds erupting into flight from nests in the hollow arms of half-dead cactuses, lizards slithering liquid quick across sand and stone from which still radiates the stored heat of the fierce sun long set, hawks circling high above, and coyotes ranging singly and in packs far to the left and to the right of him. These things might be figments of his imagination, rather than real presences perceived through a mystical sharing of the dog's keen senses, but the night seems to bustle with life. Old Yeller leads him, as never Lassie led Timmy, up slopes and down, into ravines and out, fast and faster. Cactus groves are mazes of needles at night. Layers of small round stones and smaller gravel, quarried out of the original rock strata and piled into ridges by the massive moving glaciers of an ancient ice age, provide treacherous passage to more welcoming terrain. They have put additional distance between themselves and the pair of SUVs, which continue to prowl in their wake, now more than 1 hill away. Once a search flare had gone up, casting an unearthly bluish brilliance across a wide swath of the landscape, but it had been safely behind Curtis and the dog. Initially to the rear of the SUVs, but soon parallel with them, the helicopter has tacked west to east, east to west, back and forth across the field of search, proceeding steadily north by indirection. The chopper is most likely equipped with a powerful searchlight that would make the gear on the 2 SUVs seem like mere votive candles by comparison. Yet the craft conducts its maneuvers without this aid, from which Curtis infers that they have sophisticated electronic tracking packages aboard. Not good. Infrared tracking might be of only limited use to them right now, because the land itself is shedding so much stored heat from the day that the body heat of living creatures on the move will not be clearly readable against the background glare. If their computer technology is sufficiently advanced, however, good analytic software could screen out background thermals, thus revealing coyotes, dogs, and running boys. More worrisome, if they possess open-terrain motion detection equipment, conditions are ideal for its use, because the night is not merely windless, but again, dead calm. Furthermore, mule deer move in small herds, coyotes hunt in packs, or on occasion singly, while a boy and his dog are by definition a twosome, presenting a unique and at once identifiable signature on the search scope. Regardless of the resources that the FBI and the military may bring to bear, other enemies roam the desert, more dangerous than those legitimate authorities. The killers from Colorado are urgently monitoring other search scopes for the unique energy signal of the boy who would be Curtis Hammond. Their return to the game, a short time ago, was accompanied by the ominous pressure that thickens the air in advance of a thunderstorm, and by a subtle disturbance of the ether, similar to the flux in electromagnetic fields that makes many animals anxious and alert in the moments before a major earthquake. Spurred on by the boy's analysis or by her own instincts, Old Yeller picks up speed, thereby demanding more of him. Running, he has sucked in and blown out enough scorching breaths to inflate one of those giant hot air balloons. His lips are cracked, his mouth is as dry as the arid ground under his flying feet, and his throat feels charred. Agonizing pain burns in his calves, in his thighs, but now with some effort he begins to mask most of this discomfort. Curtis Hammond isn't the most efficient machine of bone and muscle in the world, but he isn't entirely at the mercy of his physiology either. Pain is just electrical impulses traveling along a transmission grid of nerves, and for a while, his willpower can prevail over it. The dog chases freedom, and Curtis chases the dog, and in time they top another hill and discover below them what appear to be salt flats. The land slopes gracefully down to form a broad valley, the length and width of which are not easily determined in the moonless murk. However, the level floor of the valley, eerily phosphorescent, offers a measure of relief from the previously oppressive darkness. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, this was one finger of an inland sea. As the water evaporated over centuries, the dead ocean left behind this faintly luminous ghost spread shore to shore. The self-lit land lies smooth and barren, for the salt-rich soil is inhospitable even to hardy desert scrub. Crossing it, they will be easily spotted, whether or not their many pursuers employ electronic surveillance gear. This valley lies on a southwest-northeast axis, and but for one detail, boy and dog would follow the ridgeline northeast, avoiding the risk of exposure on the open flats. The detail is a town. A town, or a cluster of buildings. Approximately 40 structures of various sizes, most 1 or 2 stories high, are divided into roughly equal groups that flank a single street on the gentle slope near the base of the valley wall. They stand this side of the salt deposits, where more accommodating soil and an underground water source support a few big shade trees. On a blistering summer day, when shimmering snakes of heat swarm the air, writhing like flute-teased cobras, this settlement, whatever its nature, must from a distance appear to be an illusion. Even now, crisply silhouetted against the fluorescent flats beyond, these buildings rise like the unconvincing architecture in a mirage. Darkness paves the lonely street, and not a single light gleams in any window. On the brink of the valley, gazing down, dog and boy stand at full alert. They hold their breath. Her nose quivers. His doesn't. She pricks her ears. He can't. Simultaneously, they cock their heads, both to the right. They listen. No crump, snap, thud, clunk, crack, bang, or whisper rises to them. The scene is at first as silent as the surface of a moon that lacks an atmosphere. Then comes a sound, not from below, but out of the south, that might at first be mistaken for the thundering, iron-shod hooves of a large posse displaced in time. Dog and boy look to the black, lowering clouds. Dog, puzzled. Boy, searching for ghost riders in the sky. Of course, when the sound swiftly grows louder, it resolves into the stutter of the dreaded helicopter. The chopper is still tacking east and west across the field of search, not headed directly toward them, but it will arrive sooner than Curtis would prefer. Side by side, neither of them any longer in the lead, boy and dog quickly descend from the valley crest toward the dark settlement. Stealth matters now as much as speed, and they no longer plunge into the night with wild abandon. An excellent argument could be made for avoiding this place and for continuing northeast along the valley wall. In the case of both federal agents and the military, standard procedure probably requires that upon discovery, these buildings must be scouted, searched, and cleared. They offer only brief concealment. If people reside here, however, they'll distract the searchers and provide screening that will make electronic detection of Curtis a little more difficult. As always, for a fugitive, there's value in commotion. More important, he needs to find water. With willpower, he could deny his thirst and eliminate his desire for a drink, but he wouldn't be able to prevent dehydration strictly by an act of will. Besides, Old Yeller, too thickly furred for long-distance running in this climate, is at risk of heat stroke. On closer inspection, these houses, or whatever they are, prove to be crudely constructed. Roughly planed planks form the walls, and although they have been slopped with paint, they're splintery under Curtis's hands. No ornamentation. Even in better light, they wouldn't likely reveal the finessed details of high-quality carpentry. Except for the 6 or 8 immense old trees rising among and high above the structures, no landscaping is evident, no softening grass or flowers or shrubs. These dreary shelters hulk and huddle, without grace, on hard, bare earth. By now slowed to a cautious pace, Curtis and Old Yeller follow a narrow passageway between 2 buildings. A faint scent of wood rot. The musky odor of mice nesting among chinks in the rough foundations. The wall on their left is blank. On the right, 2 windows offer Curtis views into a blackness deep enough to be eternal. Each time that he pauses to put nose to glass, he expects a pale and moldering face to materialize suddenly on the other side of the pane, eyes crimson with blood, teeth like pointed yellow staves. His brain is such a young sponge, yet it has soaked up a library of books and films, many featuring frights of one kind or another. He's been highly entertained, but perhaps he's also been too sensitized to the possibility of violent death at the hands of ghouls, poltergeists, vampires, serial killers, mafia hitmen, murderous transvestites with mother fixations, murderous kidnappers with wood chippers in their backyards, stranglers, axe maniacs, and cannibals. As he and the dog near the end of the passageway, night birds or bats flutter overhead, darting from one eave to the other. Yeah, right. Bats. Or birds. Or 1,000 possibilities more terrifying than rabid bats or Hitchcockian birds, every one of them feverishly eager to snatch a gob of tasty boy guts or to snack on canine brains. Old Yeller whimpers nervously, possibly at something she smells in the night, but probably because Curtis transferred his fearfulness to her by psychic osmosis. There's a downside for the dog in boy-dog bonding if the boy is a hysteric whose mother would be embarrassed to see how easily he spooks. Sorry, pup. When they step out from between the buildings into the street, Curtis discovers they are in a Western movie. He turns slowly in a full circle, astonished. On both sides, the buildings front against a communal boardwalk, with hitching posts, elevated to keep it out of the mud on those infrequent occasions when the street floods during a hard-pouring toad drowner. Many structures toward the center of the town feature second-story balconies that overhang the boardwalk, providing shade on days when even the Gila monsters either hide or fry. A general store advertising dry goods, groceries, and hardware. A combination jail and sheriff's office. A small white church with a modest steeple. Here is a combination doctor's assayer's office, and there is a boarding house, and over there stands a saloon and gambling parlor where more than a few guns must have been drawn when too many bad poker hands were dealt in a row. Ghost town. Curtis's first thought is that he's standing in a genuine, for sure, bona fide, dead right, all wool in a yard wide, for a fact amen ghost town in which no one has set foot since twice the century has turned, where all the citizens were long ago planted in the local boot hill, and where the ornery spirits of gunslingers walk the night itching for a shootout. Rough as they may be, however, the buildings are in considerably better condition than they would be after a century of abandonment. Even in this gloom, the paint looks fresh. The signs over the stores have not been bleached unreadable by decades of desert sun. Then he notices what might be docent stations, positioned at regular intervals along the street, in front of the hitching posts. The nearest of these is at the saloon. A pair of 4-feet-high rustic posts support a tilted board to which is fixed a black acrylic plaque with text in white block letters. In this starless and moonless dismality, he can't read much of the history of the building, even though the text is a generous size, but he can make out enough to confirm his new suspicion. Once, this had been an authentic ghost town, abandoned, decaying. Now it's been restored, a historic site where visitors take self-guided tours. At night, it remains a ghost town, when tourists aren't strolling the street and poking through the rehabilitated buildings. With no utility poles leading from the distant highway, the comforts are only those of the 19th century, and no one lives here. Nostalgic for the Old West, Curtis would enjoy exploring these buildings with just an oil lamp to preserve the frontier mood. He lacks a lamp, however, and the buildings must be locked at night. A gruff remark from Old Yeller and a pawing at the boy's leg remind him that they aren't on vacation. The clatter-whump of the helicopter is gone, but the search will tack in this direction again. Water. They've sweated out more moisture than the orange juice had contained. Dying here of dehydration, in order to be buried in Boot Hill with gunslingers and plugged sheriffs and dance hall girls, is carrying nostalgia too far. Movies reliably place public stables and a blacksmith shop at the end of the main street of every town in the Old West. Curtis searches south and finds Smithy's Livery. Once again, motion pictures prove to be a source of dependably accurate information. Stables mean horses. Horses need shoes. Blacksmiths make shoes. Horses must have water to drink, and blacksmiths must have it both to drink and to conduct their work. Curtis recalls a scene in which a smithy, while in conversation with a town sheriff, keeps dunking red-hot horseshoes in a barrel of water. A cloud of steam roils into the air with the quenching of each shoe. Sometimes the smithy's pump is also the public water source for residents who have no wells, but if the common font is elsewhere, the blacksmith will have his own supply. And here he does. Right out front. God bless Warner Brothers, Paramount, Universal Pictures, RKO, Republic Studios, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and 20th Century Fox. If the town has been restored with historical accuracy, the pump will be functional. Curtis climbs onto the foot-high wooden platform surrounding the wellhead, grips the pump handle with both hands, and works it as if it were a jack. The mechanism creaks and rasps. The piston moves easily at first, loose enough to make Curtis wonder if it's broken or if the pump isn't self-priming. But then it stiffens as fluid rises in the pipe, ascending from the same aquifer that sustains the trees, which were no doubt here before the town. A vigorous gout abruptly gushes from the spout and splashes across the wooden deck, pouring down through the drainage slots. The dog springs exuberantly onto the platform. She laps at the arc of spilling water, standing to the side of it, scooping liquid refreshment out of the air with her long pink tongue. Once the pump is primed, Curtis doesn't have to work the handle as continuously as before. He steps around to the spout to fill his cupped hands, from which the dog drinks gratefully. He pumps again, once more offers the bowl of his hands to her, then drinks his fill. As the stream from the spout diminishes, Old Yeller chases her tail through it, so Curtis jacks more water out of the ground, and the dog capers in delight.
Cool, cool, wet, good, 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 good. Clean smell, cool smell, water smell, faint stony odor, slight taste of lime, taste of a deep place. Fur soaked, paws cool, toes cool, paws so hot, now so cool. Shake off the water, shake, shake, shake. Like the swimming hole near the farmhouse, splashing with Curtis all afternoon, diving and splashing, swimming after a ball, Curtis and the ball, and nothing but fun all day. That was like this, but even more fun then. Fur soaked again, fur soaked. Oh, look at Curtis now, look. Curtis dry. Remember this game? Get Curtis. Make him wet. Get him. Shake, shake, shake. Get Curtis. Get. Curtis laughing, fun. Hey, get his shoe. Fun, shoe. Curtis laughing. What could be better than this except a cat chase? Except good things to eat. Shoe.
A light suddenly flares across boy and dog and boy. Startled, Curtis looks up. The beam is bright. Oh, Lord, he's in trouble now. 29. 17 years after they had healed, the bullet wound in Noah's left shoulder and the wound in his right thigh began to ache, as though he were afflicted with psychosomatic rheumatism. Called out of bed, summoned from a bad dream into a waking nightmare, he drove south first on freeways and then on surface streets, pushing the rust bucket Chevy to its limits. Traffic was light at this hour, some streets deserted. For the most part, he ignored stop signs and speed limits, as if he were back in uniform, behind the wheel of a black and white. Pain popped in the old gunshot wounds, as if surgical stitches had just burst, when in fact they had been removed by a doctor half a lifetime ago. Noah glanced down at his shoulder, at his thigh, convinced that he would see blood seeping through his clothes, that his scars had become strange stigmata, reminders not of the love of God, but of his own guilt. Aunt Lily, his old man's sister, had shot the old man first, because he was the danger, pumped one round in his face at point-blank range, and then she had shot Noah twice just because he was there, a witness. She'd said, "I'm sorry about this, No-No," because No-No was a pet name that some in the family had called him since he was a child. And then Lily had opened fire. If your entire family is engaged in a highly profitable criminal enterprise, a disagreement among relatives can occasionally involve a subject much more serious than how best to divide up Grandmama's porcelain collection when she dies without a will. Manufacturing methamphetamine in convenient tablet, capsule, liquid, and powder forms for distribution without prescription was as illegal back then as it is 17 years later. If you're able to identify interested consumers, establish distribution, and protect your territory from competitors, meth can be as profitable as cocaine. And because there's no import risk involved, because you can cook it yourself from easily obtainable ingredients, the business is comparatively hassle-free. The family that cooks together, however, does not in this case necessarily stay together, because meth churns off floods of dirty money that can corrupt even blood relationships. At 16, Noah hadn't been in the business, but he had been around it for as long as he could remember. He never actually pushed the crap, didn't distribute it or collect the cash, never did the street work. But he knew the fine points of cooking. He became a full-fledged meth chemist. And he capped up a lot of bulk flash powder over the years, filled countless little plastic bags with capsules in street units, and topped off a lot of Ozer bottles with injectable liquid, earning spending money like other kids might earn it from mowing lawns and raking leaves. His father had plans for him. intended to groom him to run the shop one day, but not until he was finished with school because the old man believed in the value of an education. Noah always knew that his dad was a sleazebag, and however you might describe the nature of their relationship, you would never use the word love with a straight face. Obligation, shared history, family duty, and, in Noah's case, fear bound them together. Yet his dad took genuine pride in Noah's skills as a cooker and in his willingness to do scut work like bagging and bottling. Funny, but even though you knew that your old man was walking slime, a cancer on humanity, you nonetheless felt a strange satisfaction when he said he was proud of you. After all, whatever else he might be, he was still your dad. The President of the United States was never going to say he was proud of you, and you weren't likely ever to be taken under the wing of a committed high school coach or teacher like Denzel Washington might play in the movies, so you took your attaboys where you could get them. Even as the old man, face shot, hit the floor in a full-dead flop, and even as Aunt Lily said, "I'm sorry about this, No-No," Noah ran for his life. Her first round missed him, the second tore through his shoulder, and the third chopped his thigh. By then, however, he had reached the front door and opened it, and the thigh shot kicked him outside onto the front porch, where he dropped and rolled down the steps as though he were a bundled rug on moving day. Lily didn't want to come right out on the front lawn and pop him in the head, not in this quiet middle-class community, where teenagers on skateboards and neighborhood moms pushing strollers were likely to have enough civic spirit to testify in court. Instead, she took a chance that Noah would bleed to death before he could finger her for the cops, and she went out the back way, as she had come in. Noah disappointed her, and about 10 months into her 30-year sentence, Lily found Jesus, maybe for real or maybe just to impress the parole board. Although she'd by now done more than half her time, the board continued to weigh her devotion to her savior against the psychologist's professional opinion that she was still an evil, scheming, homicidal bitch. Each year she sent Noah a Christmas card, sometimes a manger scene, sometimes Santa Claus. She always included a neat, handwritten message of remorse, except in year 9 of her incarceration, when she'd expressed, in language frowned upon by every known Christian denomination, the wish that she had shot him in the crotch. Although Noah was convinced that all the Freud boys, who insisted on calling themselves scientists, were priests of a religion immeasurably less rational than any established faith in the history of humanity, he passed that card along to the parole board for evaluation. Aunt Lily was a mean, brother-killing, nephew-wounding piece of work, but she was generally rational, which couldn't always be said for her husband, Kelvin. Everyone had called him Crankcase, or Crank, for a variety of reasons. Just 2 months before Lily killed the old man regarding a dispute over $700,000, Kelvin had beaten Noah's sister Laura almost to death. Lily had acted out of cold financial self-interest, but Crank went after Laura for reasons that even Crank himself didn't understand. For a long time, Uncle Crank had been sampling the family's product. Even if the family's product had been apple juice, it would have been a bad idea to partake of the quantities that Uncle Crank consumed when he was in a mood to pop some meth, or poke it. If you do enough methamphetamine, byproducts of phenyl-2-propanone, a chemical used in the manufacturing of the drug, begin to accumulate in your brain tissue. And if you're as dedicated to amped-up recreation as Crank had been, eventually you'll experience toxic psychosis, which is maybe less fun than being eaten alive by fire ants, though not a whole lot less. When fuses started to blow out in Uncle Crank's brain box, he tried to soothe his suddenly anxious soul and to settle his confusion by beating the hell out of someone. That was when 12-year-old Laura rang the doorbell. Or perhaps she had rung the doorbell 5 minutes before the fuses blew, and Uncle Crank had invited his niece in for one of his justly famous lemon ice cream sodas, but then he'd succumbed to these maximum bad whim-whams. Earlier, Lily had taken the dog for a walk, and she hadn't returned home until Uncle Crank had been pounding on Laura for a few minutes, first with his fists, and then with a carved mesquite statuette of Lady Luck that he had bought in a Las Vegas gift shop. Lily pulled Crank away from the girl and made him sit in an armchair. Perhaps only she could have subdued him so easily because even during an episode of full-blown toxic psychosis, Uncle Crank was afraid of his wife. Aunt Lily's brother, Noah's dad, lived only a block away, and 3 minutes after receiving Lily's call, he was on her doorstep. His daughter was horribly beaten, unconscious, and possibly dying, and he wanted to call an ambulance. But he understood, as did Lily, that they had to deal with Crank first. Uncle Crank was not as much a member of the family as he was a liability by marriage. Even clean and sober and in charge of his faculties, if he found himself in a jam, he might sell them out to get a reduction of the charges against him. Now, meth-wrecked, mumbling, paranoid, delusional, alternately expressing anger at his niece's imagined snottiness and weeping with remorse for what he'd done to her, he was likely to ruin all of them in his first 5 minutes with the police, without even realizing what he was doing. Fortunately for the family, Uncle Crank committed suicide 7 minutes later. With his patient wife's firm guidance, he wrote a heartfelt confession. "Dear Laura, I am wasted on meth and some stuff. I did not know what I was doing. I am not a bad man, I am just an awful mess. Do not blame your sweet aunt for what I done. She is a good, honest woman. I want her to buy you the biggest damn teddy bear of which she can find and give it from me. Love to you, Uncle Crank." In his derangement, he thought the note was going to be given to Laura in a get-well card. The effort of putting these sentiments into words exhausted him, and by the time he signed his name, he phased from toxic psychosis frenzy into a state of post-meth fatigue that meth freaks referred to as being amped out. In fact, he was so thoroughly amped out that he couldn't negotiate the stairs on his own, and had to be supported by Lily and by his brother-in-law on his way to the master bathroom on the 2nd floor. He believed that once he shaved and cleaned up, they were going to take him to a combination spa and clinic in Palm Springs, where he would undergo a 12-step program to cure his addiction, receive a really good daily massage, tighten up his gut with a healthier diet, and perhaps learn to play golf. While his brother-in-law balanced him with one hand to keep him from tumbling to the floor, Crank actually sat on the closed lid of the toilet and dozed, until Lily disturbed him when she eased the barrel of the pistol into his mouth. She had put on a glove and wrapped a silk pillowcase around her arm to ensure that she wouldn't be incriminated by traces of gunpowder. Surprised, biting on the barrel, Uncle Crank opened his eyes, seemed to realize that getting a last-minute reservation at the Palm Springs Spa was going to be more difficult than first thought, and then Lily pulled the trigger. Of the available household weapons, she had chosen the smallest caliber required to get the job done. Too much gun would result in unnecessary mess and the risk of incriminating contamination from the splash. Lily had a good mind for criminal conspiracy. Besides, she liked a neat house. For over 20 minutes, while Crank was being prepared for hell and was finally dispatched there, Laura had been left lying on the living room floor, with half her once lovely face shattered and with cerebral damage progressing, before Lily had called paramedics. Noah had not been present for any of this. He'd heard about it secondhand from his father. The old man recounted these events as he might have retold a war story from his youth, as though it had been an adventure, for God's sake, with eerily few references to the horror that his daughter had endured or to her tragic condition, but with brotherly admiration for Lily's quick thinking under pressure.
"She is one hard-assed bitch when she needs to be, your Aunt Lil. I've known men who, in a pinch, would go all female on you sooner than Lil."
His attitude seemed to be, hey, shit happens. It's horrible, it's sad, but that's the way the world is. There's no more justice than what we dealt out to Crank. We're all just meat in the end, so get over it and move on. Live in the now, the old man liked to say, which was psychobabble he had heard spouted by some sociopathic self-help guru on television. More shit happened 2 months later, when Aunt Lily showed up with a far more powerful gun than the one she had used on Uncle Crank, and with no concern about neatness since the house wasn't hers. Her brother had concealed $700,000 in meth profits. She didn't want merely an honest accounting. She wanted him out of the business. Even the old man's appeal to sisterly mercy didn't persuade Lily to go all female on him. Only Noah merited an "I'm sorry" from her before she squeezed the trigger. Double shot, first certain that he was dying on the front lawn, then later in the hospital when he knew he would survive, Noah had decided that his wounds were what he deserved, punishment for failing to protect his little sister. He wasn't a bad kid, really. He wasn't a bad seed either, not born in his father's image. His indifference to his family's criminal behavior had not been nature's fault. As the parenting experts would put it, his moral drift was the consequence of inadequate nurturing. But abed, with time to think, Noah had come to understand that it was immaterial whether nature or nurture was to blame. Only he himself possessed the thread and needles to sew up his shabby life and to transform it into a suit presentable in the company of decent people. Only guilt over his sister's suffering led him to the conclusion that this difficult tailoring was essential if he was to have any future worth living. Guilt, in fact, gave him the power to become his own Pygmalion, allowed him to sculpt a new Noah Farrell from the stone of the old. Guilt was his hammer, guilt was his chisel, guilt was his bread and his inspiration. Whenever he heard anyone declare that guilt was a destructive emotion, that a fully self-realized person had to get past his guilt, he knew that he was listening to a fool. Guilt had been his soul's salvation. Over the past 17 years, however, he had also arrived at the realization that acceptance of guilt was not an end in itself. Truly taking responsibility for the consequences of your acts, or in his case, the consequences of his failure to act, did not lead to redemption. And until he found that door of redemption, until he opened it and crossed the threshold, the old Noah Farrell would never quite feel that he belonged inside the new man he had created. Always he would feel like an imposter, unworthy and waiting to be exposed as the thoughtless boy that he had been. The only path to redemption that seemed open to him was his sister. After enough years of paying for her care, after thousands of hours talking to her as she lay unresponsive behind her elsewhere eyes, might a moment come at last when the door appeared before him? If ever she made eye contact with him, soul to soul, however brief, and if in that instant her expression told him that she had heard his monologues and had been comforted by them, then the threshold would lie before him, and the room beyond the door might be called hope. Now, in the most unforgiving hours of the night, speeding along the streets of South Orange County, Noah was scared as he had never been before. Scared worse than when he'd taken Lily's 2 bullets and rolled down the front porch steps with the expectation of taking a third in the back of the head. The prospect of redemption receded from him the faster he drove, and receding with it was all hope. When he jammed the brakes and slid the Chevy sideways into the driveway at Cielo Vista Care Home, despair overcame him at the sight of all the police units parked around the front entrance. The phone call that rousted him from bed, the call that might have been a hoax or a mistake, was proved true and accurate by every pulse of red light, and by every chasing shadow that leaped across the face of the building, and through the bougainvillea twining the trellises. Laura. 30. Dog dripping, boy dripping, dog grinning, boy not grinning, and therefore dog ceasing to grin, but both still dripping, they stand in the sudden light, Old Yeller trying to control her doggy exuberance, Curtis reminding himself to react now as a boy would react, not as a dog would react, trying to work his foot fully back into the shoe that Old Yeller had pulled half off him. The pump creaks and groans as declining pressure allows the untended handle to settle into the full at-rest position. The flow from the iron spout quickly diminishes from a gush to a stream, to a trickle, to a dribble, to a drip.
"What the jumping blue blazes you doing out here, boy?"
asks the man who holds the flashlight. Not much can be seen of this person. Largely hidden behind the glare, he shines the light in Curtis's face.
"You leave your ears in your other pants, boy?"
Curtis has just figured out that he should disregard the jumpin' blue blazes from the first question in order to discover the essence of it, and now this second question baffles him.
"They full of horseshit, boy?"
Who's they, sir?
Curtis asks.
"Your ears!"
the stranger says impatiently.
Good Lord, no, sir.
"That there your dog?"
Yes, sir.
"He be vicious?"
She be not, sir.
"Say what?"
Say she, sir.
"You stupid or something?"
Something, I guess.
"I ain't afeard of dogs."
She ain't afeard of you neither, sir.
"Don't you go trying to bullyrag me, boy."
I wouldn't even if I knew how, sir.
"You some sassy-ass, spit-in-the-eye malefactor."
As far as I can understand what you might mean, sir, I don't think I am.
Curtis is comfortable with a lot of languages, and he believes that he could conduct conversation easily in most regional dialects of English, but this one is challenging enough to rattle his self-confidence. The stranger lowers the flashlight, focusing it on Old Yeller.
"I seen dogs sweet like this here. Then you dares turn your back and they bite off your coat Jones."
Jones?
Curtis replies, thinking maybe they're talking about a person named Jones. With a bright beam out of his eyes, Curtis sees that this man is none other than Gabby Hayes, the greatest sidekick in the history of Western movies, and for a moment he's as delighted as he's ever been. Then he realizes this can't be Gabby, because Gabby must have died decades ago. Frizzles of white hair, a beard like Santa's with mange, a face seamed and saddle-stitched by a lifetime of desert sun and prairie wind, a body that appears to be composed more of leathery tendons and knobby bones than of anything else. He is your typical weathered and buzzard-tough prospector, your weathered and cranky but lovable ranch hand, your weathered and comical but dependable deputy, irascible but well-meaning and weathered saloon keeper, crotchety but tender-hearted and banjo-playing and weathered wagon train cook. With the exception of a pair of orange and white Nikes that look as big as clown shoes, his outfit is totally Gabby. Rumpled, baggy khakis, red suspenders, a cotton shirt striped like mattress ticking. His squashed, dusty, sweat-stained cowboy hat is slightly too small for his head and is parked on his grizzled skull with such desert rat insouciance that it looks like a growth that has been with him since birth.
She goes after my Jones. I'll plug her, so help me Jesus.
Just as you would expect of any cranky citizen of the Old West, regardless of his profession, this man has a gun. It's not a revolver of the proper period, but a 9mm pistol.
Maybe I ain't so well appearanced, but I sure ain't no useless codger dick like you might think. I'm the night caretaker for this here resurrected hellhole, and I can more than do the job.
Although he's old, this man isn't old enough to be Gabby Hayes, even if Gabby Hayes somehow could still be alive. And he isn't dead either, so he can't be Gabby Hayes brought back to life as a flesh-eating zombie in another kind of movie altogether. Nevertheless, the resemblance is so strong that he must be a descendant of Gabby's, perhaps his grandson, Gabby Hayes III. Flushed with excitement and awe, Curtis feels as humbled as he might feel in the presence of royalty.
I can shoot me a man around the corner by calculated ricochet, if I got to. So you keep that Flea Hotel in check, and don't you try to run nowheres.
No, sir.
Where is your folks, boy?
They is dead, sir.
Bushy white eyebrows jump toward his hat brim.
Dead? You say dead, boy?
I say dead, yes, sir.
Here?
The caretaker worriedly surveys the street, as though hired guns have ridden into town to shoot down all the sheep ranchers or the homesteading farmers, or whoever the evil land barons or the greedy railroad barons currently want to have shot down. The pistol wobbles in his hand, as if it is suddenly too heavy to hold.
Dead here on my watch? Well, ain't this just an anti-godlin mess? Where is these folks of yours?
Colorado, sir.
Colorado? I thought you said they was dead here.
I meant they was dead in Colorado.
The caretaker looks relieved, and the gun doesn't shake as much as it shook before.
Then how'd you and this biscuit eater come to be here after closing time?
Running for our lives, sir,
Curtis explains, because he feels that he can tell at least a portion of the truth to any descendant of Mr. Hayes. The caretaker's wrinkle-garden face sprouts a new crop, where you would have thought he had no room to plant the seeds for any more.
You ain't telling me you run all the way here from Colorado.
Run at the start of it, sir, then hitched most of the time, and run this last piece.
Old Yeller pants as if in confirmation.
Who's the damn scalawags you been running from?
Lots of scalawags, sir. Some nicer than others. I guess the nicest would be the government.
The government?
Declares the caretaker, and his wrinkles rise like hackles, pulling his face into a surprisingly taut bristle of pure disgust.
Tax collectors, land grabbers, nosy do-gooders more self-righteous than any Bible-pounding preacher ever born.
Curtis says,
I've seen the FBI, whole SWAT teams of them, and I suspect the National Security Agency's in on this, plus one Special Forces branch of the military or another, and probably more.
Government!
The caretaker is so beside himself with outrage that if beside himself could be taken literally, there would be two of him standing before Curtis.
Rule-making, power-crazy, know-nothing bunch of lily-livered skunks in bald-faced shirts! A man and his wife pays Social Security tax out the ass all their life, and she dies just 2 checks into retirement, and the government keeps all she paid, greedy bastards. She ain't really got her no account with 'em like they tell you. So here's me getting 1 monthly check no bigger than a brush rabbit turd, hardly enough to buy me the makings of a good long beer piss, while Barney Coulter's worthless, lazy, donkey-wit son who never worked a day in his useless life, he collects twice what I get 'cause the government says his drug addiction's left him emotionally disabled. So the doped-up little slug sits on his saggy-ass scarf and cheese doodles while to make ends meet I haul myself out here to this historical hellhole 5 nights a week and listen to blow snakes blow, waiting to be turned into buzzard brunch when my ticker pops, and now facing down dangerous wild dogs what wants to chew off my co-jones. You see the idea I'm getting at, boy?
Not entirely, sir,
Curtis replies. Because of all the excitement of trying to get Curtis's shoe, and the fun of splashing in the outfall of well water, and also because Gabby's angry rant has frightened her, Old Yeller whines, squats, and pees on the pump platform. Curtis perfectly understands her feelings about the caretaker. They have heard a lot of crankiness, but not much lovableness, have been doused with buckets of crotchety talk, but not with 1 teaspoon of tender-hearted sympathy. Plus, as yet, there's no sign whatsoever of a banjo.
What's wrong with your dog, boy?
Nothing, sir. She's just been through a lot lately.
And here comes more trouble for dog and boy. The giant dragonfly thrum of the huge helicopter throbbing across the desert. The caretaker cocks his head, and Curtis half expects the man's unusually large ears to turn toward the sound like the data-gathering dishes of radio telescopes.
Holy howlin' saints alive! That thing sounds big as Judgment Day. You mean them egg-sucking bastards is chasing you in that?
That and more,
Curtis confirms.
Government must want you as bad as a damn gopher snake wants to get its snout in warm gopher guts.
I'm not so happy to hear it put that way, sir.
Pointing the flashlight at the ground between them, Gabby asks,
What they want you for, boy?
Mostly, the worst scalawags wanted my mother, and they got her, and now I'm just sort of a loose end they have to tie up.
What they want your mother for? Was it a land thing?
Curtis has no idea what the caretaker means by land thing, but the opportunity exists to make an ally of this man. So he takes a chance and replies,
Yes, sir. It was a land thing.
Spluttering with anger, Gabby says,
Call me a hog and butcher me for bacon, but don't you ever tell me the government ain't a land-crazy, dirt-grabbing tyrant!
The very thought of butchering anyone repulses Curtis. In fact, the suggestion entirely bewilders him. And he's too polite to call the caretaker a hog, even if the peculiar request was as sincere as it sounded. Fortunately, Curtis isn't required to formulate an inoffensive response, because at once the fuming caretaker inhales a great, chest-expanding breath and blows out a storm of words.
Me and the missus, we bought us this sweet piece of land, not a nicer plot of dirt up in paradise itself. Got its own water source, got this grove of big old cottonwoods been there so long they probably has dinosaur bones tangled in the roots. Got some good pasture with it. Taken us the better part of 15 years to pay off the blood-sucking bank, then more years saving to carpenter up a little place, and when we finally gets ready to dig us a foundation, the government says we can't. The government says this here butt-ugly, bandy-shanked stink bug what lives on the property might be disturbed by us moving in, which would be what the government calls an ecological tragedy, because this sticky-footed, no-necked, crap-eating stink bug maybe exists on only 122 tracts of land in 5 western states. So me and the missus have ourselves this sweet property we can't build on, and no jackass ever born ain't crazy enough to buy it from us if they can't never build it neither. But oh, it sure do give me a special fine, fuzzy good feeling in my heart to know the dung-eating, flame-farting stink bug is all snug and cozy and ain't never gonna be disturbed.
By now, Old Yeller is hiding behind Curtis. In the east, the chop-chop-chop of the helicopter grows louder, and this ceaseless cutting sound echoes off the hard land, back into the wounded air, steadily, rapidly closer.
If they catch you, what they planning to do, boy?
The worst ones,
says Curtis.
will kill me. But the government, most likely, they'll first try to hide me someplace they think is safe where they can interrogate me. And if the worst scalawags don't find me where the FBI's hidden me, well then, sooner or later the government will probably do experiments on me.
Although his claim sounds outrageous, Curtis is describing what he genuinely believes will happen to him. Either the caretaker hears truth resonating in the boy's voice, or he is prepared to believe any horror story about a government that values him less than it does a stink bug.
Experiment? On a child?
Yes, sir.
Gabby doesn't need to know what type of experiments Curtis would be subjected to, or what purpose they would serve. Evidently, he's able to stir up endless hideous possibilities in the pot of paranoia that is ever boiling on his mental stove.
Sure, why the blazes not? What better them dirty bastards got to do with my taxes but go torture a child? Hell's bells! Them is the type what would hack you up, cook you in some rice, serve you with salsa to the damn stink bugs if they thought that might make the damn stink bugs happy.
Beyond the eastern crest of the valley, a pale radiance blooms in the night, the reflected beams of headlamps or searchlights from the 2 SUVs and the helicopter, flowering brighter by the second.
Better move,
Curtis says, more to himself and to the dog than to the caretaker. Gabby glares at the rising light in the east, the frizzles of his beard seeming to bristle as if enlivened by an electric current. Then he squints so intently at Curtis that his sun-toughened face crinkles and twills and crimps and puckers like the features of an Egyptian mummy engaged in a long but losing battle with eternity.
You ain't been shoveling horse shit, have you, boy?
No, sir. And my ears aren't full of it either.
Then by all that's holy and some that's not, we're gonna feed these skunks our dust. Now you stay on me like grease on Spam, you understand?
No, sir, I don't,
Curtis admits.
Like green on grass, boy, like wet on water,
The caretaker explains impatiently.
Come on!
In that quick but hitching gait familiar from his grandfather's many movies, Gabby runs past the front of Smithy's livery toward the hotel next door. Curtis hesitates, puzzling over how to be grease, green, and wet. He's still a little damp from playing at the pump, though the desert air has already more than half dried him out. In spite of her previous reservations about the caretaker, Old Yeller trots after him. Apparently instinct tells her that her faith is well placed. Trusting his sister becoming, and therefore Gabby, Curtis lights out after them, past the livery and onto the boardwalk in front of Bettleby's Grand Hotel. Bettleby's is a 40-foot-wide, 3-story, shabby-clapboard building that could no more satisfy a taste for grandness than a cow pie could satisfy when you wanted a slice of Grandma's deep-dish apple. Suddenly, the chop of the helicopter rotors explodes into a boom, 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 no longer muffled by the valley wall. Curtis senses that if he looks to his right, across the street and over the roofs of buildings on the other side of town, he will see the aircraft hovering at the crest of the valley, an ominous black mass defined only by its small red and white running lights. Instead, he keeps his mind on Old Yeller, keeps his eyes fixed on Gabby and on the bobbling beam of the flashlight. Past the hotel, tightly adjoining it, stands Jensen's Ready-Made, all-done outfits for ladies and gentlemen. A hand-lettered sign in the window announces that fashions currently to be seen everywhere in San Francisco are now for sale here, which makes San Francisco seem as far away as Paris. Past Jensen's Ready-Made and before reaching the post office, Gabby turns left, off the boardwalk and into a narrow walkway between buildings. This passage is similar to the one by which Curtis and Old Yeller earlier entered town from the other side of the street. The chopper approaches, an avalanche of hard rhythmic sound sliding down the valley wall. Something else is coming too, something marked by a hum that Curtis feels in his teeth, that resonates in his sinuses, and by a rapidly swelling but also quickly subsiding tingle in the haversian canals of his bones. To counter a rising tide of fear, he reminds himself that the way to avoid panicking in a flood is to concentrate on swimming. The wood-frame structures, crowding them on both sides, glow golden as the flashlight passes. Shadows ebb up the plank walls in advance of Gabby, flow down again in his wake, and spill across Curtis as he wades after the caretaker and the dog. Overall, the faint fumes of recently applied paint with an underlying spice of turpentine. A whiff of dry rabbit pellets.
So peculiar that a rabbit would venture in here where it might easily be trapped by predators. Tart fragrance of a discarded apple core, fresh this very day, still a human scent clinging to it. Coyote urine, aggressively bitter.
Reaching the end of the passageway, the caretaker switches off the flashlight, and the moonless dark closes over them as if they have descended into a storm cellar and pulled the door shut at their backs. Gabby halts only a step or two into the open dirt yard, beyond the west side of town. If not for the dog's guidance, Curtis would collide with the old man. Instead, he steps around him. Gabby grabs Curtis, pulls him close, and raises his voice above the thunder of the incoming chopper.
"We goin' spang north, to the barn what ain't a barn."
Curtis figures that the barn what ain't a barn, whatever it might be, isn't far enough north to be safe. The Canadian border isn't far enough north, for that matter, nor the Arctic Circle. Judging by the sound of it, the helicopter is putting down at the south end of town, in the vicinity of Smithy's livery, near the evidence of the sodden platform and the wet footprints in the dirt around the water pump. The FBI, and the soldiers, if there are any, will be conducting a sweep south to north, the direction in which Gabby and Curtis and Old Yeller now flee. They'll be highly trained in search and secure procedures, and most, if not all of them, will be equipped with night vision goggles. Peripherally, to his left, Curtis becomes aware of a faint, pearly radiance close to the earth. Alarmed, he glances west and sees what appears to be a low skim of mist blanketing the ground. But then he realizes he's looking out across the salt flats not from a higher perspective as before, but from the zero elevation of the valley floor. The illusory mist is in fact the natural phosphorescence of the barren plain, the ghost of the long-dead sea. The hard whack of chopper blades abruptly softens, accompanied by a wheezy whistle of decelerating rotation. The aircraft is on the ground. They're coming. They'll be efficient and fast. Hurrying north, Curtis is worried, but not primarily about the men in the helicopter or those in the 2 SUVs that are probably even now descending the valley wall. Worse enemies have arrived. The intervening buildings foil thermal reading and motion detection gear. They also somewhat, but not entirely, screen the telltale energy signature that only Curtis emits. Because of the natural fluorescence of the nearby salt fields, the night isn't as black as it was just moments ago. Curtis can see Gabby ahead, and the dog's white flags. The caretaker doesn't run in the usual sense of the word, but progresses in the herky-jerky fashion that his presumed grandfather displayed when, in those movie moments of high jeopardy, he had said, "Dang, we better skedaddle." This Gabby moves fast in a skedaddle, but he keeps stopping to look back, waving his gun, as if he expects to discover a villain of one kind or another looming point-blank over him every time he turns. Curtis wants to scream, "Move, move, move!" But Gabby is probably an ornery cuss who always does things his way and who won't react well to instruction. Though the search squads must be pouring out of the helicopter, there's no light to the south where they landed. They're conducting a natural conditions exploration because they believe that their high-tech gear makes darkness their friend. In addition to the buildings, commotion screens Curtis, too, makes it more difficult for the hunters to read his special energy signature, and there's going to be plenty of commotion coming in mere seconds. In fact, it starts with screaming, the shrieks of a grown man reduced by terror to the condition of a small child. Gabby hitches to a halt again and squints back along the route they followed, his pistol jabbing this and that way as he seeks a threat. Clutching the caretaker by the arm, Curtis urges him onward. Toward the south end of town, 2 men are screaming. Now 3, or even 4. How suddenly the horror struck, and how rapidly it escalates.
"Criminy! What's that?"
Gabby wonders, his voice quaking. Curtis tugs at him, and the caretaker starts to move again, but then the screams are punctuated by the rattle and crack of automatic weapons fire.
"The fools blasting at each other?"
"Go, go, go!" Curtis demands, guided now by panic that overrides all sense of diplomacy, trying to muscle the old man into motion once more. Men being torn apart, men being gutted, men being eaten alive would scream no more chillingly than this. In skittles and lurches, the caretaker heads north again, Curtis at his side rather than behind him, the dog preceding them, as if by some psychic perception she knows where to find the barn what ain't a barn. With only half the town behind them, as they arrive at another passageway between buildings, a strange light flares to their right out in the street, framed for their view by a tunnel of plank walls. Sapphire and scintillant, as brief as fireworks, it twice pulses, the way that a luminous jellyfish propels itself through the sea. Out of the subsequent gloom, while a negative image of the pyrotechnic burst still blossoms like a black flower in Curtis's vision, a smoldering dark mass hurtles from the street into the passage, tumbling end over end toward them. Spry but graceless, in the manner of a marionette jerked backward on its control strings, all bony shoulders and sharp elbows and knobby knees, Gabby springs out of the way with surprising alacrity. Curtis jukes, and the dog bolts for cover. With shot out of a cannon velocity, a stone-dead man caroms off the flanking buildings, extremities noisily flailing the palisades of the narrow passageway, as though he's the apparition in a high-speed seance, rapping out a dire warning from the other side. He bursts into the open and explodes past Curtis. A lightning-struck scarecrow spat out by a raging tornado could not have been cast off with any greater force than this, and the carcass finally comes to rest in the tattered, bristling yet boneless posture of a cast-down cornfield guardian. The steaming stink of him, however, is indescribably worse than a scarecrow's wet straw, moldering clothes, and moth-infested flour sack face. On the victim's sprung chest, scorched and wrinkled but still readable, a large white F and a large white I bracket the missing, blown-out B. Ornery cuss or not, arthritic or not, the grizzled caretaker recognizes big trouble when he sees it, and he finds in himself the comparatively more youthful energy and nimbleness that his famous elder had shown in earlier films like Bells of Rosarita and The Arizona Kid. He sets out spang for the barn, as if challenging the dog to a race, and Curtis hurries after him, playing the sidekick's sidekick. Screams, anxious shouts, and gunfire echo among the buildings, and then comes an eerie sound, priong, 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 such as the stiff steel tines of a garden rake might produce if they could be plucked as easily as the strings of a fiddle. One Curtis Hammond lies dead in Colorado, and another now runs headlong toward a grave of his own. 31. Buttons gleamed, badges flashed, buckles shone on the khaki uniforms of the cops milling outside the front door of Cielo Vista Care Home. Martin Vasquez, general manager of this facility, stood apart from the police, beside one of the columns that supported the loggia trellis. Called from bed at a bleak hour, he had nonetheless taken time as an expression of respect to dress in a dark suit. In his 40s, Vasquez had the smooth face and the guileless eyes of a pious young novitiate. As he watched Noah Farrell approach, he looked as though he would have gladly traded this night's duty for vows of poverty and celibacy.
I'm so sorry. So sick about this. If you'll come to my office, I'll try to make sense of it for you as much as can be made.
Noah had been a cop for only 3 years, but he'd been present at 4 homicide scenes in that time. The expressions on the faces and in the eyes of these attending officers matched the look that he had once turned upon the grieving relatives in those cases. Sympathy formed part of it, but also a simmering suspicion that persisted even after a perpetrator was identified. In certain types of homicides, a family member is more likely to be involved than a stranger, and regardless of what the facts of the case appear to be, it's always wise to consider who might gain financially or be freed of an onerous responsibility by the death in question. Paying for Laura's care had been not a burden, but the purpose of his existence. Even if these men believed him, however, he would still see the keen edge of suspicion sheathed in their sympathy. One of the cops stepped forward as Noah followed Vasquez to the front door.
Mr. Farrell, I've got to ask you if you're carrying.
He had pulled on chinos and an Hawaiian shirt. The holster was in the small of his back.
Yeah, but I've got a permit for it. Yes, sir, I know. If you'll trust me with it, I'll return it to you when you leave.
Noah hesitated.
You were in my shoes once, Mr. Farrell. If you think about it, you'll realize you'd do the same.
Noah wasn't sure why he had strapped on the pistol. He didn't always carry it. He didn't usually carry it. When he'd left home after Martin Vasquez's call, he hadn't been thinking clearly. He surrendered the handgun to the young officer. Although the lobby was deserted, Vasquez said,
We'll have privacy in my office,
and indicated a short hallway off to the left. Noah didn't follow him. Directly ahead, the door stood open between the lobby and the long main corridor of the ground-floor residential wing. At the far end, more men gathered outside of Laura's room. None wore a uniform. Detectives. Specialists with the Scientific Investigation Division. Returning to Noah's side, Vasquez said,
"They'll let us know when you can see your sister."
A morgue gurney waited near her room.
Wendy Quayle,
Noah guessed, referring to the perky, raven-haired nurse who had been serving ice cream sundaes a few hours ago. On the phone, he had been given only the essence of the tragedy. Laura dead. Gone quickly. No suffering. Now Martin Vasquez expressed surprise.
Who told you?
So his instinct had been right, and he hadn't trusted it. Ice cream wasn't the answer after all. Love was the answer. Tough love, in this case. One of the circle of friends had indulged in a little tough love, teaching Noah what happens to the sisters of men who think they're too good to accept air sickness bags full of cash. In his mind's eye, Noah imagined himself squeezing the trigger, and the congressman contorting in agony around a gut wound. He could do it, too. He was without a purpose now. A man needed worthwhile work to occupy his time. In the absence of anything more meaningful, maybe revenge would suffice. Receiving no answer to his question, Vasquez said,
"Her resume was impressive, and her commitment to nursing. Several excellent letters of recommendation. She said she wanted to work in a less stressful atmosphere than a hospital."
For 17 years, since Laura was beaten out of this world but not all the way into the next, Noah had pretended that he wasn't a feral, that he was an outsider in his criminal family, just as Laura had been an outsider, that he was cleaner of heart than those who had conceived him, capable of being redeemed. But with his sister twice lost, and beyond recovery, he could see no reason to resist embracing his true dark nature.
"But caught," said Vasquez. "She admitted everything. She's been a nurse in neonatal care units at 3 hospitals. Each time, just when someone might begin to wonder if all the infant deaths pointed to something worse than just nature's work, she changed jobs."
Killing the congressman wouldn't give Noah a new cup from which to drink, but the pleasure of that murder might be sweet enough to mask for a while the bitterness here at the bottom of his life.
"She admits to 16 babies. She doesn't think what she's done is wrong. She calls those murders her little mercies."
He had been listening to Vasquez, but hardly hearing what was said. At last, a measure of the man's meaning penetrated.
"Mercies? She chose infants with health problems, or sometimes just those who looked weak, or whose parents seemed dirt poor and ignorant. She says she was sparing them from lives of suffering."
Noah's instinct had been half right. The nurse was bent, but not by the circle of friends. Yet their roots grew from the same swamp of self-importance and excess self-esteem. He knew their kind too well.
"Between the 3rd neonatal unit and here," Vasquez said, "she worked at a nursing home. Euthanized 5 elderly patients without arousing suspicion. She's proud of those, too. Not only no remorse, but also no shame at all. She seems to expect us to admire her for her compassion, she would call it."
The congressman's evil was born of greed, envy, and a lust for power, which was a logical wickedness that Noah understood. That was the evil of his old man, of Uncle Crank. The nurse's irrational idealism, on the other hand, incited only cold contempt and disgust, not a raging desire for revenge. Without a banquet of vengeance to sustain him, Noah felt starved of purpose once more.
"Another member of the staff walked in on Nurse Quayle when she was finishing with your sister. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known."
At the far end of the long corridor, a guy wheeled the gurney into Laura's room. Rolling through Noah's head came a sound like distant thunder or the faraway roar of a great cataract, soft, though charged with power. He passed through the door between the lobby and the residential hallway. Martin Vasquez called to him, reminding him that the police had restricted access to this area. Approaching the nurse's station, Noah was met by a uniformed officer who attempted to turn him back.
"I'm family." "I know that, sir. Won't be much longer." "Yeah, it'll be now."
When Noah tried to move past him, the cop put a hand on his shoulder. Noah wrenched loose, didn't take a swing, but kept going. The young officer followed, grabbed him again, and they would have gotten physical then because the cop had no choice, but mainly because Noah wanted to hit someone. Or maybe he wanted to be hit, hard and repeatedly, because physical pain might distract him from an anguish for which there was neither numbing medication nor any prospect of healing. Before any punches were thrown, one of the detectives farther along the hall said, "Let him through." The roar of 5 Niagaras still echoed from a distance in Noah's mind, and though this internal sound was no louder than before, the voices of the men around him were muffled by it.
"I can't let you alone with her," the detective said. "There's an autopsy got to be done, and you know I'll have to show we've had continuous possession of the evidence."
The corpse was evidence, like a spent bullet or a bloody hammer. Laura had ceased to be a person. She was an object now, a thing. The detective said,
"Don't want to give that crazy bitch's attorney any chance to say someone tampered with the remains before we got toxicology back."
Crazy bitch instead of defendant, instead of the accused. No need to be politically correct here, as later in court. If the attorney could sell the crazy without the bitch, however, then the nurse might do light time in a progressive mental facility with a swimming pool, TVs in every room, classes in arts and crafts, and sessions with a therapist, not to analyze her homicidal compulsion, but to ensure that she maintained high self-esteem. Juries were stupid. Maybe they hadn't always been, but they were stupid these days. Kids killed their parents, resorted to the orphan defense, and a reliable percentage of jurors grew teary-eyed. Noah couldn't rekindle his fury either with the prospect of the nurse remanded to a country club sanitarium or with the possibility that she would be entirely acquitted. The distant roar in his head wasn't the sound of building rage. He didn't know what it was, but he couldn't shut it off, and it scared him. Laura on the bed, in yellow pajamas. Either she had come out of her cataleptic trance sufficiently to dress for sleep, or perhaps the nurse had changed her, brushed her hair, and arranged her artfully as a courtesy before the killing. The detective said,
"Quayle figured, given the patient's brain damage, death would be attributed to natural causes without a full autopsy. She didn't bother using a substance that would be hard to trace. It was a massive injection of Haldol, a tranquilizer."
By the time Laura turned 8, she understood that her family wasn't like others. A conscience had never been nurtured in her, not in the Farrell house, but nature had given her a strong moral sense. Shame came easily to her, and everything about her family mortified her more deeply year by year. She kept to herself, taking refuge in books and daydreams. She wanted only to grow up, to get out, and to make a life that would be clean, quiet, not a harm to anyone. The detective tried to console Noah with a final revelation.
"The overdose was so large, death was immediate. That crap just shut down the central nervous system like a switch."
By the time she was 11, Laura wanted to be a doctor, as if she no longer felt able to cut free of her roots merely by doing the world no harm. She needed to give to other people, perhaps through medicine, in order to ransom her soul from her family. When she was 12, she morphed in her daydreams from physician to veterinarian. Animals made better patients. Most people, she said, could never be cured of their worst sicknesses, only of their body's ailments. No one should have to learn that much about the human condition by the tender age of 12. 12 years of striving to shape the future with dreams, and 17 more years of dreaming without purpose, ended here, in this bed, where no more dreams waited beneath the pillows. The detectives and the medical examiner's people had stepped back, leaving Noah alone at the bedside, although they continued to watch in their capacity as guardians of the mortal evidence. Laura rested on her back, arms at her sides. The palm of her left hand lay flat against the sheets, but her right hand was turned up and closed in a 3/4 fist, as if in the final instant she had tried to hold fast to life. Both the porcelain smooth half and the ruined half of her face were revealed. God's work and Crank's. To Noah, now that he would never see her again, both sides of her face were beautiful. They touched his heart in different ways. We bring beauty with us into this world, as we bring innocence, and the ugliness that we take with us when we leave is what we've made of ourselves instead of what we should have made. Laura had moved on from this life with no ugliness at all. Only the soul leaves here, and hers was without stain or scar, as innocent at departure as it had been upon arrival. Noah had lived longer and more fully than his sister, but not as well. He knew that when his time came to go, unlike her, he wouldn't be able to leave behind all his ugliness with his blood and bone. He almost began to talk to her, as he had talked so often over the years, hour after hour, with the hope that she heard him and was comforted. But now that his sister had traveled beyond hearing, Noah discovered he had nothing to say anymore, not to her, not to anyone. He had hoped that the distant thunder in his head would stop rolling when he saw Laura and confirmed beyond doubt that she was gone. Instead, the roar gradually grew louder. He turned from the bed and walked away. The air thickened and resisted him at the threshold, but only for an instant. Across the hallway, the door opposite Laura's was closed. On his last few visits, that room, also a single, had stood open for airing because no patient currently occupied it. Although a new resident might have been admitted in the past few hours, instinct carried Noah boldly across the hall. He threw open the door and took one step past the threshold before men seized him from behind, restraining him. Nurse Quayle sat in an armchair, so petite that her feet barely touched the floor. Twinkling blue eyes, pink complexion, pert and pretty, as Noah remembered her. 2 men and 1 woman were with the murderess. At least one of them would be a homicide detective, and at least one would be from the DA's office. The 3 were tough professionals, skilled at psychological manipulation, not likely to allow any suspect to hijack an interrogation. Yet Wendy Quayle clearly controlled the situation, most likely because she was too deluded to understand the real nature of her situation. Her posture and her expression weren't those of a suspect facing a hard inquisition. She appeared to be as poised as royalty, like a queen granting an audience to admirers. She didn't shrink from Noah, but smiled at him in recognition. She held out a hand toward him, as might a queen who saw before her a grateful subject who had come to kneel abjectly and to offer effusive appreciation for some grace that earlier she had bestowed on him. Now he knew why he'd been required to check his pistol at the front door, just in case an unexpected encounter like this occurred. Maybe he would have shot her if he'd had the handgun, but he didn't think so. He had the capacity to kill her, the nerve and the ruthlessness, but he didn't have the requisite rage. Curiously, Wendy Quayle failed to arouse his anger. In spite of the self-satisfaction that virtually oozed from her, and although her peaches and cream cheeks pinked with the warmth generated by a well-banked and well-tended moral superiority, she lacked the substance to excite anyone's hatred. She was a hollow creature, into whose head had been poured evil philosophies that she couldn't have brewed in the cauldron of her own intellect, and if in her formative years she had been exposed to a gentler and humbler school of thought, she might have been the committed healer that now she only pretended to be. She was plates and platters of plights and pickles. She was ice cream therapy. But although she was worthy of being loathed and even of being abhorred, she was too pathetic to merit hatred. Noah allowed himself to be drawn backward out of the room before the nurse could speak some witless platitude. Someone closed the door between them. Wise enough to offer no commiseration or advice, 2 detectives escorted him along the corridor toward the lobby. Noah had never been a member of their department. His 3 years of service had been in another of the county's many cities, which interlocked like puzzle pieces in a jigsaw of jurisdictions. Nevertheless, they were his age or older, and they knew why he no longer wore a uniform. They surely understood why he had done what he'd done 10 years ago, and they might even sympathize with him. But they had never straddled the line that he had crossed with both feet, and to them he was to be treated as politely as any citizen but with more wariness, regardless of the fact that at one time he had worn the tin and done the job just as they did. They spoke to him only to report how long the body would be held by the medical examiner and to describe the process by which it could be claimed and be transferred to a mortuary. The care home's residents had been asked to remain in their rooms with the doors closed, and had been issued sleep aids when they requested them. But Richard Velnod stood in his open doorway as though waiting for Noah. Rickster's unnaturally sloped brow seemed to recede from his eyes at a more severe angle than previously, and gravity exerted a greater than ordinary pull on his heavy features. His mouth moved, but his thick tongue, always a barrier to clear speech, failed him entirely this time. No sound came from him. Although usually his eyes were windows to his thoughts, they were paled now by tears, and he seemed to be holding back some question that he was afraid to ask. The detectives would have preferred that Noah leave directly, but he stopped here and said,
"It's all right, son. She didn't have any pain."
Rickster's hands moved restlessly, pulling at each other, at the buttons on his pajama top, at his low-set ears, at his wispy brown hair, and at the air as though he might pluck understanding from it.
"Mr. Noah, what?
His mouth went soft, twisted with anguish. Assuming that the question had been why, Noah could provide no answer other than a platitude worthy of Nurse Quayle.
"It was just Laura's time to go."
Rickster shook his head. He wiped at his flooded eyes, swabbed wet hands across damp cheeks, and gathered his troubled face into an expression so affectingly earnest, so miserable, so desperate that Noah could hardly bear to look at it. Rickster's mouth firmed, and his malformed tongue found the shape of the words that had a moment ago eluded it, and he asked not why, but a question more to the point, and yet even more difficult to answer.
"What's wrong with people?"
Noah shook his head.
"What's wrong with people?"
Rickster implored. His eyes fixed so beseechingly on Noah that it was impossible to turn away from him without responding, and yet impossible to lie, even though to this hard question, lies were the only answers that would soothe. Noah knew that he should have put an arm around the boy and walked him back to his bed, where the framed photographs of his dead parents stood on the nightstand. He should have tucked him in and talked to him about anything that came to mind, or about nothing at all, as he had talked for so many years to his sister. More than a need to know what was wrong with people, loneliness plagued this boy, and although Noah had no insight into the source of human cruelty, he could medicate loneliness with a gift of his time and company. He felt burnt out, however, and doubted that he had anything within him worth giving. Not anymore. Not after Laura. He had no idea what was wrong with people, but he knew that whatever might have broken in the soul of humanity was manifestly broken in him.
"I don't know,"
he told this cast-away boy with a cast-away face.
"I don't know."
By the time that he retrieved his pistol and reached his car in the parking lot, the previously far-away roar in his head grew louder and acquired a more distinctive character. No longer like thunder, it might have been the angry chanting of the whole mad crowd of humankind, or still the rumble of water tumbling from a high cliff into an abyss. On the way to Cielo Vista, he'd broken every law of the highway, but he exceeded no speed limits on the way home, ran no stop signs. He drove with the exaggerated care of a cautious drunk, because, mile by mile, the surging sound within him was accompanied by a deepening flood of darkness, and those black torrents seemed to spill from him into the California night. Block by block, street lamps appeared to grow dimmer, and previously well-lighted avenues seemed to be drowned in murk. By the time he parked at his apartment, the river that might have been hope finished draining entirely into the abyss, and Noah was borne to a bottle of brandy and to his bed on the currents of a bleaker emotion. 32. Boy, dog, and grizzled grump arrive at the barn what ain't a barn, but to Curtis it appears to be a barn, and nothing more. In fact, it looks like merely the ruins of a barn. The structure stands by itself, 200 yards northwest of the town, past clumps of stunted sage and bristles of wild sorrel and foot-snaring tendrils of creeping sand burr. At a surprisingly sharp line of demarcation, all forms of desert scrub and weeds and cactus surrender to the saline soil, and the inhospitable desert gives way to the utterly barren salt flats, which seems to be a curious place to have built a barn. Even in the dark-drenched night, where shadows drip off shadows, the building's decrepit condition is obvious. Instead of describing a straight line, the steeply pitched roof swags from peak to eave. The walls are a little catawampus to the foundation, time-tweaked and weather-warped at the corners. Unless the ramshackle barn is actually a secret armory stocked with futuristic weapons, plasma swords, laser pulse rifles, neutron grenades, Curtis can't imagine what hope it offers them. No shelter will be safe in this storm. In the strife-torn town behind them, the tempest already rages. Much of the screaming and the shouting fails to carry across the intervening desert, but a few faint cries are chilling enough to plate his spine with ice. Gunfire, familiar to this territory for a century and a half, is answered by battle sounds never heard before in the Old West or the New, an ominous tolling that shivers the air and shudders the earth, a high-pitched oscillating whistle, a pulsing bleat, a tortured metallic groan. As Gabby wrenches open a man-sized door next to the larger doors of the barn, a hard, flat crump draws Curtis's attention to the town, just in time to see one of the larger structures, perhaps the saloon and gambling hall, implode upon itself, as if collapsing into a black hole. The reverse pressure wave pulls eddies of salt from the dry bed of the ancient ocean, sucking them toward the town, and Curtis rocks on the balls of his feet. A second crump, following close after the first, is accompanied by a whirlpool of fiery orange light where the saloon had stood. In that churning blaze, the imploded structure seems to disgorge itself. Planks and shingles, posts and balcony railings, doors, cocked window frames, plus 2 flights of stairs like a portion of a brontosaurus spine, erupt from the darkness that had swallowed them, spinning in midair in tornado-like suspension, silhouetted by the flames. As a pressure wave casts back the eddies of salt and chases them with showers of sand, nearly rocking Curtis off his feet once more, it's possible to believe that the whirling rubble of the saloon will magically reassemble into a historic structure once more. Gabby has no time for the spectacle, and Curtis should have none either. He follows the caretaker and the dog into the barn. The door isn't as rickety as he expects. Rough wood on the exterior, but steel on the inside. Heavy, solid, it swings smoothly shut behind him on well-oiled hinges. Inside lies a short, shadowy corridor, with light beyond an open doorway at the end. Not the light of an oil lamp, but a constant fluorescent glow. The air contains neither the faint, cindery scent of the desert, nor the alkali breath of the salt flats. And it's cool. Pine trees, close to the floor, pine on the floor. Pine-scented wax on the vinyl tiles, cinnamon and sugar, crumbs of a cookie, butter and sugar and cinnamon and flour. Good, good. The fluorescent light arises in a windowless office with 2 desks and filing cabinets, and a refrigerator. Chilled air floods out of a ventilation duct near the ceiling. Barely detectable vibrations in the floor suggest a subterranean vault containing a gasoline-powered generator. This is a barn worthy of Disneyland, entirely new, but crafted to resemble the battered remains of a homesteader's farm. The building provides office and workspace for the support staff that oversees maintenance of the ghost town, without introducing either contemporary structures or visible utilities that would detract from the otherwise meticulously maintained period ambiance. On the nearest of the desks stands a cup of coffee and a large thermos bottle. Beside the cup lies a paperback romance novel by Nora Roberts. Unless the official night shift support staff includes a ghost or two, the coffee and the book belong to Gabby. Although they are on the run, with the prospect of heavily armed searchers bursting into this building behind them at any second, the caretaker pauses to sweep the paperback off the desk. He shoves it under a sheaf of papers in one of the drawers. He glances sheepishly at Curtis. His deeply tanned face acquires a rubescent bronze tint. The dilapidated barn isn't at all what it appears to be from outside, and Gabby isn't entirely what he appears to be either. The not entirely what he or she or it appears to be club has an enormous membership.
Judas jumped to hellfire, boy. We're in dangerous territory here. Don't just stand there till you're growed over with clock face and cow's tongue. Let's go, let's go.
Curtis stopped at the desk only because Gabby stopped there first, and he realizes that the caretaker is shouting at him merely to distract his attention from the incident with the romance novel. As he follows Gabby across the room to another door, however, Curtis wonders what sort of plants clock face and cow's tongue might be, and whether in this territory they really grow so fast that you could be completely overtaken by them if you stand too still even for a few seconds. He wonders, too, whether these are carnivorous plants that not only cocoon you, but then also feed on you while you're still alive. The sooner he gets out of Utah, the better. Beyond the first office lies a second and larger office. The 4 doors leading from this space suggest additional rooms beyond. Gimping like a dog with 2 short legs on the left side, Gabby leads Old Yeller and Curtis to the farthest door, snares a set of keys off a pegboard, and proceeds into a garage with bays for 4 vehicles. 3 spaces are empty, and an SUV waits in the 4th, facing toward the roll-up door, a white Mercury Mountaineer. As Curtis hurries around to the passenger's side, Gabby pulls open the driver's door and says,
"That dog, she broke."
She fixed, sir.
"Say what?"
Say, fixed, sir,
says Curtis, as he frantically jerks open the front door on the passenger's side. Levering himself in behind the steering wheel, Gabby shouts at him,
"Tarnation! I ain't having no biscuit-eating pisser in my new Mercury."
All he had was frankfurters, sir, and then some orange juice.
Curtis replies reassuringly as, not without difficulty, he clambers into the passenger's seat with the dog in his arms.
"Spinning syphilitic sheep! What for you bringing her in the front seat, boy?"
What for shouldn't I, sir?
As he pushes a button on a remote control unit to put up the garage door and starts the engine, the caretaker says,
"If'n God made little fishes, then passengers what has a tail ought to load up through the tail gate."
Pulling shut the passenger's door, Curtis says,
God made little fishes, sure enough, sir, but I don't see what one has to do with the other.
"You got about as much common sense as a bucket. Better hold tight to your mongrel lest you want she should wind up bug splattered on the wrong side of the windshield."
Old Yeller perches in Curtis's lap, facing front, and he locks his arms around the dog to hold her in place.
"We gonna burn the wind hauling ass out of here,"
Gabby loudly declares as he shifts the Mountaineer out of park. Curtis takes this to be a warning against the likelihood that they're going to experience flatulence, but he can't imagine why that will happen. Gabby tramps on the accelerator, and the Mountaineer shoots out of the garage under the still-rising door. First pinned back in his seat, then jammed against the door when the caretaker turns west-southwest almost sharply enough to roll the SUV, Curtis remembers the applicable law and raises his voice over the racing engine.
Law says we have to wear seatbelts, sir.
Even in the weak light from the instrument panel, the boy can see Gabby's face darken, as though someone from the government were throttling him at this very moment, and the old man proves that he can rant and drive at the same time.
"Whole passel of politicians between 'em ain't got a brain worth bug dust. No scaly-assed, wart-necked, fly-eating, toad-brained politician and no 12-toed, fat-assed, pointy-headed bureaucrat ain't gonna tell me if'n I gotta wear a seatbelt, nor if'n I don't gotta wear one as far as that goes. If'n I want to stand on these brakes and bust through the windshield with my face, damn if I won't, and no one can tell me I ain't got the right. Next thing, them power-crazy bastards be telling us the law says wear a jockstrap when you drive."
While the caretaker continues in this vein, Curtis turns in his seat as best he can, still holding on to Old Yeller, and looks back to the east and north, toward the embattled ghost town. It's a light show back there, violent enough to make even Wyatt Earp hide in the church. When the shootout ends, whatever historical society oversees this site is going to be hard-pressed to restore the town from the splinters, bent nails, and ashes that will be left. He remains amazed that the FBI is aware of him and of the forces pursuing him, that they have intervened in this matter, and that they actually think they have a chance of locating him and taking him into protective custody before his enemies can find and destroy him. They must know how outgunned they are, but they've plunged in nonetheless. He can't help but admire their kick-butt attitude and their courage, even though they would eventually subject him to experiments if they had custody of him long enough. Gabby can drive even faster than he can talk. They are rocketing across the salt flats. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, they're traveling without headlights. Failure to employ headlights between dusk and dawn is against the law, of course, but he decides that to broach this subject with Gabby would qualify as poor socializing. Besides, Curtis has, after all, broken the law himself more than once during his flight for freedom, though he's not proud of his criminality. The clouded sky casts down no light whatsoever, but the natural fluorescence of the land ensures that they aren't driving blind, and fortunately Gabby is familiar with this territory. He avoids whatever roads might cross this desolate valley and stays on the open land, so there's no risk of turning a bend and ramming head-on into innocent motorists, with all the unfortunate physical and moral consequences that would ensue. The salt flats glow white, and the Mercury Mountaineer is white, so the vehicle shouldn't be easily visible from a distance. The tires spin up a white plume behind them, but this is a wispy telltale, not a thick, billowing cloud, and it quickly settles. If FBI agents or the worst scalawags are using motion detection gear to sweep the flats, either from a point atop the valley crest or from an aerial platform, then Gabby might as well not just turn on the headlights, but fire off flares as well. because this white-on-white strategy won't be clever enough to save them from being turned into buzzard grub like the man who had come tumbling in flaming ruin between the buildings.
Hog tie 'em with one of their aggravating seatbelts, douse 'em with some bacon grease, throw 'em in a root cellar with maybe 10,000 half-starved stink bugs, and just see how all fired safe the God-mocking bastards feel then,
Gabby concludes. Seizing this opportunity to change the subject, Curtis says,
Speaking of stink, sir, I ain't farted, and I don't think I'm going to neither.
Though he doesn't reduce their speed and might even accelerate a little, the old caretaker shifts his attention away from the salt flats hurtling toward them. He fixes Curtis with a look of such open-mouthed bewilderment that for a moment it prevents him from talking. But only for a moment, whereafter he smacks his lips together and gets his tongue working again.
Judas humping hacksaws in hell! Boy, what the blazes did you just say, and why'd you say it?
Disconcerted that his well-meaning attempt at small talk has excited something like outrage from the caretaker, Curtis says,
Sir, no offense meant, but you're the one who first said about burning the wind and hauling ass.
Here's that spit-in-the-eye malefactor side of you, what ain't a pretty thing to see.
No offense, sir, but you did say it, and I was just observing that I ain't farted like you expected, and you ain't neither, and neither ain't my dog.
You keep saying no offense, boy, but I'm telling you right now, I'm bound to take some offense if your dog starts farting in my new Mercury.
This conversation is going so badly, and they are tearing across the salt flats at such a scary speed that changing the subject seems to be a matter of life and death. So Curtis figures the time has come to compliment Gabby on his celebrity lineage.
Sir, I dearly loved Eldorado, Heart of the Golden West, and Roll On, Texas Moon.
What in tarnation's wrong with you, boy?
The dog whines and twitches in Curtis's lap.
Look ahead, sir,
the boy exclaims. Gabby glances at the onrushing salt flats.
Just tumbleweed,
he says dismissively, as an enormous, prickly ball bounces off the front fender, rolls across the hood, over the windshield, and spins front to back across the roof with a clitter-click like skeleton fingers clawing at the underside of a coffin lid. Nervously, but valiantly making another effort to establish better rapport with the caretaker, Curtis says,
Along the Navajo Trail was really a fine movie, and The Lights of Old Santa Fe. But maybe the best of them was Sons of the Pioneers.
You say movies?
I say movies, sir.
Even as Gabby presses the mountaineer still faster, faster, he disregards the land ahead, as though confident that he can perceive oncoming catastrophe through a sixth sense, and he focuses on Curtis with disconcerting intensity.
With government maniacs blowing up the world behind us, what in the name of the beheaded Baptist are you talking movies for?
'Cause they're your grandfather's movies, sir.
My grandpa's movies? Criminy, spit and call it wine, and give me 2 bottles! What are you babbling about? My grandpa was a mercantile porch squatter selling Bibles and useless cyclopedias if you was crazy enough to open your door to him.
But if your grandpa was a porch squatter, then what about Roy Rogers?
Curtis pleads. Gabby's wiry beard, eyebrows, and ear hairs bristle with either exasperation or static electricity generated by a combination of high speed and dry desert air.
Roy Rogers!
He's shouting again. He holds the steering wheel with one hand and pounds it with the other.
What in the blue blazes does a fancy boots picture show singing dead cowboy got to do with you or me or the price of beans?
Curtis doesn't know the price of beans, or why the price is of sudden importance to the caretaker at this particular time, but he knows that they are going far too fast and still gaining speed. The more perturbed that Gabby becomes, the heavier his foot grows on the accelerator, and everything that Curtis says perturbs him further. The floor of the valley is remarkably flat, but at this reckless velocity, even the smallest runnel or bump rattles the mountaineer. If they encounter a deep rut or a rock, or one of those sun-bleached cow skulls that so often show up in Western movies, the best Detroit engineering won't save them, and the SUV will roll like Judas strapped to a log and tumbled down the mill chute to hell. Curtis is afraid to say anything, but Gabby appears to be ready to thump the steering wheel again if he doesn't say something. So without any desire to argue, intending only to express an alternative opinion and by engaging in some pleasant conversation to reduce the caretaker's agitation and also the speed of the mountaineer, he says,
"No offense, sir, but Roy Rogers' boots didn't seem to me to be all that fancy."
Gabby glances at the land ahead, which is a relief to Curtis, but immediately he looks at Curtis once more, and yet again the SUV accelerates.
Boy, you remember way to hell back there at the pump when I asked was you stupid or something?
"Yes, sir, I remember."
And you remember what you said?
"Yes, sir. I said I guessed I was something."
Ever any fool was to ask you that question again, boy, you'd be better advised to tell 'em stupid!
Hounding the steering wheel again, he's off on another rant.
Shove a bottle rocket in my butt and call me Yankee Doodle. Here I put myself at war with the whole egg-sucking government with their bombs and tanks and tax collectors, all 'cause you claimed they done killed your folks, and now I see you're liable to say anything what makes no more sense than chicken gabble, and maybe the government never done killed your folks at all.
Appalled to discover this misunderstanding, fighting back tears, Curtis hastens to correct the caretaker.
"Sir, I never done said the government done killed my folks."
Flabbergasted and outraged, Gabby roars,
Cut off my coat, Jones, and call me a princess, but don't you ever tell me that ain't what you claimed.
"Sir, I claimed it was the worst scalawags what done killed my folks, not the government."
Ain't no worse scalawags than the government.
"Oh, big time worse, sir."
Old Yeller fidgets in Curtis's lap. She whimpers nervously, and icy sweat drips rapidly from her black nose onto his hands, and he senses that she wants to relieve herself. Through their special boy-dog bond, he encourages her to keep control of her bladder, but now he's reminded that their relationship is dog-boy as well as boy-dog, that it can work both ways if he isn't careful, and her need to pee is rapidly becoming his need to pee. He can too easily imagine the catastrophe that would ensue if he and the dog both peed in Gabby's new Mercury, causing the caretaker to have a stroke and lose control of the vehicle at high speed. For the first time since the truck stop restaurant, the boy is losing confidence in his ability to be Curtis Hammond. Lacking adequate self-assurance, no fugitive can maintain a credible deception. Perfect poise is the key to survival. There you have mother's wisdom as pure as it gets. Gabby is ranting again, and the Mercury Mountaineer shudders and groans like a space shuttle blasting into orbit. And in spite of all the uproar, something that the caretaker said a moment ago makes a connection in Curtis's mind to another misunderstanding earlier in the evening. A small illumination follows, and Curtis desperately seizes upon his sudden insight to try to change the direction of the conversation and to reestablish the far friendlier tone that existed between them such a short while ago. According to the movies, most Americans strive always to better their lives and to improve themselves. And because movies provide reliable information, Curtis interrupts Gabby's blustering with the intention of offering a vocabulary lesson for which the caretaker will no doubt be grateful.
"Sir, the reason I was confused is you weren't pronouncing it properly. You meant testicles."
Every look of surprise that heretofore made such dramatic use of the caretaker's highly expressive face is as nothing to the brow-corrugating, eyebrow-steepling, eye-popping, wrinkle-stretching, beard-frizzling astonishment that now possesses his features. Gabby's expression is such an obvious precursor to another rant that Curtis hurries on, frantic to explain himself.
"Sir, you said co-Jones, when what you meant to say was cojones. Cojones, that's the English pronunciation, which is slightly different from the way you would say it in Spanish. If you..."
Blast all the devils from hell to Abilene!
Gabby bellows, and he looks away from Curtis with obvious disgust, which is good in one way and bad in another. Good because he is at last staring at the salt flats ahead of them. Bad because sooner or later, trembling from the offense that he's taken, he's going to look at Curtis again. And that look will peel the wet off water. Like wet on water. Another small enlightenment blossoms in Curtis, but he resists sharing it with the fuming caretaker. He has lost all confidence in his ability to socialize. Shaken, he is convinced that anything he says, even a wordless grunt delivered in the most inoffensive tone, will be misinterpreted and will trigger another furious oath from Gabby that will be loud enough to shatter all the windows in the Mountaineer. The boy's failure even to attempt to hold up his end of the conversation results in only a brief silence. The caretaker splutters in exasperation after saying Abilene, inhales with a rattling snort worthy of a horse, and blows out another gust of words.
You sassy-assed, spit-in-the-eye, ungrateful, snot-nosed little punk! Maybe I ain't been to no Harvard College, and maybe I ain't had the better advantages of some what was born with silver spoons in their mouths, but from the time I wore diapers, I knowed it was pure bad manners criticizing your elders. You don't got no call telling me how to say Co-Jones when the pathetic pair of Co-Jones you have ain't no bigger than 2 chickpeas.
As Gabby continues to rave, he finally eases up on the gas pedal and lets the mountaineer's speed fall. Maybe he's considering pulling to a stop and ordering Curtis to get out and fend for himself. Right now, if they were in a boat in the middle of a stormy sea, the boy would go overboard without a protest. Therefore, he won't argue about being left afoot on these salt flats. In fact, he'll welcome it. The stress of being a desperate fugitive, maintaining a credible false identity, resisting the urge to go a little dog wild, and socializing in a challenging dialect is more than he's able to handle. He feels as though his head is going to explode, or that something even worse and more embarrassing will occur. Apparently having vented enough anger to look at his snot-nosed passenger without risking cardiac infarction, Gabby at last turns his attention away from the flats. Maybe the old man is surprised that Curtis hasn't already thrown himself out of the mountaineer, or maybe he's surprised by the boy's tears, or maybe he's just surprised that this sassy-assed punk dares to look him in the eye. Whatever the reason, instead of the withering display of scorn and contempt that Curtis expects, the caretaker inflates his face into an expression of astonishment that so exceeds his previous look of astonishment that it seems more suitable to a cartoon character than to a human being. And he stomps on the brake pedal. Fortunately, their speed has fallen from in excess of 100 miles an hour to under 50. Shrieking brakes and screaming tires sound pretty much the same on hard-packed salt as on blacktop, though the combined odors of hot rubber and churning salt produce a smell that is unique to these conditions, and strangely like ham sizzling in a skillet. If Curtis hadn't been jammed down firmly in his seat, pinching the upholstery with his tailbone and pressing his feet into the floorboard nearly hard enough to buckle it, he and Old Yeller might indeed have splattered like bugs on the wrong side of the windshield. Instead, the poor dog's life flashes through her mind, from whelping to puppyhood to the frankfurters in the motorhome, and Curtis's life flashes through his mind, too, which leaves both him and the mutt a little confused. But when the mountaineer slides to a full stop, rocking on its springs, neither boy nor dog is hurt. By surviving the sudden stop unscathed, Gabby, too, has proved that the miserable, scaly-assed, wart-necked, fly-eaten, toad-brained politicians don't know everything. You might think that this small triumph of rugged individualism over the government and the laws of physics would inspire a mood change for the better. On the contrary, with an astounding rush of words referring to biological waste and sexual relations, the caretaker rams the gear shift into park, throws open his door, and exits the SUV in a state of such high agitation that he tangles in his own legs and falls out of sight.
Criminy!
Curtis exclaims. He slides out from under Old Yeller and across the console, leaving the dog in the passenger's seat, slipping behind the wheel. Beyond the open door, in the fall of pale light from the SUV's ceiling lamp, Gabby lies on his back, on the ground. His rumpled and sweat-stained cowboy hat rests upside down next to him, as though he will produce that banjo at last and play for quarters. His white hair bristles as it might if he'd been the conduit for a lightning bolt, and grains of salt glitter in this post-electrocution coiffure. He looks dazed, perhaps having tested the firmness of the salt bed with a rap or two of his head.
Holy howlin' saints alive!
Curtis declares.
Sir, are you all right?
This question so alarms the caretaker that you would think he had just been threatened with decapitation. He scoots backward, away from the mountaineer, thoroughly salting the seat of his pants, and he takes the time to scramble to his feet only after he has put some distance between himself and the vehicle. To this point, Curtis has assumed that much of what seems odd about this man's behavior is not, in fact, peculiar, but is simply a matter of poor communication, resulting in a series of unfortunate misunderstandings. Now, he isn't so sure about that. Maybe Gabby is not cranky but lovable, not cranky but tender-hearted, not cranky but well-meaning. but just plain cranky. Maybe he's even somewhat unbalanced. Maybe he's been chewing on loco weed. He's probably not a serial killer like the tooth fetishists in the motorhome, unless serial killers are even a greater percentage of the population than the movies imply, which is a scary thought. On the ground between Gabby and the mountaineer are two objects, the hat and the 9mm pistol. Frantically scuttling backward a moment ago, he now reverses course and tentatively approaches. Although Curtis would like to believe Gabby is a genuine amigo, cantankerous but compassionate, the caretaker's attention is not focused on the hat. The handgun is close to Curtis. He hops out of the SUV to get the weapon. The unpredictable caretaker doesn't try to beat him to the gun. He doesn't just halt or back off either, but turns away and runs across the salt flats in his singular hitching gait as fast as he can go. Bewildered, Curtis watches the receding figure until it's clear the man won't attempt to sneak back. Gabby doesn't once look over his shoulder, but lights out for the eastern side of the valley as though he believes that all the devils between Hell and Abilene, which he had previously cursed, are now in vengeful pursuit of him. He fades into the darkness and the eerie fluorescence until he appears to be the mere mirage of a man. How strange. The entire encounter with Gabby will require a lot of thoughtful analysis later, when Curtis has outlasted his enemies and can afford the leisure for contemplation. When he has outlasted them, not if. Now that the obligation to socialize has been lifted from him for a while, Curtis feels his confidence returning. A few miles to the north, where hard-bitten gunfighters once faced off in the dusty street, a fierier and noisier confrontation is still underway, and while it doesn't look like Armageddon or the War of the Worlds, the level of combat remains impressive. Curtis expected the conflict to be over long ago, and he doesn't anticipate that these mismatched forces will be dueling much longer. Besides, sooner rather than later, they may begin to suspect that the boy over whom they're battling has slipped out of town during the uproar and is riding the range once more. Then the two armies will disengage rather than fight to the finish, and both the scalawags and the worse scalawags will return to the urgent boy-dog search that brought them into the same town at the same time in the first place. Better move. Leaving the pistol on the ground, now that there's no need to worry about Gabby getting possession of it, Curtis climbs into the mountaineer once more. He has never driven a vehicle like this, but the principles of its operation are obvious, and he's sure that he can handle it reasonably well, though most likely not with the skill of Steve McQueen in Bullet, or with the aplomb of Burt Reynolds in Smokey and the Bandit. He is about to move from petty crimes to the commission of a major felony. Car theft. That's how the authorities will view it. From his perspective, however, it's actually the unauthorized borrowing of a vehicle, because he has no intention of keeping the Mountaineer. If eventually he abandons it in as good a condition as he found it, his moral obligation will largely consist of making an apology to Gabby and compensating him for gasoline, time, and inconvenience. Because he doesn't relish coming face-to-face with the caretaker again, he hopes that his soul won't be tarnished too much if he makes both the apology and the payment by mail. Height proves to be a problem. Curtis Hammond, a bit on the shorter side for a 10-year-old boy, can command a clear view of the terrain ahead or exercise full and easy control of the brakes and the accelerator, but not both at the same time. By slouching a little and stretching his right foot as might a leaping ballet dancer reaching for an on-point landing, he's able to proceed with a half-obstructed view and with compromised pedal control. This slows him, however, and establishes a pace that seems more suitable to a funeral procession than to a run for freedom. While he wants to put as much territory as possible between himself and his pursuers, he must remember that time, not distance, is his primary ally. Only by faithfully being Curtis Hammond hour after hour, day after day, is he likely to escape detection forever. Certain adjustments would allow him to handle the Mountaineer more easily, but if he were to indulge in them, he'd be more visible to his enemies the next time they came scanning in his vicinity, which will be soon. Mom's wisdom. The longer that you wear a disguise, the more completely you become the disguise. To maintain a credible deception, a fugitive must never slip out of character, not even for a moment. Establishing a new identity isn't merely a matter of acquiring a convincing set of ID documents. You aren't safe from discovery just because you look, talk, walk, and act in character. Establishing a new identity with total success requires you to become this new person with your every fiber, every cell, and for every minute of the day when observed and unobserved. Even in death, Mom remains the ultimate authority on this stuff, as well as a universal symbol of courage and freedom. She will be honored long after her passing. Even if she hadn't been his mom, he would conduct himself according to her advice. But as her son, he has a special obligation not just to survive, but also to live by her teachings, and eventually to pass them along to others. Grief comes to him once more, and for a while he travels in its company. He dares not continue southwest, for eventually the valley must bring him to the interstate, which will be patrolled. He came out of the east. The ghost town lies north. Therefore he has little choice but to cross the width of the valley, heading due west. Although he's in no danger of setting a land speed record, and although he sometimes progresses in fits and starts as he cranes his neck to see over the steering wheel or ducks his head to peek between it and the top of the dashboard, he discovers that the salt flats are negotiable terrain. When he reaches the slope of the Western Valley Wall, however, he realizes that he can't go farther in this fashion. Here, the saltless land doesn't have an accommodating natural glow. Visibility already limited by the boy's height immediately declines to a condition not much better than blindness. Switching on the SUV headlights will provide no solution, unless he wants to call attention to himself and thereby commit suicide. Furthermore, the rising land will be rocky and uneven. Curtis will need to react to conditions more quickly, with both the brake pedal and the accelerator, than he's been able to do thus far. He shifts into park and sits high, gazing at the route ahead, stymied by the challenge. His sister becoming provides the solution. During the slow ride across the last of the salt flats, Old Yeller sat in the passenger's seat, decorating the side window with a pattern of nose prints. Now she stands in her seat and gives Curtis a meaningful look. Maybe because grief is weighing on his mind, maybe because he's still rattled by his strange encounter with the caretaker, Curtis is embarrassingly slow on the uptake. At first he thinks that she simply wants to be scratched gently behind the ears. Because she will never object to being scratched gently behind the ears or virtually anywhere else, Old Yeller accepts a minute of this pleasantness before she turns away from Curtis and, still with hind legs on the seat, places her forepaws on the dashboard. This puts her in a perfect position to see the route ahead. This boy-dog relationship would be worthless if Curtis still failed to get her drift, but he understands what she has in mind. He will operate the controls of the SUV, and she will be his eyes.
Good pup.
He slides far enough down in his seat to plant his right foot firmly on the accelerator, and to be able to shift it quickly and easily to the brake pedal. He is also in a satisfactory position to steer. He just can't see out of the windshield. Their bonding is not complete. She is still his sister becoming rather than his sister become. However, their special relationship grew considerably in that scary moment when each of them saw both of their lives flashing before their eyes. Curtis shifts the SUV out of park, presses the accelerator, and steers up the relatively easy slope of the valley wall with the eyes of his dog to guide him. Together they gain confidence during the ascent, and they function in perfect harmony by the time they reach the top. He halts on the ridge, sits up, and through his own eyes looks northeast. The fighting at the ghost town seems to have ceased. The scalawags and the worse scalawags have realized that neither of them has captured their quarry. No longer battling each other, they are turning their attention once more to the search for boy and dog. The running lights of 2 helicopters float in the sky. A third is approaching from farther in the east. Reinforcements. Slouching in his seat once more, Curtis drives down off the ridge, heading farther west into unknown territory that Old Yeller scouts for him with unwavering diligence. He drives as fast as seems prudent, keeping in mind that his sister becoming could be hurt if he hits the brakes suddenly at too high a speed. They need to make good time, however, because he can't expect the dog to be his eyes as long as he would like. Curtis requires no rest. Old Yeller will eventually need to sleep, but Curtis has never slept in his life. After all, he must remember that he and his sister becoming are not merely members of different species with far different physical abilities and limitations. More significantly, they were born on different worlds. 33. Thursday's child has far to go, according to the old nursery rhyme, and Mickey Bellsong was born on a Thursday in May more than 28 years ago. On this Thursday in August, however, she was too hungover to go as far as she'd planned. Lemon vodka diminishes mathematical ability. Sometime during the night, she must have counted the 4th double shot as a second, the 5th as a third. Staring at the bathroom mirror, she said, "Damn lemon flavoring screws up your memory." She couldn't tweak a smile from herself. She had overslept her first job interview and had risen too late to keep the second. Both were for positions as a waitress. Although she had experience in food service and liked that work, she hoped to get a computer-related position, customizing software applications. She had compressed 3 years of instruction into the past 16 months, and had discovered that she possessed the ability and the interest to do well in this work. In fact, the image of herself as a software applications mensch was so radically in opposition to the way she'd led her life to date that it formed the center of her vision of a better future. Through the worst year of her existence, this vision had sustained her. Thus far, seeking to make the dream real, she'd been thwarted by the perception among employers that the economy was sliding, dipping, stalling, coming under a shadow, cooling, taking a breather before the next boom. They had a limitless supply of words and phrases to convey the same rejection. She hadn't begun to despair yet. Long ago, life had taught her that the world didn't exist to fulfill Michelina Bellsong's dreams, or even to encourage them. She expected to have to struggle. If the job hunt took weeks, however, her resolution to build a new life might prove to be no match for her weaknesses. She had no illusions about herself. She could change. But given an excuse, she herself would be the greatest obstacle to that change. Now the face in the mirror displeased her, before and after she applied the little makeup she used. She looked good, but she took no pleasure in her appearance. Identity lay in accomplishment, not in mirrors. And she was afraid that before she accomplished anything, she'd again seek solace in the attention her looks could win her, which would mean men again. She had nothing against men. Those who destroyed her childhood weren't typical. She didn't hold the entire male gender responsible for the perversions of a few, any more than she would judge all women by Senseia's example, or by the example she herself had set. Actually, she liked men more than she should, considering the lessons learned from her experiences with them. She hoped one day to have a rewarding relationship with a good man, perhaps even marriage. The trick lay in the word good. Her taste in men was not much better than her mother's. Committing herself to the dead-wrong type of man more than once had led to her current circumstances, which seemed to her like the burnt-out bottom of a ruined life. After dressing for a 3:00 job interview, the only one of the day that she would be able to keep, and the only one related to her computer training, Mickey ate a hangover-curing breakfast at 11:00 while standing at the kitchen sink. She washed down B-complex vitamins and aspirin with Coke, and finished the Coke with 2 chocolate-covered donuts. Her hangovers never involved a sick stomach, and a blast of sugar cleared her booze-fuzzed thoughts. Leilani was right when she guessed that Mickey had a metabolism tuned like a space shuttle gyroscope. She weighed only 1 pound more than she had weighed on her 16th birthday. While she stood at the sink eating, she watched Geneva through the open window. With a garden hose, Aunt Jen hand-watered the lawn against the depredations of the August heat. She wore a straw hat with a wide brim to protect her face from the sun. Sometimes her entire body swayed as she moved the hose back and forth, as though she might be remembering a dance that she had attended in her youth. And as Mickey ate the second donut, Geneva began to sing softly the love theme from Love in the Afternoon, one of her favorite movies. Maybe she was thinking about Vernon, the husband whom she'd lost too young. Or maybe she was remembering her affair with Gary Cooper, when she'd been young and French and adored, and Audrey Hepburn. What a wonderfully unpredictable world it is when being shot in the head can have an upside. That was Geneva's line, not Mickey's, an argument for optimism when Mickey grew pessimistic. What a wonderfully unpredictable world it is, Mickey, when being shot in the head can have an upside. In spite of an embarrassing moment of confusion now and then, it's delightful to have so many glamorous and romantic memories to draw upon in my old age. I'm not recommending brain damage, mind you, but without my quirky little short circuit, I would never have loved and been loved by Cary Grant or Jimmy Stewart,
And I'd certainly never have had that wonderful experience in Ireland with John Wayne.
Leaving Aunt Jen to her fond memories of John Wayne or Humphrey Bogart or possibly even of Uncle Vernon, Mickey left by the front door. She didn't call good morning through the open window because she was embarrassed to face her aunt. Although Geneva knew that her niece had missed 2 job interviews, she would never mention this new failure. Jen's bottomless tolerance only sharpened Mickey's guilt. Last evening she'd left the Camaro's windows open 2 inches. Nevertheless, the interior was sweltering. The air conditioning didn't work, so she drove with the windows all the way down. She switched on the radio, only to hear a newsman describing in excited tones a government-enforced blockade affecting a third of Utah, related to an urgent search for some drug lords and their teams of heavily armed bodyguards. 30 powerful figures in the illegal drug trade had gathered secretly in Utah to negotiate territorial boundaries, as mafia families had done decades ago, to plan a war against smaller operators, and to devise strategies to overcome importation problems created by a recent tightening of the country's borders. Having learned of this criminal conclave, the FBI moved in to make mass arrests. They were met with an unusual level of violence instead of with the usual volleys of attorneys. The battle had been as fearsome as a clash of military factions. Perhaps a dozen of these drug kingpins were now on the run, with highly sophisticated weaponry and with nothing to lose, and they posed a serious threat to the citizenry. Most of these details had not been released by the FBI, but had been obtained from unnamed sources. Crisis, the reporter said, using the word repeatedly and pronouncing it as if he found those 2 syllables as delectable as a lover's breast. When it wasn't about natural disasters and lunatics shooting up post offices, the news was an endless series of crises, most of which were either wildly exaggerated or entirely imaginary. If 10% of the crises that the media sold were real, civilization would have collapsed long ago, the planet would be an airless cinder, and Mickey would have no need to look for a job or worry about Leilani Clonk. She punched a preset button, changing stations, found more of the same news story, punched another button, and got the Backstreet Boys. This wasn't exactly her style of music, but the boys were fun, and likely to facilitate her hangover cure. No news is good news, which is true no matter which of the 2 possible interpretations you choose to make of those 5 words. Cruising up the freeway ramp, remembering Leilani's term from their conversation the previous evening, Mickey said, "Proud to be one of the 12%ers," and found her first smile of the day. She had 3.5 hours before her interview, and she intended to use this time to get Child Protective Services involved in the girl's case. Last night, when she and Geneva had discussed Leilani, the girl's predicament seemed irresolvable. This morning, either because time brought a better perspective, or because too much lemon vodka followed by chocolate donuts inspired a measure of optimism, the situation seemed difficult, but not beyond hope. 34. Leilani Clonk, dangerous young mutant, decided that few things were more inspiring than the bonding that occurred when an American family gathered around the breakfast table. Only the night before, Mom and Dad and daughter might have been fussing at one another over who had left the lid off the peanut butter jar, might have been in disagreement about weightier issues, such as whether to watch Touched by an Angel or an episode of Miracle Pets, might even have been setting snakes loose on one another and killing young women. But here at the start of a new day, 11 o'clock, the differences of the past could be set aside, and new harmony could be built on the old discord. Here they could plan together for the future, share new dreams, and reaffirm their mutual devotion. Old Senseia made her breakfast from 27 tablets and capsules of vitamin supplements, a bottle of sparkling water, a small tub of tofu sprinkled with toasted coconut, and a banana. After slicing the unpeeled banana in half-inch circlets, she ate the peel and all, for she believed that good health could be achieved only by the consumption of whole foods as often as possible. Considering her understanding of the term whole foods, dear Mater was well advised never to touch red meat. If she prepared a hamburger, she would also have to whip up a side dish of hoof, horn, and hide. Dr. Doom breakfasted on chamomile tea, 2 coddled eggs, and English muffins spread with orange marmalade. Not sharing his wife's preference for whole foods, he failed to eat the tea bags, the eggshells, and the cardboard container in which the muffins had been packaged. He was such a supernaturally neat eater that in his hands the toasted muffins left not one crumb on table or plate. He took small bites and chewed his food thoroughly, ensuring against the possibility that he would choke to death on a honking big piece of something. The best that his optimistic stepdaughter could hope for seemed to be salmonella contamination of the undercooked egg yolks. Leilani enjoyed a dish of shredded wheat garnished with a sliced banana, peeled, and doused in chocolate milk. The Doctor of Doom had purchased this forbidden beverage without the tofu eater's knowledge. Though Leilani would have preferred regular milk, she used chocolate on the cereal to see if her mother would have a cerebral aneurysm at the sight of her child ingesting this hideous poison. The taunt was wasted on Senseia. Crimson-eyed, gray-faced, she languished in the morning after slough of despond. Whatever drug she'd taken as an eye-opener had not yet delivered her into the Mary Poppins mood that she desired. She probably wouldn't be flying around under a magic umbrella singing supercalifragilisticexpialidocious until late afternoon. Meanwhile, as she ate, she read a tattered copy of Richard Brautigan's In Watermelon Sugar. She had read this slim volume twice every month since she was 15. With each reading, the book had a different meaning for her, although to date none of the meanings had been entirely coherent. Senseia believed, however, that the author represented a new step in human evolution, that he was a prophet with an urgent message to those who were further evolved than the human society that had produced them. Old Senseia sensed that she was a further evolved human, but in all modesty she wasn't prepared to make this claim until she fully understood Brautigan's message, and, in understanding, achieved her superhuman potential. While immersed in the book, Senseia was no more communicative than the tofu that quivered on her spoon, yet Dr. Doom frequently addressed her. He didn't expect a response, but seemed to be certain that his comments reached his wife on a subconscious level. Sometimes he spoke of Tetsi, the young woman whose heart he had burst with a massive injection of digitoxin less than 12 hours ago, and whose fate he had shared with Leilani upon returning home in the dead hours of the night. At other times, he relayed to Senseia and to Leilani the latest gossip and news circulating on the various internet sites maintained by the large international community of UFO believers, which he monitored on the laptop computer that rested on the table beside his breakfast plate. Details of the Tetsi snuff were mercifully less vivid than had been the case with other killings in the past, and the latest saucer stories were no weirder than usual. Consequently, the creepy quality of the conversation, and there was always a creepy quality to the most casual chats in this family, was provided by Dr. Doom's coy references to the passion that he had visited upon Senseia during the night. Over dinner with Mickey and Mrs. D the previous evening, Leilani had said that the Doom Doctor was asexual. This wasn't strictly true. He didn't chase women, ogle them, or seem to have any interest in the secondary sex characteristics that preoccupied most men and made them such endearingly manipulable creatures. If a total babe in a thong bikini walked past Preston, he wouldn't notice her unless she happened to be a UFO abductee who also carried an alien-human hybrid baby spawned during a steamy weekend of extraterrestrial lust aboard the mothership. Under certain circumstances, however, the Doom Doctor did have a passion for Senseia that he, and these were the perfect words for the act, visited upon her. In a motorhome, even in a large one, when a family lives on the road all year, an inevitable intimacy arises that would be stressful even if every member of the family were a saint, and the Maddock family currently fell 3 saints short of that ideal composition. Even if you could avoid seeing things that you didn't want to see, you couldn't always avoid hearing them. And even if you clamped pillows over your ears at night and created an acceptable deafness, you couldn't escape knowing all sorts of things that you didn't want to know, including that Preston Maddock could get romantically inspired only when Senseia was so deeply unconscious that she might as well have been dead. Leilani had shared 100 nightmares worth of creepy stuff with Mickey and Mrs. D, but she hadn't been able to bring herself to mention this creepiness. Sure, old Preston qualified as a nutball's nutball, but he was tall, good-looking, well-groomed, and financially independent, which was exactly 3 qualities more than required to attract women younger and even prettier than Senseia. Financial independence alone ought to have ensured that he would never have to settle for a drug-gobbling, electro-shocked, roadkill-obsessed moon-dancing freak who had simultaneously too much past and none at all, and who came with 2 disabled children. Clearly, one thing that won Preston's heart was old Senseia's frequent drug-induced near comas and her willingness to allow him to use her while she lay inert and insensate and as unaware as mud, which was an arrangement you didn't want to think too much about, considering his fascination with death. Something else also attracted Preston to Senseia, a quality that no other woman could or might want to offer, but Leilani was not quite able to put a name to it. In truth, though she sensed the existence of this mystery at the heart of their strange relationship, she didn't often wonder about it, because she already knew too much of what bonded them, and was afraid of knowing more. So while Senseia read in Watermelon Sugar, while Dr. Doom surfed the net for the latest saucer news, while all three of them ate breakfast, and while no one mentioned the snake, Leilani made notes in her journal, using a modified form of shorthand that she'd invented, and that only she could read. She wanted to complete her account of the incident with the snake while the details were still fresh in memory, but at the same time, she recorded observations about their family breakfast, including most of what Preston said. Recently, she'd been thinking about being a writer when she grew up, assuming that on the eve of her upcoming 10th birthday, she was able to avoid the gift of eternal life as a 9-year-old. She hadn't given up on her plan to grow or purchase a set of fabulous hooters with which to bedazzle a nice man, but a girl couldn't rely entirely on her chest, her face, and one pretty leg. Writing fiction remained reputable work, in spite of some of the peculiar people who practiced the art. She'd read that one of the difficulties of being a writer was finding fresh material, and she'd realized that her mother and her stepfather might be a writer's goldmine if you were fortunate enough to survive them.
"This situation in Utah,"
Preston said, scowling at the screen of his laptop,
"is highly suspicious."
On and off, he'd been talking about the blockades on all highways leading into southern Utah, and the manhunt for the band of drug lords who were said to be armed like sovereign states.
"Let's never forget how in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the government kept people away from the alien contact zone with a false story about a nerve gas spill."
To Preston, Close Encounters of the Third Kind wasn't a science fiction film, but a thinly disguised documentary. He believed that Steven Spielberg had been abducted by his as a child and was being used as an instrument to prepare human society for the imminent arrival of emissaries from the Galactic Congress. As the Doom Doctor continued to mutter about the government's history of UFO cover-ups, which he believed explained the true reasons for the war in Vietnam, Leilani suspected that when their motorhome was repaired, they would be hitting the road for Utah. Already, UFO researchers and full-time close encounter pilgrims like Preston were gathering at a site in Nevada near the Utah border, in anticipation of an alien advent so spectacular that the government, even with all its resources, wouldn't be able to pass the event off as swamp gas or weather balloons or as tobacco industry skullduggery. She was surprised, therefore, when a few minutes later, Preston looked up from his laptop, flushed with excitement, and declared,
"Idaho. That's where it's happening, Lonnie. There's been a healing in Idaho. Senseia, did you hear? There's been a healing in Idaho."
Old Senseia either didn't hear or heard but wasn't intrigued. In Watermelon Sugar utterly enthralled her. Her lips didn't move as she read, but her delicate nostrils flared as if she detected the scent of enlightenment, and her jaw muscles clenched and unclenched as she ground her teeth on some wisdom that needed chewing. Leilani didn't like the prospect of Idaho. It was next door to Montana, where Lukipela had gone to the stars. She expected that Preston would haul them to Montana when her birthday approached next February. After all, if aliens had beamed Lukey up to glory in Montana, logic would require a visit to the point of his ascension on the eve of Leilani's 10th, if she had not been miraculously made whole before then. Besides, the symmetry of it would appeal to Dr. Doom. Leilani and Lukey together in death as in life, Lucifer and Heavenly Flower feeding the same worms. One grave for two siblings, brother and sister bonded for eternity in a braiding of bones. Preston, after all, had a sentimental side. If Montana was 6 months away, she might have time to prepare an escape or a defense. But if they were in Idaho next week, and if old Senseia wanted to cross into Montana to see where Lukey had supposedly met the aliens, Preston might be tempted to bring brother and sister together ahead of schedule. She didn't have an escape plan yet, or a strategy to defend herself, and she wasn't ready to die. 35. The reception area made no concessions to comfort, and in fact the bleakness of the Department of Motor Vehicles would have seemed cheerful by comparison. Only 5 people waited to see caseworkers, but the lounge offered just 4 chairs. Because the other 4 women present were either older than Mickey or pregnant, she remained on her feet. In recognition of the power crisis, the air was cooled only to 78 degrees. Except for the smell, which included no trace of vomit, she felt as though she were in a holding pen at a jail. With a faint note of disapproval, the receptionist explained to Mickey that complaints were usually initiated over the telephone, and that it was particularly unwise to arrive without an appointment, as this would necessitate a long wait. Mickey assured the woman that she was prepared to wait, and reassured her twice again when, during the next 40 minutes, the receptionist returned to the subject. Unlike doctors' offices, this place offered no turn-of-the-century magazines. Reading material consisted of government pamphlets, as engagingly written as computer manuals composed in Latin. When she came out to greet Mickey, the first available caseworker introduced herself as F. Bronson. The use of an initial seemed odd, and in F's office, the plaque on her desk proved only slightly more revealing: F. W. Bronson. In her late 30s, attractive, F wore black slacks and a black blouse, as though in denial of the season and the heat. She'd hastily pinned up her long brown hair to get it off her neck, and from this impromptu do, a few stray locks dangled limp and damp. The posters in her oven-warm office made the small room seem even warmer. Pictures of cats and kittens, black and calico, Siamese and Angora, and cute, whiskery specimens of no clear breed, scampering and lounging languorously. These furry images lent a claustrophobic feeling to the space, and seemed to pour feline warmth into the air. Seeing her visitor's interest in the posters, F said, "In this work, I deal with so many ignorant, cruel, stupid people. Sometimes I need to be reminded the world is full of creatures better than us." "I certainly understand that," said Mickey, although she didn't half understand. "I guess for me it would be dog posters." "My father liked dogs," said F, indicating that Mickey should sit in one of the 2 client chairs in front of the desk. "He was a loud-mouthed, self-centered skirt chaser. I'll go with cats every time." If dogs as an entire species earned F's undying distrust because her old man liked them, how easy would it be to get on her wrong side with even an innocent remark? Mickey counseled herself to adopt the deferent demeanor she'd learned, not easily, to use with authorities. Settling into the chair behind her desk, F said, "If you'd made an appointment, you wouldn't have had to wait so long." Pretending she'd heard courteous concern in the woman's remark, Mickey said, "No problem. I have a job interview at 3, nothing till then, so I have plenty of time." "What kind of work do you do?" "Customizing software applications." "Computers are ruining the world," said F, not contentiously, but with a note of resignation. "People spend more time interacting with machines, less time with other people, and year by year we're losing what little humanity we have left." Sensing that it was always best to agree with F, which would require Mickey to explain her work with demon machines, she sighed, feigned regret, and nodded. "But it's where the jobs are." F's face pinched with disapproval, but instantly cleared. Although the expression had been subtle and brief, Mickey read into it the opinion that defendants at the Nuremberg trials had made similar excuses for working the gas chambers at Dachau and Auschwitz. "You're concerned about a child?" F asked. Yes. The little girl who lives next door to my aunt. She's in a terrible situation. Why isn't your aunt making the complaint?" "Well, I'm here for both of us. Aunt Jen isn't—" "I can't approve an inquiry on hearsay," F said, not harshly, almost regretfully. "If your aunt has seen things that cause her to be concerned about this girl, she'll need to speak to me directly." "Sure, of course, I understand. But see, I live with my aunt. I know the girl, too." "You've seen her being abused, struck, or shaken?" "No, I haven't seen any physical abuse taking place. But you've seen evidence? Bruises, that sort of thing?" No, it isn't like that. No one's beating her. It's sexual abuse?" "No, thank God. Leilani says that's not the case." "Leilani?" "That's her name. The girl." "They usually say it's not the case. They're ashamed. The truth comes out only through counseling." "I know that's often the way it goes. But she's different, this kid. She's tough, very smart. She speaks her mind. She'd tell me if there were sexual abuse. She says there isn't, and I believe her.
Do you see her regularly? Do you speak to her?
She came to our place for dinner last night.
So she's not being confined? We're not talking about abuse by cruel restraint?
Restraint? Well, maybe we are, in a way.
In what way?
The room was insufferably warm. As in many modern high-rises, for reasons of efficient ventilation and energy conservation, windows did not open. The system fan was on, but it produced more noise than air circulation. She doesn't want to be in that family. No one would.
None of us gets to choose our family, Miss Belsong. If that alone constituted child abuse, my caseload would quadruple. By cruel restraint, I mean, has she been shackled, locked in a room, locked in a closet, tied to a bed?
No, nothing like that. But
criminal neglect. For instance, is the girl suffering from an untreated chronic illness? Is she underweight? Starved?
She's not starved, no, but I doubt her nutrition's the best. Her mother's apparently not much of a cook. Leaning back, raising her eyebrows, F said,
Not much of a cook? What am I missing here, Miss Belsong?
Having slid forward on her chair, Mickey sat in a supplicatory posture that felt wrong, that made it seem as though she were trying to sell her story to the caseworker. She straightened up, eased back. Look, Miss Bronson, I'm sorry. I'm not going about this at all well, but I'm really not wasting your time. This is a unique case, and the standard questions just don't get to the heart of it. Disconcertingly, while Mickey was still talking, F turned to the computer on her desk, as if impatient, and began to type. Judging by the speed at which her fingers flew over the keys, she was familiar with this satanic technology.
All right, let's open a case file, get the basic facts. Then you can tell me the story in your own words, if that'll be easier, and I'll condense it for the report. Your name is Belsong? Mickey?
Belsong, Michelina Teresa. Mickey spelled all three names. F asked for an address and telephone number.
We don't disclose any information about the complainant, that's you, to the family we're investigating, but we've got to have it for our records.
When the caseworker requested it, Mickey also presented her Social Security card. After entering the number from the card, F worked with the computer for a few minutes, pausing repeatedly to study the screen, entirely involved with the data she summoned, as if she'd forgotten that she had company. Here was the dehumanizing influence of technology, which she'd so recently decried. Mickey couldn't see the screen. Consequently, she was surprised when F, still focused on the computer, said,
So you were convicted of the possession of stolen property, aiding and abetting document forgery, and possession of forged documents with the intention to sell, including phony driver's licenses, Social Security cards.
F's words did what too much lemon vodka and chocolate donuts had failed to accomplish, caused a tremor of nausea to slide through Mickey's stomach. I'm sorry, but I don't think you have a right to ask me about this. Still gazing at the screen, F said,
I didn't ask. Just ran an ID check. Says you were sentenced to 18 months.
None of that has anything to do with Leilani. F didn't reply. Her slender fingers stroked the keys, no longer hammering, as though she were finessing information from the system. I didn't do anything, Mickey said, despising the defensiveness in her voice, and the meekness. The guy I was with at the time, he was into stuff I didn't know about. F remained more interested in what the computer told her about Mickey than what Mickey had to say about herself. The less that F asked, the more Mickey felt obliged to explain. I just happened to be in the car when the cops took him down. I didn't know what was in the trunk, not the phony papers, the stolen coin collection, not any of it. As though she hadn't heard a word of Mickey's reply, F said,
You were sent to the Northern California Women's Facility. That's south of Stockton, isn't it? I went to the Asparagus Festival in Stockton once. One of the booths offered dishes created by women's facility inmates involved in a culinary vocational program. Far as I remember, none of them was particularly tasty. This says you're still there.
Yeah, well, that's so wrong. I've never been to the Asparagus Festival. When Mickey saw F's face tighten, she bit the tartness out of her voice, tried to sound contrite. I was released last week. I came to live with my aunt until I get on my feet.
Says here you're still at NCWF. 2 more months.
I was granted early release.
Doesn't mention parole here.
I'm not a parolee. I served my time, minus good behavior.
Be right back.
F rose from her desk and, without making eye contact, went to the door. 36. Across the Badlands, through the night, as the clouds move east and the sky purifies, the boy drives westward to the dog's direction. Gradually, the desert withers away. A grassy prairie grows under the rolling tires. Dawn comes pink and turquoise, painting a sky now as clear as distilled water. A hawk gliding on high thermals seems to float like the mere reflection of a bird on the surface of a still pool. The engine dies for lack of fuel, requiring them to proceed afoot in more fertile land than any they have seen since Colorado. By the time the mountaineer coughs out the fumes from its dry tank, they're finished with the prairie as well. They are now in a shallow valley where cottonwood and other trees shade a swift-slipping stream, and where green meadows roll away from the banks of the watercourse. Throughout the long drive, no one shot at them, and no more charred cadavers tumbled out of the night. Mile after mile, the only lights in the sky were stars, and at dawn the great constellations conceded the stage to the one and nearest star that warms this world. Now, when Curtis gets out of the SUV, the only sounds in the morning are the muted pings and ticks of the cooling engine. Old Yeller is exhausted, as she ought to be, good scout and stalwart navigator. She totters to the edge of the brook and laps noisily at the cool, clear current. Kneeling upstream of the dog, Curtis slakes his thirst, too. He sees no fish, but he's sure that the brook must contain them. If he were Huckleberry Finn, he'd know how to catch breakfast. Of course, if he were a bear, he'd catch even more fish than Huck. He can't be Huck because Huck is just a fictional character, and he can't be a bear because he's Curtis Hammond. Even if there were a bear around here somewhere, to provide him with a detailed example of bear structure and bear behavior, he wouldn't dare get naked and try to be a bear and wade into the stream after fish, because later, when he was Curtis once more and put on his clothes, he'd be starting all over in this new identity that remains his best hope of survival, and therefore he would be easier to spot if the worst scalawags showed up again, searching for him with their tracking scopes.
Maybe I am stupid,
he tells the dog.
Maybe Gabby was right. He sure seemed smart. He knew everything about the government, and he got us out of that trouble. Maybe he was right about me, too.
The dog thinks otherwise. With typical doggy devotion, she grins and wags her tail.
Good pup. But I promised to take care of you, and now here we are without food.
Relying on his survival training, the boy could find wild tubers and legumes and fungi to sustain him. The dog won't want to eat those things, however, and won't be properly nourished by them. Old Yeller calls his attention to the mountaineer by trotting to it and standing at the closed passenger's side door. When Curtis opens the SUV for the dog, she springs onto the seat and paws at the closed glove box. Curtis opens the box and discovers that Gabby travels prepared for the munchies. 3 packets of snack crackers, a package of beef jerky, turkey jerky, 2 bags of peanuts, and a candy bar. The box also contains the motor vehicle registration for the SUV, which reveals that the owner's name is Cliff Mooney. Obviously, if he's related to the immortal Gabby Hayes, it must be through his mother's side of the family. Curtis memorizes Cliff's address, which he will one day need in order to properly compensate the man. With the glove box victuals, boy and dog settle by the silvery stream, under the wide-spreading branches of a 70-foot Populus candican, also known as the Balm of Gilead, or the Ontario poplar. Curtis knows more than movies. He knows local botany as well as local animal biology. He knows local physics, also complete physics, chemistry, higher mathematics, 25 local languages, and how to make a delicious apple pan dowdy, among many other things. Regardless of how much you know, however, you can never know everything. Curtis is aware of the limitations of his knowledge and of the abyssal ignorance that lies beneath what he knows. Sitting with his back against the trunk of the tree, he tears the beef jerky into pieces and feeds it to the dog, morsel by morsel. Anyway, knowledge isn't wisdom, and we aren't here just to stuff ourselves with facts and figures. We are given this life so we might earn the next. The gift is a chance to grow in spirit, and knowledge is one of the many nutrients that facilitate our growth. Mom's wisdom. As the sun climbs higher, it cooks the night dew, and a low mist shimmers just above the meadow, as though the earth breathes out the dreams of the vanished generations buried in its breast. The dog watches the mist with such interest that she exhibits no impatience when Curtis takes a while to strip off the stubborn wrapping from the second jerky. Ears pricked, head cocked, she focuses not on the treat, but on the mystery that is the meadow. Her species has been granted limited but significant intellect, also emotions and hope. What most separates her from humankind and from other higher life forms isn't her mental capacity, however, but her innocence. The dog's self-interest expresses only in matters of survival, never degenerating into the selfishness that is expressed in an infinite variety of ways by those who consider themselves her betters. This innocence carries with it a clarity of perception that allows her to glory in the wonder of creation in even the most humble scene and quiet moment, to be aware of it every minute of every hour, while most human beings pass days or even weeks, and too often whole lives, with their sense of wonder drowned in their sense of self. Unwrapped jerky, of course, takes precedence over the meadow and the mist. She eats with a sense of wonder, too, with pure delight. Curtis opens one of the packets of crackers. He allows the dog 2 of the 6 little sandwiches with peanut butter filling. She's had all she needs now, and he doesn't want her to be sick. Eventually, he'll provide more balanced nutrition for her, but a better diet will have to wait until they are no longer in imminent danger of being gutted, beheaded, shredded, broken, blasted, burned, and worse. Running in desperate fear for your life is pretty much a righteous justification for eating junk food. Old Yeller takes another drink from the stream, then returns to Curtis and lies with her spine pressed snugly against the length of his left leg. Eating cracker sandwiches, he strokes her side with his left hand, slowly, comfortingly. Soon she is asleep. Commotion contributes to concealment, and motion is commotion. He would be safer if he remained on the move, and safer still if he reached a populous area and mingled with a great many people. The dog, however, doesn't have his stamina. He can't ask her to exhaust herself from lack of sleep and risk running herself to death. He finishes the 4 cracker sandwiches in the first pack, eats all 6 in the second pack, follows the crackers with the candy bar, and concludes breakfast with a bag of peanuts. Life is good. As he eats, his thoughts are drawn to Gabby's abandonment of the Mercury Mountaineer in the middle of the salt flats. The caretaker's conduct was at best eccentric, and at worst psychotic. Gabby's personality and behavior have been the most alien that Curtis has encountered on this adventure. Although many things about the cantankerous desert rat puzzle the boy, the explosive exit from the SUV, punctuated by a storm of foul language, and the flight on foot across the fluorescent plain are the most baffling. He can't quite believe that his well-meant criticism of Gabby's pronunciation of cojones could have caused the old man to hightail it into the barrens in an uncontrolled emotional fit of rage and or humiliation. Another possibility teases at the back of Curtis's mind, but he can't quite haul it out in the light for inspection. As he's puzzling over the matter, he's distracted when the dog begins to dream. She signals her dreaming with a whimper, not a cry of fear, but a wistful sound. Her forepaws twitch, and from the movement of her hind legs, Curtis infers that she is running in her dream. He puts his hand on her flank, which rises and falls rapidly with her breathing. He feels her heartbeat, strong and quick. Unlike the boy for whom he named himself, this Curtis never sleeps. Therefore, he never dreams. Curiosity compels him to employ the special boy-dog bond that synchronizes his mind to that of his sister becoming. Thus, he enters the secret world of her dreams. A puppy among puppies, she suckles at a teat, enraptured by the throb of her mother's heart, which pulses through the nipple into her greedy lips, and then she submits to her mother's licking, the great warm tongue, the black nuzzling nose icy with affection, scrambles clumsily over mother's furry flank, climbing eagerly as though some mystery lies beyond the curve of her mother's ribs, an astonishment that she must see, and then fur fades into meadow, cicadas singing, their music shivering in her blood. And now she's an older dog, racing through succulent grass in pursuit of an orange butterfly, bright as a fluttering flame, burning mysteriously in the air. From meadow into woods, shadows and the scent of hemlock, the fragrance of decaying leaves and needles. Here the butterfly is bright as the sun in a shaft of light, but now eclipsed and lost. Around her, the croaks of woodland toads as she follows the scent of deer along trails overhung by ferns, unafraid in the deepening shadows, because the playful presence runs with her here, as always elsewhere. One dream flows swiftly into another, lacking a connective narrative. Joy is the only thread on which these images are strung. Joy, the thread, and memories like bright beads. Sitting against the balm of Gilead, Curtis shivers, first with exhilaration and delight. This meadow becomes less real to him than the fields in the dog's mind, the chuckle of this brook less convincing than the croak of toads in her clear and vivid dreams. Spates of shivers build into continuous trembling as Curtis more clearly experiences the dog's profound joy. This isn't simply the joy of running, of springing agilely from log to mossy rock. This isn't just the joy of freedom or of being fully alive, but the piercing joy that comes with the awareness of that holy, playful presence. Running with her in the dreams, Curtis seeks a glimpse of their constant companion, expecting suddenly to see an awesome countenance looking out from the layered fronds of the ferns, or gazing down from the cathedral trees. Then the dog's ultimate wisdom, arising from her perfect innocence, is shared with Curtis, and he receives the truth that is simultaneously a revelation and a mystery, both a euphoric exultation and a profound humbling. The boy recognizes the presence everywhere around him, not confined to one bosk of ferns or one pool of shadows, but resonant in all things. He feels what otherwise he has only known through faith and common sense, feels, for one sweet, devastating moment, what only the innocent can feel, the exquisite rightness of creation from shore to shore across the sea of stars, a clear ringing in the heart that chases out all fears and every anger, a sense of belonging, purpose, hope, an awareness of being loved. Mere joy gives way to rapture, and the boy's awe grows deeper, an awe lacking any quality of terror, but so filled with wonder and with liberating humility that his trembling swells into shakes that seem to clang his heart against the bell of his ribs. At the moment when rapture becomes peals of bliss, his shaking wakes the dog. The dream ends, and with it the connection to eternity, the joy-inducing nearness of the playful presence. A sense of loss shudders through Curtis. In her innocence, waking or sleeping, the dog lives always with the awareness of her maker's presence. But when she's awake, Curtis's psychic bond with her isn't as profound as when she sleeps, and now he cannot share her special awareness as he did in her dreams. The iridescent blues of summer sky shimmer down, becoming golden currents as they descend, greening in meadow grass, sparkling silver in the purling brook, as though the day takes inspiration from one of those 1940s jukeboxes that phases ceaselessly through a custom rainbow, silently waiting for the next nickel to be dropped. Nature never seemed this vivid before. Wherever he looks, the day is electrified, radiant, shocking in its beauty and complexity. He wipes his face repeatedly, and each time that he lowers his hands, the dog licks his fingers, partly in consolation, partly with affection, but also because she likes the taste of his salty tears. The boy is left with a memory of transcendence, but not with the feeling of it, which is the core of the experience. Yet he doesn't mourn the loss. Indeed, life would be unlivable if at every moment he felt the full intimacy of his spiritual bond with his maker. The dog was born in that state of grace. She is accustomed to it, and she is comfortable with her awareness because her innocence leaves her unfettered by self-consciousness. For Curtis, as for humankind, such spiritual intensity must be reserved for a life beyond this one, or for many lives beyond, when deep peace has been earned, when innocence has been recaptured. When he can stand, he stands. When he can move, he leaves behind the shade of the tree. His cheeks are stiff with dried tears. He wipes his face on his shirt sleeves and takes a deep breath, filtered by the cotton cloth, relishing the faint lemony fragrance of the fabric softener used in Mrs. Hammond's laundry, and the patina of scents laid down by hundreds of miles of experience since Colorado. The apex of the sky lies east of the sun, for noon has come and gone while they have been at rest under the tree. Refreshed, Old Yeller ambles along the stream bank, sniffing yellow and pink wildflowers that nod their bright, heavy heads, as if conferring on a matter of importance to flowers everywhere. A vagrant breeze, seeming to spring first from one quarter of the compass and then from another, lazily wanders the meadow. Suddenly, Curtis finds the scene to be dangerously lulling. This is no ordinary day, after all, but day 3 of the hunt. And this is no ordinary meadow. Like all fields between birth and death, this is potentially a field of battle. As before, the threat will approach from the east, trailing the sun. If sanctuary can ever be found, it lies in the west, and they must at once ford the stream and move on. He whistles the dog to his side. She is no longer his sister becoming. Call her sister become. 37. Leaving without explanation, F. Bronson closed the office door behind her. From every side, feline stares fixed Mickey with the intensity of security cameras. She felt as if the absent F still watched her magically through the unblinking eyes of these photo-familiars. The issue had become not the danger to Leilani, but Mickey's reliability, her integrity, or lack of it. Now the heat wasn't just a condition, but a presence, like a clumsy man too eager in his passion, all moist hands and hot breath, pressing and persistent, suffocating in his need. She would have sworn the sultry air was thick with the scent of fur, a musky redolence. Maybe F had cats at home, real cats, not just posters. Maybe she carried their dander on her clothes, in her hair. Mickey sat with her hands tightly clutching the purse in her lap, and when a minute had passed, she closed her eyes against the stares of the cats. She closed them also against the false yet convincing perception that the office was rapidly growing smaller, that it had become correctional in design, with the sterility and the restrictive proportions known to inspire either rehabilitation or suicide. Claustrophobia, nausea, and humiliation steeped Mickey with more debilitating effect than did the heat, the humidity, and the scent of cats. But what distressed her more than all these things was an anger cooking in her heart, as bitter as any brew concocted in a cauldron full of goat blood, eye of newt, and tongue of bat. Anger was a reliable defense, but one that allowed no chance of final victory. Anger was a medicine, but never a cure, briefly numbing the pain without extracting the thorn that caused the agony. Now she could afford anger less than ever. If she answered F's bureaucratic arrogance and insults with the double-barreled blast of sarcasm and ridicule that she had used to cut down formidable targets in the past, her petty satisfaction would come at Leilani's expense. F had left the room most likely to instruct the receptionist to call the police to check out Mickey's story of an early release from prison. After all, she might be a dangerous fugitive who had come here dressed in a coral pink suit and pleated white shell and white high-heeled shoes to steal the office coffee fund, or to abscond with an entire carton of that electrifyingly well-written pamphlet about the link between second-hand cigarette smoke and the alarming rise in the number of child werewolves. Trying to dampen her anger, Mickey reminded herself that her choices, and hers alone, had landed her in prison, and had led to the humiliation that now both humbled and galled her. F. Bronson hadn't hooked her up with the deadbeat document forger who had taken her down with him. Nor was F. responsible for Mickey's bull-headed refusal to turn state's evidence on that useless man in return for probation instead of hard time. She alone had made the decision not to rat out the bastard and to trust that the jury would see in her the misguided but innocent woman that she really was. The door opened, and F. entered the office. At once Mickey raised her head and opened her eyes, loath to be seen in a humbled posture. Offering no explanation for her absence, F. returned to her desk and settled in her chair without making eye contact. She did glance at Mickey's small purse, as if nervously wondering whether it contained semi-automatic weapons, spare ammunition, and supplies necessary to endure a long standoff with the police.
What's the child's name?
F asked. Leilani Clonk. Mickey spelled both names, and decided not to explain that the surname had evidently been invented by the girl's deranged mother. Leilani's story was complicated enough even when condensed to the bare essentials.
Do you know her age?
She's 9.
Parents' names?
She lives with her mother and stepfather. The mother calls herself Senseia. Mickey spelled it.
What do you mean calls herself?
Well, it can't be her real name.
Why not?
F asked, staring at the keyboard on which her poised fingers waited to dance. It's the name of a really potent type of weed. F seemed baffled.
Weed?
You know, pot. Grass? Marijuana?
No.
F plucked a Kleenex from a box, blotted her sweat-damped neck.
No, I don't know. I wouldn't. My worst addiction is coffee.
Feeling as though she had just been judged and convicted again, Mickey strove to keep her voice calm and her response measured. I don't do drugs. I never have. Which was true.
I'm not a policeman, Ms. Belsong. You don't have to worry about me. I'm only interested in the welfare of this girl.
For F to bring to the case a crusader's determination, she had to believe Mickey. And to believe Mickey, she had to feel a connection between them. At the moment, they seemed to have nothing in common except that they were women, but shared gender alone didn't generate even the most feeble current of sisterhood. In prison, she had learned that the subject in which dissimilar women most easily found common ground was men. And with some women, sympathy could be earned most quickly when you mocked men and their pretension. So Mickey said, "A lot of guys have told me dope expands your consciousness, but judging by them, it just makes you stupid." Finally, F looked away from the computer.
Leilani must know her mother's real name.
F's face and eyes were as unreadable as those of a mannequin. This studied vacancy and refusal to be charmed conveyed more contempt than might have been seen in the most vivid expression of disdain. "No," Mickey said. "Leilani never heard her called anything but Senseia. The woman's superstitious about names. She thinks knowing someone's true name gives you power over them."
She told you this herself?
Leilani told me, yeah.
I mean the mother.
I've never exactly spoken to the mother.
Since you're here to report her for child endangerment of one kind or another, may I assume you've at least met her?
Quickly plugging the dam of anger that sprung a leak in response to F's rebuke, Mickey said, "Met her once, yeah. She was real strange, doped to the eyeballs. But I think there's also—"
Do you have a last name for the mother?
F asked, returning her attention to the computer.
Or is it just Senseia?
Her married name is Maddock. Maddoc. Flatly, absent the slightest note of accusation, F asked,
Do you have a history with her?
"Excuse me? History?"
Are you related to her? Perhaps by marriage?
A bead of sweat slid down Mickey's left temple. She blotted it with her hand. "Like I said, I just met her once."
Ever dated anyone she's dated? Fought over a boyfriend? Been involved with an ex-spouse of hers? Any prior history she'd be sure to bring up when I talk to her? Because everything comes out in the open sooner or later, I assure you, Miss Belsong.
The cats watched Mickey, and Mickey stared at F, and F appeared to be prepared to gaze forever at her computer. The ignorant, cruel, and stupid people to whom F had referred earlier, the rabble that motivated her to paper her walls with cat posters, now included Mickey. Maybe it was the prison record that put Mickey in this category. Maybe it was an offense she had given without intention. Maybe it was just a matter of bad chemistry. Whatever the reason, she was on F's list now, and she knew the woman well enough to suspect that F made her list with a pencil that had no eraser. Finally, Mickey said, "No, nothing personal between Leilani's mother and me. I'm just worried about the girl, that's all."
The father's name?
Preston. F's face at last became marginally more expressive than the screen in front of her, and she looked at Mickey again.
You don't mean the Preston Maddock?
I guess he is. I'd never heard of him until last night. Eyebrows arched, F said,
You'd never heard of Preston Maddock?
I haven't had a chance to read up on him yet. According to Leilani, well, I don't know, but I guess he must have been accused of murdering some people, but he got away with it somehow. The light texture of surprise in F's face quickly smoothed away under the trowel of bureaucratic neutrality, but the caseworker was not entirely able to soften her voice, which cut with a honed edge of disapproval.
He was acquitted, Ms. Belsong. Not guilty, in 2 separate trials. That isn't the same as getting away with it.
Mickey found herself on the edge of her seat again, hunched in that supplicatory posture once more, but she didn't straighten her shoulders this time or slide back on the chair. She licked her lips, discovered they were salty from perspiration. She felt as if she'd been basted. "Ms. Bronson, I don't know about him being acquitted, but I do know there's a little girl who's been through a lot in her life, and now she's stuck in this god-awful situation, and someone has to help. Whatever Maddock was supposed to have done, maybe he didn't do it, all right, but Leilani had an older brother, and he's gone missing. And if she's right, if Preston Maddock killed her brother, then her life is on the line too. And I believe her, Ms. Bronson. I think you'd believe her, too.
Killed her brother?
Yes, ma'am, that's what she says.
So she's a witness to a murder?
No, she didn't actually see it.
If she didn't actually see it, how does she actually know it happened?
Counting on patience to prevail, Mickey said, Maddock took the boy away and then came back without him. He
took him away where?
Into the woods. They were...
Woods? Not very much in the way of woods around here.
Leilani says this was in Montana. Some UFO contact site.
UFO?
Like a nest-building bird worrying threads from a scrap of fabric, F seemed determined to pick relentlessly at Mickey's story, though not with the intention of building anything, seemingly for the sheer pleasure of reducing it to a scattering of scrambled fibers. In the service of this goal, she seized upon the mention of UFOs. Her eyes sharpened a hawk glare fit to pin a mouse from 1,000 feet, and if she'd had slightly less self-control, her next 2 words would have come out as a birdie skreek of cold delight.
Flying saucers?
Mr. Maddock is a UFO buff. Alien contact, that weird stuff.
Since when? Seems if this were true, the media would have made a lot out of it, don't you think? They're pretty merciless, the press.
According to Leilani, he was into this UFO stuff since at least back when he married her mother. Leilani says,
Have you asked Mr. Maddock directly about the boy?
No. What would be the point?
So you're operating entirely on the word of a child, are you?
Don't you often do the same in your line of work? Anyway, I've never met him.
You've never met Mr. Maddock? Never met him or the mother?
Like I told you, I met the mother once. She was so high, she was bumping her head on the moon. She probably wouldn't even remember meeting me.
You saw her actually taking drugs?
I didn't have to see her take them. She was saturated. They were virtually squirting out of her pores. You ought to remove Leilani from that home if only because her mother's wrecked half the time. On F's phone, the intercom beeped, but the receptionist didn't say anything. Another beep. Like an oven timer. The goose is cooked.
Be right back,
F promised, and again she left the room. Mickey wanted to tear the cat posters off the walls. Instead, she hooked a finger in the scooped neck of her pleated shell, pulled it away from her body, and blew down the front of her blouse on her breasts. She wanted to take off her suit jacket, but somehow it seemed that to remove it would put her at an even greater disadvantage with F. Bronson. The caseworker's black outfit in this heat seemed to be an endurance challenge to visitors. This time F was out of the office only briefly. Returning to her desk, she said,
So tell me about the missing brother.
Warning herself to check her anger, but not able entirely to heed her own counsel, Mickey said, So did you call off the SWAT team?
Excuse me?
You checked to see if I'm an escapee. Unruffled, not in the least embarrassed, F met her eyes.
You'd have done the same in my position. There was no offense intended.
That's not how it looks from my perspective, Mickey replied, dismayed to hear herself pressing for an unnecessary confrontation.
With all due respect, Ms. Belsong, I don't live from your perspective.
A slap in the face couldn't have been more to the point. Mickey burned with humiliation. If F had been gazing at the computer, Mickey might have snapped back at her. But in the woman's eyes, she saw a chilly contempt that was a match for her hot anger, obstinacy as unyielding as cold stone. Of all the caseworkers she might have drawn, she'd been brought head-to-head with this one, as though the fates were amused by the prospect of 2 women butting like a pair of rams. Leilani. She had a duty to Leilani. Swallowing enough anger and pride to ensure that she would still have no appetite by dinner time, Mickey pleaded, Let me tell you about the girl's situation. And the brother. Straight through, beginning to end, instead of questions and answers.
Give it a try,
F said curtly. Mickey condensed Leilani's story, but also censored from it the most outrageous details that might give F an excuse to dismiss the whole tale as fiction. Even as she listened to this Reader's Digest version, F grew restive. She expressed her impatience by shifting constantly in her chair, by repeatedly picking up a legal pad as though she intended to make notes, but replacing it on her desk without writing a word. Each time that Preston Maddock was mentioned, F's brow pleated. Delicate lines tightened, as though they were threads tugged by a needle, forming plicated fans of skin at the corners of her eyes, sewing her lips together as if with fine draw stitches. Evidently, she disapproved of the suggestion that Maddock might be a murderer, and her disapproval was a subtle seamstress at work in her face. Her dislike of Mickey couldn't entirely explain her attitude. She seemed to hold some brief for Maddock, and though she didn't argue on his behalf, her opinion of him appeared to be beyond reconsideration. When Mickey finished, F said,
"If you believe there's been a murder, why would you come here instead of going to the police?"
The truth was complicated. For one thing, 2 cops had stretched the facts in her arrest, suggesting she'd been more than a companion to the document forger, that she'd been an accomplice, and the public defender appointed to her case by the court had been too overworked or too incompetent to correct this misrepresentation before the jury. She'd had enough of the police for a while. And she didn't entirely trust the system. Furthermore, she knew that the local authorities would not be eager to investigate a report of a murder in a far jurisdiction when they had plenty of homegrown crime to keep them busy. She couldn't claim to have known Lukipela. Her accusation was based on her faith in Leilani, and though she was convinced the cops also would find the girl credible, her own testimony was hearsay. She kept her reply succinct. Lukey's disappearance has to be investigated eventually, sure, but right now the issue is Leilani. Her safety. You don't have to wait for the cops to prove Lukey was murdered before you can protect Leilani. She's alive now, in trouble now, so it seems to me that her situation has to be addressed first. Eschewing comment, turning to her computer once more, F typed for 2 or 3 minutes. She might have been entering a version of Mickey's statement, or she might have been composing an official report and closing out the file without further action. Beyond the window, the day looked fiery. A nearby palm tree wore a ruffled collar of dead brown fronds. California burning. When she stopped typing and turned to Mickey again, F said,
"One more question, if you don't mind. You may consider it too personal to answer, and of course you're under no obligation."
Wary, applying a smile no more sincere than lipstick, Mickey hoped that the machinery of Child Protective Services would get the job done in spite of how badly this interview had gone. "What is it?"
"Did you find Jesus in jail?"
"Jesus?"
Jesus. Allah, Buddha, Vishnu, L. Ron Hubbard. Lots of people find religion behind bars."
"What I hope I found there was direction, Miss Bronson, and more common sense than I went in with."
"People take up lots of things in prison that are pretty much religions, even if they aren't recognized as such," the caseworker said. "Extreme political movements, left-wing and right-wing, some of them race-based, most with a grudge against the world."
"I don't have a grudge against anyone."
"I'm sure you realize why I'm curious."
"Frankly, no." F clearly doubted Mickey's denial.
"We both know Preston Maddock inspires hatred from various factions, both religious and political."
"Actually, I don't know. I really don't know who he is." F ignored this protestation.
"Lots of people who are usually at odds with one another are united on Maddock. They want to destroy him just because they disagree with him philosophically."
Even with her bottomless reservoir of anger to draw upon, Mickey wasn't able to pump up any rage at the accusation that philosophical motives drove her to character assassination. She almost laughed. Hey, my philosophy is to make as few waves as possible, get through the day, and maybe find a little happiness in something that won't land you in a mess of trouble. That's as deep as I get.
"All right, then,"
said F.
"Thank you for coming in."
The caseworker turned to the computer. A long moment passed before Mickey realized that she'd been dismissed. She didn't get up. "You'll send someone out there?"
"It's got a case number now. There has to be follow-through."
"Today?" F looked up from the computer, not at Mickey, but at one of the posters. A fluffy white cat wearing a red Santa hat and sitting in snow.
"Not today, no. There's no physical or sexual abuse involved. The child isn't at immediate risk."
Feeling as though she had failed completely to be understood, Mickey said, "But he's going to kill her." Gazing wistfully at the cat, as if she wished she could crawl into the poster with it, trading the California meltdown for a white Christmas, F said,
"Assuming the girl's story isn't a fantasy, you said he'll kill her on her birthday, which isn't until February."
"By her birthday," Mickey corrected. "Maybe next February, maybe next week. Tomorrow's Friday. I mean, you don't work on weekends, and if you don't get out there today or tomorrow, they might be gone." F's stare was so fixed, her eyes so glazed, that she appeared to be meditating on the image of the cat. The caseworker was a psychic black hole. In her vicinity, you could feel your emotional energy being sucked away. Their motorhome is being overhauled, Mickey persisted, though she felt drained, enervated. The mechanic might finish at any time. With a sigh, F snatched 2 Kleenex from the box and blotted her forehead carefully, trying to spare her makeup. When she threw the tissues in the waste can, she seemed surprised to see that Mickey hadn't left.
What time did you say you had a job interview?
Short of sitting here until security was called to remove her, which wouldn't accomplish anything, Mickey had no choice but to get up and move toward the door. 3 o'clock. I can make it easily.
Was it in prison you learned all about software applications?
Although the caseworker looked harmless behind a heretofore unseen smile, Mickey expected that the question had been prelude to another insult. Yeah, they have a good program up there.
How are you finding the job market these days?
This appeared to be the first genuine woman-to-woman contact since Mickey entered the office. They all say the economy's sliding.
People suck in the best of times,
said F. Mickey had no idea how she ought to respond to that.
In this market,
F said, with something that sounded vaguely like sisterly concern,
you have to go into a job interview perfect, all pluses, no minuses. If I were you, I'd take another look at the way you're dressing for it. The clothes don't do what you want.
This coral pink suit with the pleated white shell was the nicest outfit in Mickey's closet. As though she'd read that thought, F said,
It's not because the suit's from Kmart or wherever